This boy could command an entire gang to fight for him just by sending a message. It turned out his deceased older brother was the underground emperor of all high schools in the country. As long as he used his brother's phone to send messages to the gang, they would carry out his orders. This made him think of using this organization to punish the bullies. It turned out his real name was Jae-min, a victim of bullying at school. Every day, he had to become a punching bag for the bullies. If it were someone else, he might not have known, but he couldn't stand the blonde-haired guy in front of him. When the blonde guy's hand swung again, he grabbed his hand, holding it firmly in place, thinking to himself that if it were a solo fight, the blonde guy would definitely not be his opponent. But things didn't go as planned. The strong guy next to the blonde punched him, sending him flying. This force made the surrounding students unable to ignore it, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. The guy looked at Jae-min sitting on the ground and asked, "Why did you grab his hand? Do you want to fight? Do you want to be a bully?" Han Jang-wee beside him burst out laughing excitedly. "I'm about to scream." From Jaemin's perspective, school was a representation of society. In the hallway, a group of people slowly walked by. A bully? Who's bullying now? Wherever they went, cheers erupted. Are there any bullies left? Scatter. Jae-min silently watched the people in front of him. We realize a truth in school. Without resisting, he just looked back, affirming in his heart that no one could defeat a whole group alone. This was why high school. In front of him weren't just Han Jang-wee and Kong Suk, but a ferocious crowd. Giggles echoed. What's wrong with this guy? He wants to get beaten. Team 1. Kong Suk placed his hand on Han Jang-wee's shoulder. Their smiles identical. Just one punch is enough to knock him down. This bully, Han Jang-wee spoke up. "I don't give a damn." Jae-min approached, extending his hand and asked, "Why did you hold my hand?" A crisp slap echoed. Looking at the menacing crowd behind Han Jang-wee within the school, he scowled. "What are you going to do? Are you a taekwondo master or something?" With a group of tyrannical bullies, giggles rang out beside Han Jang-wee's shrill voice. "Are you crazy?" Jae-min put his hand to his face, with a searing pain from the earlier blow radiated. "I'll learn to keep my mouth shut." The scene quickly shifted to the cafeteria. Someone angrily clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. "I can't take it anymore." That person was Sun Minguk. He couldn't help but shout in a high-pitched voice, "I met a friend from elementary school. I can't just sit by anymore." As soon as he said, "Fight with," Jae-min quickly covered Minguk's mouth. Minguk looked around and whispered, "Shut up, you crazy bastard." The two whispered, "Do you want to be seen?" We almost got done for. Not far away were Han Jang-wee and Kong Suk, talking. This time, I was contacted by the Emperor Division. "Really? You're gonna hang out with high-level gangsters?" Minguk had calmed down and cursed under his breath. "That bastard Han Jang-wee, isn't he too annoying? I hope he gets hit by a car." Jae-min looked on helplessly. "We can't do anything. Team 1 is backing him." The two sat opposite each other, talking back and forth. Minguk boasted, "I've been learning boxing recently. Now I'm not afraid of anyone, not even Team 1. You think while you were learning, they were just standing around scratching their butts? You think you're strong? You think I'm just an idiot?" Minguk narrowed his eyes. "That's enough. If not, I will." He hesitated, then suggested, "Why don't you try talking to your older brother? I heard you say your brother is formidable." "Huh?" Jaemin's eyes darkened. "Brother? Yeah, I do have a brother." Memories flooded back. It was a large man with long hair. He called, "Brother." Jae-min stood behind Muji, accusing, "That's sanctioned from year 1. He keeps hitting and bullying me. Can you help me?" His bruised face, his voice gradually softened, as if pleading, "You're very good at fighting. I think I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die." Muji just said coldly, "Go away." These words, along with a water bottle flying towards him, confused Jae-min. The water bottle fell to the floor, startling him. Muji, without turning back, said coldly, "Then you damn bastard, go die. Why tell me when you're so weak?" Jae-min slumped down. "Brother, please." His voice deepened, glancing back slightly. Why do you call me brother? If you call me that again, I'll kill you." Ignoring Jaemin's bruised face and tears, he sneered, "This crybaby is so annoying." Jae-min didn't understand, shouting, "Why are you so mean? Am I not the only one left in our family?" Seeing Muji's back as he was about to leave, Jae-min called after him, "Why are you doing this to me? Now, there are only the two of us in the world." Paying no heed to his words, Muji coldly slammed the door, leaving Jae-min with his screams, "We're brothers. Why do you want me to die? I hate you." After the flashback, Jae-min calmly chewed his food and said, "My brother? We haven't seen each other for 3 years. I don't even know how he is now." He finished eating and stood up with his tray. "I don't know, but he's probably still out there fighting, acting like trash." "I know." Suddenly, his pants pocket vibrated violently. Taking out his phone, Jae-min muttered, "Whose number is this?" Minguk, who hadn't left, heard the fragmented words. "Hello, I don't have any insurance money." On the other side, Jaemin's horrified face appeared. He couldn't believe it and asked again, "What did you say?" At the hospital, in Muji, the person he had just been thinking about was now covered by a white sheet. The doctor stood before Jae-min and asked, "Are you his brother?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Looking at the person lying beneath, it was hard to believe, but it was true. His whole body trembled as he confirmed, "Yes, he's my older brother." Jae-min stood there. "How did this happen?" The police officer beside him hesitated, then replied, Actually, he recounted, he was riding a motorcycle at night on the national highway near Dragon Embankment. The initial image reappeared, but he collided with a 5-ton truck. It was an unfortunate accident. The officer's voice seemed to fade. So, I think he died instantly. Jamin's whole body shook. This was real. The officer's voice continued steadily. I was very worried, but luckily I was able to contact the family. Jamin approached and lifted the white sheet from his face, unable to believe it, and asked again, "You're dead?" He clenched his fists. "You've always treated me like trash. Did you ever think about your family and look for them when you were speeding on your bike?" He turned and walked away, leaving the officer bewildered. "Student, where are you going?" "The body." Jamin remembered those days when he was abandoned, his tears flowing uncontrollably. Jamin walked away, his voice cold. "I will not claim the body." He remembered what Manga had said at noon about people like that. "And Muji, you too. That bastard Han Jang-wei, isn't he too annoying? I hope he gets hit by a car." That's what people thought. Comparing him to the people from that morning, he affirmed, "My brother is just like them. A bunch of bastards. A bastard like you doesn't deserve a funeral." He walked out of the hospital under the fading afternoon sun. "No one will mourn you. Get out of this world alone." The officer from before hurriedly ran after him. "Student, hey," he panted, carrying a box. "Wait." Tears and snot everywhere. I understand completely." The officer said, "You're doing this because you don't have money for the funeral, right? It will be very painful to let him go as an unclaimed body when he has family. There are many people like that these days." These words stunned Jamin. It's true I don't have money." Before he could finish, the officer brought the box closer. "Here, I almost forgot. Take this." He was handed the box. The officer explained, "These are his belongings found at the accident scene. You should at least have one memento of your brother." Jamin looked blank. "I don't really need these things." Beside the bridge over the river, Jamin sat silently on a nearby bench. Next to him was the box of his late brother's belongings. Looking at the items, he sneered inwardly. I thought he was fearless. Serve him right. His eyes flicked to the box. That's why he was left alone. His lips trembled, constantly cursing in his heart. Crazy bastard, hopeless bastard. He angrily wiped his tears. "What are you crying for?" While thinking, the phone rang again. "You really are." He fumbled. "Why is there a sound coming from a box?" Picking it up, he was surprised. "The phone is still on?" The most recent message shows 2 minutes ago. "Captain, is your cross-country trip going well?" Jamin was startled when he saw the first line. "Captain." He fiddled with the cracked phone screen. "I always wondered where he lived and how. It's locked. Is he the captain of some gang or what?" His hand unconsciously tried a Z shape. Who would have thought it would actually unlock? It really is that pattern. Jamin was bewildered. Messages from tens of minutes ago appeared. Ridiculous. "Captain, is your cross-country trip going well? I caught Parong Chan from Dion. This is how to contact Kong Suk of Wai Hai." Suddenly, he came across a name that couldn't be more familiar. Jamin carefully reread. It's about how to contact Kong Suk of Wai Hai. Kong Suk of Wai Hai. Jamin clicked on the message. It's about how to contact Kong Suk of Wai Hai. That guy has a decent physique and personality. I'm contacting the organization to recruit him. I'll explain in detail later. Remembering the punch from that morning, his mind was full of question marks. Kong Suk has a decent personality? He sat on the bench, scrolling down. He looked at the replied message. Kong Suk is a trashy bastard. Killing him twice wouldn't be enough. Jamin chuckled softly. Good thing he wrote that. He was startled. No, what's wrong with me? These guys are the ones who bully me. Jamin started searching. Let's see. The chat room pinned at the top is an open chat room. His hand suddenly froze under the message. Yeah, I got it. Everyone gather at Gon High School. Look what I found out. He thought to himself, I'll gather you all and get you arrested. Now I'll call 112 and report it. Suddenly, a hand reached close to his head. Han Jang-wei, appearing from nowhere, pulled his sideburns. Hello, Jamin. The familiar pain. He knew who was even with his eyes closed. Han Jang-wei. He leaned in and asked, What are you doing, you crazy bastard? You like being alone, huh? Jang-wei tugged and tugged at his hair, causing him immense pain. Why is this bastard here now? He then noticed the box of belongings beside him. What's this? A memorial for the deceased. His eyes showed a flicker of surprise. Jamin, don't tell me. His hand loosened. Han Jang-wei picked up the box and tilted it upside down. Someone died. This action stunned Jamin. Every item in it fell to the ground below. With that height, it took a while for the loud thud of the helmet to be heard. It rolled straight into the river. Han Jang-wei feigned regret. It all fell out. Jamin stood there doing nothing. He was a piece of trash. I'm not sad he died. He steeled himself. Not a shred of regret. I don't need his stuff either, because he was never there for me in the first place. Jang-wei casually asked again, What should I do? He seemed to have made a decision. But that's my business. Jamin roared and lunged at Han Jang-wei. This short bastard. He has no right to do that. He charged, catching Jang-wei off guard, easily pushing him down. The force-dazed Jang-wei, who exclaimed, Wait, let go of me, you bastard. His feet gradually left the bridge, and both fell freely into the water below. A sudden sound echoed in the quiet space. Han Jang-wei scrambled up, moaning in pain. I'm Jamin. He was furious, his whole body bruised, cursing, "You bastard!" Before he could regain his composure, Jaemin landed a punch straight to his face. His body thudded down under Jaemin's curse. "You bastard!" He stood there coldly and said, "You look down on me." A decisive kick to Han Jangwee's face. "How dare you?" Jaemin seemed to lose control, fists raining down. "You still dare to laugh when my family member died? You damn piece of trash, you evil bastard." Han Jangwee's face was unrecognizable. He could only groan in pain. His words brought Jaemin back to his senses. "You're done for, you bastard." "Oh God." His whole body froze. "Oh God, I did that." Before he could process it, a powerful punch flew towards him. Kong Suk, appearing from nowhere, landed another blow on Jaemin. The immense force sent him flying. Jaemin's body landed with a thud on the ground. Kong Suk looked at his bruised brother below. "What's this? What has happened while I was at the convenience store? Why are you covered in blood?" "Han Jangwee." He weakly called out. "Kong Suk." His voice was like an accusation. "That bastard attacked me." In Jaemin's mind, a truth he learned at school reaffirmed itself. One person cannot. Kong Suk looked over at him, his face excited. "This guy is such trash. Beating him up isn't against the law, right?" The obvious truth. Defeat a group. Han Jangwee lay there and added, "It seems like someone in his family just had a funeral. I guess they'll have to endure another death." Jaemin sensed danger and used all his strength to jump up. Kong Suk chuckled, watching him. "Come here, you bastard." In his heart, he screamed, "I have to run. Damn it, damn it." Kong Suk slowly enunciated each word. "Ha, you." Just as his foot lifted, a light shone from behind. Someone on a motorcycle, holding a bat, hit Kong Suk. This sight made Han Jangwee's narrowed eyes widen. Jaemin, too, was stunned and turned around. "What was that?" Kong Suk clutched his head, groaning. The motorcycle also braked. Kong Suk still didn't understand what had just happened. "That bastard. What's wrong with him?" The motorcyclist smirked, revealing a gold tooth. "You said that bastard? This bastard doesn't know who." Kong Suk's arrogant face suddenly changed. He recognized him. Jae-gang. Jaemin regained his composure. "I don't know what's happening, but thanks to him, I can escape." Kong Suk asked in confusion. "Brother, why did you hit me?" He casually replied. "Actually," the next words startled Jaemin. "You're the bastard who deserves to be killed more than twice. My captain said so." He suddenly remembered the messages from earlier. "No way." Kong Suk was stunned. "No way. I've never met your captain before." Jae-gang didn't care and kicked him. His face contorted. "I'm sorry, but our captain doesn't use the word kill in normal situations. He must have met you somewhere, you bastard." Kong Suk panicked. "What the hell are you saying? Why all of a sudden?" Only then did Jaemin realize. Wait, could it be? Kong Suk. Footsteps echoed behind Han Jangwee. Tears suddenly streamed down his face. "Stop!" Jaemin froze, remembering the messages on his brother's phone. Looking at the dense crowd there, his heart seemed to affirm. Are they all my brother's subordinates? Everyone was carrying weapons, all wearing similar jackets, as if confirming it. Emperor Division. The newly arrived crowd surrounded Kong Suk, cornering him. Is it this bastard? Look at him wearing gold around his neck. I don't know how angry the captain must be to call everyone to gather. He was like, let's just kill him. Jae-gang, the scar-faced one, glanced down contemptuously. Don't be too sad. Actually, I don't care if you're trash or not. I'm just dealing with the one marked by the captain. They rushed forward aggressively. That's our Emperor Division. Kong Suk saw he was doomed, sweat pouring like a stream. Under the moonlight, a piercing scream echoed. Jaemin was now running away, panting heavily as he ran, thinking about a truth we learn at school. One person cannot win against a group. Standing above, looking down, that day, I learned something else. You can, as a matter of course, destroy a group with a stronger group. You probably don't know the reason. He muttered. From now on, I'll make you feel it. Violence like an accident crashing into you, no matter how careful you are. And it doesn't matter what your wishes are. Jaemin clenched Muji's phone tightly. Thank you, brother. A new message displayed. Captain, we've beaten Kong Suk to a pulp. Have a good trip. He held up the phone. I will make use of it. The men whispered among themselves. This is difficult. The group from before gathered, calling the entire Emperor Division just to clean up one piece of trash. It's been a long time since we had a summons, huh? Jae-gang, holding a cigarette, said casually, what's so surprising? It's not the first time he's been provoked like this. He's just showing us the fate of anyone who dares to go against the captain of the Emperor Division's wishes. He said to the person next to him, let me tell you, that guy is really eccentric. Every time he travels around the world, he does this. Everyone chimed in, agreeing, that's right. Jae-gang added, don't doubt him. These words reached Jaemin's ears. Because the captain is our king. An image of the city, bustling with buildings, appeared, located in the heart of the urban area with a population of about 1.45 million. This place prided itself on the grandeur of its university town, with 10 major universities and numerous national research institutes and enterprises. But alongside that, the biggest battleground of the city's high schools also convened here. Minguk, on this side, held a fork, his head full of question marks. Jaemin sat opposite Minguk. He ate and said, Why do you have to talk like a narrator in a historical movie? Minguk was speechless and replied, I'm trying to imitate Taejo Wangjian. Doesn't it sound like him? He added, I know about the high school battlegrounds. Do you know the Emperor Division? Minguk spoke up, it's like this. He began to explain, this is where the battles between high schools take place. Jaemin was confused. Poor cutlet, huh? Suddenly, Minguk stabbed hard at the meat on his tray. The meat split in two, as if confirming, this is the Emperor Division. Jaemin seemed focused only on the meat in front of him. The pork cutlet is cut into 2 pieces. Minguk, with a serious expression, picked up half the piece of meat. The Emperor Division rules half of this battlefield. Jaemin replied, that much? Minguk slowly elaborated. The Emperor Division is one of the strongest gangs here. Half the high schools in the city are ruled by the Emperor Division. I heard there are about 100 people. No, 1,000. Minguk wondered, even if you're an outsider, how can you not know the Emperor Division? Why are you asking all of a sudden? Jaemin replied, just asking. He thought to himself, because I didn't know. Before, he thought that whether it was bullying or joining a gang, putting all one's effort into something just to exist peacefully for a few years seemed like a foolish and wasteful endeavor. Remembering Muji was part of the reason, because I have no interest in this trashy world. But the brother who had ignored and abandoned him. He put his hand in his pants pocket and spoke, a large violent gang that holds half the territory, huh? Besides, remembering the formidable group that appeared yesterday, Jaemin pondered, this is my brother's empire. The recent events, like a movie, confused him. Moreover, what are those crazy bastards trying to create? A hint of melancholy crossed Jaemin's face. He's dead. I'm the only one who knows about his death. His hand lightly touched Muji's phone in his pocket, and his world is in my hands with this thing. Suddenly, he was attracted by something. Jaemin's eyes glanced in another direction. They casually knocked over another student's food and then laughed. Mine too. This kid is completely hopeless. Minguk saw this and angrily wanted to rush out to stop them. Jaemin saw this and stopped his friend, whispering, hey, are you crazy? On the other side, they were still joking around. Oh, mine too. Minguk was furious. Damn bastards. It's their destiny. Jaemin replied. What can we do now? That's Team 1's Do Hyun leading the bullies. He sighed, ignoring the words from behind him that continued to echo. So comfortable. You cleaned up well. Those guys had the same question. But why aren't Kong Suk and Han Jang-wi at school? They must be busy with love. Ugh, don't make me puke. Kim Da-san, after the recent incident, was covered in food that the bullies had thrown at him. A voice came and told him to stand up. Jaemin and Minguk approached. He spoke up. 3 people can clean up faster. Come to class 1 later. I'll lend you a t-shirt. He asked the person opposite. What's your name? He looked bewildered and mechanically replied. Huh? Kim Da-san, thank you. At this moment, Do Hyun suddenly turned around. He silently looked at the 3 of them. On the way, Minguk asked, what's wrong with you and Jaemin? I thought you were trying to pretend you didn't know. He quickly replied, we can't fight them, but we can clean up the food trays together. Jaemin remembered the day Muji left, speaking as if explaining his actions. I just can't ignore something that's within my ability to do. Hearing that, Minguk smiled proudly at his friend. The 2 walked and chatted. Why are you wearing a band-aid? Got a pimple. Are you Wang Jian or what? Wang Jian my ass. While walking, Do Hyun, standing in an alley, called out, hey. He gestured and said, come here. Minguk asked suspiciously, me? Do Hyun replied, both of you. Suddenly, Do Hyun kicked Jaemin straight in the face. He continuously hit and said, what the hell? Minguk was also being beaten beside him. Who are you to be cleaning dishes? Do Hyun contemptuously stomped on Jaemin on the ground. Are you trying to take his job? Don't you know about the unemployment crisis? He burst out laughing. Alright, damn, it must be like that. As continuous pain shot through him, Jaemin thought, that's right. What would happen if Kong Suk and Han Jang-wi weren't here? Looking at the person above, these trashy bastards are still rampant at school. Do Hyun said angrily, you must be looking for a job. He spoke up. Alright then, first, the chair kid, huh? Just then, one of his companions fell backward. The guy wiped his sweat and said, did you just hit me? Jaemin, lying right beside him, thought in surprise, damn it. Minguk in a fighting stance replied, damn it, I can't hold back. Jaemin cursed him silently. Son Minguk, you idiot. He remembered the words Minguk had said in the cafeteria. You know I'm a boxer, right? Team 1, or whatever. I'll rise up against them. He said he really learned boxing? Is Minguk doing what he wants? Jaemin, I'll rise up even if I get beaten to a pulp. He said to the other guy, are you ready? The coach once said I was a genius. Do Hyun's underling angrily rushed towards Minguk. Ah, you crazy dog. Jaemin was sweating profusely with fear, thinking, you believe that, you fool? Minguk successfully punched the other guy, sending him flying. Jaemin, seeing this, was dumbfounded. Oh my god, he thought, what was that? Minguk, as if relieved, jumped up and down a few times and said, this is the first time you've seen an outsider hiding his strength, right? He doubted in his mind, don't tell me it's... Minguk spoke up. Those who have eaten their fill, truly. Minguk roared. Cleaning up their own tables are geniuses, okay. But immediately after, he took a punch from Do Hyun. He casually said, genius, huh? Du Hien continuously spoke while repeatedly punching him. Really? He landed a kick on Minguk's face. Are you sure? Jaemin sat up, exclaiming, Minguk. He felt a bit self-reproachful. I was too foolish. For a moment, I was excited. On the other side, Minguk was still taking a barrage of punches from Du Hien's group. While punching, he sneered, if you're a genius. Seeing Minguk completely defeated by Du Hien, he thought, but the truth is, even if one is an outsider hiding their strength, or a rebel starting an uprising. Du Hien licked his lips excitedly. You can become it. He pressed a lit cigarette towards Minguk. A smart dog. Jaemin clearly knew none of it existed. Minguk lay motionless after those blows, unable to resist further. When Du Hien was about to put the cigarette in his mouth, a shout rang out, wait. Du Hien turned towards the voice. He replied what? Du Hien raised his voice threateningly. Jaemin, are you going to turn on me too? Suddenly, he knelt before him. No way. Jaemin patted his own back and said, you said I was a chair, right? Why don't you sit down? Sit here and smoke. Du Hien smirked with interest. Minguk tremblingly called his name in his head. Jaemin. Seeing he wasn't saying anything, Jaemin was momentarily startled. Du Hien removed his hand from Minguk and replied, this is the first time I've seen such an idiot. Hearing the bell, he said to Jaemin, all right, from now on, you'll be my personal chair. Get ready, you dog. Du Hien didn't forget to throw the cigarette at Minguk's head, warning, you too, idiot. He went to his fallen underling and kicked him a few times. Hey, useless bum, get up. The bell rang. Jaemin saw that the matter was resolved and went to Minguk, calling, son Minguk, let's go. Seeing no response, he spoke up. Hey. Minguk dejectedly replied, sorry. Tears streamed down his face like a river. I'm sorry, it's all my fault because of me. Jaemin helped him up. Forget it, it's not the first or second time. Minguk struggled to stand. That bastard fights so well. Damn it, what do we do now? He calmly replied, we'll find a way to defeat him. Minguk asked blankly, the two of us? Didn't you see how he moves? He's a real genius. With his strength, even 10 against 1 wouldn't work. Jaemin reacted, what if it's 100? Jaemin's eyes darkened. Then 100. Yesterday, amidst a crowded classroom, Jaemin's thoughts began, my brother is dead. I'm the only one who knows about his death. He sat quietly by the window, and his world is in my hands. The phone screen displayed 8:24. With this, from the hallway, a figure hurried past, cursing, damn it, bastard. Looking at the phone screen, Jaemin wondered if he could do it. Just then, that person pushed open the door violently, interrupting his thoughts. Minguk stammered, panting. He came over and shouted his name loudly, Jaemin. From outside, many people came to watch. Jaemin and Minguk also stood outside, listening. Minguk pointed and said, look at it. Inside the classroom, Du Hien was making himself a chair for Kim Daseon to sit on. What's wrong with Du Hien? He asked, how is it? Is the height right? Daseon replied confusedly. Why have you become like this? Du Hien answered, it's okay, just relax and sit comfortably. Do you want me to raise it a bit more? His underling rushed over. He sat down and asked him, Du Hien, what are you doing? He quickly pushed Daseon away. Damn it, get out, you dog. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist flew. Du Hien, what's wrong? Du Hien punched the guy, knocking him to the ground. He cursed, you crazy. The guy lay on the ground, calling his name, Du Hien, why are you? The handsome Du Hien was now bruised, with a few teeth missing. He pointed at the guy and shouted, do you want me to die? Then he turned and looked around, searching for something. Wait. Du Hien started muttering to himself. This dog started first. You know it wasn't my fault, right? The people around were confused. What? Who was he talking to? He remembered the people who had caused him this misery. Don't forget, the captain's eyes and ears are everywhere. Du Hien bowed, kowtowing to the ground. He patted his back and ordered Daseon, quick, sit down. Please, I beg you. Tears streamed down his face. Please. 8:25. Become a human chair for Kim Daseon, first year, class 4. Everyone was astonished by this sight. Everyone's jaw dropped in amazement. After that, Du Hien continued running in the schoolyard below. People above watched him. What's he doing? Look at the yard down there. Oh my god, running the Y-High schoolyard at 1 a.m., barefoot and exhausted. All those actions were recorded. Jaemin watched from above. Only 8 things left, huh? The Imperial territory. He just thought and smiled. It seems better than I expected. I can do it. I will do it. An idea gradually formed. Through my trashy brothers, trashy bastards. Gazing into the distance, his hand tightened on Muji's phone. Jaemin's determination surged. I will tear you all to pieces. Heavy panting echoed in the small alley. Hurried footsteps splashed through puddles. Kyung-Hon gritted his teeth, running as if someone was after his life. Damn it, but he still couldn't escape because 2 figures blocked his path. The 2 grinned cruelly, reaching out. Kid, you made my legs hurt. Stop right there. Kyung-Hon pressed himself against the wall. Enemies were closing in from both front and back. What's wrong? I've never done anything to offend the Emperor Division. The mushroom-headed guy sneered contemptuously. Oh really? Then why were you running so fast? Kyung-Hon broke out in a cold sweat, retorting, "Isn't it because you were chasing me, you bastard?" He tilted his head up, wanting to warn, "Don't touch me." But immediately after, his doom arrived. Stop! Stop! For guys ganged up on him. Under the bright moonlight, Kyung-hoon lay in a pool of blood. Next, a similar situation occurred. Hong Doyen took a full kick to the stomach, his whole body stained red. Then another person was beaten until his teeth and lips were a bloody mess. Finally, Choi-ho was thrown down the stairs by them. This time, another guy was chased, but the situation had escalated as the whole group pursued him on their motorcycles. Kong Sang-mo, with green hair, gritted his teeth, looking back and cursing, "Damn it, let's see how long you can chase me." But who would have thought they'd shut him up with a baseball bat? Kong Sang-mo, who had just been smug about his riding skills, was knocked off his bike. Excellent fall. Meanwhile, Min Cho, the captain of Human High's Team 1, was coldly smoking a cigarette. 20 Team 1 leaders have been defeated by the Emperor Division in the past week. He looked at the burly figure practicing baseball in front of him and asked, "What do you think about this?" The game screen displayed home run, the system announcing victory. The guy only then opened the door and spoke to Min Cho. "What? Why the division?" He replied, "I don't know either." This orange-haired guy was also a Team 1 captain, Junho of Yaido High. He frowned, questioning, "Why are you letting this happen? We belong to the neutral faction, not the alliance." Min Cho's face darkened with annoyance, replying, "Precisely because we're not an alliance, we can stand by and watch the fun." Junho waved his arm, his mood also very poor. "Damn it, are those Emperor Division guys planning to swallow Y High whole? We have to accept it. What else can we do? So be it. Give me a smoke." Min Cho handed him one. "We have to ally with them. But in my opinion, there should be a contract." He asked, puzzled. "A contract?" Min Cho casually replied, "That's right, a mercenary contract." He narrowed his eyes dangerously, explaining, "If they want to become the hegemon of the East, the ones they should be attacking are the third-year geezers, not first-year kids. Just by controlling the leaders, the subordinates will automatically obey without any effort. But for some reason, they're only targeting these first years." Min Cho looked at Jun, whose indifferent, smoking face. "I wonder if this is simply due to personal grudges." While the two were discussing, a bald-headed old man walked by. "According to what you said, who is the mastermind after all?" "Of course." Min Cho's face darkened, pausing for a moment, thinking of someone. "It's a first-year student from Y High, our school. I don't know how much the Emperor Division was paid to do this, or maybe it's some bastard playing around with the first-year kids." Suddenly, the bald old man angrily slammed the door open. "Here it is." He waved away the smoke, shouting, "Oh my God, look at this smoke. Don't you kids see you're smoking?" Jun, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, as he arrogantly continued talking to Min Cho. "That's exactly what first years usually do, right?" The bald old man flew into a rage, scolding, "How dare you not answer an adult? Put out that cigarette right now. Which school senior is this?" He roared, wanted to pounce on the teenagers. However, before he could even touch them, he received a powerful punch from Junho. Annoyed, Junho stuffed a can of drink into the man's mouth. "Shut up." Junho squatted beside the unconscious bald old man and continued the topic. "We can't touch the Emperor Division. We should still handle this quietly on our turf." His face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he growled, "That arrogant first-year brat. Find him and bring him before me." Okay, I will translate this next segment, continuing with the established character names for King Game. Gu Mincho / Gu Cho Min - Gu Mincho, the senior student, likely the same as Mincho from Human High, now asserting authority at Y High. O Min Sang - O Min Sang, a new name, likely another bully / student. Zakha / Kakha / Hawk / Hosa - Sukha, a key subordinate of Muji, seems to be a high-ranking member of the Emperor Division. Perelka - Perelka, a name Sukha mentions. Here's the corrected English text for the new section. Gu Mincho didn't answer immediately, but glanced elsewhere. "However, I have an idea." At Y High School, Jaemin and Minguk were walking together in the hallway, chatting. Minguk, with his hands in his pockets, exclaimed, "Oh, Min Sang isn't at school today either. That's great. I heard he just got hospitalized." Jaemin indifferently asked, "Is that so?" Minguk, sweating, speculated, could this be the result of drug abuse by those Team 1 kids? How can they keep disappearing like that? Jaemin still replied with disinterest, "Who cares?" He looked at the students joking around in front of him and asked, "Wouldn't it be great if there was no more school violence?" Minguk found it reasonable. That's right. However, his expression wasn't entirely serious. We could watch leaked videos of female students without worrying that this is a school. Jaemin shot him a disgusted look. "Is that all you can think about?" Arriving at his classroom, the two parted ways. "See you later." Okay. Just then, in the hallway, two students were chasing each other. Hey, you really didn't bring that thing? Let me check again." Suddenly, the black-haired student bumped into someone. A bald, dark-skinned man with a massive physique looked down from above, making the student pale with fear. Meanwhile, Jaemin had returned to his seat. He always took out Muji's phone. Jaemin bowed his head to hide the cruel smile on his lips. Oh Min Sang from Class 3 was also dealt with very neatly. "Good job, kids." Suddenly, a commotion made him look up in annoyance. The classroom was very cheerful, true to its environment. So one less wretched gang. The school has become peaceful like before. Students are all talking and laughing more comfortably. No matter what anyone was doing, no one could find an excuse to cause trouble. No one would be beaten unreasonably anymore. School should be a place where we can have fun and enjoy ourselves, a place where parents can feel at ease sending their children. Suddenly, Jamin's gaze hardened. But it's not over yet. He thought of someone's silhouette. After all, about 20 members of Y-High's Team 1 were eliminated last week. Precisely 21st years from Team 1. But there are still others currently in this school. That person was none other than Junho. There's still trash existing here. Jamin continued to think, as long as they're still around, this peace isn't guaranteed. So, they need to be eliminated as quickly as possible. He clenched Muji's phone in his hand. And of course, that's just a matter of time. Jamin thought of the subordinates his brother had left behind and smiled like a deranged maniac. What did my damn brother do to make his subordinates so loyal? Not a single one dares to question my orders, and all obey unconditionally. What a bunch of idiots. I'm truly satisfied. Emperor Division. Who would know I'm the one pulling the strings? Thinking this, he muttered softly, good. Then next will be. While he was lost in thought, a serious student interrupted him. Jamin. He looked up bewildered. Huh? What's wrong? The student turned away, leaving a sentence. The homeroom teacher wants you in the faculty office. Jamin broke into a sweat, stammering. Huh? Okay, I know. A sense of unease crept into his heart. He had a bad feeling. He then put Muji's phone back into his desk drawer. Before leaving, he hesitated, looked back, and finally, Jamin picked it up and put it in his pants pocket. Is it safe to leave the phone here? After everything was done, he walked out, muttering, is it my turn for cleaning duty this week? What a pain. Suddenly, someone recognized him. Huh. A trembling voice made Jamin look over curiously. It's him. The bald, dark-skinned man, following the other student's directions, asked him coldly, are you Jamin? Like a kidnapper, he beckoned with his hand. You come with me. Jamin was about to refuse. The homeroom teacher is calling me. When a man grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away. Do you want to die? Follow me now. In another building on campus, Jamin frowned with suspicion at the situation before him. What is this? The dark-skinned man stepped forward, reporting to the person standing on the platform. Just as you instructed, sir, I've gathered them all here. Below, standing with Jamin, were 6 other people. What on earth is this situation? He glanced at the person trembling beside him. Kim Daseon. Just then, Gunmin Sho, standing above, looked down at them and explained, everyone listen up. I am third-year student Gunmin Sho. You're wondering why you've been called here, right? The reason I gathered you is to... His face darkened, and he growled coldly. Find out who's behind the recent attacks on first-year students. Hearing this, Jamin immediately tensed up, his eyes wide. What? Gunmin Sho, still on the platform, continued. From the information I've gathered among you 4, 1 is the culprit behind it all. The more Jamin heard, the more panicked and scared he became. No way. How could they narrow down the suspects so quickly? He looked at the man's deceitful face and cursed inwardly. What do I do now? That bastard is definitely thinking that way right now. Flashback to the previous day, when Gunmin Sho and Junho were talking. Junho, but there isn't just 1 or 2 kids at Y-High. This search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Gunmin Sho had confidently replied, not necessarily. I've already found potential suspects. He glanced over, casually suggesting. First year Do Hyun. Remember the kid who ran shirtless in the stadium a week ago? Junho smirked, also remembering. That rookie? Thinking back, it's still pretty funny. Gunmin Sho continued. That guy was also hunted by the division. Since his performance at school, one by one, they've been defeated. This could be written into a novel. Gunmin Sho spoke flatly. The puppet master must have really enjoyed seeing Do Hyun pathetic as a dog. So, he started using the Emperor Division as a tool to kill the remaining bastards. Then he looked at Junho. The quickest way to find that dog is to investigate those who were bullied from when Do Hyun enrolled until this past April. Junho wondered, there must be a lot, huh? Gunmin Sho seemed to agree. No matter what, he's only been enrolled for a month. How many could he have bullied? It's worth looking forward to. Back to the present, Gunmin Sho stood on the platform, looking down at Jamin and the others. I'll give you a chance. Either you confess yourselves, or I'll make you talk. Junho beside him smoked leisurely, observing. Gunmin Sho paused for a moment. Then his expression suddenly twisted into a crazed one. By then, you'll experience a hell you've never known. After he finished speaking, Junho also grinned horrifically. Time passed, the atmosphere growing heavier, pressing down on Jamin, making his face drain of all color. After a while, seeing no one answer, Gunmin Sho ordered, no one? What a pity. Then there's no other way. Everyone don't move. You close the door. The man replied, yes, sir. The sound of the closing door seemed to seal Jamin's dark future. Starting with the one standing in front. Jamin was sweating profusely, bowing his head, trying desperately to think. What do I do? What now? Damn it. Why does it have to be like this? His fingers trembled, constantly wanting to touch his pocket. I have my phone. In front, they had started beating the person. Stay still, kid. Jamin's mind was in even more turmoil. But if I get caught, I won't survive. I'm done for. He whipped his head to look at Dacian, trembling like a leaf beside him. What should I do? What now? He bowed his head again, his eyes shrinking in fear. Should I ask the Emperor Division to fight a decisive battle right here in the YJ auditorium? How quickly can they get here? But if I take out my phone now, it's like admitting guilt. Jamin looked up. They were already interrogating the person in front of him. Phone password. He felt a chill down his spine, but still wanted to find a way to save the situation. No, in this situation, I have to try. Wait, they seem distracted over there. He thought to himself, why high auditorium? 5 words should be enough. If they're smart enough, they'll do anything to get here. Jamin waited for the right moment and quickly pulled out his phone. This is it. However, just then, Gu Mincho appeared beside him like a ghost. What's this? He looked at Jamin's panicked face, his voice full of mockery. What are you doing? Gu Mincho had sidled up to Jamin and put an arm around his shoulder at some point. What are you doing? I asked what you're doing. His face was full of deceit as he smiled and pressed. Why are you fiddling around with your phone when I told everyone to stay still? Do you think my words are shit? Then he looked at Jamin's frozen eyes and burst out laughing with amusement. This suspicious bastard. Jamin was stunned, cursing inwardly. When did he get here? Damn it, enemy. He glanced over at Dacian, who was sneakily looking this way, and stammered, I had something urgent to check. But Gu Mincho didn't believe him. Nonsense. Let me see. The bald, dark-skinned man then pushed aside the person being beaten and headed towards Jamin. Understood. So, it's that bastard. Seeing this, Jamin frantically wondered what to do, his eyes trembling with Gu Mincho's every laugh. Why are you so quiet? He tried to push himself. Think, use your brain. However, Gu Mincho seemed to have it all figured out and grinned gleefully. Don't bother trying to think. Indeed, if you don't want to live like a failure, you should think about changing your circumstances. So you secretly incited others to do bad things. Gu Mincho pointed a finger straight at him, accusing, you selfish bastard. You coward. Jamin's whole body trembled with anger at Gu Mincho's insults. Living with such a weak mindset, you'll never escape being a failure. You goddamn fool. At this point, Jamin's inner self was not at all resigned. Don't make me laugh. He looked up at the 2 despicable people in front of him and cursed inwardly. You're the ones who are selfish and cowardly, taking pictures of others like a gang. Gu Mincho, completely unconcerned, instructed, go easy on him. The dark-skinned man smirked and stepped forward. Give me the phone. Damn it. Jamin's mind kept replaying the times he was beaten without reason. Why do they always laugh at and bully me when I've done nothing wrong? Even at home, my brother didn't care about me. Why tell me you're weak? So annoying. Only weaklings are treated like idiots. He gritted his teeth, wondering, why is it always like this? Seeing his resistant expression, Gu Mincho laughed mockingly. Look at him. The dark-skinned man, enraged, swung his fist. Give me the phone. Before the punch could hit Jamin's face, a voice suddenly spoke up, freezing everyone in place. It was me. The other students turned their heads in astonishment. Jamin and the dark-skinned man were also filled with doubt. Jamin couldn't believe it and looked at the person beside him, the one who had been trembling like a leaf from the beginning. He admitted it again. I did it. So please don't bother the innocent people. Jamin looked at Dacian and silently questioned, what is he saying? The dark-skinned man had now let go of Jamin's phone. He stepped in front of Dacian. What did you just say? You once again admitted in a trembling voice, I was the one who incited them. He immediately clasped his hands, knelt on the floor, and shouted, begging, I'm sorry. I did it because I truly hated the bullies who oppressed me. That's why I asked the Emperor Division to do it. Jamin's expression was stunned. Of course, I wasn't talking about the person behind the attack, but he knows it was the Emperor Division. The dark-skinned man turned his head to ask Gu Mincho for his opinion. Boss, Gu Mincho was still having an internal monologue. The truth is, we were attacked by the Emperor Division, which made all the first-year students completely join Team 1. A loser like him shouldn't know this. So first, Gu Mincho suddenly whipped his head around. The guilty one wins. He shouted and snatched the phone from Jamin's hand. Give it to me. Damn it. He glared menacingly and asked, password. Jamin had no choice but to answer with a dark face, 071. Then Gu Mincho silently scrolled through his phone. After rummaging through everything, even he couldn't believe it. All advertisements and superficial messages. This bastard's life is too monotonous. Finally, he turned to question Jamin again. Didn't you say you had someone urgent to contact? Jamin tried to stay calm and made up an excuse. Actually, I have a game match scheduled today. Hearing that, Gu Mincho angrily threw the phone back at him. You fool. On the other side, the dark-skinned man had also searched Dacian's phone. This phone doesn't have much either. Sir, Dacian still insisted on confessing. Of course, I've deleted all the conversations. Gu Mincho, Jamin thinking, smirked, silently assessing. The way he mentioned the Emperor Division shows he's highly likely to be the mastermind. No sane person would admit to being the culprit in a situation like this. I'm sure this idiot was too scared and confessed. He looked towards Junho, secretly pleased. This will once again etch my abilities deeply with Junho if my relationship with him solidifies. Jamin felt increasingly thrilled thinking about the bloody prospect to come. I'll be able to continue feeding that hooligan bastard as much as I want. After thinking, Gu Mincho spoke to Dasan. Alright, you're the damn failure who could contact the Emperor Division. Jaemin was more relieved and glanced at him. While Kim Daseon was attracting attention, I was able to leave the chat room as quickly as possible and hide the division members from my friends list. My hand movements were extremely tense. At this moment, Gu Mincho, now acting as a character, not Jaemin's thought, approached and punched Daseon hard in the stomach. Are you ready to face the consequences? Something made him even more confused. But what the hell happened? How did he know the Emperor Division was involved? After punching, Gu Mincho turned his head and dismissed the others. You guys can scram now. Jaemin saw Daseon clutching his stomach, collapsed on the ground but could do nothing else. Why did he take the blame like that? His eyes, full of bewilderment, looked towards him, at the person who was trembling with fear. Kim Daseon. On the screen, a notification popped up. Captain has left. Invite to chat room. Jae-gang looked at his phone, puzzled. What's this? Why did this guy leave the room? Is it a bug? I'll invite him again. At the same time, Sukha was also looking at his phone with great suspicion. His eyes were filled with doubt. Strange. Back in a building at the school, the homeroom teacher looked up and questioned, Hey you, I told you to come during lunchtime. Why are you only here now? Jaemin stood still and replied, Sorry, I forgot. The teacher didn't pursue it further and instructed, Take some of these printed documents and put them at your classmates' desks. He then carried a stack of documents and walked out. Suddenly, Minguk called him from behind, making him jump. Hey, he turned his head and asked, Why so surprised? Guilty conscience. He replied defensively, When was that? Minguk asked again, I heard you were just dragged away by some second years. How did you know? He then boasted proudly, I'm quite sensitive when it comes to gossip and rumors. Why were you taken away? Jaemin indifferently replied, Well, a third year named Gu Mincho gathered me and a few others in the auditorium. Minguk's face instantly darkened. What? Gu Mincho? He patted Jaemin on the shoulder. Jaemin, how the hell are you living a school life I don't know about? Jaemin was even more confused. What's wrong with you? Minguk said gravely, What the hell did you do to get singled out by Gu Mincho? Is everything okay? Jaemin started to feel uneasy and asked, What kind of person is he? Minguk recounted fearfully, That bastard Gu Mincho once killed someone. The scene was right here in the school. In 8th grade, he said the other person smelled bad, so he assaulted him right in the classroom with a mop handle. The person later died from his injuries. He spent 2 years in juvenile detention because he was a minor at the time. Since then, he's always done bad things in ways that don't get his hands bloody. The more Jaemin heard, the more restless and worried he became. He's a complete crazy bastard. Minguk followed behind him, continuing, Now he's sucking up to Do Junho, the general manager of Y-Hi's Team 1. He rules the school with strength. He's the craziest guy in school, so don't get involved with him. Jaemin suddenly froze. Wait a minute. The sign for class 1 year 1 was right in front. Jaemin stared blankly through the glass door. His seat was empty. Kim Daseon, it's after 5th period. Why isn't he at his seat? His face grew paler and paler. Don't tell me. Then Jaemin handed the documents to Minguk. Minguk, hold these for me, okay? He hurriedly shouted, Hey. But Jaemin had already run off. Thanks. Back at the gym building from before, Jaemin ran like the wind into the gymnasium. He turned around and around, searching every nook and cranny. But there was no one around. He panted, looking towards the closed door of the storage room. Jaemin opened the door and entered the dark room. He coughed violently due to the air inside. Why is it so dusty? Suddenly, he noticed something. Behind a shelf of balls, Daseon was tied up with tape. Kim Daseon. Jaemin rushed over and removed the tape from his mouth. He frantically shook the unresponsive Daseon. Hey, are you okay? Wake up. He lifted his face, swollen like a pig's head, looking utterly astonished. You. Daseon struggled to speak. Why are you here? You shouldn't be here. Jaemin gritted his teeth in anger. Your face. He couldn't accept it and muttered. Why did they do this to you? Then I won't run away. A bunch of ugly bastards. Finally, Jaemin couldn't hold back and asked the question in his heart. Why did you lie earlier? You didn't do it. Daseon hung his head as if he had long guessed. From the way you asked, it was you, wasn't it? Hearing that, Jaemin hesitated. But Daseon interrupted him. Don't worry about this. I'll take this secret to my grave. You must have a lot of money, huh? Your moves were pretty cool. Jaemin thought, money can't do that. But he asked, how did you know? Daseon smirked, a slight smile on his lips, and replied, the day Do Hien was doing those weird things. He recounted, I went up the rooftop to thank and congratulate you, and also to return the short-sleeve shirt you lent me earlier. That's when I saw you looking down from above at Do Hien, the guy who was running around naked, and you said, he still vividly remembered Jaemin's fierce expression. Emperor Division. Huh, even better than I expected. At that time, I thought you were the one behind everything, so I left to avoid trouble if you found out. Until today, when everyone was caught, and then I was sure after what happened today that you were the one who incited the Emperor Division to do it. Hearing that, Jaemin froze solid from his own disastrous monologue. I should have been more careful when monologuing, but I was too excited. How stupid. His whole body trembled, gritting his teeth in self-reproach. But you ended up like this because you were thinking of me. I'm sorry for running away earlier. However, Dacian said, it's okay. He remembered the endless days of bullying. You approached me. At that time, Jamin's help was a beacon of hope for Dacian. If the three of us do it together, it'll be done quickly. Later in class, I'll lend you a short sleeve shirt. His eyes, stunned, looked up at the person in front of him. When everyone else was jeering and watching me from afar, Dacian paused, then looked at the person before him again. Right now, you might not think it's anything special, but I will never forget. Then he bowed his head again as if suppressing something. Besides that, in his mind, the image of Du Hien kneeling at his feet appeared. That day, when he kowtowed to me right in the middle of the classroom, his face covered in blood and tears. I don't know why. The more Dacian thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. He smiled, but his eyes welled up with tears. But it felt so damn good. He looked at Jamin's surprised face again. It sounds very strange, but I fell unusually good, so you don't need to feel guilty. Suddenly, the school bell rang. Oh, the bell rang. Dacian turned to urge him. You should go back to class. I'll stay here because they said they'd take me to their boss, Junhoo, after school. Well, I don't think they'll kill me, so it's okay. Hearing that, Jamin interrupted. That's not a bad idea. Dacian still wanted to continue, but Jamin quickly removed the tape for him. You don't need to feel sorry about this. Dacian, startled and panicked, shouted to stop him. Wait, what are you doing? Jamin frantically ripped off the tape and shouted back at him. Watching those trash get destroyed is so satisfying, because it's fun. In his mind, he remembered the gleeful expressions of Jamin, referring to his own past self's cruel enjoyment, and that dark-skinned man. That's why we have to enjoy and ridicule them as much as we want. Jamin, filled with anger at reality, roared, just like they're doing. Dacian looked up at him, panting and silent for a moment. Finally, he threw a cold splash of water on him. Even if you do this, they'll come back and get me after school. But Jamin muttered back, no, that won't happen. At the same time, in a classroom, an old teacher was enthusiastically lecturing. None of the students below were listening. All had their heads down, asleep. Suddenly, several tall figures appeared outside the classroom door. Thinking of that, Jamin's eyes gradually turned cold. What did you say, Kim Dacian? The old teacher, now sweating bullets, turned to the class. Everyone stared wide-eyed toward the back of the class in panic. Jamin was still drowsy, not fully awake. At that moment, a message was sent. Guminsho, Y High School. Kill him. Right now, the entire Emperor Division was surrounding him, but the tiger had already caught its prey. Ready to have fun together? Below, Jamin nimbly dodged an unexpected attack from Team 3-4. The teacher and the whole class watched with gaping mouths. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and growled, You bastards who just dodged the attack. Jamin, while dodging, cursed dog. After he finished speaking, a fire extinguisher crashed down on Jamin's head. Team 3-4 rushed in, hitting him and constantly saying, That's you. Bright red blood quickly spurted out. Jamin swayed on the floor. Oh God! A classmate rushed towards Team 3-4, roaring, Minsho, you bastard! Before he could strike, he took a punch from a red-haired guy from the opposite side. Disgusting. After the punch from the red-haired guy, his body recoiled, hitting the floor with a dull thud. The guy, with a fierce expression, smirked and warned, Anyone who messes with me will end up like this. With that, Team 3-4 ruthlessly kicked Jamin, laughing derisively as they landed blows. Kick him more. The terrified teacher quickly ran out of the classroom, frantically calling on his phone. Hello, police station? This is Y High. The sounds of fighting continued to echo into the hallway, making the teacher urge anxiously. A gang of thugs suddenly stormed into the classroom. Yes, please hurry. The noise disturbed the adjacent classroom. Students wondered aloud. What's that? Why is it so noisy? What's happening? Just as he finished speaking, he received a slap that made him yelp in pain. Junhoo looked up, frowning with annoyance, and asked, Why are you babbling so much? I'm trying to sleep. The sound of kicks from the red-haired guy continued. He kicked Jamin hard as he writhed on the floor. Jamin was now covered in blood. He clutched his head, trembling incessantly. Stop! Facing Jamin's defensive crouch, the red-haired guy taunted. Hey, bastard, wait. Let me take a picture. Jamin's classmates, seeing this, were surprised. Those crazy guys. Was Minsho begging? They quickly remembered his previous authoritative demeanor. Gu Minsho, the most influential person in this school. The group watched with smug expressions and savage smiles. Begging? Huh. The one holding the phone smirked mockingly. So dramatic. The captain will love this. Just as he finished speaking, a hand appeared from nowhere. Junhoo, from behind, with a scowling face, swung his fist. Emperor Division. As he finished, the guy flew through the glass window. The sound of shattering glass resounded. Junhoo moved like a phantom, quickly taking down each member of Team 3-4. Painful cries rose from them. Another one quickly rushed towards Junhoo. Junhoo looked at him and shouted, Why are you here? And his fist landed on the approaching face. Not stopping there, Junhoo, with sharp eyes, quickly turned. In a flash, his kick sent the red-haired guy flying. Next, Junhoo, with his agility, grabbed another's face, making his pupils contract. Thud! His entire face slammed into the floor. He punched and roared angrily. What the hell is wrong with this place? It's a goddamn mess. Suddenly, another one took advantage of Jun-Hoo's distraction and grabbed him. His arm whistled as he forced Jun-Hoo's head up. He struggled, swinging his arms. You damn bastard. I'm sure they were aiming for Min-Cho. Who sent you to do this? The one holding the fire extinguisher ready looked at Jun-Hoo and wondered, who are you? His face was dark as he said coldly, the only one who can move us. The extinguisher flew with the momentum of the throw. His words echoed, is the captain. Police cars crowded the schoolyard. The chaotic scene had been brought under control. Voices echoed. They said Gu Min-Cho's consciousness is unclear. Whispers spread everywhere. I heard they stormed into the class with fire extinguishers. During class? Let's go, you bastard. Students from the upper floors observed the scene below, whispering softly. Damn it. They're crazy. They're really crazy. Jaemin smirked and said to Kim De-seon beside him, I locked up the contractors, but it still happened. Gu Min-Cho's reasoning was wrong. If you get asked, just lie. His eyes were dark, calculating. Of course, we'll take care of all the troublemakers. Seeing Gu Min-Cho being put into an ambulance, Jaemin calculated, Gu Min-Cho looks like a bad boy. The one beaten, the one arrested. He thought with satisfaction. Truly, one stone, two birds. Minguk, pale-faced and trembling, interrupted, Look, it's the Emperor Division. Looking at the two figures in the distance, he continued, I've only heard about them. They have no past. Look at him, smiling while being arrested. Minguk clutched his head, his whole body shaking, and continued, Our school is controlled by that team. I'm getting goosebumps. It's like a TV drama, damn. Jaemin listened to his words, observing intently. That's how the Emperor Division swallows our school. I'm controlling the school's atmosphere to my liking. Minguk suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, I can't stand it. Jaemin wondered why. He pointed into the distance and replied, Look at that crazy guy. Jun-Hoo's figure flashed past their vision. Minguk continued, Team 1's Commander-in-Chief, Du Jun-Hoo from Class 3. He recounted the process to Jaemin. He was caught while taking down those Emperor Division guys and dealing with them. The teacher at that time, trembling, pointed to the classroom and told the police, Class 4 is here. The police team froze, staring at the scene inside. Jun-Hoo looked like a true assassin, his face covered in blood, his gaze fixed on his opponent. His hand gripped the neck of a member of Team 3-4. The others were already down on the floor. He slowed down a bit, but then he finished them all off. Remembering that scene, Minguk spoke hesitantly. How can someone endure being hit on the head with a fire extinguisher while sleeping? This school is terrifying. I'm so scared. Jaemin, beside him, was silent in thought. You want me to handle that? The blonde guy rushed in from somewhere, swinging his arm and shouting, attracting the attention of Jaemin's group. Make way. The bastard leaned out the window. Class 2 to 3 shouted loudly. Jun-Hoo. Whispers full of suspicion echoed. Jun-Hoo? What the hell? Oh my god. Emperor Division? What's wrong? Jun-Hoo looked back and said clearly, Listen to me. They attacked unexpectedly. He angrily and continuously shouted. Jaemin listened to Jun-Hoo's words with a stoic expression. This is all the work of the cowardly captain of the Emperor Division. That trash ordered the attack on Min-Cho. Class 2 to 3 gritted their teeth in anger, unable to ignore this humiliation. It's your turn to make them pay. I've always been silent. Waves of sound like thunder spread. But from today, our enemy is the Emperor Division. Jaemin watched this scene, pursing his lips, assessing. Even though Min-Cho is a prominent figure in the school, the thugs eventually listened to this guy. Jun, who has achieved his goal. He scowled, a sinister smile on his face. Jaemin looked at his expression, darkly calculating to destroy this damn power system. Someone like Du Jun-Hoo, I have to deal with him. Regarding Jun-Hoo's assessment, Jaemin smirked. Cowardly trash. Alright, let's do it. Very carefully. On Jae-Gang's side, he looked at his phone screen, puzzled. The captain is so strange. Jaemin resolutely thought, I will destroy you. Jae-Gang propped his chin on his hand, calmly thinking, why have they been giving me so many fun jobs lately? Remembering the previous gathering on an empty street, the captain just sent down instructions. It's at Wyong-Jae High School. They barged into the classroom while the professor was teaching. How dare they interrupt? It seems like a lot of fun, but strangely, not much was gained. That's right. Back in reality, Suk-ha was now bowing his head, staring intently at his phone screen. Flashing messages made him fall into deep thought. 7 people participated in the incident at Yongjae High School, but all are currently detained by the police. In the end, we can consider it trading 7 for 1. His eyes were expectant, thoughtful, but luckily, there were only 7. If there were more, things would be harder to resolve. What was so important about Yongjae High? As he pondered, Suk-ha thought of Imuji's face with a smug smile. I know someone who is very difficult to deal with. Recently, the situation has changed. Endless thoughts emerged as he walked, analyzing the situation. I shouldn't have too many questions about this matter. In recent years, the chairman would call up a force to inspect the Dragon Embankment Association. Suk-ha's face was somber, seriously evaluating. His ability is undeniable, but that's why things become even stranger. Regardless of the Ankia in the area, The imposing school campus appeared in Sukha's memories. Yongjae High is not a major obstacle compared to the gangs here. Remembering the confrontation between Kong Suk and Jae Gang, Sukha exclaimed in disbelief. And this is just the beginning. The chairman said, "You're still not trashy enough to be killed twice." Truly, a moving speech. He bowed his head deeply, pursing his lips, falling into silence. I mobilized a huge crowd to catch that car. Before, I even caught a guy named Do Hyun, a first year from Yongjae, along with 100 others. Suddenly, a call from the leader came through. As he answered, he thought, that's when I knew I couldn't live a normal life anymore. What the hell are you thinking? Jaemin walked past from the opposite direction. A tisk sound came from his mouth. He walked on, casually speaking. Hearing Jaemin's words, Sukha looked back, puzzled. He watched Jaemin's slowly retreating figure. After observing for a while, Sukha turned back. At the same time, Jaemin bowed his head, looking at his phone screen, which was emitting light. A voice from inside the police station said, "It doesn't matter who provoked first, but how can you beat someone up like this? Alright, you're released today, but don't continue fighting." Junhoo, nursing his swollen face, walked out from inside. He kicked a stone on the road, annoyed. Emperor's territory. Junhoo didn't notice a figure silently observing him from behind. At this moment, on Jaemin's side, he was at a convenience store. A voice suddenly drawled, "Alright, the name has been changed." A female student with short hair suddenly reached out and called, "Hey." Hearing her call, Jaemin glanced over suspiciously. "Hey kid." Her expression was worried as she stammered, advising, "Cheer up. Keep the good memories of your brother." As if unable to believe it, he widened his eyes and replied softly, "Okay, thanks." Walking out of the store, Jaemin mused, "Memories? That's why many families keep the phones of the deceased as mementos. I don't have those kind of memories, but of course, I still have to keep it." His expression was gloomy as he thought. Like today, the opponent is the Emperor Division. A loud call quickly attracted the attention of passersby. Hearing the voice, Jaemin smirked and growled to himself. "What are you planning to do? What are you going to do to this kid, huh?" Junhoo looked at a distant corner, recognizing them. His face quickly contorted into a snarl. Even so, school is still the best. A group of people suddenly appeared, surrounding Junhoo from all sides. "I can do something." Jae Gang stepped in from behind, approaching him and asking, "Why Jae Highs do Junhoo, right? If you refuse to fight, you can return intact, you fool." His insult angered Junhoo. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and exclaimed, "Damn it." Observing his expression, Jae Gang reminded him, "In short, you messed with the wrong organization. There's nothing to look forward to. Beat him to death." Cut to Sukha's side. He now smirked. The refusal to fight has already been issued. If their leader receives it, he'll be shocked. He prepared a drink on one side and announced to a customer on the other, "Your mozzarella burger. The straw is in the front." The only thing left is to take over Yongjae High, which is currently in chaos. Sukha's eyes, hidden under his cap, looked at his phone. The school one is also ready. There's just one slightly annoying thing. He reached out and swiped his phone screen, wondering, lately I've been constantly receiving calls from someone named Parelka. Hosu, Sukha, was lost in thought when suddenly a notification from the ordering machine sounded. From the Emperor's Territory's command, I realized one thing. Entrusting those guys to their families, they really have a better system than I thought. He drew a map on paper. The names on it were quickly circled by his pen. Moreover, 3 groups have been identified. One group operates independently. From the diagram, Sukha analyzed. Parelka is the captain of Team 1. A message from the other end of the line appeared. From what I know, this guy is responsible for overall operations, personnel classification. From Sukha's continued thoughts. That's why I decided to intervene. Is the captain busy? Speak. Today, no matter how difficult the orders were, it was too much, to the point where the police had to intervene in a classroom break-in at school. He thought there would be risks, so I only sent 7 people, and now they're all caught. I think it's better to minimize casualties. Do you have any ideas? He glanced over, his face serious and contemplative. If he thinks like that, except when I give him direct orders, about 5 to 7 people will receive the order to raid. This guy must be running the whole team. Holding the phone, Sukha whispered, if there were more teams today, Jun who might have been beaten up like Gumincho. I just need to blow up the school. If causing casualties within the Emperor Division is my responsibility, I need to say something. He continued to think with dissatisfaction. I don't know how you two talk to each other in the chat room, but I'm the captain. Since when did you start talking to me like that? If I say this, will it be useful? A notification sound. Looking at it, Sukha stared in amazement. A message from Sukha, the other one, likely Muji's persona through the phone, asked him, puzzled, what are you talking about, Captain? Why are you talking about that? Sukha, the real one, bit his lip, his face pale, struggling to speak. What the hell? Are those 2 friends? Looking at the messages appearing, Sukha screamed in fear. I should have paid attention when he spoke without honorifics. Last time, I sent 100 people to capture and kill a first year named Do Hyun as the commander of the first squad. From now on, I'll manage the number of members more strictly. I know you're hiding something, but I have a duty to help you choose the right path. Damn it. Sukha's face darkened, his thoughts racing. If those 2 have an equal relationship, here's your food, sir. Then it's best not to cause conflict. Standing stunned behind the counter, Sukha whispered to himself. I can feel something strange if I try my best. If it's already happened, I need to read his thoughts. A friend, chin in hand, puzzled, spoke up, his voice suddenly making Sukha jump. What's number one, number two? The friend glanced at Sukha and asked softly, Are you playing this game lately? He, with a bewildered expression, stammered, yeah. Saying that, the friend quickly left, only leaving a piece of advice. The friend's words helped Sukha snap out of it. Don't get too addicted, okay? That's right, I don't need to overcomplicate it. Sukha regained his composure, reminding himself. Let Jagang handle Do Junho, the commander of the second squad. Remembering Jagang's smiling face, Sukha continued. Yes, I saw that guy at Gangster Bridge last time. The message seemed to remind Sukha. He looked at it and quickly told himself. This is the real attack team. He's in charge of fighting, a fighting maniac loyal only to the captain. After completing his analysis, Sukha was filled with excitement. He smirked to himself. Today, Do Junho will be finished. Then we'll think about stirring up the whole school. Standing silently at the counter, Sukha thought. Anyway, in the future, I'll have to pay double like this again. I should tighten my seatbelt. Sunlight peeked through, illuminating a corner of the school grounds. The next day, Jamin hummed as he entered the classroom. Should I go check? While thinking, a figure suddenly appeared and bumped into Jamin's shoulder. The Team 1 kids lost their commander overnight. He was knocked away. Junho spoke irritably. You're blocking my way. He scowled, looking at Jamin with contempt. One die. Looking at him, Jamin's head was full of question marks. Rubbing his head, he thought, puzzled, how is he still alive? It's like magic. I'm sure he got beaten up yesterday. Unstoppable questions swirled in Jamin's mind as he pondered. Then a voice calling him suddenly echoed. Come to think of it, I have it messaged to confirm what happened. Jamin. Jamin turned to look at the person who called him, greeting him. Minguk awkwardly replied, Hi, son Minguk. You've been in there a long time. The group looked up at the prominent blue board with a white number, 200. Anxious voices echoed throughout the classroom. We're done for. Looking at the number on the board, Jamin asked. Hearing his puzzled tone, Minguk quickly replied, 200? What's this? It's the bonus for your class. He quickly added information for Jamin. After hearing it, Jamin looked at him in alarm. Your class is 27 kids, right? I guess your class will have to pay 100,000 won per person each month. Jamin sharply replied, Minguk's face already showing fear. He frowned worriedly and answered, Why do we suddenly have to pay? This has never happened before. I think our school has been decided to be managed by the Daejeon Alliance. Jamin still didn't understand the current situation and asked, bewildered. Hearing his question, Minguk spoke, What do you mean, Daejeon Alliance? I told you the Emperor Division has half the territory, right? The other half is the Daejeon Alliance. His face contorted as he clutched his head and continued. Hearing Minguk's words, Jamin's eyes widened in silence. You said this was the Emperor Division's battle, but Do Junho chose to raise the white flag? Heavens, that alliance is notorious for extorting money like demons. Didn't you only earn 39,000 won from your part-time job? The door closed with a resounding bang. Jamin locked himself in the bathroom, furiously typing on the screen. As he typed, he muttered, What the hell? Wang Jiang, Jagang. What the hell is wrong with you? A reply message from Jagang chimed with a notification sound. Captain, about that. Jamin's expression was now a sickly gray. He bowed his head, recalling yesterday's situation with Do Junho. I sent them yesterday, so why did a rabbit suddenly jump out? Yin-take approached from a distance, smiling and asking, Are you okay, friend? His confident tone reminded Jagang. Hearing him, Jagang mockingly asked back, Junho's about to become the Daejeon Alliance's property. You think I'm formidable? Yin-take, with a smug expression, challenged him. Jagang casually replied, If you touch him, you'll be in trouble. All right. He recounted the entire story to Jamin. Of course. I thought after arguing, we could fight as I wanted. What about that guy? You're too Han. Insolent/disrespectful. Stop it. Sukha entered, intervening. Bexiaka, another name for Sukha, likely his full name, has intervened. Let's go. After X's, Sukha's words, Yin-take smiled with satisfaction. As expected, he's the only normal one in the team. I think Sukha decided this wasn't a necessary fight. Hearing the entire account from Jagang, Jamin gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he cursed. That guy said he'd tell me right away, but then did nothing. That dog Sukha. His face darkened, his whole body ashen, as he walked step by step. If that guy wasn't in Team 1, Do Junho wouldn't have been taken away by the Alliance. What should I do now? Can you lend me 50,000? I don't have 100,000 to pay them either. Now the situation has gotten worse, even though what I wanted was to make it better. His eyes glinted with bloodshot veins, his teeth clenched as he spoke grimly. This won't end easily. Han Jiangwei led a group to warn Jamin. The plan is, the first-year kids have returned to school after a near-death experience, and eventually, this place will become hell. Under Jamin's angry roars, Sukha calmly replied, I don't care if there's a fight here or a high school battle. Are you kidding me? I just need to use your trashy brothers to clear the air around me. Sukha bowed slightly and said softly, Your team members are just trash anyway, Captain. If you treat me like this, Bexiaka, you've disturbed my peace. Jaemin and Sukha simultaneously gritted their teeth, sharply warning each other, "You'll pay for this." For opposing them, Jaemin was ganged up on until his face was swollen. "Hey, you bastard." For 3 days after, he was continuously beaten by those two. The long-haired guy, seeing Jaemin still defiant, kicked him hard, threatening to take out money. "Let's see. What the hell is this? Still won't give money." Jaemin, in pain, stammered, wait a minute." He looked at him wearily. "Do Junho, you became a member of the Daejeon Alliance. Thanks to the Alliance's rules, they've made a lot of money. As you can see, this isn't a good situation." Jaemin lay struggling on the ground, his body contorted, speaking with difficulty. "I really don't have a single penny. Just look at me." These two glanced at each other. Junho suspiciously asked, "You don't have any silver?" Suddenly, a moment later, a phone notification announced that the transaction with Du Junho was complete. The two gangsters, having received the money, left triumphantly, even mocking him. "If you had transferred the money from the beginning, wouldn't everything have been resolved smoothly? Why pretend you don't have money? I don't know." The other one turned back, forcing him. "Transfer the money yourself, you damn dog. 100,000 each month, okay?" Jaemin struggled to get up, only able to watch helplessly as they left, unable to help but lament. In the end, someone who knows that if you don't have cash, you transfer money through an account has appeared. "My efforts over the past 3 days are useless. I can't believe I'm being exploited by these stupid fools." Helplessly looking at his account balance, Jaemin regretted, "That money is half of my monthly living expenses. If I hadn't transferred earlier, the amount might have doubled. With 40,000, can I survive for 20 days? The two of them walked out of the small alley and started discussing their own business. The long-haired guy asked, "Isn't he awake yet? What about Junho?" The other one answered honestly. He said he feels very pained about allying with the association. He's probably sleeping now. He said he wants to fight on his own. The long-haired guy, hearing this, laughed contemptuously, unable to hear that conversation. Jaemin, both scared and confused. What should I do? He was lost in his own thoughts. "I tried to deal with Du Junho, the leader in our school, but I was blocked by Park Sukha," another way of referring to Sukha, the vice commander of the Emperor's territory. The main reason. Mentioning this, Jaemin couldn't help but feel bitter. His Yongjae High School, Du Junho's Team 1 did this because he joined a powerful alliance called the DJ Dragon Association. Sukha's appearance and his warning about attacking Du Junho, the one who joined the Daejeon Association, will lead to unnecessary trouble. Baek Seika restrained himself because of that. At this moment, Jaemin, looking at his phone screen, couldn't help but feel contempt. "You're making me laugh." He read the entire conversation and judged, looking at the messages, I guess he has a very deep relationship with the Emperor Division. In other words, unnecessary trouble or anything similar is a legitimate excuse. It's really, on the screen, the conversation between Sukha and Muji was displayed. "What? Muji? Why are you saying this?" Jaemin imagined the confrontation between these two and couldn't help but feel smug. "I'm the one who started this." He just looked at the conversation between them and judged, "I don't know why, but if I think about it, Muji's personality is quite cheerful. If I were in the Emperor Division," Jaemin thought contemptuously, "I would punch you to stop you for what you're doing. But I'm just Jaemin, so I can't do anything." Remembering Sukha's hateful face, he gritted his teeth. "But if I just continue without doing anything, he'll become more confident to stir things up, and then there will be no Emperor's territory left." Looking at the brightly lit phone screen, Jaemin was confident. "This is my gun, a very useful tool, killing people just by pointing and shooting them." He arrogantly thought, "Regardless of whether the gun fires itself or not, I shouldn't decide where it should shoot or if I should save bullets. The gun has gone crazy, so what the hell do I know?" While engrossed in his thoughts, a loud shout from outside startled Jaemin. "Attention, first-year students!" From the crack of the bathroom stall door, he peeked out. "What's that?" In the hallway, everyone was as curious as Jaemin, also peeking out to see what was happening. At the end of the hallway, a group of people was approaching menacingly. The leader ordered, "Everyone, shut up." Seeing the person who just spoke, Jaemin was surprised. "Du Junho," he coldly announced, "I have something to tell you." Then he turned to his underlings and asked, "Hey, the teachers are in the meeting room, right?" The other guy replied with a sinister smile, "That's right." Immediately after, Junho ordered them to be brought in. Jaemin, hearing this, was surprised. "What are you planning to say?" A group of people entered, accompanied by a bullying, urging voice. "Hey, you guys, come here. Hurry up." It turned out this group of people had been stripped naked and paraded through the hallway. The students who saw this scene were utterly shocked. Jaemin too. "This is crazy." Junho looked at them gleefully and even threatened everyone around. "These kids committed the crime of not paying up. Remember this carefully." He raised his voice threateningly, making everyone stunned. "If the representative joins the DJ Onan, Daejeon Alliance, the whole school is considered part of the alliance. If you're part of the alliance, you won't be beaten at school." Jaemin, sitting in the room, heard him say that and was furious. "Du Junho, this bastard. What is he saying?" The people stripped by Junho were too ashamed to lift their heads. He stood there, sneering. "That's why the alliance needs an entrance fee. These shameful people want the benefits without paying." Jaemin, seething with anger, stared outside. "What? From the group being paraded, he recognized someone. Solmanguk. He had his head bowed low, thinking, this is so humiliating. June, who continued to threaten, if you don't listen to me one more time, next time it won't just be a punishment like this. One of the Daejong members ordered, hey, go straight to the end of the hallway. Jaemin immediately realized their intention. Things like alliance tickets, no one wants them. They want to extort money and turn others into criminals. He watched, with anger, but could do nothing. A burning determination surged. I need to hurry. I have to do something about this. A photo of Suk Ha's gang appeared. Jaemin stared intently. Jae-gang on the right of Imuji. He zoomed in on Suk Ha's face. So the guy on the left will be beaten? That day hasn't even come yet. It turned out this photo was on Jaemin's phone, and he curiously searched. There must be information about Park Suk Ha on this phone. He tensely searched the data on the device. I have to find a cure for Park Suk Ha to crush Do Junho. But contrary to his hopes, Jaemin was disappointed with what he found on the SNS device. Of course not. Only basic apps? Is there something hidden in here? Suddenly, he found something interesting. On the screen, a hidden album folder appeared with a picture of Suk Ha and a strange girl. After opening the folder, Jaemin looked closely at the photo, undeniably surprised. At this moment, Suk Ha was reading a message on his device. Last time, I sent hundreds of people to capture and kill a first-year student named Do Hyun. As the captain of Team 1, from now on, I will manage the numbers more strictly. I know you're hiding that, but I have a duty to help you make the right decision. He glanced at the message, feeling strange, and couldn't help but think. No response after that time. Usually, he talks nonsense when on the phone. Suddenly, a voice caught Suk Ha's attention. Hey, little girl. It was Kong Yujin. She and her friends were bullying another student. Would it be a problem if I borrowed your lipstick? Seeing the girl in front of her not answering, Yujin angrily raised her hand, about to slap this little trash. Just then, Suk Ha walked over and reminded her to leave quickly and go watch the beginning of the movie. Yujin quickly shifted her attention. Okay, fine. Suddenly, he stared intently at the bullied girl. Looking at this girl's face, he suddenly thought, Emperor's territory. Yujin immediately realized these two were looking at each other. She angrily slapped the girl's face. Bitch, what are you looking at? Her friends were surprised. Oh my god. After leaving that place, Suk Ha advised her, calm down a bit. Yujin clingily put her arm through his. I thought you liked me because I'm strong-willed. She asked curiously, is Muji traveling or something? You must really like driving. Seeing Suk Ha hum in agreement, she continued to probe, what if an accident happens? Will my brother become number one in the team? He scowled, warning, you shouldn't say things like that. Noticing his displeasure, Yujin immediately changed her attitude. No, I mean it's because I don't want to be a fairy. You still love me, right? Suk Ha sighed and continued the conversation. Alright, 2 days later in the afternoon, while on the way to school, Minguk whined, I don't want to go to school at all. Suddenly, Jaemin asked, hey, what did you say about people showing off their shorts at the boys' high school? Who spread the rumor that he would destroy everything? It turned out he had once said, when I was robbed at home, I tried fighting first because the robber was too strong. Do you know how much I was nagged for losing the transplant money? Minguk immediately realized what he said and answered honestly. Just having a weapon, I don't think it changes much. Like this. He sighed dejectedly. I have no choice but to live like a good citizen, one who diligently pays taxes to the king. Jaemin looked at the crowd ahead and asked, do you want to go eavesdrop? Minguk was surprised by his question. What? At this moment, X's Suk Ha's phone rang, displaying an unknown number on screen. He answered, and the other side immediately started talking agitatedly. You are. Not letting the other side finish, Suk Ha interrupted. I'm Kong Yujin's boyfriend. Immediately after, the other side said something that shocked him. At this time, Jaemin led Minguk to an abandoned building. When Minguk heard the whole story from him, he was astonished. Do Jun, who was about to be beaten? What do you mean? The two sat hidden, peeking at the surrounding situation. Minguk couldn't hide his curiosity and kept asking, who would dare to hit a guy with an alliance backing him? Jaemin stared intently ahead. Wait a little longer, and you'll understand. While waiting, he summarized the information. The information and circumstances I've gathered in recent days. 1. Gu Min-sho is still unconscious. 2. Do Junho is extremely sensitive. At this moment, in front of where the two were hiding, a strange sound came. Junho, seeing this, cursed angrily. Can you shut your damn mouth? It turned out the sound from before was Yujin. She was tied up and gagged. Hearing him say that, she still cried out. Junho angrily ordered, shut up. Jaemin looked at the situation in front of him and felt lucky. 3. Baek Suk Ha has a girlfriend. These things are quite useful. No joke. Jaemin was smug. I want to use these 3 pieces of information as much as possible. Junho couldn't stay calm anymore. You bastards. I already know everything. I want to guess what you're thinking, but I can't stand it anymore. He impatiently leaned his face close to Yujin and hastily asked, I heard you're Gu Min-sho's girlfriend. Jaemin arrogantly admitted, I lied. She was surprised when he said that and struggled resolutely. Stupid Junho, always thinking he's right. Don't play dumb. I heard you're very afraid of Perel Ka. He looked at Junho's attitude with great satisfaction. That lie was quite provocative, wasn't it? Jaemin remembered his method. Of course. A few days ago, I got Du Junho's account number. I changed the deposit record and sent it anonymously, very securely. He was lost in his thoughts. I'm wondering if he'll believe that anonymous deposit record. I think Du Junho has crossed the line. At this moment, Junho was still standing there, yelling at her face. That's why he attacked Young Jae High School. Just because of a damn girl. Jaemin seemed to predict Junho's upcoming actions. Certain that he has taken the bait. He was still satisfied with his plan. If I've succeeded this far, I don't care if it becomes a misunderstanding or not. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud noise attracted everyone's attention. That person was none other than Sukha. He had just taken down Junho's underlings and was now scowling at him. His face became terrifying, his eyes narrowed, his voice insolent. Are you all crazy? Witnessing this scene, Jaemin was ecstatic. The situation will make your eyes pop out. Minguk, standing behind, looked at the scene and wondered, the Emperor's territory is here, right? Where he couldn't see, Jaemin wore a sinister expression. There's no reason for Park Sukha to attack Du Junho. Du Junho can create a reason to fight Park Sukha. Alright then. Thinking about it, he was extremely satisfied. You're all pawns on the chessboard I created. Meanwhile, Sukha rushed in to eliminate the remaining people. The two sides clashed. Jaemin watched from outside, pleased. Do you like it? Yin-tae smirked and said, I just saw someone return from the Emperor's territory. The alliance must be late. Then he turned around, his voice haughty. I told you to come earlier, so I could take care of my private business too. You damn piece of trash. Hearing those words made Junho so angry his lips trembled, his eyes blazing. Yin-tae still wouldn't shut up. Is your pride hurt or something? You used to have to hide from your friends. He kept walking ahead, muttering nonstop. Now you're a member of the alliance. You don't have to do that anymore. Just worry about collecting protection fees. Yin-tae hadn't finished speaking, but Junho had already growled one word. Revenge. However, Yin-tae continued nonchalantly. I'll talk to the alliance later. For now, just wait. Then he suddenly glanced at Junho and warned, it's not like you can do whatever you want. Only the team can do that. Yin-tae again mentioned Gu Mincho, who was still sleeping soundly in the hospital. Gu Mincho still hasn't woken up. Junho stood trembling beside the hospital bed. I paid the alliance fees on time. Why haven't they contacted me yet? The underling behind him replied, it hasn't even been a week. Before he could finish, Junho interrupted, no, you idiot. From the beginning, their purpose was money. He picked up his phone and looked at something. Is there any deposit that earns double interest? Perelka, the Emperor's territory, is for getting Mincho's girlfriend. After looking at his phone for a bit, he widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and asked, what did you say? Then Junho's order echoed through the quiet hospital. Go to Yonsei Girls High School and bring that girl back here for me. His inner self was raging. Yes, I can't stand it anymore. Junho's face became extremely terrifying. He bared his teeth, smiled, and cursed, this piece of trash. On this side, Park Sukha had just arrived at the place where Yujin was being held. A thug roared and rushed in, but then immediately took a punch to the mouth. A cacophony of sounds echoed throughout the warehouse. Outside the window, Jaemin and Minguk were silently observing the situation inside the warehouse. Jaemin silently wondered, Bex Sukha, the territory of Team 1. That's right, no matter how rational you are. Jaemin looked at Yujin tied to a chair. Beside her, an underling rushed forward. He silently asked, can you stand seeing your lover humiliated? Immediately, that guy was knocked out by X's, Sukha's, punch. While dealing with the thugs, he said, you piece of trash, do you know who you just punched? Sukha punched the next guy in the face, making his nose bleed. Then he threw another hook punch to the other guy's chin. You don't know. And just like that, the underling was knocked out by Sukha. Next, a shaggy-haired guy roared and rushed forward with a fist. Sukha quickly rotated his ankle to build momentum and then kicked the guy far away. Another one down. The guy who just took a kick flew so far he hit a trash can, sending trash flying out. Sukha, in a defensive stance, asked, what's going on? I'm just a little curious. He looked back with sharp eyes and sneered, why do you raise such a bunch of useless bums? That look made Junho jump. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly rushed forward and punched Sukha in the face. The two, Jaemin and Minguk, outside were completely surprised by the scene. That person was Junho. He cursed, you piece of trash. He continuously attacked X. Sukha, I didn't like you in the past either. Junho said while punching. These dog eyes. Minguk turned and asked, why is he being pushed back? What if he loses, damn it? Jaemin pondered. Is Du Junho stronger than I thought? That's right. You should have brought a few people. He came to save that girl alone. Sukha raised both hands in front to block all the attacks. Minguk, outside, nervously bit his nails and said, you have to win. Wipe them all out. He remembered every moment he was exploited. After a moment of reminiscence, Minguk gritted his teeth and growled, wipe out the Emperor's territory. Inside, Junho, while punching and kicking, said, you're doing this just for love, huh? This girl is filthy. You've been played by her, you know. His face darkened as he raised his fist again. Sukha grabbed his wrist and asked, what the hell are you talking about? Hey, you bastard. Junho was stunned by the sudden question. Sukha threw him down. Junho's body slammed hard onto the cold ground. When he opened his eyes, he saw the underside of Sukha's shoes. He kicked him hard in the head. June, whose face was covered in blood, teeth also falling out. Sukha cursed. Damn you. I've thought a lot, but I'm still not sure. What other dirty things did that guy make you do? He still refused to surrender, jumping up to fight again. I don't give a damn. Sukha lightly dodged the attack. Tell me. At this moment, Jaemin suddenly realized, so he's not just better at fighting. He looked at Sukha cursing in a very pathetic state. Get the hell out. Sukha threw another punch to his chin. However, June, who still refused to give up. He threw continuous punches, but none could hit. Sukha, what kind of punches are these, like scratching an itch? Stop trembling. He calmly threw a kick that made him fall and said, Tell me, you bastard. June, who was truly being spun around like a top. Sukha continuously kicked June, whose body, making him roll on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood along with a curse. God damn it. Sukha, hearing that, asked, Huh? What did you say? Only then did June, who remember what Yintake had said. It's not like you can do whatever you want. The moment his last words echoed was also when June, whose head was grabbed by Sukha. Only the team can do that. Sukha asked, Is he dead? Outside, Minguk exclaimed, He's so tough. Jaemin also replied, Yeah. Then Sukha rescued Yujin. You're a good girl. Let's go. Suddenly, she turned and anxiously called, Brother, it's not a personal matter anymore. Team 1 of Yongjae High School poured in, led by a loud voice. Hey, Kianhu Junhu. They ganged up, cursing, You damn bastard. Hit him. Hit him. Jaemin, outside, quickly turn away. It's over. Let's go. Minguk asked expectantly now. There are so many people. Sukha tilted his head, puzzled. How do you guys know? An underling on the other side said, I called the boss. You arrogant leader, you can't fight back, team. However, before he could finish, another voice rang out. The order was just given. The reinforcements just arrived. They turned around. You've come, J-Gang and your underlings. From now on, leave it to us. Jaemin narrowed his eyes, thinking, every war starts from small cracks. He pondered the scene of dozens of thugs pouring into the warehouse to deal with them. Those crazy guys trying to mess with the second squad. Getting beaten back is understandable. The phone screen lit up. Emperor's territory. From now on, J-Gang excitedly roared, You idiots. His voice was so loud it stunned his underlings when they opened their mouths. The message clearly appeared. We will take over this Yongjae High School. Jaemin, with a cold gaze, smiled cunningly. That's right. A thug rushed forward, throwing a punch. J-Gang swung his baseball bat, knocking the guy down. He smirked mockingly. Quite spirited, huh? Then he turned away, sneering, But your abilities are limited, so that's as far as you go. Sukha spoke. You've worked hard. J-Gang asked, Why are these bastards suddenly doing such crazy things? At this moment, June, who was beaten to a pulp on the ground. Sukha replied, It seems to be due to some misunderstanding. J-Gang then said, Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, doing this is truly too dirty. Are you injured anywhere? Sukha replied, I'm fine. J-Gang said again, If we had dealt with them properly back then, none of this would have happened now. The underlings were dividing up the task of cleaning the battlefield. Hey, get up and get out of here. So that means the boss knew everything beforehand. He suddenly added, The brats from Yongjae High are just a bunch of useless bums. Besides, J-Gang smirked. It seems the Alliance people used Yongjae High to provoke us. Suddenly, a reporting voice rang out. Boss Muji already knows everything. That's why I took a step ahead. Thanks to the previous raid on Yongjae High. Thanks to the third generation, I've grasped the entire situation in the Daejeon Alliance. But J-Gang suddenly became serious. Mr. Sukha, this incident is clearly a provocation aimed at harming our core. If we overlook this just because Yongjae High belongs to the Alliance, we'll become a laughingstock. His face became terrifying and dangerous. You know, right? Sukha thought. So now this is no longer just my problem. Thinking, he replied, I understand. Along with that was the thought. Something related to the gang's morale like this can't be settled with just one fight. Thinking, Sukha then announced, From today onwards, Yongjae High will be expelled from the Alliance. Then a call. If anyone resists or doesn't know where their future lies. Finally, a warning before the painful Kyu sound echoed once more. You be wise to inform me beforehand. On the way back, Minguk marveled to himself. I didn't expect Dude Junhu to be defeated so easily. This world is truly big. Then he called out again, but, Jaemin. Jaemin immediately replied, Huh? Minguk looked at him with admiration. How did you know Dude Junhu would be destroyed? Jaemin paused for a moment, not reacting. Then he replied gently, Well, I just knew. Minguk, hearing that, was extremely angry. Damn you, this guy. Answer properly. 1 week later, the Emperor Division now had control of the school. To distinguish between the Emperor Division and the Daejeon Alliance, the Alliance, as its name suggests, is a union of schools. The Emperor Division, on the other hand, is a group of high school dropouts gathered under the charisma of Muji. This explains why the gang contacted Kong Suk alone, not Yong High School. In the cafeteria, discussions echoed. This time, the Emperor gang contacted me. Therefore, although the Alliance collected a large sum of money through school units for the gang, this fell under personal jurisdiction. And once under the gang's management, this was no longer Yongjae High, but Yongjae High's Team 1. This meant all bribes fell into their hands. While walking and thinking, Jaemin accidentally bumped into an acquaintance. It was Han Jangwi. Upon meeting, he opened his mouth to curse. Damn. Jaemin's train of thought hadn't finished. That bastard. In short, compared to collecting money from the whole school before, it's not much different. He wondered curiously, Han Jangwi is back? He looked at Jangwi, who was trembling and glaring at him. That's why I issued an order to the entire gang. All members of Wyong Jae High's Team 1 are prohibited from committing any acts that endanger the students of Wyong Jae High. After looking for a moment, he turned away, leaving a sentence, "Get out of my sight." Jaemin thought again, whether it's physical impact or related to money. He smiled cunningly. I used it to punish Wyong Jae High's Team 1 for daring to lay a hand on the gang's core. Minguk, standing behind, remarked, the gang's power is really something. He thoughtfully said, how harsh must the taming be to make a rebellious guy like him lose all his spirit? It seems like the gang in power isn't so bad after all. If you're wondering what would happen if the school operated under this principle, it's bullying. Damn it, I swear I was just borrowing it, but because they couldn't get the money, the bullies would hit people again. Then suddenly, someone ran up and threw the bully to the ground. That person, trembling with anger, bit his lip and glared. Damn it, this bastard. The newcomer was Du Hien. He roared, don't you know the boss's eyes and ears are everywhere? Then he cheerfully put his arm around the bullied student and walked away. Don't let a guy like this make everyone suffer. Are you okay? I hope you can be generous and forgive him this time. Do you want to go to the cafeteria? The other student, bewildered, replied, it's okay, no need. Because no conflicts occurred in the school, the delinquents who weren't promoted to first rank began to manage Team 1. Jaemin secretly observed everything. Du Hien is also useful. He silently felt relieved. Finally, it's done. The school returned to its inherent peace. Jaemin held the phone with its cracked screen in his hand, smiling as he thought. Now I just need to continue playing my role as manager well to maintain this status quo. Then Jaemin paused again. Of course, Team 1 will still do bad things outside the school. Then he looked at the sky outside the window, pondering, so inevitably, there will be those who suffer bullying. But Jaemin sat down at his desk, his thoughts still racing. Creating a world without trash is impossible, because everyone has to live for their own minimum benefit. He hung his head. Although I feel guilty, I've done my best. Furthermore, if my presence here increases, the person Jaemin thought of was Suk-ha. Sooner or later, Park Suk-ha will sniff it out. He sent a few messages. For a brighter future, I mustn't cause him any more trouble. Suddenly, Jaemin's eyes widened as if he realized something. Thinking back, he looked at each message, feeling confused, then rested his chin in his hand, thinking, could it be that Amuji's mood was unstable at that time? What? His phone screen suddenly lit up while he was still lost in thought. Was he in a confused mood? So he went on a trip? If I can clarify this point, maybe it will be useful later. And then the phone rang, pulling Jaemin out of his thoughts. The teacher, writing on the board, turned and asked, whose ringer is that? He embarrassedly said, I'm sorry. Along with that apology was an internal curse. Damn it. What? I clearly turned off the ringer. He looked at the call screen, wondering, Mahari? Who was Mahari? The class ended. The teacher's reminder echoed. Be careful on your way home, kids. The class politely chanted, goodbye, teacher. Minguk, walking behind, saw Jaemin and called out, Jaemin, to celebrate the return of peace, let's ditch this and go to the net cafe, bro. However, he indifferently replied, I'm tired today. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Minguk behind with many questions. In a beautiful, crowded park, Jaemin sat on a long bench near a fountain. He bewilderedly thought to himself, I don't know Mahari. He looked at his phone screen and wondered, a guy like Amuji has a girlfriend? Suddenly, a white-haired woman approached him. Hello. As soon as she arrived, she asked, are you the one Brother Mu sent? Jaemin suddenly blushed, silently marveling, so pretty. Then he straightened up and replied, pitch that emoji. This charm. Did he send those messages because of this girl? As he received the items, he thought, I don't know why, but I can tell this girl really likes him. Mahari said, here it is. Jaemin replied, ah yes. So even the core members of the gang know about Mahari's existence. If you keep pursuing my brother, sooner or later you'll be in danger. I have something to say. Although I feel bad, I have no other choice but to announce the breakup. Thinking this, he said evasively, I have something. He spoke softly. I feel very sorry to have to convey this to you. She just replied, I know, but he passed away. Jaemin suddenly froze. Ah yes. Then the bag fell, and white chrysanthemums inside were revealed. Then Jaemin's state shifted to bewilderment. Ma'am, he backed away. What do you mean by that? How did you know? Mahari replied, it's the truth, isn't it? Mahari teased. Oh my, look at that surprised expression. The girl named Mahari appeared with white chrysanthemums. She asked, why wouldn't I know? Then she gently tucked her hair back, her voice soft as if fading into the wind. I was the one who killed him. Jaemin thought. It's that which again, dragging me deeper into this cruel game. The scene shifted to a vast city. An argument was heard. I request permission to report. Damn it, I know. Yin Take inside was so angry he slammed the table and cursed. Damn it. Just because I had some acquaintance with him in middle school, I helped him out. Daejeon Alliance, Yoon Ki-hoon. But damn it, has this guy lost his mind? How dare he touch the lover of a core member? His eyes were filled with extreme anger, staring straight ahead. Because of that, the Alliance lost power to the Emperor gang. He continued to sink into his own thoughts. Do Kyun Ho, likely Yoon Ki-hoon again. I was the one who dragged that bastard into the Alliance. That's what hurts. Sooner or later, I'll be punished for causing losses that the Alliance shouldn't have suffered. Thinking this, he screamed in frustration. The underling, seeing this, was speechless, thinking, he said he knew, but he's still acting like this. He glanced surprisedly towards the hallway where people were lying scattered. Has the hallway always looked like this? He stood up and announced, this isn't good. I need to smoke before that guy starts yapping in my ear again. Seeing this, the underling quickly advised, Boss, you should always keep your phone with you, sir. He heard this advice and quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah. At this moment, the phone call was from the chief of staff. Seeing this, he became bewildered and cursed loudly. TSK? Damn it. Yoon Taek hurriedly answered the phone. I'm listening. The voice on the other end slowly spoke. I know about it. Sang Tae on the other end coldly questioned, have you ever thought about how harmful it is to add a ragged dog to the pack? He hurriedly explained, it's not like that. He kept saying, it's not. The underling, witnessing this entire fearful scene, was speechless. The chief of staff seems to be a young guy, but really likes to talk big. He worriedly forced a smile. Well, I thought that guy knew some martial arts, so he could help strengthen the Alliance's forces. He thought bewilderedly. Suddenly, I feel so much pressure. Hearing this, Sang Tae became cold and asked back, it's fate, but daring to touch the lover of a core member is truly beyond imagination. But don't you find something very miraculous? He continued, extending his hand toward the chess piece right in front of him. Yongin High School is surrounded by 2 high schools belonging to the Alliance. From the standpoint of the Emperor gang, this position offers no benefit. His voice continued to announce, meaning Park Yona, likely referring to Sukha using Muji's phone. Didn't necessarily have to intentionally cause conflict, but then there must be a reason why he had no choice but to defeat Yongin High. Hearing this, he fearfully said over the phone, it's all that damn Yoon Ki-hoon's fault. He asked in surprise, is it because of Yoon Ki-hoon? A very wicked smile appeared on his face. Anyway, I'll put in a good word with the general director for you. So for now, do me a favor. He stood before the large chessboard in front of him and declared, find out what the real reason is. On another side, Jae-min, extremely surprised, stammered, asking Mahari, what do you mean by that? Kill what? She calmly explained, I'm not enough. Her voice rang out, I killed your brother. He became extremely bewildered, lost in his own thoughts. Could it be that she knows I'm his younger brother? No, it's clear that Muji was hit by a truck. Seeing him still dazed, she continued, recounting, the driver of that truck, that was your brother's victim. He didn't understand everything. The image of the truck speeding straight ahead. It was a widowed man who lived for only 2 things, driving his truck and loving his only son. But his son followed Muji to join the Emperor gang, and as a result, was mistakenly hit in the head and died in a brawl. Saying this, a very wicked smile flickered on her face as she recounted everything. After preventing him from ending his own life, I revealed Muji's personal schedule to him, so he could end him himself. At that moment, the man was extremely resentful, screaming madly, driving the truck straight ahead as an inevitable act. All the resentment and grief for his deceased son were repaid by him staining Muji red. Saying this, she asked in surprise, at this point, could it be said that I killed your brother? He on the side was still trying to comfort himself. Damn it, this lady. Don't panic, think for a moment. Is there any way to resolve this situation? But it seems talking mostly makes things worse. But strangely, after that day, Jae-gang came up and greeted Harry Mahari. She seemed surprised and replied, oh, Appa, where are you going? He thought bewilderedly. I met Jae-gang, all worked up, on his way somewhere. He continued to look at his face. What do those words mean? He was extremely happy and declared, the boss said to gather. Hearing this, Mahari immediately panicked. At first, I was very surprised. I even thought I saw a ghost. After calming down for a while, she found out the reason and recounted everything to him right there. After listening to the situation at the Dragon Embankment police station, I found out that his biological younger brother had received all the mementos. After hearing it, he could only feel helpless. I'm out of options. Jaemin sank in his own thoughts, extremely worried. She looks like that, yet she dares to stand here and boast about her murderous achievements. I can't report it. As soon as people know about my brother's death, I'll be done for too. He looked bewilderedly at her face, because she already knows everything. She smiled sinisterly and said, don't worry, no one in the Emperor gang knows about your existence, little brother. He felt like he had thrown a spear and decided to follow through. In that case, his face was extremely calm as he asked back, so what do you want from me now? His voice echoed, if you wanted to expose me for impersonating my brother, you wouldn't have approached me this way. Am I right? Hearing that, she burst out laughing. As expected, you're quite sharp. You've made a decision. Just do as she says. Her voice constantly echoed in his ears. I want you to continue impersonating him to run the Emperor Gang and simultaneously destroy the Dragon, Daejeon, Alliance. Mahari, hearing this, immediately froze. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Do you understand what you're saying? At this point, he had become extremely bewildered, hurriedly waving his hands and feet. Do you think I'm a saint or something? My only purpose is to clean up the school I'm attending. She still stood there, explaining, don't worry, I have a very good grasp of the situation within the Emperor Gang, so I'll be your strategist. It seemed he was speechless at this outrageous situation. Even if you say that, she felt he was still refusing her request. Suddenly, at this moment, she spoke some very incomprehensible words. You were the one who made Park Suk-ha fight with Young and Hai. He immediately became bewildered. That, she slowly approached him, coldly praising. Since then, I've been keeping an eye on every move at Young and Hai. You're very good, because not everyone can easily sway the conservative Park Suk-ha. Jaemin worriedly and quickly explained that, I was just using the information I had. She coldly interrupted him. A normal person would feel scared and try to escape. You didn't. Her next words continued to echo. You impersonated Imuji and gave the order, protect my younger brother. That way, you were safe. Of course, you would avoid being beaten by those in the gang. Otherwise, most of those at Yongin are just cowards who wouldn't dare open their mouths. Saying this, she widened her eyes, staring at him, extremely angry. Although you used the boss's power to kill people, no one desires to clean up that trash more than you. Remembering something, she didn't forget to mock. Besides, your brain is quite smart. You almost got into some science school, right? Seeing this, he was startled and bewildered. Her voice continued to echo. Jaemin, the only one who truly studies among a flock of useless Yongin students. At that time, Jaemin was extremely angry with the bullies. Sanction, you bastard. But sadly, an orphan is like a ball rolling back and forth for the bullies' amusement. Following that was the image of him being beaten, bruised, and lying on the cold ground, becoming their target. And even one day, right before the entrance exam for the natural sciences school, right after beating him to a pulp, they slowly turned and left. They locked him in the storage room, so he missed the important exam. They didn't forget to laugh and mock each other. In manga, guys like him will succeed later, but prevention is better. At that time, he could only cry helplessly, begging, please open the door. Her voice concluded. From then on, you gave up and started attending Yongin, right? Hearing this, he immediately froze, looking at Harry, Mahari. She has investigated everything about me. She smiled smugly and continued. Do you know what your brother was doing while his younger brother's life was on the brink? The image of his terrifying older brother gradually appeared. He was fighting the Alliance. Following that was the image of a person lying in a hospital bed after that fierce battle, which made my biological brother, who used to be a member of the Alliance, live in a vegetative state until now because of Imuji's punch. Thinking of this, she sighed, a bit confused. And he's still out there, free from the law, after some loyal subordinate went to prison for him. It's truly unbelievable. After hearing these words, he finally understood the problem. So that's why she approached Imuji for revenge. But why the Alliance? Harry, Mahari, slowly looked up ahead, then sighed and said, I'm so tired. Alliance or syndicate, all those strange places where men are wasting their time. She placed her hand on his forehead, making him flinch a little. Initially I just wanted revenge on Imuji, but the deeper I got, the more I wanted. At this moment, she had moved even closer to him, constantly ordering, you have to help me wipe out this meaningless damn war. Her words seemed to etch themselves into his mind. As long as the Alliance disappears, it's fine. Her terrifying voice began to ring out. You can refuse me, but just be prepared. Then, I have other means to eliminate the syndicate first. She continued to make him think of the scene of people endlessly slaughtering. You, I will expose everything. At that moment, he had become extremely desperate at this sight. Will you even be alive then? She had become extremely determined, standing before him and loudly declaring, if you want to live, you must become king. Jaemin, frightened by this scene, hurriedly backed away and sat down on the ground. His face was now extremely bewildered as he pondered. All I ever wanted was to bring peace to that school. Was that too greedy? He continued to look at her terrifying figure right in front of him. Since the day I was caught by that witch, the king game has officially begun. Seeing him so obedient and fearful, she burst out laughing with amusement. That's right, that's more like it. The scene shifted to another place, at a simple house. Jaemin's voice slowly echoed the test. Mahari, sitting on a chair, nodded in agreement. That's right, the test. Hearing this, he was a bit speechless. But, to chase someone all the way to their house for that. She looked up and spoke her thoughts. I also need to check again. Am I qualified enough to test you? Seeing this, he decided. Test what? She continued to announce. As long as it can eliminate the Alliance, I'll do anything. Hearing this, he was a bit curious. Anything. Her eyes had become extremely determined, smiling with amusement. Anything. Immediately after, she didn't forget to mock. You're naughtier than I thought. Though it's not very relevant. He angrily shouted at her. Don't judge others by your own standards. In short, what is the test? She spoke her thoughts to him. Since the Emperor Gang was formed, it has continuously expanded its power through the most brutal means. However, up to now, that momentum has been blocked by the alliance. At that time, all the plans had clearly appeared in her mind, including schools that were suffering even though they didn't belong to the alliance. She had thought of a man with immense strength, Yongbai High School in Didiok District. Hearing this, he became extremely bewildered. He quickly asked about his suspicions, not under anyone's jurisdiction, but still being trampled on. Meanwhile, everything at Yongin was handled in an instant. She smiled faintly with amusement. That's what I'm trying to say. Immediately after, she didn't forget to declare loudly, it's all because of Kim Taexian, the one nicknamed the Giraffe of MT Yongbai, who is occupying it. He was a bit incredulous. So that test is... She nodded in confirmation and continued to announce, that's right. Take advantage of the Emperor Gang. Her next words made him freeze instantly. To take down the monster of Yongbai. Very quickly, time shifted to the scene at Yongbai High School. Kim Taexian. He was beautifully dealing with each underling one by one. He was extremely dominant, leaping into the air, continuously punching and kicking the underlings. His fighting skills were extremely refined. These guys were absolutely no match for him and his supporting army. He continuously used his strength to take down hundreds of them at once. So damn strong. After taking down this entire group, he spoke with some contempt, you trash will have to spend another 100 to get past Yongbai. And it wasn't just that. The man perfectly matched the title of general. Suddenly, at this moment, a song from behind rang out. Kim Taexian turned his head in surprise. Donghui, riding a motorcycle, led his underlings straight towards him, laughing smugly. You fool, why did you get caught as bait like this? They were the DJ, Daejong, Alliance's Yongbai frontline squad. As they sped forward on their motorcycles, they laughed smugly, mocking him. You thought these things were just kids, so you only brought your sorry ass to deal with them, huh? Sorry, we're just having fun with the time you're all alone. He didn't forget to crazily mock. Yongbai High, as long as you scram, it's nothing. This man was Boss Bong Donghui. Taexian, seeing this, just stood still in surprise. However, with such simple things, it seemed all of this was within his calculations. It was impossible to wipe out MT Yongbai. He smiled smugly and slowly announced, sorry, the ones who fell into the trap are you guys. Suddenly, at this moment, strange noises came from behind, inside the forest. Seeing this, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. His voice shouted, announcing, everyone attack. Advance. Immediately after, the entire surrounding group quickly rushed forward. They were extremely numerous, a large number rushing straight ahead, creating a chaotic battle. Donghui, seeing this, gritted his teeth, angrily turned his head back, and cursed, shit. At this moment, a few more underlings had blocked the rear, making him even more helpless. No way out. This is... Taexian sighed, stepped forward, and slowly taunted, always sending out only grunts to battle. As expected, only when you're sure you'll win do you show your old face. Hearing this, he became extremely angry. You plan to catch me? Immediately after, sounds of punches and kicks, accompanied by desperate screams, echoed ceaselessly in the air. After only a short time, he quickly defeated all of them in the blink of an eye, very easily. His true value was his leadership ability because he possessed all three of these qualities. Just like that, Kim Taexian, his face had become extremely calm, staring intently ahead, nicknamed the Giraffe of MT Yongbai. A terrifying image appeared. Is it you? All the people stared angrily ahead. Their angry voices rang out. The dog impersonating the boss. Jaemin was extremely angered by this scene. He quickly and fearfully explained to this group, I was wrong. But I'm your boss's younger brother. You can't do this to me. Hearing this, Sukha turned his head in surprise to look at his friend. Younger brother? Jae-gang burst out laughing, mocking. You piece of trash, not even sharing the same bloodline as the boss. Their voices echoed ceaselessly. Is there any reason for us to let you go? After hearing it, he became extremely desperate. Their eyes had become extremely smug, slowly advancing towards him. Prepare yourself. Immediately after, they continuously rushed straight at him, attacking. Because you can't leave easily. Thinking of this, Jaemin became extremely scared, screaming nonstop. Minguk behind him, startled and bewildered, cursed, shit, damn you. He angrily turned his head to look at him. Shit, you scared me. Seeing this, he just sighed in fear. Is it a dream? Immediately after, he put his hands on his head and hugged it helplessly. Phew, so was a dream. Thank goodness. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, did you dream you fell into hell or something? He sighed fearfully, glancing ahead. It's better to dream of falling into hell. Mahari's words constantly echoed in his ears. From now on, you have to think about how to take down those at Yongbai High. At this moment, he had become extremely scared. That demon woman's head. Minguk beside him seemed curious. A demon woman? Did you meet her in your dream? Was she pretty? Jaemin, walking down the hallway, was lost in thought. Suddenly, I have to take down Yongbai High. Minguk, walking on one side, still wouldn't stop jumping. I asked if she was pretty. Tell me, this is a completely different problem from cleaning up the trash around me. And last night she had recounted to him, recently he just wiped out the Daejong Alliance. Awesome, huh? Hearing that, he could only marvel in surprise. The scale of this war is no joke, huh? His face had become extremely worried, looking ahead. Anyway, isn't the Emperor gang stronger? If we mobilize our forces. She also nodded, slightly in agreement with this idea. That's also good, but it's still better to be careful. Her face had become extremely serious. She looked straight ahead. If you yourself order them to swarm the Yunbai High area, that's okay, because that's an area the gang often visits. However, if it fails, her voice continued to ring out. The lackeys will start to suspect. Anyway, Imuji was always very cautious when it came to Yunbai High. He remembered the scene of the two underlings with extremely fierce expressions. At this moment, she had become extremely serious and had already laid out a plan. Meaning, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Thinking of this, Jaemin had a terrible headache, wondering what to do. Time passed very quickly, shifting to a quiet, gloomy countryside. Jaemin slowly walked forward, looking around in surprise and speaking. Although I've lived in Daein for 17 years, this is probably the first time I've come to this area. Yunbai High must be this way, huh? He looked at his phone, seemingly surprised. Why suddenly? Various thoughts kept appearing in his mind. If I can't complete Mahari's mission, I don't know how those crazy people will threaten my life. He was still lost in his own thoughts. The end where I gleefully impersonate their boss, only to be discovered by the grunts and die at their hands. Shit, I have to take a risk. Seeing two friends seemingly wearing different, strange uniforms made him a little worried, speculating. Is that the Yunbai High uniform? He continued to look at the extremely large tower in front of him. What Yunbai High is? A strong fortress that can resist Imuji. His face had become very hesitant. He glanced ahead. I can't make a simple plan. I have to find another way. Immediately after, he quickly advanced. He told himself, the way Imuji does things I can't, but I can. I definitely have to succeed. Just then, two thugs from behind called out to him, Hey kid. Their faces had become extremely fierce as they questioned. Who are you? Jaemin, seeing this, didn't know how to explain. I. Immediately after, these two quickly kicked him hard into the wall. He looked up. This was the main gate of a large high school here. These two angrily approached him and questioned, What scheme do you, from another school, have, loitering around the Yunbai area? He could only helplessly wave his hands, explaining I. The big guy slowly extended his hand towards him and questioned, Were you sent by the Alliance? Or the gang? Seeing this, he just fearfully explained, No, I wasn't. But it seemed he wasn't really listening to these words. Are you lying? Just then, Taexian stepped forward and asked his underling, Is there a problem? Hearing this, the underling turned his head in surprise. Boss Taexian. He suddenly recognized this person. Boss Taexian. The underling's voice continued to ring out. I just caught this guy loitering around our area. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised. Loitering here? He stared intently at his fierce face. This guy is Kim Taexian. His eyes were extremely angry, staring at him as if judging something. Witnessing these knife-like eyes made him scared and bewildered, thinking the murderous aura around him. Damn, I'm so scared I could piss my pants. The underling immediately announced, he must be from the Alliance. This kid, let's deal with him lightly, boss. He shook his head and said, I don't think you guys need to bother. Then he suggested, just punch him once, that'll be enough. Hearing that, he immediately became scared. Damn it, crazy. Immediately after, he slowly swung his fist backward, preparing to attack him. Seeing this punch, he was also speechless. If I take that hit, I'm dead meat. He gritted his teeth, extremely angry, aiming straight at him. I don't know what you mean, and I don't give a damn. Your crime is daring to wander around Yunbai High. He also suddenly realized something. These guys are extremely wary of outsiders. Suddenly, at this moment, he shouted, There's someone from the Emperor gang infiltrating here. Immediately after, he quickly stopped his hand. He was a bit scared, just as I guessed. Seeing this, the underlings behind were surprised and discussed among themselves, unable to understand. Emperor gang in our school? What the hell are you barking about? Taexian, extremely cold, looked at him. What the hell are you saying? He helplessly bowed his head, sighed, and recounted everything. The Emperor gang is determined to play with Yunbai High. To grasp the internal situation, they planted a spy in this school. His voice continued to ring out. Please try checking the toilet on the 3rd floor. Two underlings quickly turned and left. To be sure, I'll go check. His face had become extremely serious as he questioned. If you're lying, you won't just get one punch today, son. Understand? Immediately after, these two quickly ran in. Boss Taexian. They dragged out a guy they had beaten black and blue. One of them even reported, It's true. There's a guy in the toilet we've never seen before. Taexian, seeing this, widened his eyes in surprise. What? He turned his head to look at Jaemin. Who are you? He slowly stood up and explained. I'm someone who knows everything about the Emperor gang. It turned out it was all his calculation. Yes, this is what the underling messaged you. Boss, as you ordered, I'm currently in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. He happily messaged back. Wait for my instructions. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I obey. Thinking of this, he was a bit smug, thinking, I can, but Imuji can't. He had his own calculations on how to destroy the fortress. His face had become extremely smug as he declared, I came here to assist you, which is the sneak inside it. Taexian's group looked at the guy being beaten black and blue and exclaimed in surprise, mocking, "These crazy dogs broke into the school and are even hiding in every corner." They seemed surprised and bewildered, asking. The internal situation was almost completely exposed. Where did he get this uniform? Their voices continued to ring out as they looked at the weak Jae-min standing in front. A kid who knows all the gang's information? You. The underling standing above observed everything and then discussed in surprise. How would a bookworm like him know? But he probably won't say a word about it, right? At this moment, an underling turned his head in surprise and reported to his boss. As expected, after getting punched, he knows his place, right? Taexian immediately signaled to his underlings. Enough. The truth is, we received support. Seeing this, another underling asked in surprise, Boss Taexian, that guy, do you really think he's useful? He continued to look at him, then sighed and voiced his suspicion. Come to think of it, he's still a very suspicious kid. There's no reason for him to help us. His voice continued to ring out. The uniform he's wearing is from Y-High. Hearing this, an underling suddenly remembered something. If it's Y-High, wasn't it recently attacked by a gang? He nodded in confirmation and voiced his suspicion. That's right. They're like us, not clinging to any power. There's also a reason we're confronting them. His face had become extremely serious, looking ahead, and then he declared, the fact that those factional gangs sent someone to hide among us. It can be understood that they've temporarily suspended the truce and started a new battle. He continued to look at the key in his hand, then fell into deep thought again. If another chaotic battle comes to this area, it'll be a headache. Saying this, Taexian clenched his fist with extreme determination and declared, to prevent that from happening, even if it's a suspicious guy, we still have to use him first. He continued to speak. As for burning the house to catch the rat, that's for later. On another side, Jae-min was extremely scared, panting. He bewilderedly looked up ahead. At this moment, the sky had gradually turned towards evening. The city here had become extremely gloomy. The scene shifted to a place where players were playing billiards. Donghui, while playing, angrily shouted, Damn, nothing is going as I want. He was the leader of the Daejeong Alliance's Yunbai front. Seeing this, these two quickly discussed animatedly. Do you want to share food? Or something like that. Can you still eat? Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. Taejung slowly approached with an extremely cold expression. He glanced at this group in surprise and then asked, You guys got beaten up like this, yet you're so lucky, huh? Daejeong Alliance, Taejung. Seeing this, he was a bit scared. Yeah, Taejung. What brings you here? The guy behind immediately became bewildered. Ugh, he's from the Alliance. He slowly approached, then sighed and complained, You took a dump, and now I have to come clean up your mess, you idiot. What a pain. He quickly stubbed out his cigarette. His face had become extremely angry, staring at the group right in front of him. TSK, you guys have no brains at all. Then he pulled out an e-cigarette from his pocket. Who smokes cigarettes these days? You have to vape, right? He immediately asked the seemingly foolish guy. Hey, do you have one? This guy bewilderedly explained, Yes, I know, I smoke cigarettes, so. His face immediately became speechless looking at them. The underling, seeing this, didn't understand what was happening to him. Taejung slowly walked forward and then asked Donghui, How many billiard points do you have? Seeing this, he thought for a moment and then explained, I'm around 150. Hearing that, he picked up a billiard cue. Oh really? Immediately after, he hit the underling next to him with one stroke. He coldly said, and I hit pretty well. Immediately after, this guy's helpless screams echoed nonstop. The cue also broke. This guy could only sit down helplessly, clutching his ear. He coldly asked, You just gonna stand there dazed, you idiot? His face had become extremely terrifying as he threatened, If you don't have one, drag your ass and go buy one. This guy, seeing this, immediately trembled all over. Immediately after, the pitiful guy quickly ran to buy an e-cigarette. Taejung continued to approach Donghui, complaining, So annoying. Does that mean you couldn't take that school? He sat down on a chair and didn't forget to mock him. Donghui, you really wanted to swallow Yunbai High to get recognition from the Alliance, right? Hearing that, he quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. He continued to ask again. Haven't you ever thought it was very strange? Those Yunbai High guys are so strong, but in the end, they just know how to hide and scurry around. His voice continued to ring out, making him also surprised. Those bastards. What's the reason Kim Taexian is so diligently setting up stakes around MT Yunbai? At this moment, a very sinister, wicked smile appeared on his face. He looked at the billiard balls rolling on the table and then urged, Be smart. Act smart. Time passed very quickly, shifting to a few days later. Mahari held a Starbucks cup in her hand and then exclaimed in surprise, praising, It's quite good. She stood looking at Jae-min, who was standing still, and then asked in surprise, Hey, I thought you were doing something for days. Using the gang and planting someone in Yunbai High? You're pretty good, huh? Seeing this, he helplessly said, Why do you just randomly show up at my house? Then a surprised smile flickered on his face as he stared at her. How do you know about what happened to Yunbai High? I haven't even told you yet. She smiled smugly and recounted everything she had heard. I told you. I know every single move of the gang. Team 2, in charge of the Yunbai battle, I heard they were dealt with nicely too. She recounted everything. You gained their trust by having her lackeys monitor Kim Taexian's every move. At that time, the underlings were extremely surprised and disgusted. They really went through there and relayed the location information to Yungbai High. Of course, it wasn't just that. Do you know that because of that, Team 2 got beaten to a pulp without understanding why? Jae Gang, extremely angry, held his bat, beautifully dealing with each underling one by one. You fools! Did you go there to get caught? After hearing this, Jaemin's face became extremely serious as he declared to her, "That's my part-time job. I don't think your ability to sense those bastards is that good." Seeing this, she just sighed coldly and replied, "Tisk, anyway, sneaking into Yungbai High isn't the end of it. If you don't act soon, who knows what the alliance will do?" Her eyes glanced at him with an extremely sharp gaze. "If you lose, you understand what I mean, right?" Jaemin, seeing her gaze, immediately sank into his own calculations. She's also good at pushing even things a Muji couldn't do. Anyway, that evil woman. In his head, he constantly had follow-up plans to deal with those thugs. How can I deal with this bunch to recruit them all in one go? There must be a way. Kim Taexian also has weaknesses. Today, I definitely have to get something. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, remembering something wasn't quite right. But why the hell isn't that Kim Taexian guy here today? Where did he go? Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him turn his head in surprise. Hey! Taexian's underling angrily pointed at him and cursed. "I can't fucking trust you." Seeing this, he was speechless, thinking, what the hell? His face kept getting closer to Jaemin's, constantly judging. "Fuck it, Boss Taexian isn't at school today, so you brat can scram today." Seeing this, he was a bit speechless and bewildered, thinking, what the hell? Being too dejected, he slowly turned to leave. "Ah, is that so? Then you." The underling, seeing his attitude, seemed surprised. "Why is this guy so calm? Hey, leave him alone, or Boss Taexian will scold you." Then he slowly walked towards the door. "Damn it, no news again today, just going home like this?" At this moment, an underling angrily cursed, "But damn it, how long do we have to defend like this?" Suddenly, he was startled, realizing something, and turned his head in surprise. Among all the underlings, one stood up and voiced his idea to everyone. "We can also deal with that guy first. Can't we expand our power?" They had become extremely angry, constantly arguing. "We're not babysitters or anything. Frankly, I think Brother Taexian is taking advantage of us a bit." At this moment, another underling constantly shouted, "Hey, watch your mouth." Then this underling, a bit scared, pointed ahead and announced, "That's Sicko. He's still." At this moment, all of them became extremely surprised looking at this very empty place. "He's gone." The scene shifted to another place, a bottle of alcohol and a full glass placed. Taexian's voice slowly echoed. "Another year has passed, huh, Dad?" He stood before his father's grave and then spoke coldly. "We're still doing well, but it seems in some aspect he might be a good person. Although I'm a good for nothing, the little one has grown up well." He continued to look at the new grass growing beside his father's grave. "So, Dad, don't worry too much, though I know you're watching over us from above." His face had become extremely calm, looking ahead, and he announced, "But I'm here. I won't let him become someone like me." Saying this, his eyes suddenly became sad, looking ahead. "At least while he's still in school, I'll help him stay in the most perfect environment." It seemed the keychain was something he held in extremely high regard. This keychain had a sun shape. It was unknown who gave it to him. The scene shifted to another place, inside the city. A voice echoed, "Taeyong." Along with it was the image of an innocent boy, happily holding a hamburger right in front of him. "I will protect him." He delightedly ate the hamburger, savoring it. Jaemin, sitting opposite, asked in surprise, "Is it good?" He smiled happily and announced, "Eat a lot." Taeyong happily drank a cup of Coke, right in front of him. Right after finishing, he delightedly chatted with Jaemin. "It's so good. Thank you for buying me delicious food." He smiled and explained to him, "It's just a hamburger, and it's a Terry burger." Hearing this, he seemed sad and recounted, "Those other kids all like cheeseburgers or else spicy burgers, but I like Terry burgers more." Seeing this, he also burst out laughing and teased, "You really are a kid with no ambition, huh?" Hearing this, he seemed extremely surprised. Really, his eyes were extremely determined, staring at this boy. Kim Taexian's younger brother, Kim Taeyong. He learned something important. Kim Taexian has a younger brother. At that time, he had heard the underlings constantly cursing. "Are we babysitters or something?" Frankly, I don't think Brother Taexian is taking advantage of us. He gradually connected all the events. The first time I heard the word babysitter, I could already rule out him being a high school student. Following that, with my IQ of 200, he quickly recalculated everything. There are only two schools nearby. One is Hakang Elementary, the other is Yungbok High. A voice from inside the school echoed, "If it's Kim Taexian's younger brother, are you talking about Kim Taeyong?" Immediately after, he remembered everything. Luckily, the first school I went to was Yungbok High. At that time, a boy had pointed to another boy and informed him, "Ah, it's him." Thinking of this, he became extremely happy. I was able to meet Kim Taeyong after the last class ended and all activities were over when he was preparing to go home. A plan had formed in his mind. The first thing is, I need to act a bit to take him away. Taeyong asked in surprise, "So, where are you saying you'll take me?" Seeing this, he seemed hesitant and announced, that I'll keep a secret until the end. His family. He burst out laughing with an unbelievable surprise and announced, tell me the truth. Hearing this, he became extremely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Right? It's very suspicious, right? He delightedly stared at him with extreme joy. It's my birthday party, right? He suddenly understood something. Today is this kid's birthday? Immediately after, he just sighed and replied, I said it was a secret. Seeing this, he also immediately guessed in surprise. What the heck? I must have hit the nail on the head, right? You're so obvious. You worked hard for my brother. Jamin forced a smile. No, I'm fine. He thought helplessly, looking at him so innocent like this. Immediately after, he remembered Mahari's terrifying figure and fell into self-blame. I'm sorry, I'm also at a dead end. He looked helplessly at his brightly lit phone. If I take this kid hostage, taking down Kim Taexian will be as easy as pie. You should blame your gangster brother out there playing around. On the phone, a message was sent. In about 30 minutes, Kim Taexian's younger brother, Kim Taeyong, will pass by number 0020, Didiok District. Wait there and capture him. Taeyong, seeing him engrossed in his phone, seemed surprised and asked back, you got caught, so now you're texting my brother, right? Hearing that, he was startled and replied, no, I'm not. Hearing this, he burst out laughing, delightedly and teasingly surprised. You're not careful at all. His voice continued to echo. Let me guess. That place must be O Arena, right? He just sat still, no comment on this matter. Then he sighed and said to him, you trust people too easily. Taeyong, after hearing Jamin's words, immediately became confused. Sir, he smiled in surprise and voiced his thoughts. Well, you're like that. You don't suspect me at all, and just go along. What if I'm your brother's opponent? What would you do? Then he continued to lecture him. Living so naively, you'll meet disaster one day. He just smiled innocently and recounted everything. I don't believe anything at all. I only trust my brother. Hearing this, his eyes immediately became determined, looking ahead. Oh really? Talking about his older brother made him extremely proud. He delightedly pointed behind him and didn't forget to announce, you probably already know, but my brother is an extremely strong person. No one dares to touch me. If by any chance I get involved in something bad, I don't worry at all. No matter who it is, he will definitely come to save me. Hearing this, he seemed speechless and helplessly asked back, really? Even if the opponent is dozens of people? No hero can withstand being ganged up on. He very delightedly advanced, announcing everything again. Whether it's tens or hundreds, the people who follow him will also number that many. Immediately after, the two immediately stood up and argued, making everyone around seem surprised. You idiot! If you're taken hostage, it will definitely make him come here alone. So, if he comes alone, he'll definitely have a strategy. That strategy will be found out eventually. But actually, that strategy is a fake strategy. So, if that fake strategy is a strategy that makes everyone think it's fake, then what? Then he'll come up with another fake strategy. After arguing until they were almost tired, Taeyong sighed and announced, in short, he'll come to save me anyway. A happy smile accompanied by a bit of pride, because he promised. Suddenly, at this moment, his voice became sad. Since the day my dad died. At that time, he stood helplessly before his father's memorial, crying nonstop. Dad! Taexian slowly placed his hand on his shoulder, smiling comfortingly. Kim Taeyong, you don't need to worry about anything. He tried not to let his tears fall while comforting him. I will definitely protect you. Immediately after, his voice changed slightly, angrily recounting. Since I entered middle school, there have been more and more delinquents around me. The bullies became more and more thuggish. This damn dog can't even steal a wallet properly. He had become extremely scared remembering these things. Once, I was even dragged all the way to Taejun and beaten up. Tattooed gangsters slowly extended their hands towards him and cursed. You rely on your brother, so you look down on me, right? I know guys in the Alliance who are much scarier than your brother. You think your brother is good enough to be my opponent? Suddenly, at this moment, a loud noise rang out, making him seem surprised. Taexian, extremely angry, slowly rushed here. His eyes had become extremely furious, staring straight ahead. Brother came and saved me. After just a few basic moves, all of them were beautifully dealt with in a flash. He quickly approached and hugged him comfortingly, even though he was crying nonstop. He drove from Taejun all the way here without any plan. After that, finally, Taexian led an extremely powerful army slowly forward. After that, more and more people got involved in the fight between the Emperor Division and the Daejong Alliance, so he became the leader of this area. Young Bai once made those two powers stay away. After recounting everything, Taeyong burst out laughing in surprise and chatted with Jamin. You also study at Young Bai, so you probably know about these incidents, right? His confident voice continued to echo. Brother will always protect me. Saying this, he became extremely delighted and recounted. So, I don't worry about anything. Jamin, after hearing these words, froze. In his eyes, there was a feeling called envy. At that time, he was helpless, remembering the scene where his brother constantly turned his back on him. He didn't give you any sense of security at all. Instead, he just looked with an extremely cold gaze. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists until they trembled, feeling an indescribable sense of envy. Immediately after, he slowly picked up the food tray and stood up, then said, "So, shall we stand up?" He walked forward and then announced to him, "It's time." Very quickly, the scene shifted to near evening in the city. On the bustling road, footprints and passersby. At this moment, all of Muji's underlings were gathered in one place, staring straight ahead. Taeyong, following Jaemin, asked in surprise, "Hey, if it's this way, it's not the way to O Arena." Suddenly, at this moment he stopped walking. Immediately after, he turned his head and said to him, "You wait here." Seeing this, he was a bit surprised. Here." He nodded in confirmation and then announced, "I only received orders to bring you here." He helplessly walked quickly forward, leaving him standing there alone. "I'm just a puppet being controlled by that demon woman. This is the surest way to overthrow Yongbai Hai." The terrifying image of a guillotine immediately appeared, making him even more scared. "If I can't sink Yongbai Hai, my head will also fall." Lying under the guillotine, no one is selfish. Suddenly, at this moment, Taeyong called after him, "Brother, you haven't even told me your name, and you're just leaving like that." He coldly turned his head and replied to him, "I'm not someone worth remembering." Hearing that, he smiled in surprise and then recounted, "Actually, the reason I followed you without any suspicion is also because I trust my brother." His voice continued to ring out, "But partly because I think you're a good person too." Hearing this, he immediately became bewildered, his eyes wide. "Hey," at this moment he had bowed his head. "Thank you for today." He still didn't understand what was happening. "What on earth am I?" Suddenly, at this moment, an underling entered the room, anxiously reporting everything. "Boss Taexian, brother Taexian." He constantly shouted anxiously, "This isn't the time for you to be lifting weights, sir." He seemed extremely calm, slowly sitting up. "Why are you so irritable?" "I know. Today is Taeyang's birthday." He hurriedly replied, "No, that's not what I meant." His voice had become extremely shaky and scared. "They said someone came to Yongbai Hai, sir." Hearing this, he immediately froze. At this moment, an army slowly advanced, loudly signaling to each other, "Just turn at that corner. Kim Taeyong is there. Catch him now." Immediately after, they became extremely bewildered when they didn't see anyone's figure right in front of them. Taeyong on this side, while running after Jaemin, anxiously asked, Brother, just now you told me to wait there." He ran forward, explaining to him, "I was joking with you. First, just run this way." He had become extremely bewildered, glancing at him. Kim Taexian isn't a gangster. It's all because, finally, his innocent face made him understand everything. To protect his younger brother, to protect that child's innocence. He continued to remember Mahari's terrifying face. "I'm sorry, but I think I have to give up on this test." At this moment, while helplessly running forward, he was lost in his own thoughts. This is the brotherhood I once dreamed of, instead of letting it shatter into pieces. Thinking of this, he immediately spoke with confusion, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, he was a bit surprised and asked back, "Sir?" He continued to run forward and then repeated his words, "I'm sorry," because in his head at this moment, there was a certain determination. "Then I'd rather let my head fall." Just then, a large foot kicked Jaemin straight, making him fall quickly backward, unable to react. Taeyong, seeing this, worriedly shouted helplessly, "Brother!" Taexian ran quickly forward, extremely worried and bewildered, remembering all the words the underling had just reported. "I just heard the news a moment ago. They said someone came to Yongbai Hai, sir." The underling's voice kept ringing in his ears. "It's Dong Taejung of the Daejong Alliance." Taejung happily grabbed his neck, delightedly saying, "Caught you, kid." He was Daejong Alliance's number 10, Dong Taejung. On one side, witnessing this entire scene, Jaemin felt extremely helpless, thinking, "Damn it, it's not just me." He angrily said, "Let go. Let him go." He was looking for Kim Taexian's weakness. His face wore an extremely wicked smile as he announced to everyone, "Let's wipe out Yongbai Hai." Very smartly, the scene shifted to another place. A man quickly ran forward, panting, and the other end of the phone kept ringing with a notification sound. He's not answering the phone. Following that, after a long wait, the other end finally rang. "Yes, brother." Taexian angrily asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing this, the underling fearfully reported the entire situation. "I've dispersed them to search, sir, but still haven't found him." He had become extremely worried and ordered, as urgently as possible. He clenched the phone in his hand. Damn it, those Alliance bastards. His heart at this moment had shrunk by half. "Taeyong, please be safe." Suddenly, a call came, making him jump. His eyes widened, looking ahead with an unbelievable expression. Immediately after was an image of Taeyong tied up, sitting on the ground. He helplessly roared, "Taeyong." And the message sent with the image of the location were extremely angry, challenging messages. "I won't beat around the bush. Drag your ass here alone. If you call more people, your brother's head will be smashed." The scene shifted to another, very remote place. The underlings constantly guarded and chatted. "That's why I found it strange." Taejung delightedly held an e-cigarette and looked at the pitiful Taeyong on the ground. Such a powerful force, yet it only sticks its ass in MT Yongbai. His voice continued to ring out. The giraffe of MT Youngbai, trying to hide such an adorable younger brother. At this moment, he had become extremely scared. He stepped outside and then instructed his comrades, find out a few more things and we'll understand. If you want to gang up, you have to prepare thoroughly. The underling quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll remember. His face had become extremely serious as he said to him, he won't let it go. Hearing that, he looked at the boy in surprise with a confused expression. Immediately after, he kicked the boy straight in the face with a fatal blow. With the strength of a boy, he helplessly fell hard against the wall. Just one simple move made him completely lose all his strength. He then said, sorry kid. His voice had become extremely terrifying as he approached him. This is the one who won't let it go. At the same time, Donghui slowly walked towards Taejung and exclaimed in surprise, praising, I like your expression. He wore an extremely delighted smile, staring straight ahead. I really want to quickly take you to your brother's place. His voice continued to ring out. But before we go, I think we need to settle our private matters. First, Taexian, hearing this, just remained silent. He continued to mock. This whole place is the special squad's territory. Even a strong person ganged up on can't do anything. Even Mirko Crow Cop couldn't fight 50 people. Taeyong, inside at this moment, had become extremely worried for his older brother. Not letting him worry too long, Taejung slowly placed his hand on his head and taunted, but even if he could beat that crowd, because of you, Kim Taexian can only die. Immediately after, he burst out laughing smugly and slowly walked outside. You should pray he doesn't die. Damn it, I'm starving. The underling seemed surprised, pointing ahead. But that guy, how do we deal with him? Immediately after, the underling reported. He said he's not from Yongbai High. Jamin on one side was still listening to everything. He became extremely cold, turned his head to look at him, then sighed and announced to the underlings. Even if he's not from Yongbai High, since he's with Kim Taexian's younger brother, he must be an acquaintance. To be safe, just keep him here until this is over. Immediately after, the door was immediately closed, leaving only the two of them there. After confirming they had left, he sighed and tore off the ropes on his hands, startled. Then he continued to look at the nail he had used to cut this rope. I thought I was discovered. He quickly approached Taeyong and then untied him. Are you okay? These crazy people, how could they hit a kid? At this moment, he suddenly started crying, making him seem surprised. Hey, you! He couldn't believe his own eyes. Crying. At this moment, he had become extremely helpless, crying nonstop. Because of me. Brother, you don't need to protect me at all. His desperate voice continued to ring out. I'm always a burden. As long as I'm not around, everything will be better. Seeing this, he was speechless and bewildered, asking back, hey, what the hell are you saying? He gently placed his hand on him, comforting him, his face with a gentle smile. Don't worry, everything will be okay. Taeyong, after hearing these comforting words, immediately stopped crying and stared intently at him. Jamin turned his head to look outside and then pondered. Let's see. He continued to look at all of them, constantly gathering in groups of 5 or 3, like ants building a nest. Taejung announced to his underlings, I'm going to eat and then come back. You guys guard carefully. If you let them escape, you'll all go to heaven. Understand? His eyes had become extremely serious, recalculating everything. They're guarding the gate like this, so escaping is impossible. Thinking of this, he felt quite glad, then slowly pulled out a phone from his person. Luckily, they took my phone, but not this one. They didn't think I'd have 2 phones. He hid by the door and continued to sink into his own thoughts. If I order the gang to come here to capture Kim Taeyong, I can turn this place into a chaotic battlefield. Taking advantage of that, Taeyong and I can escape from here. He seemed hesitant, continuing to look towards Taeyong. As long as I save that kid, Kim Taexian won't have to fight alone anymore. He had become extremely hesitant, torn, because he had interfered too much between the brothers. Seeing his strange attitude made him, Taeyong, seemed surprised and asked back, okay, what's okay? What are you planning to do? He was still lost in his own thoughts. So, I need support from the Emperor Division. A very smug smile was on his face. I came here to help you. He was a bit happy and delighted, thinking, Kim Taexian, you made the right decision to trust me. At that time, he remembered the underlings constantly mocking him loudly. I don't fucking believe you. He was still hesitant, thinking, a king must also understand the thoughts of his servants. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, remembering something. Wait a minute. He quickly approached Taeyong, who was sitting quietly. Does your hand hurt a lot? Let me untie it for you. Seeing this, he seemed confused and asked him, what are you planning to do? He continued to order, Taeyong, from now on, you have to listen to what I say. Outside, the underlings constantly attacked Taexian. These guys constantly punched him straight, even though he didn't fight back. Seeing him clutching his stomach, lying down to the point of trembling, made Donghui also laugh in surprise. So stress relieving. Immediately after, he slowly spoke, making him surprised. Taeyong, he had become extremely angry, staring at him. Taeyong, you still okay, right? Seeing this look from him made him angry and kick him. That look in your eyes. It seemed seeing him fall made him satisfied, and he smugly taunted. Your eyes have to be gentle for me to tell you. Don't you grasp the situation, you damn dog? Immediately after, he slowly raised his head and announced to him, drops of Blood constantly dripped onto the ground below. His voice continued to ring out. You must have misunderstood something. The one standing in the middle of this encirclement isn't me, it's you. His face had become extremely angry as he approached and questioned, if you just touch one finger of Taeyong, I'll chop you into pieces. It seemed these guys wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin. He smiled smugly and ordered, Hey guys, what are you doing? His voice constantly rang out. Hit him for me. Immediately, dozens of underlings quickly rushed straight forward to attack Taexian with extreme ferocity. No matter how many times he was hit, he didn't care about these things. The only thing he cared about at this moment was his pitiful, captured younger brother. Taeyong, I'm fine. Don't worry too much about this, brother. He tried to endure the blows, helplessly thinking, as long as you're still safe and sound. All these scenes were observed by two people on one side. Suddenly, at this moment, Taeyong was startled, realizing something was wrong ahead. At this moment, he encountered some very familiar subordinates. He happily announced, They're here, brother. Immediately after, the underlings continued to advance, slowly confronting. What's this? A gang island. The Emperor gang members had become extremely happy and excited, advancing. Just wipe out this bunch, and it's over, right? Jaemin on one side observed everything, smiling smugly, thinking, I chose to give up everything to protect this brotherhood. But I suddenly thought. He looked at the unbalanced battle happening between the two sides here. A way to protect both of them, and at the same time, be able to recruit Yunbai high. He delightedly chatted with him. Great. Are you ready? We should also start. Taeyong. Healthy men constantly attacked Taexian, not giving him a chance to react. They smugly chatted with each other. Fuck. I never dared to imagine this scene. Donghui lightly wiped the bloodstains on his face, smiling delightedly, and taunted, the giraffe of Mt. Yungbai, just because of a tiny younger brother, collapsed like this. Although extremely pained, Taexian still angrily glared at them and asked back, Is this enough for you? Let Taeyong go. You didn't do anything wrong. Hearing this, he seemed surprised. Then he reported everything. I was just venting my anger just now. Brother Taejung also offered another condition for exchange. He slowly asked, If you ask what that condition is. At the same time, the Emperor gang members quickly advanced, constantly exclaiming with excitement, Break through it. They, like madmen, constantly smashed everything here, shouting loudly, Find Kim, Taeyong. Their voices echoed throughout this place. An extremely chaotic, unbalanced battle ensued. Two underlings, seeing this, were so scared they chatted with each other. They came here to find Kim Taeyong. Could be they've joined forces with a gang? How do they know this place? Damn it. At this moment, one was extremely scared, remembering Taejung's face, and announced, If Kim Taeyong is taken, we're dead. Immediately after, they rushed quickly forward, joining this chaotic battle. We have to stop them at all costs. The scene shifted to another place where Jaemin and Taeyong were standing inside a metal container, observing this entire chaotic battle. He, Taeyong, had become extremely surprised and said, There really was a clash. Jaemin, was happy and delighted. It seemed this was all within his calculations. Good. Everyone's attention is focused there now. He quickly glanced at him. We have to take advantage of this gap and sneak out. He, Taeyong, immediately nodded, understanding. Yes. He, Jaemin, didn't forget to instruct him. Stick close to me. We have to sneak out very quietly, so no one knows. The two slowly stepped outside. Suddenly, at this moment, the door was kicked open, making both of them jump, bewildered, unable to react in time. At this moment, fear was evident in both their eyes, unable to believe the monstrous strength right in front of them. A man from Muji's gang advanced. You too. Immediately after, he coldly asked, Which one is Kim Taeyong? Seeing this, both of them immediately became scared. He had become extremely bewildered, glancing ahead, then sinking into thought. What gap did he exploit to get in here already? He was extremely scared looking at this fierce face. Although I used Taeyang's whereabouts to call them here. He angrily and slowly advanced towards the two. Speak quickly. I'm in a hurry, you two dogs. He was lost in his own thoughts. But if they catch us again, the situation won't change much. Luckily, at this moment, one quickly ran in, shouting, Who let you in here? Following that, the two sides rushed into a brawl, fighting each other. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly turned his head to look at the two. What caught his eye was Taeyong standing still in fear. Looking at the student name tag pinned on his chest, he seemed happy, thinking, So you're Kim Taeyong. Immediately after, he announced, Follow me. Suddenly, at this moment, a bat swung straight at his head. Jaemin, who knows when, had snuck up behind him and angrily hit him on the head with the bat. He, extremely angry, turned his head and glared at him. You. He had completely started trembling with fear. Thinking of his plan, he quickly announced to Taeyong, Run, quick. Hearing that, he suddenly came to his senses, understanding something. Immediately after, he broke free and quickly ran straight ahead. He seemed extremely angry. Where are you going? At this moment, he held him tightly, pressing on his neck. He still struggled nonstop. Aren't you letting go? He didn't forget to remind him, Go. Hurry up. He quickly ran through the chaotic crowd, advancing. On another side, after blocking the strong, long-haired guy, Jaemin was pushed hard and fell backward. He had become completely angry, approaching him and cursing, "Damn you, you dog. What the hell are you?" Seeing the situation wasn't good, he quickly turned his head to look ahead with a worried expression. This situation is a bit tricky, but first, Taeyong has escaped, so it's okay. On another side, Taeyong was fearfully running quickly forward. His, Jaemin's, words constantly echoed in his ears. Listen carefully, Kim Taeyong. When the two were still locked up together, his voice constantly echoed in his ears. Your older brother is a very strong person, but he thinks your safety is threatened, so he's taking a beating. Standing in front of him, Jaemin's face had become extremely serious as he announced. Therefore, you should let him know that you're still safe and sound. However, our phones were taken by Dong Taejung, so currently, we have no way to inform him. Immediately after, he slowly pulled out his phone and instructed him, although I have this phone, there's a reason we can't use it to make calls. His eyes had become extremely determined, looking at him, and he didn't forget to place both hands on him and announce. So, once you escape from this place, immediately run to the empty lot near the building. Dong Taejung must have called your brother there earlier. While thinking and running, Taeyong quickly stepped on a stone. You were absolutely never a burden. With his small body, he quickly fell hard on the ground, crying out in pain. Because of you, your brother gained strength. But this didn't make him give up at all, because his, Jaemin's, words were so persuasive to him. So run to your brother. This time, you'll be the one to save him. On another side, Dong Hui's voice slowly echoed. He quickly picked up a hammer and walked over. Trade your legs to get Kim Taeyong back. His face had become extremely wicked as he smoked a cigarette and announced, this is an undeniable condition, right? Even if you can't stand on these legs in battles anymore, your younger brother will be safe and sound. Hearing this, Taexian, though extremely helpless, had to nod in agreement. Deal. Go ahead then. He quickly advanced, his face covered in blood, yet he declared with absolute certainty, bring Taeyong out first. Seeing this, the crowd immediately grew flustered. This crazy bastard, he's still standing after being beaten like that. Dong Hyuk, witnessing this, quickly nodded in agreement. Of course. I was just about to let you see his face to verify. He immediately ordered his underling to call the other side and tell them they would move there. The underling nodded in understanding. Yes. Right after, the underling quickly picked up the phone in his hand. The underling fearfully dialed and reported, they're not answering, boss. Seeing this, Dong Hyuk immediately became bewildered. What? Suddenly, at that moment, Taeyang's voice slowly rang out. Hyung, brother. Dong Hyuk was startled and turned his head. It was none other than his voice. Hyung. This made Taexian stand to one side, incredibly frightened, unable to believe it. Taeyong stood high above, constantly waving to his older brother. With a resolute gaze, he waved forward and announced, I'm still okay. At this moment, the entire crowd froze. Dong Hyuk, not understanding what was happening, still confusedly shouted, get him. Immediately after, he furiously commanded, get him quickly. Two underlings, hearing his command, quickly rushed forward. As an older brother, how could Taexian let this happen? He swiftly charged forward. Right after, he grabbed both their heads with one arm each, preparing to give them a beating. After just a few basic moves, these two were quickly taken down by him in a flash, easily and incredibly dominantly. Dong Hyuk, witnessing this scene from the side, was stunned, not knowing what more to say. He could only curse, damn it. Then he continued to look at Taexian's motionless face. He's not human. Loud thuds echoed continuously, probably the sound of him taking them out one by one. Elsewhere, the long-haired guy was still relentlessly torturing Cho Min, cursing, you son of a bitch. Cho Min felt a pain he had never experienced before. He could only think helplessly, I only ever gave orders, so I never realized. But now, I'm truly getting what I deserve. The man was still furiously cursing, this disrespectful mutt. Cho Min could only feel helpless and bewildered. Just a subordinate, yet he's this strong? He recalled the terrifying image of his brother when he led this gang. Huang Ma was the leader of this pack of beasts? Huh. After finishing the beating, the man quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to warn, it's because I have to chase after Kim Taeyong, otherwise, you'd be fucking dead. Consider yourself lucky. Cho Min, bewildered and worried, looked in the direction he left. He continued to recall the scene when Taejung stood there, constantly threatening Taeyong. If what Taejung said is true, then this entire place is surrounded by special operations team. That means Kim Taexian's side only has a few people. Thinking this, he immediately sank into his own thoughts. In this situation, once he finds out Kim Taeyong has escaped from here, his forces might head straight for Kim Taexian. So right after that, he immediately taunted, lucky my ass. You're scared, aren't you? Then my gang member, preparing to leave, heard this and was startled. He angrily turned his head back to question, what did you bark? At this moment, only one thought appeared in Cho Min's mind. Just one guy like him is enough to take them down. He was a bit smug. I've calculated it all. Right after, he slowly stood up and taunted, I said you're scared, aren't you, you dog? That's the sure way to win. The scene shifted to a large city. The sky was gradually turning towards evening. But Taexian relentlessly punched and kicked the ones who had bullied him with extreme ferocity. He was like his own older brother, exploding with strength when he saw his pitiful younger brother being bullied. Taeyong just calmly stood there, watching everything. His brother only needed to verify his safety. He immediately recalled Shin's, Cho Min's likely alias or a typo for Min, very determined face back then ran straight to the school in Bekoke. Thinking of this, he quickly turned his back and ran forward, calling for his brother's reinforcements to come here. His face had become incredibly determined as he rushed off. Brother, wait for me a little longer. Elsewhere, due to being ganged up on by many people at once, Taexian was gradually losing strength. Seizing this opportunity, another guy rushed forward to attack him with a powerful blow. He turned his head in extreme anger to look at him. The guy, seeing this, was startled, bewildered, and a bit scared. In the next second, he was kicked by Taexian, flying high into the air. This made Dong Hyuk, witnessing it from the side, extremely furious. He bewilderedly exclaimed, unable to understand. How the hell did that damn Kim Taeyong escape unharmed? What on earth happened? Right after, he turned his head and loudly questioned his subordinates. Hey, none of them are answering their phones yet? The subordinates fearfully nodded in confirmation. Yes. He also sensed that something was wrong. Something's messed up. I have to go check myself. At this moment, a subordinate hurriedly and fearfully pointed behind him, warning, Boss, behind you. He was surprised and turned his head to assess the situation. Right at this moment, Taexian had appeared right in front of him. He loudly questioned him. A punch landed, and the scene shifted elsewhere, outside the container. The long-haired my gang member angrily asked again, What the hell did you just bark? His voice echoed relentlessly. Seeing this, Cho Min hurriedly shouted, I asked if you chicken out? Hearing this, the man became extremely furious. Are you serious? You've lost your mind, you dog. Seeing this, Cho Min immediately became joyful. Good, I got his attention. He continued to look outside where the fight was still raging fiercely. He fell into his own deliberations. I have to buy time here, so no one notices Kim Taeyang's presence. That's the only way to delay the assembly of the Alliance's core forces. At the same time, the man rushed towards Cho Min to attack. This made Cho Min extremely scared, but he didn't give up and continued to stare straight ahead. Right after, he quickly ducked to the ground, grabbing the rod in his hand. His hand quickly moved towards the rod, preparing for his next action. The man, seeing this, glared at him angrily. His leg quickly rose, aiming forward, preparing to deliver a fatal kick. Just like that, Cho Min was kicked squarely, sending him flying backward. Because he had no fighting ability, he quickly fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The man walked towards him with an extremely angry expression, loudly cursing. This cowardly dog, trying to use a weapon, huh? Fine. You think you can beat me with that thing? A smirk appeared on his face. He glanced, and then ordered. Men solve things with their fists. Let me give you a taste of a punch even stronger than that iron bar. Hearing this, Cho Min immediately stared at him. Alright. Very quickly, the scene shifted elsewhere, at the gate of the middle school. Taeyong quickly ran forward, panting. Seeing this, an underling seemed surprised and asked him, Kim Taeyong, even if you didn't run here, Boss Kim Taexian is looking for you. He, while catching his breath, recounted to him. His face had become extremely worried as he constantly pleaded, Please, save my brother. Elsewhere, the long-haired my gang member and Cho Min were relentlessly attacking each other with extreme ferocity. But it seemed Cho Min was quite outmatched by his strength. He was constantly being punched fiercely, making him scream helplessly. The man looked at him with an extremely contemptuous gaze and angrily cursed. You don't know your place. Why is a piece of trash like you acting so tough? I ought to beat the shit out of you. His mocking voice echoed continuously. You know what your fate will be, right? Your weak little body. Hearing this, Cho Min immediately stood up straight. He stared at the man with an extremely angry gaze. He helplessly recalled that day when his brother had turned his back on him. A weakling like you. Why are you talking to me? Annoying. His eyes had become incredibly enraged, staring forward with anger. Right after, he charged straight at the man, preparing to counterattack. The man, seeing this, burst out laughing, thrilled, as it was the first time he'd seen such a sight. Oh my, this crazy dog is also strong. Right after, he was quickly slapped in the face. He gaped in disbelief. Cho Min had pushed him into the metal bars behind, causing him pain. It turned out there was a sharp metal nail behind him. He angrily looked at the wound on his back and cursed, You motherfucking bastard! Right after, he completely lost it and charged straight at Cho Min. You come here. Cho Min, scared, ran quickly forward. Right after, he seized the opportunity, looking at the large shelf. A plan quickly formed in his mind. He quickly used all his strength to push the shelf forward. He remembered earlier when the man had kicked him, sending him flying. When I was kicked into it, it didn't move at all. Even though his kick was very strong, combined with my weight, this bookshelf didn't budge an inch, meaning it's extremely heavy. He then remembered how he had seized an opportunity earlier. So, when I fell down earlier, I stuck this thing in. He saw a small gap on the stone shelf. Cho Min, with utmost certainty, kicked straight. The rod right in front, preparing for the next action. No matter how heavy it is, He looked smugly at the small gap on the shelf. Just a small gap is enough. His thin fingers quickly pushed hard. While pushing, he screamed with all his might. Simultaneously, the shelves, along with various other objects, were toppling straight onto the my gang member, enough to make him fall. The man, seeing this, was instantly frozen, stunned. Only then did he react. He gritted his teeth, extremely angry. What the? Right after, he helplessly roared, "Fuck you, you dog." At the same time, a loud noise echoed from inside. Cho Min, exhausted, turned his head to look at his handiwork, panting. At this moment, the long-haired guy was completely crushed by the giant iron shelf. Drops of blood dripped continuously onto the ground below. As he walked away, wiping his sweat, extremely tired, he muttered, "There's nothing stronger than iron, you idiot." His face glanced in another direction. The rest is elsewhere. Taexian, surprised, turned his head to look behind. "Hey, Mahadi," likely a female character observing, watched everything from above. She spoke to Cho Min. A surprised smile appeared on her face as she announced, "I didn't expect you to do it this way." At this very moment, a familiar figure, Jigong, slowly walked onto the battlefield, surprising everyone. He wore a very interested smile. "What the hell are you doing, Kim Taexian?" He was none other than Emperor Division's second squad captain, Jigong. Elsewhere, Taexian was relentlessly attacking Dong Hyuk's face, giving him no time to react. Feeling the pain from his strength, Dong Hyuk hurriedly put his hands forward, pleading, "Wait, calm down, calm down." At this moment, a voice rang out, making both of them jump and look back. "Hey!" Jigong slowly approached with an amused smile and asked, "What the hell are you doing, Kim Taexian?" He was none other than Emperor Division's second squad captain, Jigong. Seeing Jigong appear, Taexian's face became extremely serious. Elsewhere, Dong Hyuk seemed very surprised by this. He didn't understand what was happening. "What? Isn't that guy Jigong from their gang? What's he doing here?" Jigong slowly approached, taunting. "You look like you're having a tough time, huh?" Taexian calmly asked back. "Now it's your gang's turn?" Jigong burst out laughing, surprised, then announced, "Oh no. I'm not here to punch you. I was thinking of making a deal with you." Hearing this, Taexian very coldly and bluntly refused the request. "I don't give a damn how you found out and showed your face here. But if you're thinking of asking me to return to the gang just because I'm in this mess, you're too late." Jigong had to admire his astuteness. "Wow, you're pretty sharp." Taexian continued, glancing behind him. "I don't need the strength of your kind." Originally, his face was extremely smug. The battle has reached its conclusion. At the same time, his underlings were approaching. "Boss, you didn't forget to lecture. I have no intention of ganging up on someone who didn't come here to cause trouble. So get lost, Jigong." Hearing this, Jigong pondered something. Jigong calmly informed him, "You'll regret this." Dong Hyuk, seeing the situation wasn't good, quickly ran away. Damn it, Taexian didn't even want to chase him. At this moment, his underlings hurriedly and worriedly asked him, "Boss Taexian, are you okay?" That bastard ran off. He calmly explained to everyone, "Forget him. The guy's just trash." Looking at Dong Hyuk's terrified face as he fled frantically, he continued, "By now, he probably realizes too. With his forces, he can't possibly break through Chongbo High." Everyone immediately helped him leave. He asked in surprise, "Did Taeyong inform you guys?" The underlings quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right. What on earth happened?" Hearing this, he immediately became happy. "That kid." A fond smile appeared on his face as he praised, "Not bad." Right after, he asked his underlings, "Let's go quickly. Today is that kid's birthday." Suddenly, at this moment, someone from behind had already raised a hammer high towards him. While he was still wondering, what should I prepare for him? No, truly a strong man, he immediately glanced down, and what caught his eye was a person holding a hammer high. Right after, this young man quickly swung the hammer down, shouting, but it seemed all this was futile against Taexian's overwhelming power. He coldly turned and kicked straight. Just like that, the guy fell hard backward in great pain. Seeing the crowd constantly rushing towards him, he seemed surprised and asked, "What the hell is this?" His face had become extremely bewildered as he glanced at his underlings. "What church are you guys playing?" At this moment, Dong Hyuk had been completely beaten, losing several front teeth, and fell down. A voice slowly rang out. "What trick?" At this moment, a person walked from behind. Taejong wore an extremely smug smile. "He's holding Taeyong hostage, so that's how things turned out." Seeing his younger brother in danger, Taexian worriedly shouted, "Taeyong." Taeyong had become extremely helpless. "Hyung, I'm sorry." He recalled the scene when he met his brother's underling. The underling asked in surprise, "Kim Taeyong, your brother is looking for you anyway, right?" He panted helplessly. "Hyung." Right after, he became extremely worried, pleading, "Please save him." At this moment, a man stepped forward. This man was none other than Taejong. He wore an extremely smug smile. The situation had become extremely dangerous. Taexian was completely surrounded by his own subordinates. He spoke with utter helplessness. "I didn't think you guys would betray me." His face had become extremely bewildered. He continued to ask his subordinates, "Why? Since when did you guys harbor such thoughts?" At this moment, because he had fought too much, he had become extremely tired. He slowly slumped to the ground. His underlings finally voiced their disappointment. "Ever since you started using us just to protect your brother's safety, Are we babysitters or what? At this moment, another underling loudly cursed. Damn it. We want to show off too. We also want to make a name for ourselves throughout this DON region. Contrary to their heated attitude, Taexian calmly asked, Is that so? He still thought helplessly, I try not to let violence exist, at least in the area where Taeyong lives. He remembered the two very large gang factions, and then fell into contemplation. In the end, I couldn't prevent it. He continued to look at Dong Hyuk's bruised and unconscious face on the ground. Taejong suddenly spoke, feigning confusion. It's because of these useless trash that I had to prepare 2 or 3 backup plans like this. He thought smugly, of course. A triumphant smirk appeared on his face. I have no achievements to give you guys, but the basic things I prepared them for a long time. Back then, he had them all figured out. You mean because of his little brother, right? So you guys just endured it? An underling angrily recounted. Well, that's what I mean. Hearing this, Taejong constantly poked at all of them. To merge Chongbo High with the alliance, you should also gradually start spreading dirty rumors about Kim Taexian. Seeing that was the reason they were all extremely frustrated with these things. Are we his brother's babysitters? Frankly, I think Boss Taexian is exploiting us too much. Thinking of this, he had become extremely excited. At the most opportune moment, Taejong remembered earlier when he left the container, thoughts constantly racing through his mind. I don't know what happened at the container, but I never thought the special ops team could handle these things perfectly. To create a variable, I locked him in there with an unnecessary guy. Thinking of this, he became extremely smug and coldly turned his head to look towards the container, informing his underlings. Even if he's not from Chongbo High, he's with Kim's younger brother. Because that guy looks like he might do something, just in case, keep him here until this is over. Fortunately, he had his own calculations. Because that guy looks like he might do something, the moment all the special ops team's plans fall apart. Returning to reality, Taejong had become extremely smug, determinedly thinking, I will fix this with my own personal plan, Taejong's plan. This is my script. He continued to look at the giant school right in front of him. Chongbo High is currently the focal point in the confrontation with the gangs. Elsewhere, a smug smile was gradually revealing itself. I must obtain this chance to gain the trust of the chief of staff. He smiled mockingly. Taeyong is downstairs. Your talented, proud brother is being turned against by his own soldiers over there. Taexian had become extremely helpless, alone facing this crowd. He sighed in utter helplessness, this time having to fight his close brothers in arms. So, you guys will make a name for yourselves on the battlefield, huh? If you want it, you'll get it. Right after, he wearily clenched his fists. He struggled to stand up and loudly declared, First, you have to defeat me. Taeyong, seeing this scene, could only feel pain to the point of tears. He himself understood this important matter. He's reached his limit. The underlings, seeing this, were somewhat surprised and bewildered. In that state, instead of surrendering, he's ready to attack? How much do you despise us to think you can defeat all of us? Contrary to their angry attitude, Taejong had become extremely calm. He loudly announced, Begin, show them the terror of Chongbo High. Suddenly, at this moment, Taeyong bit Taejong's hand hard. Taejong, seeing this, hurriedly let go and cried out in pain, You brat. Seizing this opportunity, Taeyong ran quickly forward. Standing protectively in front of Taexian, he angrily announced, My brother is not a bad person. If you touch my brother. His face had become extremely determined as he declared, Then I won't let you off either. He remembered Cho Min's parting words. This time you will be the one to save him. His words kept echoing in Taeyang's ears. He looked forward with absolute certainty. Hearing these words made Taejong even angrier, and he loudly declared, Such brotherly love, it's sickening. Finish them. Right after, everyone around charged straight at Taeyong to fight. Taexian, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly shouted in desperation, Taeyong, no. At this moment, a smile instantly appeared. Jigong slowly approached. Awesome. How did every situation? Right after, he decisively kicked the ones rushing forward. His voice rang out, and up like the captain's words? Everyone present was stunned by this sight. At this moment, he quickly walked forward. Taexian, seeing he had appeared, was surprised. You haven't left yet. Jigong laughed as if nothing had happened. I just went for a piss, man. Then he continued to taunt the crowd in front. Hey, you alliance grunts. You just said you'd show the terror of Chongbo High? I think you misunderstood something. Taejong, hearing these words, immediately froze. Jigong placed his hand on Taexian's shoulder and began his own presentation. What's called Chongbo High isn't those incompetent underlings. That's a term reserved solely for Kim Taexian. Okay. A long time passed, and Taejong's trusted underlings were quickly knocked down. Now, there weren't many of them left, and they were panting heavily. It seemed Mai's gang, Jigong representing a faction that could be associated or just powerful, was gradually gaining the upper hand in this fight. Finally, the winning young man stepped inside the container. He didn't forget to mumble, Kim Taeyong, Kim Taeyong. Shit, I can't get beaten to a pulp by Boss Jigong again. The next sight made him suddenly freeze on the spot. In front of him was the long-haired guy from before, crushed by the iron shelf. The long-haired guy was screaming, Help me lift this thing quickly. The young man immediately became confused. Elsewhere where Jigong was, his voice rang out. That term Chongbohai isn't just for those lackeys. He smiled with amusement, placing his hand on Taexian's shoulder, and continued to announce. It's a term used exclusively for Kim Taexian alone. Someone on the side, likely Tang, or Taeyong if Tang is a typo, seeing the symbol on the jacket, seemed surprised and thought, that emblem on the jumper. That's Emperor Division. Jigong continued to relentlessly mock all of them for being so despicable with their plan. A bunch of nobodies who are nothing without this guy. Yet you dare to incite a rebellion? Just like that. Hearing this, several underlings became completely enraged and immediately rushed forward, cursing, what did you say? When the punch came, he easily dodged it. To counter, he quickly punched this guy again. Another one seized the opportunity and punched Jigong straight in the face before he could react. Jigong became extremely angry, turned his head, and counterattacked this guy. You bunch from Chongbo High, because you're rebellious and ignorant. Let me grind you in a pulp. He grabbed the underling's hair, slowly tilting his head back. Everywhere I go, I can proudly boast. Right after, he used his own head to headbutt the guy. Just like that, this underling was quickly and clearly defeated by him. But I got hit by Jigong of the gang. After taking down a few of them with basic moves, Jigong dominantly declared, hey. He continued to announce, next. Taeyong, seeing this scene, just remained silent. The second squad captain of the gang, Jigong wore an extremely smug smile. Anyone else want to go show off? Elsewhere, Taejong thought helplessly, how the hell did he find out and come here? That damn bastard. Right after, Jigong didn't forget to approach them. What's wrong? Come at me. Taeyong hurriedly helped his brother up and asked in surprise, Taexian Hyung, why is that person helping us? Taexian had also become extremely bewildered. He still didn't understand what was happening. Is he intentionally making me owe him a favor? But even if you do that, you can't pull me back into the gang. Seeing Jigong so smug, Taejong became completely furious and waved his hand forward. All of you, attack him at once. Jigong, seeing this, coldly announced, and if you see an opportunity, feel free to run. At this moment, Taexian, hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Jigong sighed and continued to relay the order from his commander. The captain doesn't want you to get hurt. Because you're not just any man, you can't end here. A joyful smile appeared on his face as he continuously fought. Personally, I think you're a great fit for the gang's jumper. What I was about to do earlier was a personal recruitment offer from me. The captain isn't the kind of man who makes others indebted to him just to force them to join the gang. Right after, he immediately threw himself into the fight and smugly recounted. So, you figure it out and decide for yourself. Okay? Don't get in my way. Just get out of here. His punches landed relentlessly on those who didn't know their own strength. Taexian was extremely surprised, stunned by this scene. While the fight was still raging fiercely, Taexian signaled to his younger brother. First, let's get out of here. Taeyong nodded and quickly helped him leave. Very quickly, night had fallen. As they walked, Taeyong worriedly asked him, Hyung, are you okay? He shook his head in reply, I'm fine. Saying this, Taexian became extremely regretful and continued to look at his younger brother. I'm sorry that on your birthday, I got you involved in these things. Taeyong, seeing this, hurriedly said, no, I'm fine. Taexian sighed helplessly and recounted everything. I never realized that those kids harbored such thoughts inside them. His face had become utterly desperate. I'm not qualified to be a leader anymore. Hearing this, Taeyong was affected by his mood. Hyung, he sighed and advised, don't blame yourself. Betrayal is a wicked thing. Taexian, dejected, continued to explain, I tried my best to protect it, but in the end, this city still couldn't escape the influence of the gangs and the alliance, huh? Hearing this, Taeyong seemed curious. So, will you join the gang? Taexian didn't answer these words, but just sank into his own thoughts. The situation has become like this, so if it's for my safety and Taeyang's, joining forces with the gang is the best thing to do. Perhaps at this moment, he had made a decision, but he then spoke, I'm sorry, Taeyong. He remembered the terrifying image of those guys along with Jigong's back and voiced his thoughts. I can't join forces with the gang. Today, it was only because of a mutually beneficial relationship that they helped us. They're a despicable group that is dirtying Dian. His face had become extremely determined as he declared, I just want to be a proper older brother to you. Taeyong, hearing this, just smiled and sighed. As expected, you're the coolest, Hyung. Then he slowly said, as long as we overcome this together, that's enough. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, remembering something. Now, I remember that guy. Taexian seemed surprised and asked, who are you talking about? Taeyong had become extremely joyful. Still here, the one who didn't betray you, Hyung. Right after, he widened his eyes, looking at Cho Min standing there waiting. Looking at Cho Min's serious face made him extremely happy. Hyung, Taexian, seeing him appear, widened his eyes in surprise. You? Taeyong excitedly recounted everything. He's the one who saved me earlier. Taexian seemed not to believe these things. That guy? Huh? His eyes had become extremely bewildered, staring at Cho Min. What on earth are you? Cho Min seemed completely different from before. He had become extremely resolute and declared, you must join the gang. although he had different thoughts. Alright, his eyes had become extremely determined. From now on, I will explain the reason to you. He was a bit smug with his thoughts. I have prepared all the conditions. Elsewhere, the madman Jigong was still relentlessly throwing punches, rushing forward with it. He used these strong punches to take down these underlings in waves. These guys continuously counterattacked, but it seemed they couldn't hinder him at all. He still dodged easily with a Yahoo right after. He very happily beat these guys up again. He had completely lost it, frantically taking them down one by one with the Yeehaw. They couldn't counterattack him and could only lie helplessly on the ground. After taking down this bunch of brats, Jigong also had to exclaim in surprise, "Truly a bunch of no-gooders. Why are these guys bothering us at this hour? Don't you guys know? A strong organization is built by a formidable captain." He seemed surprised, glancing in another direction. La, looking at the stairs littered with bodies made him somewhat surprised. Noticing, he continued to look towards Taejung, who was running quickly forward. That bastard, Taejung, both angry and thinking, the second squad captain of the gang, Jigong. He also knew an important thing. He's not an easy opponent. As he ran, he pulled out his phone, cursing, "What the hell are those dogs at the container doing?" That madman was appointed second squad captain by Huang Mai when he was only 18. At this moment, he had become extremely bewildered and slowly took out his phone to check the situation, then thought again. Jigong, why on earth is he helping Kim Taexian? What an idiot. If I could have reconciled with him, I would have tried to lure him over sooner. Thinking of Taexian's image appearing made him even more bewildered. He's someone who will absolutely not submit to anyone. That's why I decided to beat him to a pulp. His eyes widened, looking ahead with bewilderment. I already boasted in front of the chief of staff, and now it's all ruined. The situation has turned out like this. Suddenly, at this moment, he immediately caught sight of Cho Min and Taeyong standing still there. Seeing this, Taeyong became extremely worried and quickly stood in front of Cho Min. "Oh, he's over there." A wicked smile had appeared on Taejung's face. "It seems heaven hasn't abandoned me." He slowly rushed towards the two. "Now I just need to get Kim Taeyong, and it'll be fine." Right after, he shouted, "You come here!" Suddenly, at this moment, a giant fist appeared right in front of him, making him jump in bewilderment. He fell hard backward in pain. After falling to the ground, he didn't forget to curse loudly. "Mother! Who was that?" His eyes widened in bewilderment. "Hey, no way." Taexian, with an extremely terrifying gaze, stared at Taejung and coldly said, "How fortunate." Impossible. Perhaps he was extremely thrilled, standing in front of Taejung and declaring, "When I can finish you with my own two hands." Taejung still didn't understand what was happening. How did they recruit him? Taexian was now wearing the My Gangs or Emperor Division's attire, which made Taejung extremely bewildered, his eyes wide. His frightened gaze looked straight ahead. The gang's jumper. Impossible. At this moment, Taexian stared at him, extremely angry. Taejung was still lost in thought. How did they recruit him? Right beside them, Cho Min and Taeyong were standing to one side, witnessing everything. A very smug smile appeared on Cho Min's lips. Time shifted to a few minutes earlier. A voice rang out. What he said just now, is it true? Taexian had become extremely bewildered, not daring to believe what was right in front of him. Huang Mai is dead? Taeyong, very surprised, asked his brother, Hyung, who is Huang Mai? Taexian very calmly explained. He was the leader of the Emperor Division faction and also the most brutal man in Dian. And also, perhaps after some deliberation, he slowly recounted everything. He was the strongest man. He had become unable to believe it and continued to ask Cho Min. Someone like him died in an accident? Cho Min continued to nod in confirmation. Yes, he's dead. Hearing this, Taexian became extremely bewildered. He hurriedly asked again, I've never heard about that. How did you find out about it? Cho Min very calmly informed him. I told you. I'm the one who can grasp every single move of the gang. His voice echoed continuously. My name is Cho Min. He finally introduced himself. The biological younger brother of Emperor Division's leader, Huang Mai. Taexian, after hearing this, immediately froze. He couldn't believe his ears. The only man in Dian who doesn't crave power. He hurriedly asked again, what? The man who extremely loved his younger brother. Cho Min's face had become extremely determined. Because it's you, Hyung, I can reveal this. He announced, and currently, right after, he slowly took out his phone, held it high, and recounted, I'm using my deceased brother's phone to control the gang. This made Taexian even more surprised, unable to believe these things. Is that possible? Cho Min nodded, sighed, and continued to look at his phone. Well, I tried a few times, but all failed. But now, it's a bit more feasible, so... Before Cho Min could finish, Taexian hurriedly interrupted, Wait. He had become extremely bewildered, slowly approaching Cho Min, and voiced his suspicion. I understand what you mean, but what's the reason I have to join the gang? The only thing I understood is that you're trying to usurp your brother's position. A very smug smile appeared on Cho Min's face. He had different thoughts, even though I'm talking about using this phone to control the gang. But he was paying attention to something else. Huh? What a good guy. Cho Min then explained, so that's how it is. His voice echoed continuously. It's all for Taeyong. Hearing this, both Taexian and Taeyong froze, their eyes wide as they looked at him. Taexian, seemingly unable to believe it, hurriedly asked again. For Taeyong? Chomin nodded slightly and continued to lay out his entire plan. I'm planning to eliminate all existing fronts in this DN. He nodded in confirmation once more, then announced, I want to turn this place into one not meant for the likes of gangs or alliances. Taeyong, beside them, listened silently to everything. Saying this, Chomin held out the gang uniform jacket in front of Taexian. To achieve this, first, we must use the gang to crush the alliance. But it's still very difficult to trick the other 3 gang leaders. That's why. His face became incredibly resolute as he held the jacket out. I want you to become the captain of the gang's 4th squad. While Taexian was still trying to understand what was happening, Chomin's voice continued. Naturally, although I'm making you join the gang, it also means I want you to be my ally. Chomin seemed to be extremely certain about his decisions. Taexian was still lost in his own thoughts. If it were the Kim Taexian of the past, he would have refused any deal, no matter what, because he was the protector of this entire Chongbo High area. Then he immediately recalled various dangerous faces, a barrage of thoughts endlessly appearing in his mind. But now times have changed. The Chongbo High guys have sided with the alliance and betrayed him, and he also owes a debt to the gang's Jigong. Thinking this, he became incredibly certain. This very moment is when he realized he could no longer escape the influence of the gangs and the alliance. The deal I'm proposing to him, to end these battles, is all because... Taexian's eyes clearly showed astonishment as he looked at Chomin. Finally, Chomin saw the hesitation on his face. Taeyong has no other choice. Suddenly, returning to the present, Taexian questioned Taejung. There's a scratch on Taeyang's face. You did that, right? Taejung was startled, recalling when he had kicked Taeyong straight in the face, causing him to fall hard backward. Helpless. The 2 behind, Chomin and Taeyong, listened silently and very attentively. Taexian's face had become utterly enraged as he questioned. You're ready, aren't you? Taejung, seeing this, immediately grew scared and hurriedly backed away. But this didn't deter him. He quickly clenched his fist and rushed forward, intending to attack Taexian. You motherfucker! Taexian remained extremely calm in the face of this. He casually blocked Taejung's attacks. At this point, Taejung was completely enraged. He relentlessly punched Taexian, giving him no time to react. A very smug smile appeared on Taejung's face as he thought, no need to be scared. Even if he's number 10, I'm still the strongest member of the alliance. Fuck! Looking at Taexian's serious face as he endured his barrage of punches made Taejung even more smug. An exhausted brat like you. Right after, he punched Taexian straight in the face. What makes you think you can punch me? At this moment, time seemed to stop. Everything almost froze. Taejung, seeing victory gradually falling into his hands, smirked with extreme satisfaction. He quickly landed a finishing blow on Taexian's back, making him cry out in pain. Taexian quickly slumped to the ground because he had lost too much strength. Chomin, standing to one side observing all this, was speechless. Don't tell me he lost. He sighed helplessly, thinking, it's true, his stamina is depleted. Or is he preparing for an unexpected situation? Right after, Taejung continued to swing a kick, slowly aiming to finish Taexian off. Die, you fucking dog. Suddenly, at this moment, Taeyong stared straight ahead and slowly said, no. He saw Taexian's incredibly determined face. Hyung. Right after, a punch looped around Taexian's body. He quickly propped himself up on the ground, preparing to counterattack. Taeyong joyfully announced he won't lose. Taexian also slowly turned and counterattacked Taejung with a blow. With just a light hit, Taejung was quickly sent flying hard on the ground. He became extremely furious, slowly looking up, preparing to counterattack. While Taejung was slightly underestimating him, Taexian quickly clenched his fist and charged. Seeing this, Taejung helplessly screamed, wait. But it seemed everything was too late. He was quickly hit squarely in the face by a punch, causing him to fall hard backward. He felt an unprecedented pain and cried out. Right after, he fell to the ground, while Taexian still stood there, assessing the situation. He moved a bit, then said in surprise, this shirt, it's a bit too tight. Taeyong worriedly ran towards him. Hyung, witnessing the entire scene, made Chomin also think joyfully, I don't need to worry at all. He chuckled and praised, what a monster. Then he continued to look at the happy image of the two. They get along so well. Suddenly, at this moment, he quickly approached Taeyong, who was lying collapsed there, and announced, right, the phone. We have to get it back. Elsewhere, Taexian was still silently and intently listening, then thinking the request to become an ally to eliminate this battlefield. And he appeared at the perfect time. He continued to look at Chomin's innocent face. If he wanted to make that offer, then the moment he was with Taeyong, he must have known those kids would betray me. Chomin was delighted and thrilled when he saw his phone. Found it. My phone. At this very moment, he was startled to discover that everything had been recorded. Taejung burst out laughing, an amused and mocking smile on his face. You fool. Inciting others to betray, huh? I overheard everything, you know. Taexian was still lost in his own thoughts. His name is Chomin, huh? Though I still can't fully trust him. Chomin laughed in response to Taejung's words. Next time you plan to corner someone, please remember to check if their phone is calling anyone, okay? Because it might be used as a listening device. As for Taexian, he was still lost in his own thoughts. But I won't rush anymore and will choose to step back. The scene shifted to a prosperous urban area. A voice rang out. What? Yintak seemed surprised and asked again. Is what you said true? The mysterious man, Sangda, the chief of staff, nodded in agreement. Yes. He wore an extremely smug smile. He voiced his thoughts. Who knows? Maybe Huang Mai is dead? He was DN Alliance's chief of staff, Sangda. Very quickly, time shifted to a few days after the rebellion at Chongbo High. Zhigong excitedly announced to everyone, well, finally, with the establishment of the 4th Squad, I'd like to introduce the person who will accompany us. He smiled and approached Taexian. 4th Squad Captain, Taexian. Taexian calmly greeted, hello, my name is Kim Taexian. Right after, all the underlings immediately fell silent, looking at the two. Taexian, seeing everyone's silent attitude, looked puzzled. Zhigong immediately asked, what the heck? He continued to look at everyone's reaction. What's with your reactions? At the same time, Park Siaka, also slowly approached and announced, this kind of reaction is only natural. Siaka's voice rang out. A guy who gave us such a hard time. He was Emperor Division's 1st Squad Captain, Park Siaka. He immediately recalled the image of Taexian having put his squad's underlings in their place. There are still many who vividly remember the day Kim Taexian beat them to a pulp. His voice echoed continuously as he looked at all the underlings. Accepting someone who has become something as your captain is a very sensitive matter. Hey, Siaka slowly approached Taexian, not forgetting to assert himself. To be honest, I'm also very suspicious of your actions. His face had become extremely skeptical as he questioned, someone like you, why did you decide to join a gang? His voice echoed continuously. Someone who originally didn't care about fighting, yet now you're here. Taexian, hearing this, just remained silent. Right after, everyone fell silent. No one said a word. Zhigong, on the side, seeing the awkward situation, was a bit speechless. Was it too much for me to expect them to welcome him? I like this guy though. Taexian then slowly spoke up. The reason I want to join the gang. His voice echoed continuously as he announced. Honestly, it's not because I feel like I like you guys that I chose to join, nor do I want to become famous in this DN land. It's just, he recalled Cho Min's very determined face when he had spoken to him. Right after, he turned his head and announced to the underlings behind, the boss wants me, and I also want to see with my own eyes the end of the road he is walking. The two top commanders, Zhigong and Siaka, standing right beside, also listened intently to his words. That's all. Hearing this, Siaka burst out laughing with an air of disbelief. Right after, he delivered his speech to Taexian in front of the underlings. No one here can deny the strength of the man named Kim Taexian. He was once an enemy and beat us to a pulp many times. So, if you also rule by force, just like the boss. He continued to walk forward, smiled, and extended his hand in greeting. Because the boss's wish is also our wish. Welcome. Seeing things gradually improving, Zhigong laughed, turned towards the underlings and ordered, all right, focus. After Zhigong's announcement, two hands clasped. From below, continuous rounds of applause echoed. Clap, everyone. The story continued like that. Kim Taexian's induction ceremony as the 4th Squad Captain went well. On the other hand, at Chongbo High, those who had conspired to side with the alliance. Back then, Taexian's trusted underling was crying and screaming, begging, I'm sorry. We were too foolish. All of them were kneeling at his feet, desperately exclaiming, I'm sorry. Taexian, seeing this, just sighed. They had realized they were too greedy and begged Kim Taexian for forgiveness. Just like that, the flag of the school here was raised high. Chongbo High, in that way, was absorbed into the gang. Elsewhere, Mahadi, surprised, chatted with Cho Min so, in short, you got Kim Taexian on your side and had him join the gang, huh? She didn't forget to exclaim admiringly. Worth calling it mission complete, right? Cho Min sighed in response. Syncing them also requires different methods, you know. Her face became extremely puzzled. She pondered for a moment, then asked again. Although that's true, it just adds one more person who knows about your existence. Is he trustworthy, that Kim Taexian? Cho Min recalled the happy image of the two brothers and nodded, voicing his thoughts. Very trustworthy. Because he genuinely cares for his younger brother. His voice echoed continuously. He will definitely cooperate to make this city clean. Hearing this, she seemed impressed to the point of surprise. You're not denying my support, are you? Right after, she smiled, glanced at him, and didn't forget to encourage. Okay, mission accomplished, acknowledged. Good luck, Cho Min. A very wicked smile spread across her face. We will sink the alliance together. Contrary to her attitude, Cho Min looked straight ahead with absolute certainty. Destroy the alliance. He also knew one thing for sure. No one lives just to clean their own room. Thoughts kept appearing in his mind. I only thought about cleaning up Yang's High. That was the only thing I could do. But now I can't turn back. He immediately recalled Taeyang's innocent face. Perhaps this is fate, destined for me. He remembered the large, cold figure of his older brother. Fate destined me to have a trashy older brother, Huang Mai. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked her in surprise, there will surely be a way to take down the alliance, and then we'll wipe out the gangs, right? She immediately nodded in confirmation. That's right. We can wipe out the gangs immediately. However, that would only benefit the alliance. His face showed some confusion as he hurriedly asked, wipe them out right now? What on earth are you planning to do? She gestured with her hand. That. Well, before it happens, it's a secret. Mahadi's eyes became incredibly determined as she stared straight ahead and declared, originally, I only thought about avenging Huang Mai. If it's you, you might be able to fully utilize the gang's power. Trash must be sorted by type, and then burned completely. Hearing this, he nodded slightly in understanding. So that's it. He thought to himself, Huang Mai, watch carefully. He recalled his own weak image back then. You piece of trash. The things you created, watch how I use them. He looked straight ahead with great determination. And how I discard them. I have to try. Seeing his somewhat different attitude made her a bit surprised. You seem quite confident, huh? What are you planning to do? He calmly voiced his thoughts, just like with Chongbo Hai. I'm thinking about what we should do with the captain first. Hearing this, she also had to nod in praise. That's a good two-pronged approach. She continued to stare straight ahead and sighed. The key to confronting the alliance is not the Dean Alliance's captain. Her voice echoed continuously. We have to face someone much more brutal and intelligent. The scene shifted to another place, on top of a very large building. A man, surprised, held a chess piece in his hand and chatted, Huang Mai. Might be dead? Yes. Sangda stood above, continuing to hold a chess piece, voicing all his thoughts. I have a feeling that all the gang's actions are being directed by someone else. But Huang Mai is someone who wouldn't give up even if the gang died, right? That's why I thought, maybe he's already dead. Yin Tak, right beside him, seemed hesitant, then dejectedly asked, the gang's movements? I don't feel anything different at all. Sangda coldly replied, no, that's because you're a bit foolish. Yin Tak, hearing this, was startled and a bit confused. Is that so? Sangda continued to announce, it's completely different. I confronted him, so I realize. Then he began a long analysis. Huang Mai is very thorough and extremely consistent. He is a person who only acts for the benefit of a gang. For example, whether Du Jiahin of Yangchai declares war on the gang or not, he would snort and not care, unless Yangchai was a strategic point. But what happened then? He recalled everything that had happened, and then gradually pieced it together with certainty. He then ordered an immediate strike on Du Jiahin. However, that was prevented by Park Siaka. Sangda became very contemplative, staring straight ahead, then sighed and said, but then, the reason Siaka had to deal with the Yang guys appeared. In the end, the gang dealt with Yangchai beautifully. Very strange, right? Saying this, he immediately made a decision. That's why I asked you to investigate what the gang did to Yangchai. Yin Tak, right beside him, sighed looking puzzled. Perhaps the gang had already planned to devour Yangchai before that. A surprised smile appeared on Sangda's face. Devour? So you feel that way, huh? Then he continued to announce, on the other hand, since that the gang attacked Yangchai, various images kept appearing in his mind. It seemed he understood everything, with the intention of cleaning up that place, not wanting to conquer it. Hearing this, Yin Tak was a bit confused and hurriedly asked, clean up? Sangda continued to speak in very enigmatic terms. There's a saying, if you want to find a murder weapon in a case, you should suspect the person who benefits most from that case. His voice echoed continuously, concluding, currently, when the gang has completely grasped Yangchai, who benefits the most? Yin Tak hurriedly replied, Yangchai's first squad. Sangda shook his head and announced the gang. Right after, he immediately glanced upwards and explained these thoughts. Yang's first squad has been dismantled, so they can't go to school to expand anymore. The gang didn't gain any value after absorbing Yangchai. In conclusion, the only ones who benefited from that. Saying this, his face became extremely certain with his thoughts. Are the ordinary students of Yangch, a bunch who can go to school safely. Seeing this, Yin Tak hurriedly and worriedly asked about everything. Wait, so in short, their boss is dead, and some of the students at Yangchai are controlling the gangs? Is that what you mean? Sangda shook his head, pondering. I don't know. I can't say 100% that's the case. A very calculating smile appeared on his face. But at least, I'm confident about this. The current boss is in a state where he can't command the gang. He continued to look at the chess piece in his hand. And someone else is controlling the gang with some kind of trick that even the top leaders are fooled by. Next, as if unintentionally, he exclaimed in feigned surprise and dejection, oops, it fell. Seeing this, Yin Tak, bewildered, still didn't understand the meaning of his words. If that's the case, the gangs have lost their leader then, haven't they? This situation is very beneficial for the alliance, isn't it? Yin Tak's voice was filled with joyful excitement as he announced, if we quickly inform the alliance about this and attack the gangs. Sangda immediately shook his head. No, this matter is best known only by me and you, Yin Tak. Looking down at the chess piece that had fallen to the ground made him dejected. If the truth that their leader is in trouble reaches the ears of the alliance. At this moment, two people were walking and talking. What's that? It fell from up there. Sangda's voice continued to ring out. Then it will surely spread and reach the ears of the gangs. That will make the gangs panic first. And anyway, the situation will turn advantageous for the alliance. However, we cannot underestimate the fighting strength of the gangs. Siaka's face if Songda had calculated it clearly and articulately. Emperor Division's first squad captain, Park Siaka. He will become the gang's leader and begin to restructure the group. Saying this, he slowly turned and left, leaving Yuntak standing there alone. He is a friend who had an equal relationship with Huang Mai. There's a saying, position makes the man. Who knows? Maybe he's as strong as Huang Mai. Yuntak was a bit confused. So then, before Yuntak could finish, Songda continued to ask, so, what do you think if we do this? Songda, using his IQ 200, implied high IQ, brain, quickly figured out these people's true purpose. Find the one controlling the gang, and eliminate him. If we can get our hands on whatever control the gang, that trick, what then? He chuckled with delight, slowly advancing. The gangs have no idea they're being played by us. And while they're searching for their boss, we'll beat them to a pulp. His voice echoed continuously. Oh my, isn't that very interesting? Yuntak, after hearing this, laughed smugly. As expected of the chief of staff, this guy. This also made Yuntak admire him. What a madman. Songda turned his head and announced, we should also try to enter. Let's enter that guy's game. Elsewhere, Cho Min was holding his phone, staring intently ahead. The scene shifted to a wide road, high up on the expressway. A bus was speeding along the long road. On the bus, a student seemed very excited about the journey he was on. This person looked up at his friend. We're about to arrive in Dian. Huh? The bus continued straight ahead. The strange person's voice slowly rang out. This game is big. Elsewhere, at school, Mingu, Cho Min's friend, called Cho Min's name. Only then did Cho Min snap out of it when Mingu loudly called his name. Seeing this, Cho Min was startled and bewildered. Mingu looked at him worriedly. Why have you been spacing out so much lately? Cho Min asked in surprise. Oh, have I? Mingu looked at him with some concern. What are you doing at night that makes you look so lifeless now? Cho Min forced a smile and thought helplessly. What else? Conquering Dian, of course. Even I find it ridiculous. He recalled yesterday when he stood high above, observing the entire city. After Kim Taexian's merger into the gang, I've utilized the establishment of the fourth squad and fought against the alliance. He had thought of the scene where the two sides fought fiercely. The only thing I realized is that the guys in front smiled and signaled to each other, hey, clear the way. I also realized the problem when Taexian wasn't that strong. Following that, Taexian quickly passed by, taking down 100 different guys in a single blink of an eye blow. Boss Taexian is here. His strength was incredibly dominant. He could send 10 guys flying at once. His face continued to stare intently ahead. This made Cho Min realize one thing. He's strong as hell. The guys hit by his blow lay defeated on the ground, unable to do anything more. Everyone was extremely impressed by his talent, taking down dozens of guys single-handedly with his strength. Things were also gradually getting better as, day by day, more nearby areas were expanded into. And so, for 2 weeks since Chongbo High, Troll by OC, seems to be a playful or derogatory name for it here. Sorted, they had succeeded in conquering 3 neighboring areas. Thinking of this, he felt a bit joyful. Just by recruiting one single person, the course of the war changed so drastically. If Kim Taexian were an ambitious man, he might even climb to be on par with Huang Mai. Thinking this, a joyful smile appeared on his face. Or maybe even now. No, he was still lost in his own thoughts. The problem here is strategy, my part-time job, and graduation. If I don't want to starve to death, I can't neglect my studies. Mingu, walking beside him, asked, what are we eating for lunch? Cho Min calmly replied, grilled meat with soy sauce. Seeing this, Mingu looked a bit dejected. Damn it again. And Cho Min also couldn't forget an important issue. And also, during last night, Taexian spoke dejectedly. We're too short on manpower. Cho Min asked him in surprise. Manpower? Isn't it fine now? You just conquered a few more areas. Taexian calmly crossed his arms and replied, that's because these areas are near Chongbo High, so they were easy pickings. Then he continued to voice his thoughts while staring at Cho Min, starting from the next battles. We'll probably infiltrate their vital points. If we use the current 4th squad's manpower, I'm afraid it won't be enough. His voice echoed continuously as he mentioned the tall, giant guys. It's true that using Emperor Division's existing manpower is strong. But the Dian Alliance faction, they're equally matched. Thinking this, he was extremely hesitant and contemplative, then fell silent. To ensure we can completely crush them, we need an ace up our sleeve to boost the morale of the team members. Cho Min, surprised, approached him and asked, for that, can't we just pick someone from Chongbo High? Taexian shook his head and explained, the Chongbo High kids won't do. Although they once intended to betray me, to me, they're still very precious. I don't want them to get involved with the gang. Just having the influence they have now is enough. Hearing this, Cho Min seemed surprised, then pondered something. He continued to make a decision. I understand. Then let me look into it and decide to pick someone from Squad 1 or Squad 2 to be the ace. Mahadi approached and said, that won't do. The 2 men, surprised, turned their heads to look at her. Cho Min was quite surprised to see her appear. Mahadi, she smiled and greeted. So, Oppa is Kim Taexian. I've heard a lot about you. Seeing this, Taexian also blushed shyly and replied, Ivy also heard a lot about you. She chuckled teasingly. Good luck. Cho-min was a bit bewildered looking at Taexian's face. What's this? Is he blushing now? And he asked in surprise, why can't we pick someone from squad 1 or 2? She very calmly explained, it's as clear as day. Emperor Division isn't some public office, is it? She continued to recall the 2 incredibly strong top commanders, Siaka and Jigong. Those guys who are currently aces basically joined the gang out of reverence for Huang Mai. However, the ultimate thing that can control them is loyalty to their squad captains, the ones who nurtured them during their team activities. Right after, through her narration, an image of Taexian and other underlings furiously charging forward appeared. If we suddenly pick those people and force them to follow us, I'm afraid, it's very difficult to develop true leadership abilities. That's why the 4 squad members are mainly new recruits, people developing relationships. Saying this, she became extremely serious and looked at Cho-min. If you approach them with that kind of departmental transfer mindset, sooner or later, you'll lose them for sure. Taexian, beside her, also quickly nodded in agreement. I also agree with this. She looked at him with a cold gaze and declared, in the end, you still have to recruit new people. In reality, Huang Mai was also very determined in seeking talent. Taexian also quickly looked at the 2 and voiced his thoughts. I'll also try to search, but I hope you 2 will also search together with me. Cho-min also had to helplessly think of a plan. What's certain is that if we can't expand our forces, we can only bitterly taste defeat in this battle. While he was still lost in thought, Mingu beside him asked, hey, how about we go to the cafeteria later? Cho-min still didn't pay attention to him, lost in his own thoughts. So many things to worry about. Huang Mai, was he this busy? He just unconsciously walked forward, not paying attention. If I want to take over the alliance without being discovered, I have to build up the 4th squad. However, thinking of this gave him a massive headache. How the hell am I supposed to find talent on these battlefields? Because he was lost in thought, he inadvertently bumped into a strange man. Right after, he was startled by the large figure of this man. It was none other than Siakju, Kong Siakju. He stared at Cho-min with eyes that looked like he wanted to eat him alive. Cho-min, seeing him appear here, immediately became terrified. Kong Siakju. He immediately recalled the scene when Siakju was beaten to a pulp by his brother's gang. This guy was beaten to a pulp at Gap Troll High last time, so he was a wreck. But now he's fully recovered and back at school? At this moment, he became extremely hesitant, then fell into his own thoughts again. Wait, but Kong Siakju is someone acknowledged by Jigong. Maybe I should recruit him? Right after, he quickly dismissed this thought. No, he must harbor a grudge against the gang. This guy won't do. Mingu beside him, scared, hurriedly said, hey, Cho-min. At the same time, a punch quickly appeared. Siakju slapped Cho-min straight across the face and cursed loudly. What the hell are you doing, you dog? Cho-min, caught off guard, was quickly sent flying hard backward, causing him immediate pain. Instantly, his face swelled up. He helplessly clutched his face, looking at Siakju. Damn it, he's only just returned to school. Cho-min was still bewildered as he watched Siakju approach. So he's completely unaware of the situation at school. Huh? Siakju walked up to him and questioned loudly. Cho-min, all grown up now, huh? Now you even know how to block my way. Thinking about what Cho-min had done made him extremely furious, slowly preparing to attack. What you did, pushing Jiang Hui and isolating me. I'm planning to return it to you. He relentlessly cursed loudly, just like what you did to me. Cho-min, seeing this, was startled and scared. At this very moment, a hand rested on Siakju's shoulder. A strange person's voice slowly rang out. Well, just arrived at school and already witnessing school violence. Cho-min, seeing he'd been saved, looked up in surprise. Nakshin, the new student, chuckled in surprise and taunted, if he's out of breath, what are you going to do? Cho-min was still bewildered looking at him. Who is he? Siakju, beside him, also didn't understand what was happening. Who the hell are you? Nakshin suddenly said some very enigmatic words. If you look into it, you might find out he's a grandmaster of Jeet Kune Do. Jeet Kune Do is a martial art that emphasizes efficiency and practicality, founded by the famous martial arts actor Bruce Lee. I'm scared of those things, so I don't dare mess with him. Seeing him talk so much, Siakju gradually lost his patience and questioned, you dog, I asked who you are. Nakshin asked in surprise, me? Then he flashed a very scary smile and approached Siakju confrontationally. Transfer student, is there a problem? All the students around immediately became bewildered and hurriedly whispered to each other, confused. Kong Siakju is back. Who's the guy facing him? A transfer student? What's wrong with him? Picking a fight with Kong Siakju as soon as he arrives. Seizing this opportunity, Mingu immediately pulled Cho-min's hand, urging, Cho-min, let's go. Cho-min gestured to stop him. Wait, Siakju, completely enraged, punched Nakshin straight, but Nakshin dodged it. An unknown like you. At this moment, a punch quickly appeared. Right after, Nakshin countered with a blow that sent Siakju's tooth flying. With his overwhelming power, he quickly sent Siakju flying high into the air. All the surrounding students, seeing his tooth fly out, gaped in disbelief. In just one blow, he had completely defeated Siakju in front of all the students in the school. Cho-min, seeing this scene, immediately froze, looking at Nakshin's image, which also made him think joyfully, it's him. The surrounding underlings rushed to help Siakju, cursing angrily. Siakju, hey, you motherfucker, who the hell are you? Punch him. Nakshin just sighed in reply. You also shouldn't pick fights with transfer students for no reason. A smug smile appeared on his face. These dogs, have they never read comics? In his mind, he already envisioned Nakshin joining the 4th Squad's ace team. Very quickly, the scene shifted to the school Cho Min attended. A footstep slowly and deliberately approached. Nakshin masterfully walked into the classroom, smiled, and introduced himself. Name's Kim Nakshin. I'm from Nansan. Seeing this, all the students quickly looked at him and discussed among themselves in bewilderment. It's been a while since we had a transfer student. I heard he beat Kong Siakju as soon as he arrived. Looks cool as hell. He said the school bell saved his life before the Squad 1 guys could pound him. A very smug smile appeared on Cho Min's face. Kim Nakshin, could it be fate that he's in the same class as me? Nakshin smiled and greeted everyone there. I just got out of prison not too long ago, so I don't know how to greet properly. But we should treat each other well, okay? Hearing this, Cho Min immediately froze in fear. Out of prison. Even Jang Wei's group immediately looked at him with different, bewildered eyes. Seeing everyone's reaction made Nakshin suddenly burst out laughing. Standing at the podium, he laughed heartily with amusement. Acting? I was just kidding you guys. Why does everyone look like they peed their pants? His voice echoed with laughter inside the classroom. So cute, really cute. Jang Wei, hearing this, allowed a small smile. Well, Cho Min was a bit surprised. A strange smile also unconsciously appeared on his lips. He thought in surprise, is he trying to control the people here? It's only his first day at school, and he's already so bold and natural. But besides that, he's a person with real strength. Thinking this, he continued to observe Nakshin's expression, who was still laughing and joking there. If it's him, the 4th Squad gang will be able to operate actively. I definitely have to win him over. Seeing everyone look so serious made him seem quite surprised. He spoke dejectedly. Am I the only one who finds this funny? This class has no sense of humor at all. Then his face suddenly became serious. I guess you guys don't like my jokes. Then let me ask a serious question. He asked everyone, does anyone know where I have to go meet Huang Mai? Everyone, after hearing this question, froze on the spot. Jang Wei's group couldn't understand what the hell was going on with him. Even Cho Min was stunned because he was mentioning his older brother. A guy from Nansan knows Huang Mai? Seeing no one respond, Nakshin looked a bit disappointed. Nobody knows? The teacher announced, personal questions can be asked later. Then the teacher asked everyone, is there anyone volunteering to show Nakshin around the school today? Everyone in the class remained silent, scared. No one wanted to get involved with him. The teacher, seeing this, sighed. No one? These brats. Then let me call someone. What's today's date? Then the teacher quickly found a class list to check. The 13th. So, number 13. At this very moment, a hand shot up. Cho Min stood before everyone, raised his hand high, and announced, I'll do it, sir. Seeing this, the teacher quickly nodded in agreement. All right then. Okay, students, study properly, okay? Don't skip class. Cho Min looked up at Nakshin. It seemed Nakshin had become very interested in him, and let out a sigh of relief. I guess I'll have to find out more. In the class, only Jang Wei was extremely angry seeing these things. Very quickly, time shifted to the exhausting break time. Nakshin approached and shook Cho Min's hand in greeting. Thanks for volunteering. What's your name? Cho Min introduced himself. My name is Cho Min. Nakshin seemed cheerful and asked, Oh, Cho Minnie, which way is the cafeteria? I'll buy you a snack. Cho Min walked ahead, leading Nakshin. This way. Nakshin, being very quirky, walked while dancing to some unheard music. Then let's go. Indian, what's the best thing? Then he looked up ahead with great interest. In Nansan, burgers are probably number one. Cho Min was a bit confused looking at him. This Kim Nakshin guy, why is he looking for Huang Mai? After some hesitation, Cho Min decided to ask, hey, but Nakshin, seeing him, turned his head in surprise. Yeah. Cho Min immediately repeated his question, why Huang Mai? Before he could finish, someone quickly shoved him hard. Cho Min's eyes widened in bewilderment as he was about to fall. In front of him was the staircase he was destined to fall down. Luckily, at that moment, Nakshin managed to pull his hand back in time, saving his life. He angrily turned his head back and shouted, hey, he almost fell down the stairs. Jaihin, do Jaihin, approached with several of his underlings and coldly questioned, damn it, this guy is talking informally to his senior? Cho Min, seeing this, immediately recognized him. Do Jaihin, he bewilderedly whispered into Nakshin's ear, he's the strongest third year. Nakshin acted as if nothing had happened and angrily retorted, third year? So what? Apologize. Seeing this, the underlings behind Jaihin immediately became enraged. Talking like you want to repent? Jang Wei also angrily questioned Cho Min. Did you just invest in a transfer student? At this moment, Nakshin approached Jang Wei and coldly repeated his words. So what? He moved even closer to Jang Wei with a terrifying expression and threatened. There's an unwritten rule that transfer students are strong as hell. Didn't you know, you stupid redhead? Right after, he snorted mockingly. But why are you here? If this were Nansan, you'd just be a duck herder buying snacks. Jang Wei angrily cursed. What? Jaihin suddenly flashed an interested smile. Interesting. Nakshin wasn't afraid of this group at all. He announced to them once more, if you want an apology, meet me after school. Let's meet at the foot of the Gapsho Bridge. Cho Min, witnessing all this from the side, was extremely angry. He sank into his own thoughts. That bastard Du Jian still hasn't learned his lesson. Huh? He was already warned by the gang not to cause trouble at school. Or is he relying on the fact that as long as it's not on school grounds, it's fine? Then he sighed dejectedly. I guess I have to teach him another lesson. He quickly turned to leave, also advising Nakshin. Alright, let's ignore them and go. Nakshin, seeing this, asked with some curiosity, you said the guy is the strongest, right? A very interested smile appeared on his face. If I don't go, I'll look like a coward, won't I? Seeing Nakshin decide so recklessly, Cho Min became worried. He hurriedly tried to dissuade him. We don't know how dirty they'll play. Why do you have to get involved in a fight that's not beneficial to you? Nakshin seemed to ponder. Or maybe, is that so? Right after, his face became resolute, and he decided, but I'll still go anyway. Seeing him walk forward, Cho Min thought, no, I mean, even though you have a very different idea, you're an incredibly valuable talent. If you get broken somewhere. Nakshin became extremely helpless, recalling that day, and sadly recounted. About 2 years ago, a stranger beat up my friends. He recalled the image of his friend being relentlessly beaten until his face was bruised and swollen. The reason was because they were walking on the street and bumped his shoulder. Nakshin, at that time, had been extremely cowardly. Back then, I just cowered in fear. He tremblingly pleaded, I was wrong. He was a completely gentle kid. Just like that, his friend was completely tortured. But that friend, who had dreamed of becoming an athlete, was forced to give up his dream due to the injury sustained that day. Nakshin could only helplessly and continuously beg, please, let him go. He recalled Huang Mai's terrifying and angry face back then. The day I endured the unyielding trampling from that bastard Huang Mai. He gritted his teeth, extremely angry. I made a resolve. His eyes became incredibly determined, remembering the school uniform from that year, that I would get revenge and never be cowardly in the face of evil again. Saying this, Nakshin smiled gently and said, so, cowardice or disadvantage, from now on, I won't avoid it anymore. Cho Min, standing behind him, was immediately speechless. He was bewildered, not understanding why his older brother would do such things. Damn it, it's Huang Mai again. What on earth did he do that even guys from other regions are hunting him with knives? He looked helplessly at Nakshin's retreating back. If he knew the target of his revenge had passed away, everything would become meaningless. Nakshin turned his head in surprise and asked Cho Min, aren't you going to the cafeteria? Very quickly, Nakshin was holding a delicious hamburger. As he unwrapped it, he asked in surprise, so burgers are #1 everywhere, huh? We have something in common. Cho Min, somewhat worried, held the hamburger in his hand and explained, you don't have to treat me, you know. Nakshin laughed and said, enough. Next time, you have to buy for me. Then he continued to look at Nakshin. Looking at Nakshin's face and his triumphant smile, Cho Min made some calculations. He wants to avenge Huang Mai. Nakshin ate joyfully and said, delicious. You harbor ill feelings towards the gang. Then he quickly turned and left. Cho Min tried to dismiss his thoughts. Enough. It's a pity, really, but don't mind it anymore. Then I'll have to keep my distance from him. He continued to look at the hamburger right in front of him. His face became extremely serious as he looked at the hamburger. The scene gradually shifted to evening. A group of people was gathered under the bridge. An underling asked Jihan in surprise, are you really going to spare that transfer kid's life? Jihan flashed an extremely wicked smile and announced, are you crazy? I have to show that kid what a festival is. We'll just have a light deal, trample him, and end it. Hearing this, the underling laughed in surprise and continued to ask, you're pissed off because of the gangs, right? It's been a while, so you probably need to let off some steam, huh? Seeing Nakshin approach made them laugh in surprise. He's here. Nakshin smugly cursed, you idiots. A very amused smile appeared on his face. He asked again, so, what business do you have with me? All of this was being observed by people on the bridge above. Taexian stood high above and coldly informed his underlings. If those guys play dirty, we have to intervene immediately. Hyung, seeing this, the underlings asked with some confusion, who are those guys? Taexian immediately recalled Cho Min's instructions. Anyway, he's someone who can become my ally, so please assist him. He quickly announced, it's the boss's order. For now, let's just follow the plan. Although he was also a bit confused. Anyway, he thought with some dejection, I don't know what those guys are talking about. Standing here, I can't hear anything. Jihan asked Nakshin in surprise, making him a bit confused, but I'm curious. What makes you so arrogant? Jihan continued to criticize. What did you say earlier? You're looking for Huang Mai. What a weirdo. Elsewhere, Cho Min was lost in his own thoughts, pondering. Anyway, he's such an emotional person. If I explain my plan to him, maybe he won't be like him, Taexian Hyung, not joining the gang, but becoming allies together. Besides, if he keeps searching for someone who's already dead, isn't that just like him chasing something illusory? He quickly made a decision. I have to tell him everything. Hearing something, likely Cho Min's thoughts or a muffled comment from Jihan, Nakshin laughed in surprise and announced, why not? I heard that if I just go to Yangj High, I can find him. The Alliance's Chief of Staff, Don, said so. After hearing Nakshan speak, all of them, Jaehyun's group, froze in bewilderment. The Alliance's chief of staff? Nakshan very calmly looked up ahead. Yeah, so, seeing this, they laughed in surprise and didn't forget to taunt. Stop bullshitting, you cheapskate. Huangmai? Nonsense. Is this guy delusional? It seems he investigated a few things before coming to Dian. Jaehyun coldly said to him, know your place, you idiot. Hearing this, Nakshan just sighed helplessly. Bullshitting? Seriously? Then he continued, so that short guy. Turns out he's a tough one, huh? Jaehyun, hearing this, was startled and bewildered. He hurriedly asked, tell me, what does that chief of staff look like? Nakshan looked surprised. Why should I? Right after, he continued to recall Sangda's appearance and described everything. Let's see. He's a bit thin, kind of effeminate, needs to work out more. Also, he seems to like simple clothes, smirks a lot, kind of like an old man living a parasitic life. But he's also handsome. If he worked out a bit, he'd probably look better. Hearing this, the underlings behind Jaehyun burst out laughing, continuously taunting. Thin? Smirks a lot? The chief of staff of the Dian Alliance? Oof. No fucking way. Boss Jaehyun, should we just punch this guy? Jaehyun, on the side, just listened silently. At this moment, he had become extremely bewildered. He didn't know what to do next. Motherfucker, it's exactly him. He remembered what Yoontak had told him. He described him exactly as Oh Yoontak, likely a typo for Yoontak or another character. Used to say. Yoontak had once told him, the chief of staff? I can't go into detail, but what he looks like, Jaehyun's thoughts raced. What the chief of staff looks like, even the guys in Dian don't know. How the hell would a transfer student know so accurately? The underlings behind were still shouting. That dog is an eyesore, boss. We have to teach him some manners. Jaehyun was still lost in deep thought. How did he get that information and keep it to himself? At this point, he was in a passive position, not knowing what to do. But what if he really has a close relationship with the chief of staff? Nakshan waved his hand at them. So, you finally decided to fight me. So you call me out? If you want it, your Hyung will oblige. I won't go easy on you just because you're seniors. Right after, the underlings immediately became enraged and rushed forward. Punch him. Damn it. Jaehyun, scared, hurriedly shouted, Shush, stop. He yelled loudly, informing his underlings, stop. The underlings, seeing this, were startled and turned their heads in surprise. Jaehyun coldly announced, let's go. Seeing this, the underlings looked surprised. What? Jaehyun tried not to let anyone see his fearful expression. He slowly turned to leave. Suddenly, I feel like it's a waste of time. His voice echoed continuously. Quietly go back to school. Seeing this, the crowd immediately started whispering among themselves. Oh, is this the quality of an adult? Maybe he doesn't want to fight. You shut up. Jaehyun could only helplessly turn and leave. Enough. There's no benefit for me here. Various thoughts raced through his mind. And besides, you're also being targeted by Emperor Division. So it's better if you don't pick fights with the Alliance either. If it were Gummin, Chomin, he would say that. He continued to walk quickly forward as if trying to escape. I don't think the gang will protect me. I'll be the only one who gets wrecked. The more Jaehyun thought, the angrier he became. That annoying kid just transferred here. Nakshan, on the side, asked in surprise, you just mentioned the chief of staff's name, and you're already chickening out? He sighed, looking ahead. That guy really is. He immediately recalled a past memory. After going out onto the main road, Nakshan angrily cursed. You brats, are you diligently doing your rehabilitation? His eyes had become extremely angry. He remembered the name Mai, who had tortured his friend. That bastard wearing the dragon pattern shirt. Where the hell is he wandering now? I searched all over Nansan and still couldn't find him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you looking for him? Sangda smiled and approached, asking in surprise, the dragon pattern jumper? Nakshan, seeing him, was surprised, not understanding what was happening. Then he angrily said, what kind of devil are you? We just met for the first time, and you're already talking so rudely. Sangda very calmly explained, is that important? We're both 17. We're the same age. Seeing this, Nakshan immediately asked back, no? His face had become extremely angry. He approached Sangda and questioned, enough. What did you say about a dragon pattern jumper? How do you know about my business? Sangda flashed an extremely smug smile and announced, well, I know a few people in Nansan. I heard your story. My condolences. Hearing this, Nakshan looked a bit annoyed. So, you came here to console me? Then he continued to curse. I'm not interested in receiving such word from someone I just met for the first time. Stop looking for trouble and get lost. Sangda laughed and recounted. I didn't come to console. A very smug smile appeared on his face. I came to help you. He continued to announce, help you find Huangmai. Nakshan didn't quite understand these words. Huangmai, Sangda continued, showing him his phone. The dragon pattern you're looking for, that Huangmai. His voice echoed continuously. He is the captain of Emperor Division, one of the strongest forces in Dian's high schools. Immediately after seeing the photo, Nakshan was startled. Seeing Mai's image made him even angrier. That's right. It's him. That dog. Sangda continued to inform him. Of course, you can't find him here. He's a Dian person. Seeing this, Nakshan looked a bit confused. Then you are? Sangda smiled in surprise. Me? He introduced himself calmly. I am the chief of staff of the Dawn, Dian, Alliance Songda. His face had become very calculating, and then he continued to ask, will you do anything just for revenge, right? Returning to the present, Nakshin slowly walked, lost in thought. That guy currently doesn't know Huang Mai's location. He dejectedly blamed Jian. What a chicken. He then recalled everything. But he said if I transfer to Yanzhai, I might find clues. That's why, this morning, he kept mentioning my right in front of me. He just said he was looking for Huang Mai, and their reaction was unreasonable. This group of people, Jians, kept questioning him. But I'm curious. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? What did you say earlier? You're looking for Huang Mai. What an unreasonable guy. Seeing this, Nakshin sighed. As expected, he's also a demon god here. His face now became extremely angry, staring intently ahead. I could definitely have to find him and beat him to death. Huang Mai. All of this was being observed by the group from above. Taxian watched intently with a very surprised expression. The scene shifted to evening. Showmin's surprised voice rang out. Just like that, he left. On the other end of the line, Taxian reported everything. Maybe he said something to them. The distance was too far, so I couldn't hear. Showmin, while brushing his teeth, asked in surprise, do Jian spared him? What's up with that? Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing happened. As for Kim Nakshin, I'll try to approach him tomorrow. Suddenly, at this moment, Taxian called out to him, Showmin. Showmin quickly nodded in understanding. Yes. Taxian's face had become extremely resolute as he loudly declared, I've met many bastards up to this point, so I know a few things. He continued to recount through the phone screen, making Showmin look surprised. Du Jian. He didn't yield. I saw him running away with his tail between his legs. Right after, Showmin quickly hung up. I understand. Mahadi, beside him, coldly voiced her thoughts. I guess he turned back because he was scared of that transfer student, huh? Is it that serious? Showmin sighed and continued to think more about these things with certainty. From Jian's perspective, Kim Nakshin is just an arrogant transfer student. Besides, with his numbers, he clearly has the advantage. There's no way he chickened out. Right after, he slowly turned and went inside. Du Jian just exchanged a few words with Kim Nakshin and then ran off. There must have been something that scared the piss out of Du Jian. His voice echoed continuously. Du Jian is in a position where he's extremely wary of the gangs and the alliance. But currently, Kim Nakshin has no connection to the gangs yet. Hearing this, Mahadi also looked surprised. Looking ahead. You mean he might have some connection to the alliance? Isn't that a bit much? Showmin nodded in confirmation, then continued to announce, I understand there are many reasons to make him chicken out. His voice echoed continuously. But the problem is, he recalled when Nakshin had told him he definitely had to get revenge. He was very certain about what he had heard. Kim Nakshin really hates Huang Mai. His eyes became extremely serious as he glanced at her. If what Kim Taexian said is true, then maybe... Time shifted to another place. Songda's voice rang out. Trouble on the first day of school already, huh? Inside the cafe, he asked Nakshin in surprise, You really are a bastard. Nakshin sighed helplessly. No, I'm not. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, By the way, Songda, you have some pull. Huh? Just mentioning your name made that squad captain tuck his tail and run. Songda seemed very calm hearing these words. Is that so? And he continued to give some reason and explained, he probably just chickened out. Those guys at Yanzhai have been picking some fights with the alliance. So he probably didn't want to become an enemy of the alliance. Nakshin sighed dejectedly. That coward. Right after, he smiled, looked up at Songda, and said, By the way, thanks. Because of you, I was able to find Huang Mai. Hearing this, Songda laughed in surprise, then continued, No need to thank me yet. You haven't even found any evidence. A very smug smile appeared on his face as he announced. However, what's certain is that there's someone at Yanzhai who knows where Huang Mai is. Hearing these things made Nakshin as happy as a child. That's right. Today is the first day, right? I'll definitely find him. Songda, seeing this, laughed in surprise. You're so energetic, huh? Right after, his face suddenly became strangely serious, making Nakshin a bit confused. But you'll probably be very curious about that guy if you knew who he was. Very quickly, time shifted to the next morning at the large school. Nakshin joyfully recounted, Nothing happened yesterday. Seeing this, Showmin sighed with relief. Good. I was worried about you. Nakshin looked at him in surprise. So you're a good person. Showmin continued, but his face suddenly became pensive. Do you have acquaintances in Dian? Nakshin looked at him in surprise. Why do you ask? Showmin laughed with amusement and recounted. No, just curious. Even if it's for revenge, it's not easy to move to a place where you have no relatives. Seeing this, Nakshin quickly recounted everything. The chief of staff of the Dian Alliance showed me. He told me to come to Yangzhou and try looking. Hearing this, Showmin was immediately startled. Nakshin's voice had become even more resolute. Don't worry. I'll finish off that Huang Mai and free this school from the gangs. Showmin, after hearing this, froze in fear. As expected, he's connected to the alliance, and it's even the chief of staff. He remembered Mahadi's words. The key to confronting the alliance is not the Dawn, Dian, alliance's captain. We have to face someone much more brutal and intelligent. Thinking this, he became extremely bewildered and thought, is he the one Mahadi was talking about? An intelligent and brutal guy? His eyes suddenly widened as he looked ahead with a worried expression. If I didn't know this and revealed everything just to make him an ally, I'd be done for. Back then, Mahadi, standing high above, had voiced her thoughts to him. If your hypothesis is true, then maybe that chief of staff has already sniffed it out. The strange smell coming from a gang. Thinking this, Cho Min immediately became bewildered. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Why transfer to Yangsh? Could it be that he already guessed the fake leader of the gang is at Yangsh High? This guy is no pushover. He continued to recall Songda's wicked appearance. He's using Kim Nakshin, an ignorant person, to threaten someone at Yangsh High. Huh? At this moment, he gradually figured out Songda's dark intentions. All the students at Yangsh High are already under his suspicion. Huh? And that list will gradually be narrowed down. Right after, he immediately made a decision. If so, the only thing I can do. He called out, Nakshin. Nakshin, seeing this, looked surprised. Yeah. Cho Min's face had become extremely resolute as he declared. Can you help me meet that chief of staff? He had quickly decided to confront him directly. Very quickly, the scene shifted to the large city. In a luxurious supercar, a voice rang out. I heard the young master also got a perfect score on this exam. The madam must be very happy. The driver, very pleased, asked the person sitting in the back. Young master graduated from science high school in just 2 years, right? Maybe because I'm someone who studied hard and struggled to make a living. I never knew another world existed. His voice was filled with praise. Young master graduated early, so it's entirely possible for you to get into Korea University. Songda coldly asked, Driver, are you new? He continued to look ahead and ordered, My parents like quiet people. I don't mind, but in front of my parents, you should be a bit more careful. Seeing this, the driver hurriedly said, I understand. I apologize. Songda continued to look at Kim Nakshin's message on his phone. Are you free today? He sighed and said, Of course, I sympathize with you. Then he continued to say some very enigmatic words while looking at the phone. Humans are inherently animals interested in worlds different from their own. Huh. His face had become extremely resolute. He stared straight ahead and recalled his calculated plan. Kim Nakshin, I succeeded in using Huang Mai's death and using revenge to trick him into enrolling at Yangsh High. Recalling Nakshin's smiling face, this made him quite surprised. Thinking about his personality, I guessed he would get into trouble with the thugs at Yangsh High. He recalled that everything had gone according to his calculations. And as expected, Du Jian encountered Kim Nakshin, and the rumor that he's connected to the chief of staff of the Dian Alliance will become known. He seemed hesitant thinking about the next step of his plan. If the fake commander is at Yangsh High, he continued to look at the incoming messages for Kim Nakshin. Are you free today? He quickly replied. Thinking this, he was a bit pleased. And if he discovers my intention of using Kim Nakshin to narrow down the scope, he was immediately startled by a new incoming message. A joyful smile immediately appeared on Songda's lips. It seemed all of this was within his calculations. At that time, he must have sent a message to the message on the other end sent to Kim Nakshin. Someone wants to meet you. This made him, Songda, extremely smug. I'll see his reaction. Very quickly, the scene shifted to one morning. Nakshin asked in surprise, Why do you want to meet him? As he walked down the street, he smiled and chatted. Anyone who hears the name of the Dian Alliance's chief of staff usually pisses their pants in fear. Cho Min just flashed an interested smile and announced, He's cool. He recalled last night when Mahadi had warned him the chief of staff of the Dian Alliance, the person behind the actual commander-in-chief, is in fact the one commanding the alliance. When Huang Mai's Emperor Division had just emerged as a new force, the alliance at that time was pushed back. He immediately envisioned the terrifying figure of his older brother leading this gang. The commander-in-chief felt the threat from the Emperor gang. Following that was an image of Songda along with the masterminds behind everything. He created a new position called Chief of Staff and appointed someone. Saying this, her voice had become more resolute than ever. She continued to announce surprisingly. After that, the atmosphere of the alliance completely changed. After the appearance of the chief of staff, the power of the Emperor gang and the alliance began to become equal. Cho Min, after hearing this, very calmly stared straight ahead and asked, What kind of person is he? She also very calmly explained, I don't know. This made him extremely bewildered. Doesn't know his name, doesn't know where he is. The only piece of information I have is that he's also 17, like us. Thinking this, he sank into his own thoughts. And besides the commander-in-chief and a few core members, the alliance has agreed not to reveal his identity. Nakshin was so surprised he couldn't believe it. Cool. Cho Min nodded in confirmation and said to him, Yeah, to be the commander of an organization at our age, that's cool as hell, isn't it? His eyes looked ahead with certainty. Then he sank into his own thoughts. Not revealing his identity. Even if I don't know the reason, there must be something that makes him hide his identity. He continued to calculate. However, while he's narrowing down the scope, suddenly someone says they want to meet him. As Nakshin walked forward, he explained, I asked him, but I haven't gotten a reply yet. You also know this intention. Anyone would think there's something strange. Right after, a message was sent. Nakshin joyfully announced. He replied, He agreed to meet. All of this was within Cho Min's data, and he couldn't just ignore it. Nakshin didn't forget to smile and advise him, don't be too scared. Anyway, he's a good guy. Cho Min was still just lost in his own calculations. The chief of staff of the DN Alliance. He quickly made his decision. Let me meet you once and see. He then nodded in confirmation and smiled, announcing, since you said so, he must be a good person, right? Elsewhere, Taeyong was walking and recounting today's events to Taexian. Hyung, today at school. Suddenly, the phone rang, making Taexian look surprised. A message from Cho Min was sent to him. Taexian Hyung, please deploy the 4th Squad's manpower according to my instructions now. This is a chance to catch the chief of staff of the DN Alliance. Taexian seemed to think in surprise. Catch the chief of staff? Huh? His eyes widened in disbelief. This matter. The scene shifted to a Starbucks cafe. Sangda looked up ahead and asked in surprise, you said you wanted to meet me. Cho Min had become extremely bewildered, standing in front of him. Really, you came? He hurriedly explained, yes. Nakshin, beside him, burst out laughing with amusement. You yes? What, he's the same age as me. Don't tremble. Cho Min still couldn't believe his eyes. Because he's the chief of staff of the Alliance. I thought he must be some bastard. His eyes widened, looking ahead. What caught his eye was the emblem of a prestigious university. This made him extremely surprised. But he's wearing a science high school uniform. He glanced at Nakshin's attitude, right beside him, and then fell into deliberation again. Kim Nakshin's reaction shows that he's not a substitute. Nakshin joyfully recounted. Hey, he said he's a fan of yours. Hearing this, Sangda laughed, somewhat confused. He asked in surprise, I'm not famous or anything. Someone elegant like this is the chief of staff. Then he continued straight to the main topic. But Nakshin just transferred not too long ago. How'd you two get so close? Nakshin joyfully recounted everything. He volunteered to show me around the school. He was the first one to volunteer. Right after, he turned his head towards Cho Min and praised, there are many good people in DN2. Suddenly at this moment, Nakshin abruptly stood up to go outside, clutching his stomach, and instructed, when he said that, man, I gotta poop. You two talk okay. Seeing him leave made Cho Min feel a bit awkward and bewildered. So embarrassing. Suddenly, at this moment, Sangda started a conversation with him. You're Cho Min, right? His voice echoed continuously. Your last name is the same as someone I know. Cho Min continued to stare straight ahead. Sangda had become extremely serious. He continued to announce, well, I don't know if you know or not. Although I'm the chief of staff of the Alliance, I'm not even on the front lines. Just enough so my identity isn't exposed. Then he continued to ask, do you know why I have to do that? Hearing this, Cho Min seemed to hesitate, then voiced his thoughts. If you become a target of Emperor Division, it wouldn't be good. Sangda, after hearing this, just laughed in praise. You're clear, aren't you? Most of those who actively try to find out my identity. His face suddenly became extremely smug as he declared, are all from Emperor Division. At this moment, remembering something, he immediately asked, but, Cho Min's gaze didn't back down either, looking back at him. Why did you want to meet me then? Cho Min slowly said that. Suddenly, at this very moment, 3 people with extremely terrifying appearances slowly approached the two. Their eyes had become extremely fierce. Sangda coldly glanced to one side, calculating. Of course, it's to catch me. Right after, a surprised smile appeared on his face. Idiot. He continued to look at Cho Min, who was standing still. If the situation turns like this, you'll surely realize I'm a fake commander. At this moment, everyone in the cafe immediately stood up, preparing for action. You underestimate me too much. Sangda's face had become extremely smug with these things. It seemed he had calculated this beforehand. I knew for sure this would happen, so I had the Alliance wait here. Of course, I still conceal my identity and only order them to deal with Emperor Division if they appeared. His eyes looked at Cho Min with extreme smugness. This is your failure, due to being too hasty. He kept thinking, Suddenly, at this moment, a my gang member, likely a general term for a tough-looking gang member now, not necessarily from Mai's original gang, since it's supposed to be Emperor Division members, or Taexian's new squad, punched Cho Min straight in the face. Cho Min, in extreme pain, tried to endure the punch. Right after, he fell hard to the ground, crying out in bewilderment. Sangda, witnessing everything, immediately became bewildered. What the hell? The man who had just hit Cho Min angrily said, Yang Jin Hai, you bastard, ignoring Emperor Gang's orders and causing trouble in school. Then these 3 continued to advance. Where's that Kim Nakshin who was with you earlier? Nakshin angrily approached. What the hell, motherfucker? He continued to look at the scene right in front of him and then became extremely angry. The dragon pattern, Emperor Division. Right after, he shouted loudly, you damn dogs. At the same time, the group also quickly rushed forward. It's Emperor Gang. Hit them. At this moment, an unbalanced fight was gradually breaking out. Nakshin seemed unable to understand the scene. Were they? Sangda, likely a typo for Jigong or Taexian, or perhaps Sangda is trying to manage the chaos he thinks he orchestrated, approached and instructed Nakshin. Nakshin, let them handle it. As for us, let's slip away. People around were chaotically running and shouting. Hello, police? This is Starbucks. There's a group of high school students. Sangda, while walking forward, explained those were Alliance members earlier. It's true that Emperor Division is tightening discipline at Yongjin school. Nakshin had become extremely angry. Those bastards. All of this was observed by Cho Min from the side. He had the alliance waiting at the cafe. Did you think I would punch you, and then you'd say I'm a fake commander at that place? He recalled the message he had sent to Taexian earlier. Send some 4 squad guys to the cafe at the location I sent. Tell them to teach Kim Nakshin and his classmates a lesson for causing trouble at school. He was extremely smug with his own thoughts. What do you think I am? What I want is a perfect victory. His face had become extremely serious. In front of the Alliance's chief of staff. Whether it's Emperor or the Alliance, no one can suspect me. Elsewhere, Taexian, standing behind, had witnessed everything. Cho Min, I don't fucking know how capable you are. Cho Min's face had become extremely resolute as he directly asked Songda. You asked why I wanted to meet him? Actually, I am Huang Mai's biological younger brother. He stared intently at Songda. But let's see who is smarter, okay? The scene at the Starbucks cafe, here was utter chaos. Different voices echoed continuously. Hello, police. This is Starbucks. There's a group of high school students. Songda, while walking forward, coldly stated, it's true that Emperor Division is tightening discipline at Yongjin school. Nakshin, beside him, angrily asked, those bastards, so they're my soldiers, huh? He gritted his teeth, staring at the group. Do any of them know where Huang Mai is? Songda quickly interrupted, they're just small fry, so don't get your hopes up. At this very moment, a phone call came in. Nakshin quickly answered, hello? Yes, this is Kim Nakshin. Who is this? The voice on the other end rang out. Who else could it be? You brat? Aren't you coming to work? Hearing this, Nakshin was startled, realizing something. Boss, he hurriedly asked, is it today? Right after, he quickly ran forward. I deserve to die. The boss shouted loudly, you get over here quickly, brat. Seeing this, Nakshin bid farewell to the two. I'll be going first then. Cho Min, on the side, was speechless at his acting skills. Why is he acting so awkwardly and then ditching like that? Songda, standing right beside him, immediately glanced at Cho Min. He had his own calculations. Cho Min, the reason I revealed myself to you is because these thoughts kept appearing in my mind as I stared at you. If he's the fake commander, he definitely wouldn't let the chief of staff slip away. And once Emperor Gang appeared, I planned to retaliate with the alliance forces I had prearranged and then capture him. The one I was sure was the fake commander. He recalled earlier when the man had landed a critical blow to Cho Min's face. But it turned out differently than expected. Emperor Gang didn't come to capture me, but Kim Nakshin. If so, then it must be one of two hypotheses. At this moment, Songda looked at Cho Min with extreme smugness. This guy really is my fan, like Kim Nakshin said. Right after, his face suddenly became serious as he glanced at Cho Min. Or, he's plotting something. Thinking this, Songda just sighed. Well, whatever it is, just let it be. Meeting him, he's just a piece of trash. Right after, he slowly turned to leave, not forgetting to bid farewell. Well, I'll be taking my leave too. It seemed he felt his outing this time was futile. This was just a wild guess anyway. Only then did Cho Min slowly speak up. You asked why I wanted to meet you, right? He finally told Songda the whole truth. Actually, I am Huang Mai's biological younger brother. Hearing this, Songda immediately became bewildered and turned his head back. Right after, he hurriedly turned back and asked about the previous sentence. What did you just say? Cho Min continued to repeat everything. I'm Huang Mai's younger brother. Probably no one knows. His face had become extremely serious as he voiced all his grievances. He didn't even treat me like a human being, let alone a younger brother. And I don't consider him family either. Songda, standing to one side, was speechless after hearing these words, not understanding what was happening. What was this guy suddenly saying? Huang Mai, Cho Min, they have the same last name. He couldn't believe these things. But I've never heard that Huang Mai had a younger brother. Then he continued to ask, you say that, and you expect me to believe you? Cho Min sighed and stepped in front of him. If you don't believe me, I can show you proof. Huang Mai, right after, he loudly declared, proof that Huang Mai is dead. After hearing this sentence, Songda immediately froze. He couldn't believe these things. Dead? You mean Huang Mai is dead? Cho Min nodded in confirmation and told him, yes, died in a traffic accident a few days ago. Hearing this, Songda immediately became surprised. So Huang Mai is indeed dead. But very quickly, he regained his composure and glanced in another direction. Wait a minute, if so? He was a bit curious, not understanding why Cho Min was doing this. Why didn't he tell Kim Nakshin? Cho Min continued to announce, Nakshin is looking for Huang Mai. He recalled Nakshin's face as he ran quickly, afraid of a pay cut. He's a good person, but he can't possibly chase something that doesn't exist. His face now became extremely sincere as he loudly declared, I should have told him the truth. But he trusts you. That's why he came all the way to Dian. If I were the first one to tell him, I'm afraid there would be a misunderstanding. So, to tell you, that's why I wanted to meet you. His voice echoed continuously. Honestly, when I heard you were the Alliance's chief of staff, I was a bit scared and planned not to do anything. But, how should I put it? Thinking about it normally, that's just how it is. Songda, standing to one side, listening to all these words, immediately fell silent. Seeing he didn't react, Cho Min became bewildered and hurriedly approached to explain. I don't mean to say it's an ignorant thought or anything. In short, a forced smile appeared on Cho Min's face. You understand, right? Because at this moment, Cho Min had his own calculations. To be most natural, I should use my status as a younger brother, not a fake commander, to talk about the commander's death. Who am I? He quickly stared straight ahead and then pondered. Because of Kim Nakshin, I requested to meet the chief of staff, and it was very natural. It seems everything is within my calculations. The reason for this naturalness is because it's all true. At the same time, Sangda slowly asked, you said you had to tell Nakshin about Huang Mai's death? He also had his own calculations. If he's planning to put on that fake gentle act, I have to tell Nakshin the truth. At this moment, various different plans kept appearing in his mind, making him extremely bewildered. As long as I pull Kim Nakshin out of this, I can also prevent him from finding out about Yonge in school. Well, what are you going to do next, Chief of Staff? Right after, Sangda smiled and announced, Nakshin already knows about that. Hearing this, Cho Min was immediately startled. Sangda continued to voice his thoughts while standing in front of him. I'd already speculated that Huang Mai, your older brother, might be dead. Although Nakshin said he was looking for Huang Mai, he actually came to Yongjin school with a different purpose. His face had become extremely wicked as he continued to threaten to find a fake commander who was impersonating Huang Mai. Hearing this, Cho Min's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe it. Impersonating my brother? Huh. At this moment, he became quite bewildered, not knowing what to do in this situation. Just as I guessed, he's looking for me. Sangda nodded in confirmation and continued to describe the different developments of the fierce battles taking place underground. Yes, Emperor Gang currently doesn't know their commander is dead. I mean, someone is pretending to be the commander to lead Emperor Gang. Sangda slowly walked in front of Cho Min and continued to voice his calculations. I don't know how he's managing to command Emperor Gang, but I want to possess that method, which even Emperor Gang doesn't know about. So I'm carrying it out secretly, he announced, and I also hope you'll pretend not to know about this, okay? Hearing this, Cho Min became extremely angry. Lying, there's no way Kim Nakshin knows. He stared intently into Sangda's eyes, still trying to calculate his next move. However, he said it so directly. If I tell Kim Nakshin the truth, my intention to obstruct his investigation will be exposed. Sangda's next sentence made Cho Min freeze on the spot. You didn't hold a funeral for Huang Mai because you hate him. A surprised smile appeared on Sangda's face as he asked, Huang Mai's death couldn't be revealed, or, that's not the reason, is it? Hearing this, Cho Min, scared, quickly nodded in agreement. Well, I don't have money either. He looked ahead helplessly, in disbelief. This bastard is still suspicious? He quickly remembered his phone and pondered. It's okay. Even if he punches a stubborn kid like me and then questions me, there won't be any results, unless that phone is discovered. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered, recalling the scene where he would be dealt with by all of them. No, what am I saying? If I get discovered by the Alliance, there will be a period where no one commands Emperor Gang. He continued to think of another way. Siaka and Jigong angrily looking at him with murderous intent. If so, the core members will start to suspect. The moment I become useless when the commander's death is exposed. Right after, Mahadi's terrifying face appeared again, constantly threatening him. Who knows what that which will do? Thinking this, he became extremely helpless. For my own safety, I definitely have to protect it. Sangda then slowly said, so, you don't know what else to do in this situation. Fortunately, this guy is acting secretly. Cho Min quickly looked at him, and I just need to make him disappear. Sangda announced, that's what I mean. Cho Min felt quite uncomfortable looking at his eyes, that suspicious gaze of his. Right after, the luxurious supercar approached. Sangda looked surprised. Ah, the driver announced, since I didn't see you call, I can't pick you up. Immediately after getting into the car, Sangda called out, wait a minute, Cho Min. Cho Min looked at him, in surprise. Yes. Sangda slowly held out his phone. Can I have your number? Cho Min quickly gave him his phone number. Here. Hearing this, Sangda smiled and glanced at him. Thanks. Then he continued to roll up the car window. See you later. Just like that, the supercar quickly sped away. Cho Min watched them leave, surprised. He even has a driver? He continued to be lost in thought. Was revealing my identity to the chief of staff the right thing to do? This made him very hesitant. This is something that will only make me stand out among the thousands of students at Yongjin school. At this moment, the driver asked in surprise, that friend, I've never met him. Sangda, inside, nodded in confirmation. Yes. Cho Min was still lost in thought. But thanks to that, I was able to grasp the chief of staff. Thinking this, he seemed hesitant. The problem is, what should I do now to make things okay? A joyful smile appeared on Sangda's face. He continued to look at the phone number displayed on the screen. Huang Mai's timid younger brother, huh? Unexpected. In a supercar, driving at 100 kilometers per hour, he continued to be lost in his own thoughts. If Cho Min is the fake commander, this is information that doesn't need to be revealed. Everything today seems to prove Cho Min's innocence. He recalled what Cho Min had said to him. I don't mean to say it's an ignorant thought or anything. In short, he was a bit hesitant. So, if I recklessly capture you and ask, will I become an ignorant person? Right after, inside the supercar, he burst out laughing with extreme delight. It seemed this was the first time he had laughed so joyfully and refreshingly. Interesting. He then shouted angrily. You piece of trash. Alright then, let's act very smartly. Elsewhere, Chomin was quickly walking slowly forward. Chomin walked, just lost in his own thoughts. I found out the chief of staff's identity, though I want to order the gang to chase him and beat the shit out of him. Thinking this, he was a bit hesitant. But if I do that, I'll be suspected. Someone called out, Nakshin. Hey! Nakshin turned his head in surprise. If so, it's not Emperor Gang. He was bewildered, unable to believe his ears. Me, looking at Mahadi's face, made him also admire her. So pretty. Chomin was still lost in thought. But what if Kim Nakshin is close to the chief of staff? Mahadi smiled and asked, Are you free by any chance? The scene shifted to evening at a pub in the city. What's this? What's this? A group of people were playing and chatting in surprise. It's the first time I've seen him. He's a new employee, fam. Why has he been spacing out like that since earlier? They asked bewilderedly. His face is all red. Elsewhere, Nakshin, extremely surprised and blushing, looked at his phone screen. What's this? His face kept turning red as he shyly looked at his phone. Why did she? Give me your phone number. On the phone was Mahadi's number. He recalled the scene earlier when Mahadi approached him. Are you busy by any chance? Nakshin calmly replied, I'm on my way to my part-time job. Is there something? Hearing this, she seemed curious and asked, where do you work part-time? He explained, next door, near Jonggu Station. Huh? Right after, she slowly held out her phone. I see. Then, can I have your phone number? This made him extremely surprised. Thinking this, Nakshin blushed shyly, looking at his phone. I was told to be careful with girls who are nice to me. What was her name again? Is this her profile picture? He continued to look at her beautiful image on the phone screen. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something, and his face immediately turned red. Could it be, I'm being checked out in Dian? He quickly envisioned Mahadi shyly calling him, honey. Thinking this, he immediately slammed his phone down, frantically screaming, what am I thinking? Get a grip, Kim Nakshin. At this moment, he had become extremely bewildered, trying to tell himself to calm down. I came to Dian to avenge my friends. Just this little thing, and I'm already smiling foolishly? I'm so disappointed in myself. His eyes had become more helpless than ever. He didn't understand what was happening to him. This is a trial threatening my righteous path. A trial. He continued to look at his phone. At that moment, a message from Mahadi arrived. Are you free? He quickly made a decision. I won't run away. Elsewhere, Chomin, walking forward, asked in surprise, You decided to meet Kim Nakshin? Mahadi quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes. Seeing this, Chomin asked with some surprise, What for exactly? She calmly smiled and explained, I told you I'll support you. Hearing this, Chomin quickly questioned, I mean, support what? Her face was extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. She quickly walked forward. Well, currently, if Emperor Division targets the chief of staff, the most suspected person is you. So I have to use Kim Nakshin. Her face had become extremely serious as she announced the relationship that has gradually been strengthening between Kim Nakshin and the chief of staff. How do you plan to obstruct it? Hearing this, Chomin quickly replied through the phone screen that, I haven't. Before he could finish, she quickly interrupted him. I'll seduce and separate those two for you. Chomin looked surprised, unable to believe it. What? She continued. To stand there, voicing her thoughts. They say men are always moved by women's words. That's called a honey trap. It may look like it, but this method, though old, is still widely used to this day. Chomin became even more helpless thinking about this strange girl, and asked, Will he even understand? Calling herself a beauty, that's scary. Mahadi's voice echoed continuously through the phone. Dealing with the chief of staff is a bit difficult, but at least I'll try to gather as much information about him as possible. Don't worry. Her face was extremely smug as she carried her bag forward. I've never failed to woo any guy. Very quickly, time shifted to a few days later in a bustling city crowded with people. Nakshin, dressed neatly in a tucked-in shirt, glanced ahead. He sighed, trying to reassure himself. I want to face the trial that has come upon me, so I came to this place. Then he became extremely bewildered and dejected, mumbling, How can a me of today do it? Huh? So, at this very moment, a footstep slowly approached. Seeing Chomin appear behind him, startled Nakshin. Chomin. He still didn't understand what was happening. How did it turn out like this? He joyfully and excitedly threw his hands in the air, happy to see Chomin. I'm okay, right? Thanks. It's really lucky you came with me. Thanks to you, I have more courage. Chomin was helpless, not understanding. What idiot brings a friend when meeting a girl? He's really only good at fighting. For these things, he's truly a novice. He looked at Nakshin's joyful face and thought with some helplessness. I came with him because he said he couldn't go alone. We'll be okay? Thinking this, Chomin laughed in surprise, playing along. It's pretty cool, huh? You even got her number. For a guy like me, this is probably only in my imagination. Perhaps Nakshin was very proud of these things because his face then whispered into Chomin's ear, It's true. It's a bit suspicious. Nakshin, extremely worried, kept voicing his thoughts to Chomin, suddenly asking for my number, and then asking to meet. I think this might be a scam. Seeing this, Chomin looked at him helplessly, thinking this guy, why is he so perceptive about these things? Right after, Nakshin immediately whispered in his ear, So, can you help me see if she really likes me or not? Hearing this, Cho Min immediately became bewildered. Seeing the person in front appear made him look startled. Naction, seeing this, quickly turned his head. She's here. At this moment, a girl with a slender figure and captivating white hair approached. Mahadi. It must be said, she was the girl in the hearts of many guys there. She smiled charmingly and approached. The two witnessing this scene were speechless. Cho Min, on the side, thought in surprise, that's Mahadi's real appearance. She quickly greeted, "You're early, huh?" Nakshin, embarrassed, started to explain, no, I haven't been waiting long. Right after, she suddenly said, but... She smiled, looking at Cho Min standing still there. "The friend next to you?" At this moment, she was very curious, looking at him. "What's this? Why did you suddenly intervene?" Cho Min also became extremely bewildered and quickly signaled back to her. "I have my own situation. I'll stay for a bit and then slip away. Don't worry." Nakshin, still unaware that the two knew each other, smiled smugly and excitedly recounted, "This friend's name is Cho Min, my classmate. Anyway, if it's just the two of us, it's a bit awkward, so..." Hearing this, she finally understood something. So that's it." She smiled shyly and announced. "Let's have fun together today." Cho Min, after hearing these words, was speechless, thinking, so that's why. Damn, her acting is top-notch. He walked behind, watching the two continue to walk forward, then sank into his own thoughts. Kim Nakshin likes Mahadi, but he's still a bit cautious. He entrusted me with assessing Mahadi. That means the key to today is... At this moment, he had his own calculations as he looked at the shy couple gradually walking forward. Evidence to prove Mahadi truly likes Kim Nakshin. This is a battle to create evidence, so Kim Nakshin can accept the information. His face had become extremely resolute. That means finding Kim Nakshin's strengths. He continued to look towards the large movie theater in the city. If it's an attraction, that's probably it. The location shifted to the movie theater. Right after, a scream echoed continuously from the screen as an ugly, bulging-eyed ghost appeared. A girl behind hurriedly hugged a boy, crying and screaming, "Honey!" Mahadi, sitting above watching the movie side. What a boring couple. Right after, she immediately pretended to turn her head and said to Nakshin fearfully, "This is so scary, isn't it? Nakshin, how can you watch a movie without blinking once? That's amazing." Cho Min, sitting beside her, hurriedly punched Nakshin in the face. Kim Nakshin, snap out of that serious expression. It turned out he had completely fainted. Cho Min became extremely bewildered, not knowing what to do in this situation. "I thought this would be easy." "It's okay, there's still many opportunities." Very quickly, it was time for 4 cut photos. Cho Min's voice rang out, "I'll take it." Right after, everyone looked surprised. "Wait, why is there water on the floor?" Cho Min looked at his friend Kim Nakshin in extreme surprise. "Your sweat." Nakshin helplessly explained, "I have a fear of cameras." At this point, all three were gradually getting exhausted. Very quickly, the time shifted to a snack shop. After tasting a few bites, Nakshin immediately laid down on the ground, making the other two worried. "Kim Nakshin, is it that spicy?" And so, the story was gradually told. From then on, Kim Nakshin, throughout the dating process, experienced every strange symptom a human could possibly have. Nakshin ran to the bathroom, constantly vomiting. Cho Min's face now became extremely helpless. He stared straight ahead and thought angrily, so much trouble. This time, he's puking the karaoke? What kind of date is this, like dying and coming back to life? Besides fighting, he's like a diseased worm. If this continues. Right after, from inside the bathroom, Nakshin's voice, extremely helpless, asked Cho Min, "There's no reason for her to like me at all. But you see, right? Until now, she hasn't left and is still looking at me and smiling." Cho Min, seeing this, sighed because everything was going off track. If this continues, he won't be able to realize Mahadi's expressions of affection on his own. He had become extremely bewildered. It's clear there's something fishy about this. This made Cho Min extremely helpless, and he only suspects Mahadi. Suddenly, at this moment, Cho Min was startled, remembering something. Seriously, he's only good fighting, nothing else? He quickly came up with an idea. Wait, if it's fighting? The scene shifted to a karaoke lounge. 2 gangster-like patrons were happily singing, even if we're not on the same path many times. The other one seemed to lose his patience and angrily urged, "Let's go." Right after, the music that was playing suddenly stopped, making the man who was singing look extremely angry, staring behind him. He looked bewildered at Cho Min, who had coldly turned off his music, making him extremely furious as he questioned, "Motherfucker, what the hell are you doing?" Cho Min coldly informed him, If you want to continue, go to room number 6. Right after, strange noises immediately echoed from another karaoke room, making these two look surprised. Mahadi asked with some concern, "Is your stomach okay?" Nakshin stood up helplessly and said, "Yeah, sorry. I think I have to go home." Cho Min, sitting on the side, was burning with anxiety. What's wrong? Why hasn't he gone over yet? Right after, a door burst open, accompanied by a shout, "Which bastard dared to cut off the chorus and then run away?" Seeing this, Cho Min immediately became joyful. "They're here." They slowly advanced. "I'll kill you." At this moment, an interested smile appeared on Cho Min's face. Successfully picked a fight. He didn't forget to tell himself, "Now, Kim Naction, feel free to show off what you're good at." Right after, the next scene made him freeze. The man in front was Jigong. He stepped inside. Cho-min became extremely bewildered. What the hell is Jigong doing here? Jigong stared at Mahadi and questioned, "Harry, Mahadi. Harry, why are you at a karaoke with some guys?" At this moment, his face had become utterly enraged as he loudly scolded, "Are you cheating on me?" Cho-min, seeing this, became completely desperate. "Oh shit, I'm dead." The group quickly walked forward and angrily discussed. "He said her number 6, right? Yeah, that crazy bastard." Right after, they continuously discussed among themselves. "Don't know what he means, but let's just kill him first." "Yeah." Jigong approached, surprised, and asked them, "Who are you guys planning to kill?" At this moment, his face had become completely enraged. He didn't forget to lecture. "You're not even wearing Emperor's jumper. Huh? I told you, if you want to fight for the leader, you have to wear the jumper and fight on the road." Hearing this, an underling, scared, recounted everything. "Sorry, Captain. While you were in the toilet, some guy barged in while we were singing." The remaining underling angrily recounted everything. He ruined the song right at the chorus and then left. This underling also nodded in confirmation. "If there was any mistake, I almost brought trouble to Emperor Gang." Right after, the underling immediately became submissive. "So let's just drop it." Jigong, extremely furious, questioned loudly, "Which miscellaneous dog?" Elsewhere, these two underlings laughed, mockingly looking at the room. "It's just some unlucky bastards." They laughed in surprise and didn't forget to taunt. No matter how crazy they are, why would they mess with the second squad captain of Emperor Division, Jigong, who values karaoke ethics so much? It seemed they were extremely smug about these things. Now he's probably dead. Huh. Jigong, in karaoke room number 6, was looking at the three. At this moment, Cho-min had become extremely desperate. "At least I chose fighting to highlight Kim Naction's charm." "Harry," Jigong asked, "Harry, why are you with two guys in karaoke?" Cho-min didn't know what more to say in this situation. Damn it, why is Jigong here? Jigong's face had become extremely wicked. "Are you cheating on me?" Cho-min was desperate, not knowing what to do next in this situation. Oh shit. Fortunately, at this moment, Naction slowly stood up and asked Jigong, "What's this? Cheating? What the hell are you talking about? Do you know?" Right after, he was startled by the next scene. He looked at the shirt with the dragon pattern, which surprised him. Dragon pattern jumper. Cho-min was extremely bewildered. The situation was now hanging by a thread, making him even more desperate. If Mahadi, being the Emperor Gang leader's girlfriend, is exposed, then seducing Kim Naction will end as soon as they know the two of them are involved. He didn't know what to do next. Since things have come to this before Jigong also suspects me, Jigong kept questioning loudly, "Why aren't you saying anything, Mahadi?" At this very moment, Naction slowly stood up. Wait a minute. The two of you know each other." Cho-min was desperate to the point of annoyance. The honey trap is enough up to here. These two, Naction and Jigong, quickly approached each other, preparing to clash, which was ridiculously absurd. Mahadi, seeing this, turned her head in surprise to look at Cho-min with utter disbelief. Naction's face had become completely enraged, staring straight ahead. "Even if I thought she was a multi-level marketer or a scammer or something, even so, I never thought she was involved with Emperor Gang." Then he cursed loudly. "Cheating? Even if you're imagining that all by yourself, it's still harassment, you dog." Jigong flashed a surprised smile and asked, "What's with this dog now?" Mahadi. At this moment, Jigong became extremely helpless. Being the leader's girlfriend, there are many reasons it can't be revealed, and I can't just blab about it either. Right after, Naction punched him straight in the face and cursed, "Don't be so loud." Cho-min, witnessing this scene, didn't know what more to say because his life was about to end here. He looked at Jigong being relentlessly beaten, which made him even more desperate about his life. It's getting worse and worse. Naction angrily cursed with a furious expression, "You guys from the leader to the small fry are all trash, huh?" Hearing this, Jigong became completely enraged. He questioned loudly once more, "Leader? Is that what you mean?" Right after, he decided not to hold back anymore and charged straight into this fight, roaring, "You don't cherish your life anymore, do you?" The two sides quickly launched into an extremely fierce attack. Cho-min, seeing the situation wasn't good, hurriedly whispered into Mahadi's ear, "Mahadi, first, let's get out of here. We can't help even if we stay here." Mahadi very calmly continued to stand there and voiced her thoughts, "No, on the contrary, it's useful. I thought at most he could punch a few thugs at Yonjin school, but this time, let's see if he's someone worth us using." Then she continued to announce, "This is a combat ability test." Elsewhere, the two were still relentlessly attacking each other. Jigong's footsteps kept running quickly forward. Following that, a kick landed on Naction, catching him off guard. Just like that, he kicked Naction straight in the face, a decisive blow. Naction, hit in the head, felt the pain, but it seemed this didn't make him give up at all. Mahadi's voice also slowly rang out. Let's see how long he can hold off Jigong. Jigong was very calm in this situation. He didn't forget to taunt, "You brat. Why are you picking fights so recklessly?" Right after, the two continued to plunge into the fight, 19-10, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, right after, Naction slowly jumped high, catching Jigong off guard. Following that, he punched Jigong hard in the back. His face was extremely smug as he asked in surprise, "How about that?" Hearing this, Jigong laughed, rushed forward, and announced in surprise, "Cute, huh?" The two continued this fight. "This guy hits that guy. What's wrong with this guy?" Cho Min and Mahadi, observing everything from outside, were frozen in disbelief. Different from his appearance, it seems Nakshin is gradually losing ground against Jigong's terrifying strength, just like the legends say. But this didn't make him give up. He quickly rushed forward preparing to fight. Completely different from the Yonge and school brats. A very interested smile appeared on Jigong's face. "This is Emperor Gang, huh?" He relentlessly threw thousands of punches at Nakshin. He didn't forget to curse, "Die, you fucking ragged dog." Mahadi, witnessing this match from the side, dejectedly commented, "Nothing special. Huh? Did I expect too much from him?" His opponent became a captain when he was only in 10th grade. Of course, it's too much for him. Chomin just worriedly looked at Nakshin. His face had become extremely expectant, staring straight ahead. "Kim Nakshin." He recalled the words Nakshin had said to him with great determination. "The day I was mercilessly trampled by that Huang Mai. I made a resolve then that I would get revenge." He kept looking at the fierce battle between the two right in front of him. "Even though I'm using all of Emperor Gang. I don't know why, but now I want to support him." In his mind, he was silently cheering for his friend. "Don't lose to Huang Mai's underlings." Nakshin, while fighting, asked in surprise, "Do I look like I'm going to lose?" Thoughts of the past, when he was extremely weak, surfaced. He always remembered Mai's wicked face back then. Thinking of this made him extremely angry, staring intently ahead. "Do I look like I'm going to lose?" Jigong was still relentlessly hitting him, not holding back. Right after, the two watching from outside immediately froze at this sight. Jigong also widened his eyes, unable to believe what was happening. Nakshin, using all his strength, powerfully broke a table, falling backward with overwhelming power. Right after, he decisively smashed the table straight onto Jigong's head, giving him no time to react. In an instant, Jigong quickly fell hard backward in pain. Mahadi, seeing this scene, was surprised. "Oh my!" A joyful smile appeared on Chomin's face. He won. He couldn't believe these things. Really? He beat Jigong? Nakshin, after finishing the fight, panted, extremely tired. Seeing this, Chomin quickly approached him and praised. "Awesome. Awesome. You punched Emperor Gang." Nakshin smiled, scratched his head, and explained, "It's because I used a weapon. Let's go." At the same time, a joyful smile appeared on Mahadi's lips. "Not bad." While everyone thought this was over, Jigong slowly stood up. "Stop right there. You're pretty stubborn, huh?" Chomin thought helplessly. There's no way he won. Jigong had become extremely furious and cursed loudly. "You intentionally made me lose my guard and then sneakily threw a table straight at my face, huh?" Chomin knew his strength was not weak at all. Emperor Gang's second squad captain, Jigong. Jigong smiled and praised, "Not bad. The guy who climbed to the rank of captain when he was only 18. Then he stepped forward. "Let's see what's next." This made Chomin extremely worried. The ghost of Jigong, Nakshin, on the side, had witnessed the entire scene. He thought bewilderedly, "I know at this aura." Jigong's face was extremely joyful as he slowly rushed forward. Nakshin, surprised, looked at Jigong's scary smile right there and made a decision. This guy is a madman. At this moment, he was slightly worried about his fate. "No wonder I." Jigong smiled and chatted. "Today you'll surely have a lot of fun with me." Jigong stood in front of Nakshin, flashing an extremely joyful smile, as if he really enjoyed fighting. Nakshin also refused to give up. He, extremely furious, remembered the purpose of why he came here. "I came to Dian to avenge Huang Mai." He continued to look at Jigong's face, who was standing still there, wearing a smug smile. "This bastard is Huang Mai's underling." Jigong coldly declared, "Today, you'll surely have a lot of fun with me." Nakshin continued to look at Jigong's murderous aura right in front of him. If an underling of Huang Mai is already at this level, he quickly rushed forward, preparing to attack. At the same time, Jigong also quickly rushed forward. Then, in the end, thinking this made Nakshin extremely bewildered. Huang Mai is at what level then? He recalled the large, strong, overwhelming presence of Mai when he stood before him. He tried his best to fight Jigong while angrily thinking, "Damn it." At this very moment, two of Jigong's underlings rushed in to report everything. "Captain, Captain." Hearing this, Jigong turned his head in surprise and asked, "What is it?" An underling approached and reported everything. "Squad 1 is calling for you, sir. Mr. X, likely Siaka, is looking for you urgently." Jigong seemed surprised and asked again, "Siaka? What for?" The underling helplessly shook his head and explained, "I don't know either." Then the underling continued to report everything. "He just said the leader has issued a summons." Hearing this, Mahadi looked at Cho Min in surprise. "Since when?" Jigong, seeing this side, turned and left. "It's a bit regrettable, but I'll play with you up to here." Suddenly, at this moment, he raised his hand to scratch his head, remembering something. "Ah," he smiled and asked, "What was your name again?" Nakshin, hearing this, was startled. He very calmly replied, "Kim Nakshin." Hearing this, Jigong laughed in surprise, then didn't forget to turn his head back and threaten, "You should know your place. Talking so disrespectfully to Emperor Gang like that. Next time, you'll be fucking dead. He continued to glance at the two. And also, he very clearly stared at Mahadi standing still there. Mahadi. At this moment, he glared at her as if silently warning her about something. You're being with someone who has a grudge against Emperor Gang. You're obligated to explain that. She, seeing this, thought helplessly, Lam Min, Cho Min, is quick-witted. Jigong immediately walked quickly forward. Let's go. Nakshin, remembering he hadn't asked for Jigong's name, hurriedly asked, you should tell me your name too, right? The two underlings, hearing this, immediately became enraged and turned their heads back. You bastard. Jigong laughed and intervened. Let him be. He couldn't turn his head back and continued to walk forward, introducing himself. Emperor Division's second squad captain, Jigong. You don't need to remember it. Right after, he continued to walk forward, leaving everyone standing still. If it weren't for a coincidence like this, a guy like you would never have a chance to talk to me privately. Chomin slowly walked towards Nakshin and worriedly asked, Kim Nakshin, are you okay? Let's go. Nakshin, hearing this, just remained silent. Right after, he looked up ahead and nodded in confirmation. Yeah. Very quickly, time shifted to evening in the city. Mahadi joyfully asked everyone, where are we going now? The two men were stunned by her dazzling appearance, frozen on the spot. Nakshin, bewildered, whispered into Cho Min's ear, see, isn't there something strange about her? Hearing this, Cho Min asked in surprise, really? He was a bit confused looking at Nakshin. This guy, all day he's been through one thing after another, and at the last minute, he messes things up beyond all expectations. Then he continued to look at Mahadi's face and pondered. At this point, if I say I want to go home, that's normal, right? You're being too obvious, Mahadi. She, seeing the two's strange attitude, worriedly glanced in another direction with a dejected expression. Why? Don't you like it? Then, right after, she immediately held out a pack of Band-Aids in front of Nakshin. At least you should take this. Nakshin, seeing this, shyly scratched his head, approached, and asked in surprise. When did you buy this? You didn't have to do that. She, somewhat sadly, informed him, I bought it because I'm grateful. You kept protecting me and fighting him. Cho Min, standing to one side, observed everything with a puzzled expression. But boss. Elsewhere, the underlings continued to ask Jigong, weren't you fighting that guy just now? He walked forward, nodded, and replied, yeah. So what? They, hearing this, quickly praised, you looked so serious confronting him. Right after, they seemed curious and confused. Why did you have to be so serious with someone like him? Jigong laughed, turned his head back, and explained, he pissed me off. He recalled their fierce battle earlier, which had greatly interested him. That brat. I was forced to corner him like that. Even when he calculated how to hit me. He wasn't arrogant at all. It seemed he remembered everything from earlier when the two, Cho Min and Mahadi, were silently observing from outside. It was as if he had drawn a line. He didn't allow me to get close to Mahadi, not even a single step. This made him quite surprised. He understood in action now. That bastard. He completely misunderstood that I came to pick a fight with Mahadi. Jigong now became extremely furious. As he walked forward, he cursed loudly. What does he dare think I am? Even if she breaks up with the commander, Mahadi is totally not my type. Elsewhere, Mahadi asked Nakshin in surprise, right? After a period of silence, Cho Min seemed to understand something. So that's how it is. At this moment, he became extremely certain and realized an important thing. Kim Nakshin isn't just standing there like a pillar and fighting. He's fighting at a disadvantage. And currently, Mahadi is exploiting that point. Nakshin blushed a little hearing her words. Thoughts kept appearing in his mind. The girls I've liked up to now all look down on me as just a guy who likes to fight. But she understands me. He continued to look at her stunningly beautiful face. This is the first time I've met a girl like this. He quickly realized the problem. I'm being flirted with. Elsewhere, Mahadi recalled Nakshin's attacks when he fought Jigong. He was confronting Jigong while also protecting someone, and even injured him. Her expression changed slightly as she looked at the group. She thought coldly, he's worth using. He'll definitely be useful. The one who understood all this best was Mahadi. She overshadowed all the difficulties she had struggled with today. She announced to Nakshin, don't be like that. Let's hang out a bit longer. Thinking this, Chomin also had to admire her. She's truly a professional in the art of seducing men. Right after, she joyfully pointed forward. Then this time let's go there. Seeing Nakshin also having to obey, Chomin was a bit speechless. She's also an expert at pretending to give orders. He quickly glanced behind and sank into his own thoughts. So now Kim Nakshin won't have any more doubts. So it's a success, right? But his mood at this moment had become extremely terrible. He announced to the two, sorry, I probably can't go on. I'll take my leave. Hearing this, Mahadi looked a bit regretful. Why? Aren't you going with me? Nakshin quickly turned and left. Sorry, Chomin. Thanks. You can go home now. At this moment, his hands were clenched so tightly they were trembling. I really want to hang out more. He suddenly turned back and said some very enigmatic words. But thinking about it again, right after, he quickly ran off, leaving the two there. I'm currently not an idle person to do things like this. The story was gradually recounted. Even though he carried a burden, images of Jigong immediately appeared. Emperor Division's 2nd Squad Captain, Jigong. You don't need to remember it. If it weren't for a coincidence like this, a guy like you would never have a chance to talk to me privately. But I can't be overwhelmed like this. His eyes had become extremely angry. He had his own determination. Dian is a big game. If I'm just a frog in a well, he didn't give up after today's defeat. Instead, he was filled with even more determination. Then I'll have to enhance my abilities to fit the well I'm sitting in. Cho Min, seeing him leave, was a bit confused. He just gave up and left like that? And he seems a bit annoyed. Mahadi, beside him, just remained silent. She slowly crossed her arms and sighed. That's why I said those reckless fighting types are useless. Right after, Cho Min immediately teased. How's the honey trap going? She sighed, walked forward, and angrily announced. Anyway, I didn't think it could be done in just one day. You handle things well too, even though there was nothing. Yet you issued an urgent summons. Cho Min calmly explained, well, it's nothing. At this moment, Cho Min had become extremely serious. He looked up ahead and announced, anyway, you worked hard today, Mahadi. Hearing this, she looked surprised, turned her head back, and praised. Yeah, you too. All of today's events gradually replayed in her mind. She suddenly turned and left. It's been a while since I had this much fun. Mahadi didn't forget to bid farewell to Cho Min, who was standing there. I'm going too. At that moment, Cho Min suddenly stared at her, stunned, and thought in surprise, I wonder if I don't know anything about Mahadi at all. Right after, he quickly dismissed these thoughts and reminded himself, she's a witch. There's no way I don't know something about a witch. At this moment, his phone buzzed with a notification, so he quickly took it out to check the situation. Looking at the incoming message made him look surprised. Chief of Staff, can you spare some time? I have something to discuss with you. Seeing this, Cho Min was startled and bewildered. This guy. Cho Min walked alone on the road. Thinking in surprise, he said he has something to say? What does he mean? The more he thought, the angrier he became. He didn't even bother to ask if I was free, but can I spare time for him? What the hell? Arrogant bastard. Right after, he became extremely hesitant and sank into his own thoughts. Instead of meeting uselessly and causing trouble, should I calculate a bit? However, besides the risk, the probability of finding this guy's weakness also increases. At this very moment, a slap rang out. Cho Min was quickly drawn by the sound. No wonder. Voices cursing endlessly appeared. Motherfucker, you want to die? Don't you open your eyes and look? Cho Min, seeing this, looked ahead in surprise. What's this? He thought with some dejection, this endless violence. Right after, his eyes widened in disbelief. In front of him was Mahadi, constantly surrounded by a group of girls. He couldn't believe these things. Mahadi is being beaten? Cho Min stood to one side, observing everything with utter disbelief. What's this? Why is Mahadi? I don't understand what's happening. Being beaten like this? Bomi angrily, slowly raised her hand toward Mahadi's face and, along with her friends, mocked. Motherfucker, look at how she's dressed. Probably just a guy, huh? Seeing Mahadi's annoyed attitude made them even angrier. Hey, what's with your attitude? Right after, they continuously attacked her. Can't you close your eyes, you dog? The girl beside her laughed and praised. Bomi is so good at slapping people. After finishing, Bomi let out a sigh of relief. Damn it. Bomi continued to look at Mahadi's pitiful face, who was standing still. Are you awake yet? Seeing Mahadi's attitude, still unchanged, made them even angrier. This bitch is keeping that attitude till the end. At this very moment, Bomi suddenly sighed. They quickly turned and left, leaving Mahadi alone. Are you going to call your brother again? It's good to have a reliable younger sibling like you. But how are you going to call your brother? They didn't forget to taunt and laugh at her. While your brother is in a vegetative state? Bomi slowly walked forward and announced to her two friends, stop dressing up and wandering around here. Worry about struggling to make a living and don't appear in front of me again, bitch. That bitch doesn't even have money to get it. Damn it. Immediately after they stepped outside, Bomi didn't forget to complain. No wonder every time I see her, I have to beat her up. Cho Min, seeing them leave, quickly hid to one side. He was bewildered, unable to believe it, as he looked ahead. Strange. I can't believe Mahadi is so easily bullied. That which can only bully others. Mahadi helplessly clutched her cheek and sighed. You childish brats. There's no way she's being bullied. Feeling a strange movement made her turn her head in surprise to look. But at this moment, there was no one witnessing. Cho Min had managed to hide in time. As he walked forward, he sighed dejectedly. She'll probably be very embarrassed if she knows I saw everything. His eyes became extremely resolute as he walked forward, even though he wasn't sure what was happening. He continued to look at the three tattooed girls standing right in front of him. But I'm sure those people are just scum. Then he slowly took out his phone, preparing to deal with them. If it's scum, it needs to be cleaned up, right? Suddenly, at this moment, Mahadi appeared and warned Cho Min don't. Cho Min, seeing she had appeared right behind him, flashed a forced smile. She looked up at him and asked, you saw? Very quickly, time shifted to evening at their familiar spot. The place was very peaceful and bleak, with buildings crowded together. Cho Min, while walking, asked Mahadi in surprise, who was right in front, I understand, but why did you make me walk you all the way home? She sighed in reply, you see, the road is pitch dark. What if something bad happens to me? Hearing this, Cho Min was a bit speechless, muttering to her, Normally, you can go home by yourself. He quickly glanced at her, observing her every gesture. But looking at her appearance, I thought she was the daughter of a chaebol. But it seems that's not the case. Looking at her face made him look surprised. Suddenly, at this moment, Mahadi slowly announced, startling him, because I have to pay my brother's hospital bills, I eventually had to move here. He continued to walk forward, surprised, following behind her, thinking, sometimes I think she's a mind-reading expert. She slowly walked forward, recounting, even though I only live with my brother, the assets our parents left behind are huge. Cho-min remembered what she had once said. My biological brother, who was once under the alliance, was beaten by Huang Mai to the point of becoming a vegetable, and he still hasn't woken up. Hearing this, Cho-min finally understood everything. So that's how it is. She continued to walk forward, dejectedly saying, anyway, it's still okay here. You can see the stars clearly from here. Hearing this, both of them looked up at the starry sky. Cho-min also had to exclaim in surprise, it's true. You can see them really clearly. The two slowly walked forward, but neither said a word to the other. Remembering something, Cho-min asked her in surprise, but what about those girls earlier? She, hearing this, just remained silent, not answering. Then she sighed, slowly recalling the girl named Bomi who had bullied her. Well, they're a bunch I've had bad blood with since middle school. It seems she was very contemplative, confidently. Recounting to him, I don't know why, but they hate me a lot. Maybe because I'm pretty, huh? Cho-min, hearing this, was surprised but also quickly nodded. Could be. She slowly recounted everything. One of them used to like a senior boy. Back then, Bomi had asked in surprise, I heard you're waiting for me. The boy smiled shyly, scratched his head, and chatted with her. In your class, there's a girl named Mahadi, right? Can you introduce her to me? Mahadi, saying this, looked a bit sad. That was the first time I learned that. Hearing this, she immediately replied, I'm not close with her. Seeing this, the boy quickly turned and left. Oh well, thanks. This made her, Bomi, extremely angry, to the point of trembling. Just because someone has feelings for me, I can become the target of someone else's hatred. Following that, she continuously bullied Mahadi. That was the beginning of the bullying. On her desk, curses were constantly carved. Drop out, you crazy bitch. Die, you stinky bitch. Mahadi, at that time, was extremely helpless, not knowing what to do in this situation. It continued every day and gradually went beyond the limit. Right after, a message was sent to Mahadi's phone, making her look surprised. Mahadi's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, a video along with continuous messages were sent. Hey, have you seen this? Is it really you? Link revealing Mahadi of Seoin Hai's personal life. Mahadi of Seoin Hai is awesome. Very quickly, it was the next day. The classroom door was slammed open. A footstep slowly approached. Two girls who were chatting also had a glance. So he's my darling. Bomi, seeing Mahadi appear, taunted, Ooh, who's this? Influencer Mahadi. Mahadi, extremely furious, swung her hand and slapped her. A slap landed straight on her face, giving her no time to react. Seeing this, the other girl angrily cursed, making the surrounding classmates notice. This crazy bitch. Mahadi, utterly enraged, looked ahead furiously. Hong Bomi, it was you, right? Mahadi loudly cursed her. You played a prank on me, right? Bomi now became extremely furious. Motherfucker. But it seemed she was very smug about what she had done. She coldly asked back, why? You like seducing guys, don't you? Her voice echoed continuously, mocking Mahadi's words. Frankly, many guys will get off on that after watching it. An orphan like you. What are you going to do to make a living later? I'm just helping you promote yourself, so you can live according to your station. She continued to taunt and humiliate. Use that to try and cling to some rich guys. Mahadi was completely enraged. At this very moment, a large, tattooed man blocked Mahadi's hand and angrily cursed. This bitch likes to wave her hand around, huh? His face had become utterly enraged as he questioned loudly. Who the hell are you to hit Bomi? Do you have proof? Bomi quickly clutched her face, crying, honey, that bitch, she hit me. Mahadi angrily stared at these two animal-headed bastards and cursed. Let go. She just confessed everything. But it seemed he didn't hear these words at all. In the end, he quickly dragged Mahadi forward. You come with me, you crazy bitch. Mahadi could only helplessly curse. Let go. I told you to let go. Bomi, from above, smiled with extreme amusement at these things. Right after, she was startled, realizing something was wrong. A scream rang out. She told you to let her go. A man quickly appeared and kicked the animal-headed bastard straight in the face. Mahadi slowly recounted everything. I had no other choice but to ask my brother, who often gets into fights everywhere, to help me. Mahadi's brother angrily approached. Who is it? He approached Bomi, who was standing still. This girl. Saying this, Mahadi became extremely helpless and recounted everything. Well, after that, she probably found out my brother became a vegetable. So every time she sees me, she acts like a crazy person. The fact that I'm the girlfriend of the Emperor Gang's leader is a secret. I look ridiculous, don't I? Cho-min, after hearing the story, also immediately became enraged on her behalf. That's so terrible. Then he became extremely angry, staring intently at his phone, preparing to give orders. No, Even if she's a girl, I can't let this go. They must be punished as quickly as possible. Suddenly, at this moment, Mahadi immediately spoke to Cho Min. Her eyes had become extremely terrifying. She slowly looked up behind her and ordered him, "Please, don't do anything." Her voice echoed continuously. "Don't you know why my brother became a vegetable?" Hearing this, Cho Min immediately looked up at her, bewildered. She stood in front of him and continued to voice her thoughts. "I hate having to rely on a brother who only knows how to fight all day, let alone you telling me I have to rely on Emperor Gang, the people who made my brother like this." Hearing this, Cho Min also understood something. So that's how it is. She quickly turned and left, not forgetting to announce, "In short, forget everything you saw today. This is my business. Your job is to find a way to catch that chief of staff." Seeing this, Cho Min felt sorry for this girl, Mahadi. Because of that, she had to endure that and live until now. Mahadi didn't forget to remind him, "Thanks for taking me home." Right after, the door closed, leaving only Cho Min standing there alone. "Be careful," he sighed, then turned and left. "Since it's like that, I have to accept it." Very quickly, time shifted to the next morning at school. A figure appeared. It was none other than Jigong. "You think I'd say that?" He very dominantly approached the girls' school there. May I ask?" Seeing this, the other female students immediately became scared. Yes, Cho Min's face, likely a thought bubble of Jigong's plan involving Cho Min's intel, had a scary smile. "Let me show you." Bomi still didn't know what was happening and stared straight ahead. Jigong continued to approach, flashing a smug smile. "Do you know someone named Hong Bomi?" He was very amused by these plans of his. What true bullying is like. The scene shifted to the previous evening. Mahadi's voice rang out. Jigong's ideal type is that kind of girl. Cho Min, after hearing this, immediately signaled, "Enough. That's enough to use." Saying this, she looked puzzled. "So, why do I know those things? It's not useful, is it?" Cho Min smiled calculatively and announced, "No, it's just, I think it might be helpful later. The more I understand about the core members, the more advantageous it is for me." Right after, she continued to question him. "All right, go ahead and start the strategy meeting. You said you're meeting the chief of staff later?" Cho Min just flashed an interested smile. The scene shifted to a girl's school. Bomi's angry voice rang out. "Hey, crazy bitch." She quickly poured a whole carton of milk over a pitiful girl's head. "Don't you understand Korean? This group of people relentlessly bullied this girl. Are your eyes blind? I told you to buy coffee and milk." Song, the bullied girl, could only helplessly apologize. "I'm sorry. They were out of coffee and milk, so..." Hearing this, Bomi became extremely furious and scolded loudly. "That's why I told you. You have to run and find it. Since you already bought it, you should at least buy something similar, like chocolate milk. Why the hell did you buy strawberry milk?" Suddenly, she noticed the girl's pitiful face. Her shirt was completely stained with the 7 colors of red milk. She, surprised, slowly raised the milk carton and sighed. "Look at this bitch. Are you making me look like a fool? Hey, your boobs are getting bigger and bigger." Seong hurriedly explained, "No, it's not." Right after, Bomi angrily threw the milk carton straight at her head, making her cry helplessly. "So annoying," she sighed, preparing to go back to the corner of the classroom to get a stick. "A lowly person like you should just live quietly, right? Why do these bitches keep hovering in front of me? Disgusting." Seong kept pleading, "Bomi, it's not like that. I'm telling the truth." At this moment, Bomi, holding a dirty broom, approached. Why is your uniform all wet?" A smile appeared on her face. "Oh dear, your face is also wet, huh?" At the same time, Bomi's 2 underlings quickly held Seong tightly, preventing her from struggling. Bomi smugly approached with a dirty broom. "Come here, let me wipe you." Seong could only helplessly plead, "Wait." Right after, a period of bullying by this group gradually passed. Only the pitiful girl was left standing there, trembling. After everything was done, Seong helplessly sat down on the ground and cried. They didn't forget to shout, "Run away now before things get worse." Seong, seeing her constantly vomiting, Bomi laughed and walked out of the bathroom, smugly saying, "Really? I really have to teach you guys a lesson for you to understand." At this moment, a girl from behind, surprised, flattered her, "Hong Bomi, have you been making good progress with Wang Appa lately? That guy's so handsome." Seeing this, Bomi laughed in surprise and recounted everything. We've been flirting back and forth, but I'm pretending to hold back a lot. Damn, if something happens between us, remember to leave the group chat before hanging up the phone." Suddenly joining, the group quickly discussed among themselves very excitedly. "This old fox, it's serious. We have to save the one who needs saving." Bomi smiled smugly and continued, "That guy, he knows he's handsome, so he's a bit arrogant. I'm determined and trying hard, so he'll react soon." At this moment, a hesitant voice rang out. Bomi, seeing this, she looked a bit confused. "What is it?" This girl hurriedly ran over, stammering, It's just..." Bomi immediately lost her composure. "What? Spit out, girl." Only then did this girl recount everything. "Well, there's some guy looking for you at the front gate." Hearing this, the surrounding girls immediately became impressed. Bomi, very proud, smiled and boasted, See, I told you, because he's handsome, I have no choice." This Hong Bomi has put in so much effort to flirt. Right after, Jigong's terrifying figure immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing the scene, Bomi immediately froze, hair sprayed stiff, unable to believe these things. She hurriedly stammered and backed away. Who are you? Jigong laughed in surprise and replied, Whoa, who else could it be? The scene shifted to the previous evening. Jigong asked in surprise, Who are you? Takes me inside and showed him a photo. What do you think? Do you like her? Jigong seemed to ponder, then asked, not sure. My taste is pretty fixed, but who is she? Taxian smiled smugly and continued to recount everything. I heard from a junior. She said this girl likes you. Returning to reality, Jigong approached Bomi, using his scary face, and said to her, I came all this way to find you, and this is how you act? I heard you like me. Seeing this, Bomi, scared, backed away and hurriedly explained, Me? I think you misunderstood something. Hearing this, Jigong laughed in surprise, shook his head, and replied, Misunderstanding? No way. At this moment, Bomi had become extremely desperate. What the hell? Which madman is this? The two girls behind, surprised, witnessed the entire scene and discussed bewilderedly among themselves. What's this? Another guy? He looks like some thuggish gangster. She's dating guys like this too. At this moment, Bomi became extremely bewildered and glanced behind. It's clear there's a misunderstanding. Oh my god. Right after, Jigong stepped forward, smiled, and pulled out his phone number. First, I'll give you my number, so you see for yourself. Bomi, scared, hurriedly backed away. Wait. At this moment, she had become extremely furious. She continuously cursed loudly. You madman? What the hell are you talking about? Don't be so delusional. Fuck off, you pervert. Right after, she turned and left. Try peering in front of me again. The two girls behind asked in surprise, Bomi, what's wrong? She coldly walked inside. Don't know. Damn it, such bad luck. After hearing these words, Jigong became completely enraged. Madman, pervert, what the hell? Bastard. Elsewhere, Cho Min asked Taexian in surprise. Did you say what I asked you to? Taexian nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I said exactly what you asked. His face was extremely serious, staring intently at the situation. Yeah. He continued to follow the backs of these three girls as they slowly entered the school. Cho Min continued to announce, no matter how many times he says he doesn't like her, that's just an image. Anyway, he'll pursue her to the ends of the earth and claim her for himself. His voice echoed continuously. A genuine bad boy. Jigong, extremely amused, licked his lips seeing the scene and praised, Damn, she's so seductive. Totally my type. Cho Min, after hanging up the phone, became extremely serious, thinking about the next plan. Mahadi, you said you didn't want to borrow Emperor Gang's power, right? But you don't necessarily have to borrow their power. Just a little misunderstanding and a twisted affection. He had his own calculations. Is enough to make someone miserable. Bomi, while walking into the school, angrily cursed. I'm fucking speechless. Damn it. Cho Min had found out everything about her. Hong Bomi, first year at Seoin Girls High School. A very smug smile appeared on his face. It seemed all his calculations were logical. The more she hates, the more Jigong likes it. He thought with amusement, now you're screwed. Jigong turned his head to look at her and flashed an extremely scary smile. Very quickly, time shifted to the next day. Bomi, angrily walking forward, cursed loudly. This crazy bitch. Does she live in the cafeteria? Or something? She had become extremely furious. Just buying a carton of coffee milk? Is it that hard? Damn. How do I have to beat her for her to buy it quickly? At this moment, the girls around, seeing her approach, laughed. Seeing this, the surrounding girls continuously chatted among themselves, making her a bit surprised. Hey, don't laugh. Oh my god, what's this? This is awesome. She still didn't understand what was happening. What is it? Right after, she immediately asked her friend, What is it? What are these guys whispering about? This girl quickly recounted everything. Bomi, you should go to the cafeteria quickly. Hearing this, Bomi quickly ran towards the cafeteria to see what was happening. Cafeteria? Her eyes widened at the scene right in front of her. Jigong was standing in front of the cafeteria salesgirl, asking in surprise, Why can't I? The salesgirl quickly explained, I'm not allowed to sell to outsiders. They, the other girls, kept laughing and announcing, I heard your crush is there. Seeing Bomi appear, an extremely joyful smile appeared on Jigong's face. Oh, Bomi is here. Good. He continued to announce, I heard you like coffee milk, so I was planning to buy all of this for you. But this lady won't sell to me, honey. The two girls beside Bomi looked at her bewilderedly and asked, Bomi, is that really your CR? Crazy. That guy looks so scary. Jigong continued to explain to her, I'm not robbing. I'm buying because you asked me to buy it for you. Right after, Bomi became extremely furious and questioned, Why on earth are you doing this? I don't even know who you are. He very calmly replied, You don't know Emperor Gang's second squad captain, Jigong? Honey, you're overacting a bit. Hearing this, she couldn't stand it anymore and angrily cursed, You're crazy. He laughed in surprise and replied, I plan to be crazy. At this moment, she had completely lost it. Why are you doing this to me? He calmly explained, You didn't give me your number. Didn't you mean that if I wanted to say something, I should come see you in person? Jigong flashed an extremely scary smile and continued to announce, I absolutely love your arrogance. Bomi, after hearing this, immediately became furious. Damn it, this bastard is glaring at me. She had thought of all the scenarios if people around here found out. If this ridiculous rumor spreads, my chances of flirting with Jung-appa, likely a different guy she likes, might be ruined. Right after, Bomi decided to give him her phone number, not forgetting to instruct, alright, here's my number. Are you satisfied now? So, don't come to my school anymore. She had recalculated everything. For now, just give him the phone number. Her face had become extremely furious, staring intently at him. Oh my god, so embarrassing. Why did I get involved with someone like him? Time shifted to a few days later. In a large city, a phone conversation was heard. What's wrong with Bomi's voice? Hearing this, she looked surprised. What's wrong with my voice? The person on the other end recounted. Well, you don't sound very happy. At this moment, messages from the phone number 010 XXXX were continuously sent. Hong Bomi, what are you doing? When can we meet? Hong Bomi? You're not replying? Seeing this, she looked surprised. Really, she had become extremely furious looking at her phone. This madman hasn't left me alone for days. At this moment, the other guy finally asked her out. This weekend, J-Latte World, no? Likely meaning Latte World. Seeing this, she immediately became joyful. Really, crazy. I'd love to. After a period of casting her net, she had become extremely excited. Damn it. Finally a reaction. Huh? This deadbeat. She quickly announced, approved. This guy immediately hung up, not forgetting to instruct. It's about time we went on a date, right? So, see you this weekend. The guys around, surprised, chatted among themselves. Wow, Jang Wang, likely the other guy, managed to woo Hong Bomi? He laughed smugly and announced, of course. The group didn't forget to praise, what a normal life. He sighed in reply, being involved in fights all day, changing habits is really good. Good timing. A very wicked smile appeared on his face as he declared, that bitch. Now all that's left is to play with her, and it's over. At the same time, someone approached the three who were just discussing. Elsewhere, Bomi very joyfully recounted to her friend, making the group immediately envious. Latte World? So jealous. Jang Wang is so considerate. No joke. She laughed in surprise, then looked at her wardrobe and sighed. Damn it, this is crazy. What should I wear? I have nothing to wear. Fuck. Right after, she announced to her friend, hey, Jang Wang is calling me. Her friend quickly nodded and hung up. Okay, have fun. Immediately after answering the phone, Bomi shyly asked, Appa, I was just about to call and ask you what I should wear. What do you like me to wear? At this moment, a voice rang out from the other end of the line. Hong Bomi. This voice made her immediately freeze in fear. It turned out that Jigong had easily dealt with those guys. Jigong's voice slowly rang out. You have to let me know about you getting involved with bastards like this. He was incredibly smug, smiling as he announced, I thought you were intentionally ignoring me. Right after, he didn't forget to urge, hurry down. Seeing this, she fearfully ran outside the door to check. Turns out Ji-Gang was waiting there on his motorcycle. I'm downstairs at your place. His voice, accompanied by a terrifying face, continued to ring out, shouldn't we go on a date? Hearing this, she immediately became terrified and screamed wildly. Ji-Gang's voice rang out again, along with a very scary smile. Shouldn't we go on a date? Seeing this, she screamed in despair, unable to believe what was happening. Helplessly, she looked at him, standing calmly below. No, she had become extremely confused, thinking, he's crazy. Where did he get Mr. Kong, Woo Jung's phone? Did he steal it? I have to tell Kong Woo Jung's friend right away and beat him to death. Right after that, standing at the window, Bomi continuously shouted in utter desperation, that crazy bastard. Is he determined to go through with this? Then a call came, startling her. Hello. Ji-Gang angrily asked her. Why haven't you come down yet? By the way, speaking of that bastard. He then declared, I've dealt with him and his friends. The scene shifted to Kong Woo Jung, who had been completely taken care of by him. In an instant, his face became incredibly joyful as he announced, I've made sure they'll never loiter around you again. His voice continued to ring through the phone. Don't worry, they're all just scumbags. Bomi was so angry she clenched her teeth. Damn it. Inside the group chat, people were excitedly discussing. Bomi said she's going to Latte World with Mr. Woo Jung today. Crazy. I'm so jealous. I want to go on a date with a handsome guy too. Bomi, are you sweetly calling him right now? Reading these messages made her completely furious. She threw her phone straight to the ground. Damn it. Her anger had completely exploded. It's been so long since I managed to snag such a handsome guy, and now it's ruined like this. She continuously cursed in despair. Fuck, fuck, fuck. At this moment, she became extremely distraught, lost in her own thoughts. What is this? Why did this suddenly happen to me? Then, she furiously glanced down at the door and made a decision. Since you suddenly appeared and did such shitty things to me, I should probably return the favor, right? Just then, the phone rang. A voice from inside the dark room called out, Hey, someone's calling. Bring it here. The man, who was viciously beating someone, quickly answered the phone. Who the hell is this? Hong Bomi, none other than Wonky, Hong Bomi's ex-boyfriend. Currently a loan shark in Gong, he coldly asked her, What's up? Soon, it was late afternoon. At Bomi's luxurious apartment, G-Gang finally saw her, after a long wait. He chuckled and asked, "Decided to come down, huh?" She remained silent. He then suggested, "You came down faster than I thought. Where should we go? Should we eat first?" She sighed and replied, "No need to eat. Let's just go for a drive, get some fresh air." Hearing this, he became somewhat interested. "Fresh air? Where do you want to go?" Bomi's face turned ashen with anger. She thought of a terrifying place. An image of a picturesque landscape with a large lake appeared in her mind. She declared, "Daecheon Lake." Quickly, G-Gang's motorcycle sped forward. Standing there, G-Gang looked around at the peaceful scenery in surprise and commented, "So you like places like this? Doesn't suit you at all." She, somewhat puzzled, asked, "But may I ask, where exactly did you meet me?" G-Gang, surprised, continued to announce, "That's what I should be asking you." He recounted, "I heard you met me and fell for me." Hearing this left Bomi completely speechless. What the? She became incredibly angry. Which crazy bastard spouted such nonsense? Ah no, so that's how it is. Seeing her strange attitude, G-Gang chuckled gleefully. "You're shy." At this point, she was utterly lost for words. She angrily stared at him, silently cursing her mind. This shameless bastard. What the hell is he delusional about? No matter how nauseating it is, I have to endure it. Then, she quickly decided she had to flatter him a bit more. Remembering something, she asked in surprise, "But what about your jumper?" He, looking surprised, showed her his uniform jacket. "This? Cool as hell, right?" His face beamed with pride. He touched his luxurious jacket. The dragon jumper. The signature symbol of the Emperor crew. It seems like he was very enthusiastic explaining everything to her. "Cool, right?" "Of course it's cool. This was designed by the commander himself." The commander knows exactly what drives guys crazy. After a long time, G-Gang only talked to Bomi about the commander. The commander is like that. The commander? But back then, the commander. Hearing this, she could only think, speechless, who is this commander that he idolizes him to the heavens? He continued, the commander also said. At this, she seemed curious. "You like this person called the commander that much?" He quickly nodded in confirmation. "Of course." Right after, he continued to tell Bomi everything about Mio. "It was the first time I met someone as formidable as him. The first person who made me want to follow and learn from him. There's only one word for him, the ultimate man." His face became incredibly determined. He looked ahead and declared, he will definitely make himself a king. Then, he seemed disappointed and asked, "But you don't know this jumper? Or is it because you're a girl? It's not easy to not know about it." Hearing these words, Bomi immediately became speechless and angrily thought, "King my ass. More like he's full of shit." At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. She looked confusedly towards the calm lake and recounted everything. The one who defeated Mahari's brother seemed to be wearing this jumper too. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew. G-Gang, surprised, turned his head towards her. "What did you say?" "The wind was too loud, I couldn't hear." She shook her head and explained, "Oh, nothing." Feeling that admiring the scenery was getting boring, he quickly suggested, "Enough admiring rivers and seas. Let's go eat. You must be hungry now, right?" Seeing this, she hurriedly pleaded, "Wait, let's stay a little longer." Hearing this, he sighed and continued walking forward. "Standing still doesn't suit my personality. If you don't want to be left behind, hurry up and follow." She, walking behind, kept pleading, "Wait a bit, please." At this moment, she had become utterly desperate. Damn it, why haven't those bastards arrived yet? Suddenly, seeing a glimmer of hope, Bomi smiled joyfully. She had seen a four-seater car approaching them, making her even more elated. "They're here." Just then, a man stepped out of the car, saying something very confusing. "Oh my, what an aggressive face." He continued to ask, "That's why I told you, Hong Bomi, you should live a little more virtuously. Why did you get involved with someone like him?" G-Gang, somewhat confused, asked, "Do you know him?" Right after, Wonky, along with his lackeys, stepped out and approached the two. "Hong Bomi, you?" He wore a surprised smile, not forgetting to mock, getting entangled with a good-for-nothing. "Damn it, can I treat these high school punks badly?" Seeing them eyeing his girl, G-Gang smirked with interest. "What a dangerous woman. How exciting. That's more like it. Suits my style. You didn't forget to instruct. You just stay behind." Suddenly, at that moment, Bomi ran quickly towards the group. She angrily climbed into the car and complained, "Why are you guys so late?" Seeing this, the group quickly advanced towards him. "How should I handle this, Bomi?" "Oh, and don't forget your promise, okay?" She had become extremely angry, continuously shouting, "I know. Just deal with him quickly. Stab that fucking lowlife bastard to death." Hearing these words, he was speechless, then sighed. Truly, a woman's heart is hard to predict. At this moment, Wonky, surprised, asked G-Gang, "You're still freely roaming around wearing that red dragon jumper all over Taejun?" He still didn't understand what was happening to him, and just asked in surprise, "What's this? Are you guys with the Alliance? A trap or what?" Wonky, holding a nail-studded bat, stepped forward and announced, "The Alliance? I heard they have a violent network in high schools. Well, this is their rival." A vicious smile spread across his face. He continued, "It seems you guys really want to kill that guy. Your commander already sent one away, right? We don't cross the line like that." Because if they're dead, we can't make money anymore. His voice continuously taunted G-Gang. You guys follow a guy like that, so you're no good either, right? People like that, if they get beaten to death, no one would care, huh? He brought his weapon, the nail-studded club, forward. Conveniently, there's a whole lake next to us. Wonky raised his club high and announced, just for today, let me cross the line a bit. Okay. Right after, his lackeys quickly rushed towards G-Gang. Seeing this, he seemed surprised, thinking, Then he gritted his teeth in anger. No wonder the commander warned me. He quickly maneuvered his scooter. With just a simple motorcycle, G-Gang had completely taken down one of the lackeys. He sighed, you have to be careful with women. The lackey was quickly knocked down by the motorcycle. Seeing this, the others turned around in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward, throwing a punch. Surprise! You're being so careless. He then punched one of them straight in the face and cursed. That's not allowed, remember. Seeing this, the others angrily kicked him and shouted curses, motherfucker. At the same time, his feet quickly jumped into the air. He forcefully kicked one of them in the face, a blow so swift the guy couldn't dodge it. Bomi, witnessing the whole scene from the side, immediately became terrified. In contrast, her face, Wonky appeared very calm. The lackey quickly tumbled backward. His business cards scattered into the air. G-Gang grabbed the flying business cards. These things, I wonder if I can. He decisively tore up the business cards and announced with a scary smile. Teach you loan sharks a lesson, shall I? Bomi watched this whole scene in utter despair. She couldn't believe this was happening. You fucking bastards. G-Gang slowly walked towards Wonky, who was holding the iron club. You have to have fun with me today. She thought helplessly. I'm really done for. G-Gang slowly approached the remaining leader and announced, you guys have to have fun with me today. He smiled with amusement, gesturing forward. Come on, bring it on. Wonky, seeing this, laughed in surprise. Then, holding his weapon, he advanced towards G-Gang, questioning, you knocked them all down, so now you're ecstatic, huh? So how are you planning to have fun with me? Give me money. G-Gang asked in surprise. Money? What's fun about that? Bomi, sitting in the car, had become extremely scared. She watched everything in confusion. That bastard. He's as formidable as he looks. He looks like a very skilled fighter. Her eyes grew even more fearful as she imagined unpleasant scenes. Could it be that even Wonky will be dealt with by him? No, not that. She was utterly helpless. He's a real gangster. Wonky slowly walked forward with his weapon. Of course it's fun, you dog. He was the branch manager of Harem Capital. His face became incredibly vicious as he declared, let me strip you bare, even your pantsuit. Anyway, you high school brats. His voice continued to ring out, are just insolent. He involuntarily recalled the scene that day when he was beaten by Mahari's older brother. I was once defeated by Mahari's brother. After he had fallen on the cold ground, people around him continuously discussed and mocked. What's this? I heard Wonky got punched by Mahari's brother. One punch, and he was down. On another side, he had asked an older associate to deal with Mahari's brother. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, we have to kill that guy. This person seemed surprised and then asked, making him somewhat scared. And what do you get out of it? The group quickly voiced their fears. That younger brother is a member of the Dagon Alliance. How can we dare to clash with the Alliance? Hearing this from his friend, Wonky became completely enraged. So I have to humiliatingly accept being beaten. This person quickly turned and left. If the opponent is the Alliance, you'd better stay put. He didn't forget to tell him. And I'll also join the Alliance soon if you want to make a name for yourself in this Dawn area. By all means, you must join the Alliance. His voice continued to ring out. If you also plan to join the Alliance later, you should prepare an apology. Hearing this, he became so angry his blood boiled. Damn it, you're telling me I have to be in the same group as that bastard. Thinking about this, he became incredibly furious. Being bitten by a dog like that wasn't enough. Next, Bomi coldly told him, let's break up. Seeing this, he was surprised, unable to believe it. What? She turned to leave, repeating her words. I said let's break up. It's so humiliating. He couldn't believe this. Me? Her face had become completely indignant. She shouted, just do it. We're over, okay? Right after, she turned and left. Okay. Wonky, witnessing this scene, became incredibly angry. He quickly rushed towards her. He then grabbed her hair tightly and berated her. You just said you were humiliated, you bitch. Suddenly, at that moment, a man stepped forward, cursing, let go. Seeing this, Wonky's eyes widened in disbelief. You? He questioned his friend. Got the Alliance backing you, and now you're acting high and mighty? The man smiled in surprise, slowly bringing his comrades over. High and mighty? Can't you grasp the situation? His face became incredibly determined, and he didn't forget to declare, don't ever show that betrayed face of yours again. You can't touch me anyway. If you're confident enough to take on 1,000, then go pick a fight with the Death Alliance. Right after, he quickly led Bomi away. Staring like that is what's called putting on airs, Wonky. She, seeing this, was moved. Thank you. At that time, he had become utterly desperate. I was even betrayed by my own group. The man quickly put his arm around her shoulder. You were scared, huh? All of this was witnessed by him, including his friend snatching his girlfriend. He had become so angry, clenching his teeth until he trembled. After that day, I left Taejun and fled to this Gongdu place. I made an effort to blend in with the thugs here. Because he couldn't forget this grudge, he decided to follow the older guys, fighting until his head was bashed in to gain more experience. At this age, I become a branch manager. He then continued to look at his nail-studded weapon. So now, the Alliance or the Emperor crew, those who play these gang-style games. Wonky smiled smugly, slowly rushing forward, raising his weapon to attack G-Gang. Are just like me. But unfortunately, G-Gang lightly dodged his attack. His weapon stuck firmly in the ground, looking very scary. His eyes showed some confusion as he quickly turned his head. Right after, he quickly attacked G-Gang, but luckily this time, G-Gang clearly dodged. He quickly jumped high into the air. Wonky, with a smug smile, taunted, dodging like that. G-Gang remained very calm. Then, seizing the opportunity, Wonky swung his club straight at G-Gang's body. The nails tore through G-Gang's clothes. Right after, he prepared to follow up with continuous attacks. He swung his club, smugly taunting, "Isn't it hurt like hell? Die, you dog." He relentlessly attacked G-Gang from all sides, giving him no chance to react. Just like that, G-Gang fell hard backward, rolling several times. Bomi, witnessing the whole scene, became incredibly happy and smiled. Wonky's got the upper hand. Not bad, she thought smugly. This guy's useful after all. Wonky continued to ask G-Gang, "Hey dog, I just gave you a little taste of pain, but why does your head look so bruised already?" At this point, his club was dripping with blood onto the ground. He smugly announced, "Actually, I didn't intend to hit you there. If you died instantly, what fun would that be?" Seeing G-Gang not reacting, he became curious and confused, asking, "Hey, are you alive? If you're dead, answer me." Suddenly, he was startled by the next scene. G-Gang calmly sat up, sighing in frustration. "Why does it feel like it's torn? No, it can't be, right? It can't be." At this moment, he became incredibly angry looking at his beloved jacket, which was torn. "Damn it, it's fucking torn." His voice had become incredibly furious. "I tried to dodge the last hit, but was it torn from the beginning?" Wonky, witnessing this, became extremely confused, suddenly understanding something. That crazy bastard. Could it be he was afraid of tearing his jacket, so he intentionally used his head? Right after, he sensed the situation was not good and hurriedly grabbed his weapon, rushing to attack G-Gang. "Are you playing the fool, you piece of shit?" But this time, G-Gang lightly dodged, leaving him breathless. Next, a kick from below appeared, which he couldn't dodge in time. Just this one kick sent him flying through a doorway. He could only think helplessly, what the hell? He still didn't understand what was happening. "I've never taken hits like this from punks." Next, a powerful stomp from G-Gang was being delivered. A fist slowly appeared in front. This pressure, what the? Next was an incredibly powerful punch from G-Gang, hitting him straight in the face, making him even more confused. This is a high schooler? Just like that, he quickly fell towards the lake. He tried hard not to fall into the lake, cursing helplessly, "Damn it." At this moment, his eyes widened at the sight before him. G-Gang showed him no mercy, quickly jumping high into the air and down on him. His helpless screams echoed in despair. Bomi, seeing this, froze in fear, thinking crazy. "I thought he was dead, but he's not." At this moment, G-Gang's victorious voice rang out. "Those high school brats? You think the guy named Wild Movie from the Emperor crew by the river?" At this moment, it was also gradually stained with blood, dyeing a whole area red. G-Gang slowly raised his fist. "Is only that much?" His face had become incredibly cold as he turned to look back. What a pity. Bomi, witnessing the entire scene, immediately became terrified and thought in despair. My life is in danger. Very quickly, the scene shifted to another place, a normal 4-story building. Mahari was inside her house, looking surprised at the news on her phone. On her phone screen was an image of 2 very happy siblings taking a photo together. Brother. Very quickly, strange movements echoed from inside the car. A nail-studded club frantically smashed against the car window. Right after, the car window shattered. Bomi, inside the car, screamed desperately. At the same time, the police quickly answered, "Yes, I'm listening." She angrily announced, "Police, right?" The other end quickly agreed, "Yes, go ahead." She looked outside, screaming in terror and despair. "This is Daecheong Lake." G-Gang, holding a large club, continued to shout, "Hong Bomi." Right after, he decisively smashed the car window with the club. "Come out, dear." The call on the other end kept ringing, "Hello?" He quickly pulled the car door latch. The police on the other end kept asking, "Hello, miss?" At this point, Bomi was so scared she was trembling in despair. "Hello." After that, the police, receiving no reply, just sighed in frustration. "What the heck?" G-Gang entered, smiling and gesturing for her to be quiet. "Chill." By now it was getting dark. Bomi clasped her hands in utter desperation, continuously pleading, "I was wrong. Please spare me this time." She knelt before him, wailing, "Spare my life." Seeing this, he was somewhat confused. What the hell? His face became incredibly surprised as he questioned her. "I came here for a date today. You're acting like a thug." Bomi, terrified by his blood-soaked appearance, pleaded, "Please." G-Gang, very domineeringly, advanced toward her with the club and asked, "You stabbed me in the back like that, and you say you like me?" I don't think I've ever done anything wrong to a woman. Seeing this, she became extremely angry and shouted, I never said I liked you. Hearing this, he immediately became furious. He asked, so, are you saying Mr. Tech is lying to me? Seeing this, Bomi became utterly desperate and quickly agreed, no, I mean I really never said. She could only think helplessly, damn it, this is so unfair. His eyes widened in utter confusion. With his IQ of 100, he angrily pointed at the people lying strewn on the ground and asked, could it be that they forced you to do this? They made you lure me. His voice continued to ring out as he looked at the defeated men before him. If it were them, they'd probably be causing trouble somewhere. But could it be you were threatened by them? Tell me. Bomi felt the situation was gradually improving, making her quickly accept this. Yes, that's right. They made me do it. Because she had different plans in her mind. First, I have to escape this predicament. She continued to plead. I was threatened, so I was forced to. Just then, a voice from behind whispered in her ear, showing your bad habits again. She turned around in utter confusion. Turns out Wonky was still alive, covered in blood, slowly approaching. You're lying again. He approached the two, voicing all his grievances. You asked me for help, so at least you should have some manners, bitch. Emperor Crew, I admit you fight well. G-Gang, seeing him appear, acknowledged in surprise. You're pretty tough, huh? Wonky continued to propose. Let me tell you something interesting. G-Gang, hearing this, seemed somewhat interested. Or maybe I'll kill you. A vicious smile spread across Wonky's face as he recounted everything. You guys, because your commander beat up a guy before, it seems you've caused some trouble. He continued. I'm talking about him beating a guy from the Dagon Alliance until he was unconscious. This made G-Gang listen intently. Suddenly remembering something, Bomi angrily tried to intervene. Wonky, wait. Hearing this, G-Gang seemed angry and cursed. Why do you keep harping on that? You want to die? Wonky continued to ask. Don't you think something's wrong? His next words made G-Gang visibly startled, realizing something. Back then, wasn't your commander angrier than usual? He recalled everything. Clearly, the commander back then. Mew had become incredibly furious. G-Gang could only say helplessly, Commander, please calm down. First, let us go. The commander coldly announced, Shut up. I'll go. He didn't forget to turn back and threaten, None of you follow. He was extremely furious. He turned and left, leaving only G-Gang and Gakha standing there, not understanding what happened. Ultimately, back then, the commander only took a few people from the crew to the Alliance's place. And while it was pouring rain, Mew had completely defeated all of them, and the one severely injured was Mahari's older brother. The result was 30 severely injured, and 1 in a coma. He involuntarily looked at his fingers and his strength. That was the only exception where the commander beat someone unconscious, until the situation couldn't be saved. The situation back then was extremely urgent. Gakha and G-Gang had to organize a meeting to find someone to take the blame. To maintain the Emperor crew, we were forced to recruit someone to take the blame for the commander. Back then, Mew was completely silent, saying nothing about what he had done. After that incident, the commander never mentioned it again, not even once. We were forced to remain silent, and to this day, we know nothing about that incident. Hearing this, G-Gang, somewhat surprised, coldly asked, Do you know something about that incident? Wonky nodded in confirmation. Of course I know, but instead of me, he continued, pointing at Bomi, who was kneeling on the ground, that bitch kneeling over there knows a lot more. Hearing this, G-Gang immediately became angry and glared at her. What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell would she know? Wonky's eyes were very certain as he loudly declared everything. That bitch asked someone to deal with the brother of the girl she hates. His voice continued to ring out. That bitch seduced your commander to deal with Maha Song of the Dawn Alliance. Hearing this, she screamed in despair. That's not true. G-Gang, holding the iron club, advanced towards Bomi, questioning, Is what he said true? Did you pull those deceitful tricks? She could only stammer, pleading, No, that's not true. Right after, she continuously screamed, That dog said. Before she could finish, the nail-studded club quickly swung towards her. A wound appeared on her face. His voice was incredibly agitated. Listen carefully. His eyes were now filled with extreme anger. He berated her. As long as I suspect you, I can assure you one thing. I will devote all my time and energy to chasing you to the ends of hell. And if I find out the whole truth then. At this point, he utterly despised her. Bomi, you crazy bitch. But it seemed G-Gang was only warning her. He continued to look at the wound on her face. You won't just get scratched like this. What are you going to do? Can she still lie in this situation? Right after, she could only helplessly admit, I'm like that. Hearing this, he seemed curious. So you hate the Dawn Alliance? She shook her head, helplessly explaining, No, that's not it. I hate seeing Mahari's older brother. G-Gang couldn't believe these words and immediately asked, What did you say? Say that again. Whose brother? Her face was now filled with extreme anger. She loudly announced, There's an arrogant girl named Mahari. I hate seeing that insolent bitch relying on her older brother. G-Gang, sensing the situation was not good, quickly pulled out his phone to confirm with her. Hey, the Mahari you're talking about, is it this girl? She nodded in confirmation and then asked again, yes, that's right. How do you know her? His eyes had now become extremely serious. He once again loudly questioned, look carefully, is it her? She fearfully explained everything again. I look carefully. It's her, it really is her. Hearing this, G-Gang sighed in utter helplessness. What kind of crazy situation is this again? This made Bomi somewhat surprised, not understanding what was happening. Blockhead. G-Gang continued to piece everything together. When Mahari appeared, and Mahari's brother was defeated by Mew. Mahari is the biological sister of the guy who became a vegetable because of the commander. Thinking about this, he suddenly remembered everything. No wonder I felt so uneasy. At this moment, he had become incredibly angry. He continuously questioned, so who did you entrust this to? The bastard who instigated the commander to beat Mahari's brother. Bomi, hearing this, hesitated. His name is... Right after, she immediately whispered in his ear, making him instantly freeze. He quickly dropped the club to the ground in disbelief. He then stood up and walked towards his motorcycle. Damn, my head hurts. This is so messed up. Bomi fearfully glanced behind her and then asked hesitantly, Sir, if you've forgiven me, can you let me go with you? My voice. She continued, I'll be your girlfriend or do anything so. Wonky, standing nearby, just listened silently. G-Gang had now become completely enraged. He repeated once more for her to understand. Are you crazy? Because of your prank, the Emperor Crew's very existence was almost threatened. Although I really want to, I have urgent matters to attend to. His face was now filled with extreme anger as he declared, though I like very dangerous girls, I absolutely despise fickle ones. Bomi, hearing this, immediately became terrified. Wonky, on the other hand, wore a very satisfied smile. Next came her desperate scream. Wait! She was dragged into the car by him, wailing in utter despair. G-Gang rode his motorcycle away quickly, not forgetting to threaten, you just try letting me catch you in Taejeon again. As he rode, he was incredibly angry. If what Hong Bomi said is true, at this moment he had become utterly frantic. Then I have to relay this information as quickly as possible. He angrily shouted, damn it, why is anyone picking up their phone? Finally, he understood everything about the internal affairs of the Emperor Crew. Just then, a blinding light suddenly appeared. The disgusting traitor. Then, out of nowhere, several motorcyclists rushed straight towards him. The scene shifted to another place. A phone call came in. Yes, Misty and Tech, what's up? On the other end, a voice spoke, Sangda. It's a bit sudden, but I heard G-Gang got caught. Hearing this, Sangda became extremely surprised. G-Gang? What about him? The man on the other end continued to recount everything. That guy named Kong Woo-jung, who runs errands for the Alliance. G-Gang also took that guy's phone. We chased after him, but... Hearing this, Sangda chuckled and continued. He's not easy to catch. Honestly, I was a bit shocked. It was beyond my imagination. At this moment, someone entered the mansion. The butler, surprised, asked, You're the young master's friend, right? This way, please. Sangda, still on the phone, smiled smugly and announced, but the timing is very suitable. Might as well use this bait. He continued to look at Cho Min's face. You're here. He had his own plans. I'll make good use of it. The scene shifted to inside a dilapidated 4-story house. A voice exclaimed, What is this? This is fucking crazy. All of them had tightly bound G-Gang and were smugly mocking him. So G-Gang also has days when he's careless. Huh? Right after, G-Gang slowly woke up. He opened his eyes in surprise, and what met them was a giant, fat man swaggering forward, asking, Did you get dumped by the Dawn Alliance? No Min sang? G-Gang calmly replied to the man, I was riding my bike. This isn't the time for you to do this. Hearing this, the man became extremely angry and slowly advanced towards G-Gang's face. You're not scared at all, you dog? I should have just killed you. Right after, G-Gang angrily bit the man's nose, causing him extreme pain. At this moment, the man became incredibly furious, cursing, This crazy dog. The lackeys quickly rushed forward. Don't let go. They angrily kicked G-Gang, sending him flying backward. Damn it, this crazy dead bastard. No Min Sang's nose was swollen and bright red. He trembled with anger. I can't stand this dog anymore. Kill him. At this moment, they continuously try to calm him down. Boss, you can't. G-Gang, on the side, just chuckled with amusement and surprise. Weird, huh? His face became incredibly smug. He didn't forget to announce, You're not going to do anything to me? You'll regret it if you don't do anything to me now. Right after, he challenged them. Am I scared of you? No Min Sang stared angrily at him, only able to curse. You psycho. It seems you don't grasp the situation. A vicious smile spread across his face. You're a pawn in Sangda's game. The reason I'm leaving you alone in this situation, an image of Sangda appeared before everyone, is because he's planning something much more cruel. The scene shifted to Sangda's large mansion. Cho Min, walking in, exclaimed, So grand. He continued to look at his phone screen. He called me to his house. Back then, Sangda sent him a location with a message. Cho Min, just come to this address. Cho Min's face had become very serious as he quickly advanced. I have to stay sharp. He knew this was extremely dangerous for him because one wrong step could lead to disaster. Right after, Cho Min reached out and rang the doorbell. Sang-di stepped outside, smiling a welcome. You went to a lot of trouble coming all the way here. Did you have a hard time finding the place? Cho-min, a little embarrassed, quickly explained, it's my first time in this area, but I came by bus so it was fine. Seeing this, Sang-di nodded slightly in agreement. That's good then. Cho-min looked around the place in surprise and asked, you have so many books, huh? This place is like your father's study. May I come in? Sang-di, very calmly, pointed to a chair and explained, my father's study is elsewhere. This is my study. Please have a seat. Hearing this, Cho-min finally understood everything. So that's how it is. He silently cursed in his head. That detestable guy, it completely ruined my mood. Sang-di, while pouring tea for him, asked some utterly pointless questions. Do you like milk tea? Do you pour the tea into the milk or the milk into the tea? Cho-min stiffly explained, I don't really care about those things. And I didn't like milk tea to begin with. Hearing this, Sang-di looked puzzled. Really? Then he continued, looking at the teacups on the table, and explained, according to the Royal Society of Chemistry in the UK, they say pouring milk in first gives a richer, more aromatic flavor. However, his expression became incredibly perplexed. I prefer to pour the tea in first, following George Orwell's golden rule, because he's an author I greatly admire. Hearing this, Cho-min quickly asked, George Orwell? The Animal Farm guy? Sang-di chuckled in surprise, slowly pushing a teacup towards him. As expected, you know. Here, drink up. I didn't put any sleeping pills in it, so you don't need to worry. Seeing this, Cho-min quickly replied, I wasn't suspecting you like that. He's so annoying to talk to, and so pretentious. He quickly picked up the hot teacup in his hand, staring straight ahead. Looking at Sang-di's face, right in front of him, made him sink into his own thoughts. Sang-di, a young masterborn with a silver spoon, nothing more, nothing less. Someone completely unsuited for sweaty places like a battlefield. Yet he's the chief of staff of the Daehan Alliance? Thinking about it, why would he get involved with a title so unfitting for him? What good does it do for his life? He remembered something and spoke up, asking Cho-min, how is Baek-Nakshin doing these days? Cho-min shook his head and replied, he's still the same. His face became very serious as he declared, though he still hasn't found the fake commander. Hearing that, Sang-di just calmly observed Cho-min's expression to see if there was anything unusual. A strange smile appeared on his lips. Sang-di quickly confirmed again, right, he still hasn't found that guy. Cho-min, very surprised, asked him once more, is it true that the fake commander studies at YN school? If so, what method did he use to control them? Sang-di continued to explain, I also want to talk about that. His face became incredibly serious, staring intently ahead. Cho-min, what do you think? His voice didn't quite project. What trick did that fake commander use to control the Emperor crew? Hearing this, Cho-min was a bit startled and hesitated. He looked at Sang-di, sitting in front of him, and suddenly understood everything. So, he called me here to ask about this. This guy planned it all. But he immediately played dumb. He quickly asked back, I have no idea. Impersonating someone else? For now, completely impersonating someone is quite absurd. And voices are hard to fake too. He probably just texts or uses a voice changer. Although Cho-min also felt a bit helpless, thinking, sitting here playing dumb will make me look even more suspicious. Seeing Cho-min's reaction, Sang-di just smiled gently and explained, I thought so too. I've considered many methods, but that still seems the most plausible. Cho-min was still lost in his own thoughts. I'm out of options, but giving the most normal answer is still the best way. Then, Sang-di went straight to the main topic. This might be a bit rude, but since you hate your brother anyway, I'll ask you something. So, the next question he'll ask is, among your brother's belongings left behind after the accident, wasn't there a phone? Hearing this, Cho-min felt a bit joyful. Yes, that's the question. He had thought about these things. For the parts he can't verify, I can just lie. He quickly nodded and explained to Sang-di, yes, among the things I received, there was no phone. Hearing this, a scrutinizing smile flickered across Sang-di's face. Really, Cho-min was a bit startled by this attitude. He immediately rushed to explain, of course, it's true. What's so special about it? Sang-di heard this and just remained silent. Seeing Sang-di's strange expression, Cho-min thought with some anxiety, your scary face is making me almost pee my pants. Right after that, Sang-di leaned forward and sighed. Then some lucky bastard got a hold of that phone and is doing whatever he wants with it. Seeing this, Cho-min immediately understood the situation. So this guy still suspects me. He was trying to tell himself, I absolutely cannot let myself be swayed. Sang-di, with his back to Cho-min, sighed and said, who on earth could it be? He's clearly at YN school, but it seems Cho-min is also a good actor. Cho-min nodded and continued to voice his thoughts. I'm also curious. Why do you want to overthrow the Emperor crew? You're clearly at a level where you don't need to risk your life, right? Hearing this, he voiced the suspicion in his heart. Do you have some kind of grudge? Sang-di heard this and chuckled in surprise. Do I look like it? A strange smile appeared on his lips. Just for entertainment. Cho-min still didn't understand what was happening. Entertainment. Just then, the butler entered. Young master, please. Sang-di quickly nodded in confirmation and explained, Yes, for entertainment. To relieve stress after tiring days of study, you know. His next sentence became incredibly cryptic. Even when livestock team up, they support each other to bring down a king. Then he continued, staring intently at Cho Min, and said, those at the bottom of society will do the same, right? I think you'll understand. At this point, Cho Min somewhat understood. Bring down a king, though I don't get what the hell that little devil is talking about. I could be sure of one thing when I looked at the chief of staff's expression. He resolved in his heart, I absolutely must. Sang-di slowly turned to leave. Wait for me a bit, Cho Min. Cho Min became extremely bewildered, bowed his head, and then asked himself, what the hell is that guy fixing? At this moment, he was lost in his own thoughts, which made him extremely uneasy. Jae-gang was caught? Jae-gang should be teaching Hong Bomi a lesson right now. Beads of sweat dripped down his face, making him even more desperate. What on earth happened for him to get caught? Is that chief of staff trying to gauge my reaction, baiting me? He still didn't understand what the hell was happening with Jae-gang. But what if what he said is true? Jae-gang's caliber is unquestionable. At this moment, he immediately understood everything. Things were gradually becoming more chaotic, especially since he's a loyal servant to the commander. Losing someone like him is really not good. He immediately made a decision. For now, I need to get an accurate grasp of the situation. If I act hastily in this situation, he quickly walked forward, lost in his own thoughts. I might just arouse more suspicion. I came to this place to dispel all suspicion about me and achieve my goal. Right after that, he asked the butler, excuse me, where's the restroom? The butler smiled and explained, go down to the end of the hall, and you'll see it. Cho Min quickly went into the restroom, preparing to pull a phone out of his pocket. Stay calm, stay very calm, and resolve this. If what the chief of staff said is true, and all of this is being closely monitored by cameras, then right now, a very smug smile, as if everything had been calculated beforehand, appeared on Sang-di's face. In this very house, he was extremely pleased with his pre-laid plan. In Cho Min's heart, there was only one immense determination. I must rescue Jae-gang. The scene shifts to a very large, luxurious villa. Taexiong, outside, was anxiously observing the whole situation. His heart was burning as he kept looking at his phone. He recalled his earlier conversation with Cho Min going into the chief of staff's house all by yourself. He continued his thoughts. No, but he still hasn't stopped suspecting you. Are you okay? Cho Min had explained very calmly. On the contrary, I think the chief of staff's house is a safe place. His face had become incredibly serious, staring intently ahead as he declared. The chief of staff doesn't seem to reveal his identity to the members of the alliance. He doesn't want his identity to be exposed, which means none of the alliance members will flock to the chief of staff's house. And even if he were to apprehend me himself, only a few alliance members would come. His voice continued to ring out, but that won't happen either. Hearing this, Taexiong was a bit confused. What? Cho Min's face suddenly turned sad as he announced. This is just my personal thought. But that chief of staff, he recalled Sang-di's face when he got into the luxurious supercar. He would absolutely not reveal his house to the alliance. Right after that, he didn't forget to remind Taexiong, but just in case, wait for me in front. And that was why Taexiong was waiting outside. At this moment, he became extremely worried, looking towards the inside of the house. Cho Min, you absolutely have to be safe. Elsewhere, Cho Min was standing inside the restroom, preparing to act. All of this was being observed by Sang-di from the side. As soon as they apprehended Jae-gang, they confiscated his phone. Of course, the Emperor crew currently has no way of knowing Jae-gang's whereabouts. A very smug smile appeared on Sang-di's face with his own calculations. This means what I just said is true, and he just found out. Whether my words are true or false, if you're the fake commander. He continued to look at Cho Min on the phone screen. You'll definitely want to check. You'll definitely want to issue instructions to verify the Emperor crew situation. Sang-di's face at this moment became incredibly expectant as he looked ahead. Come on, that phone. He kept urging as he looked at what Cho Min was taking out in the restroom. Hurry up and take it out. Cho Min was unervingly silent. Right after that, he exclaimed happily, damn, this toilet is bigger than my room. Sang-di, observing everything through the camera, became extremely disappointed as he looked ahead. Then he looked at Cho Min standing still there in great surprise. Why isn't he doing anything? Just like that, Cho Min opened the door and walked back to the living room. His face at this moment was incredibly bewildered, lost in his own thoughts. I almost pulled it out. I almost lost my life. He continued to sit down on the chair, pondering deeply. Come on, I have to keep a cool head. The chief of staff suspects me. Assuming that, in this situation, he recalled earlier why Sang-di had left. Coincidentally, Jae-gang, the captain of Emperor Crew's 2nd Division, was caught. He gradually understood everything. The chief of staff left the room as soon as he mentioned Jae-gang. Cho Min was incredibly sharp to these tricks. He gradually understood why Sang-di had invited him to his villa. If he wanted to observe how I would react, he would definitely have stayed here. Thinking this, he became incredibly certain of his decisions. But he mentioned it while walking out of the room. He must be curious about what I do when I'm alone. He gradually deduced, and it might be just as he thought, Sang-di was observing everything. tiny cameras hidden in the room, like on the painting, could see everything clearly. Cho Min was extremely wary of everything in this house. It means that in this room, there's a way for him to directly verify things. He then pretended nothing had happened and slowly lifted the teacup in his hand to enjoy it. If that weren't the case, there's no way he would say those things without even looking at my reaction, nor would need to leave the room and give me time to think. He understood everything more clearly. He would also think of the case where I go out to use the restroom. Maybe there's a room here that can observe the entire house. This means the entire house is being watched by the chief of staff. His eyes became incredibly determined as he continued to ponder. Did he install the cameras because of me, or were they already there? Whatever, forget about that. There are two truths I've realized while here. He quickly recalled his brother's shattered phone. First, the chief of staff wants to obtain the means to control the Emperor crew, which is Huang MS phone. Then he remembered himself dejectedly walking outside. Second, he wants to hide the fact that he suspects me until he can personally verify the existence of that fake commander. I've raised my guard in case I don't necessarily have to discard the phone. And finally, the terrifying image of Mahari D appeared in his mind. Of course, although I'm in a position where I have to use the Emperor crew at all costs because of Mahari D, there's no way the chief of staff knows about that too. Thinking this, he became incredibly hesitant, staring intently ahead. The reason he didn't restrain me or search my pockets as soon as I entered this house is that, for example, if I came here but didn't bring Huang MS phone, it would only make me more vigilant. All of this was being observed by the butler standing behind him. Cho Min was still lost in his thoughts. Seizing the phone immediately would only happen if he directly verified that I am the one holding Huang MS phone. The butler asked Sang Di, in surprise, "Young master, what should I do next?" All of this was within your calculations. First, he has to locate the phone, then he'll decide whether to kill me or let me live. And then he'll completely have the Emperor crew in his grasp. Sang Di announced, "For now, just wait." Finally, Cho Min understood his method of operation. He's a pervert who only acts when he's 100% sure. Returning to reality, he looked at the teacup in his hand. "Though I don't understand how much fun he wants to have to go to such lengths," he said with some exasperation. "It's all cold now." At this moment, he became extremely angry, staring intently ahead. If he's really such a meticulous person, then He did nothing and sat there quietly. All of this was being observed by Sang Di through the camera screen. He was gradually becoming more impatient as he looked at Cho Min. At this moment, he became quite hesitant because he hadn't seen Cho Min do anything other than sit still. He'd just been sitting still since he came back from the restroom. He remembered the commander of his side, Oh Juntik. Oh Juntik clearly said that Min Du-sang had caught J-Gang. That guy is part of the Daehan Alliance, Division 4, Oh Juntik. At that time, Oh Juntik had asked in surprise, "Keep the fact that we caught J-Gang a secret?" "Okay, I understand. I'll tell Du-sang." Right after that, he quickly called the person who caught J-Gang, Min Du-sang. Hearing the familiar voice made Min Du-sang greet him in surprise. "Huh? Chief of Staff, hello." Sang Di's voice rang out. "I heard you caught J-Gang?" That man was from the Daehan Alliance, Division 9, Min Du-sang. He happily nodded in confirmation. "Yes, anyway, I just felt something pushing me. When I found out J-Gang's location, I had a feeling." Then he very smugly recounted everything he had done. "So, I immediately sent my guys." Rumble rumble, motorcycle sounds. Hearing this, Sang Di coldly replied, "Did you tell anyone else besides Oh Juntik?" The man shook his head in surprise and replied, "No, I'm close with Juntik, so I only told him after it was done." Min Du-sang continued to look at J-Gang, who was tied up tightly and being beaten on the ground. He said someone would call and say that the chief of staff requested this information not be disclosed to the Alliance. "For now, I haven't told anyone and am keeping him here." Sang Di seemed curious and quickly asked, "So, did anyone see you while you were catching him?" The man thought for a moment, then recounted everything. "No, I dragged him to a nearby warehouse, and no one saw anything." But, before he could finish his sentence, Sang Di quickly cut him off. "All right then, if I don't call back in 10 minutes, you can dispose of him." Right after the call ended, the man became extremely angry, looking at the phone and constantly cursing. "Damn it, couldn't you praise me even once? This kid might still be a child, for real. I think Juntik knows his identity. Damn, if he weren't my boss, I'd have punched him already." Min Du-sang quickly gathered his underlings and ordered, "Hey, you guys, smoke up and then gather the whole group." Because he had other thoughts. Anyway, his face became incredibly vicious as he slowly advanced and declared, "In 10 minutes, we'll slaughter that bastard." He thought smugly, "This is definitely my achievement." The group quickly moved inside the building, preparing for the execution. Just then, elsewhere, Sang Di opened the door and entered, saying, "Sorry, you've been waiting a while, huh?" Seeing this, Cho Min shook his head and quickly explained, "Not at all. It's only been 30 minutes. Sang Di sighed helplessly. "It's because I had something to take care of, so..." At this moment, he became extremely bewildered, lost in his own thoughts. Did he not bring Huang MS phone? Or did he abandon J-Gang? He was utterly confused as he looked at Cho Min's face right in front of him. He still didn't understand what was happening. It's 50-50, but in the end, both scenarios mean losing J-Gang. And this is a huge loss for the Emperor crew. His gaze, fixed on Cho-min, made Cho-min a bit startled. Is that what you're thinking? Chief of Staff. Suddenly, Sang-di spoke up and asked Cho-min, so, have you thought of any good way to deal with J-Gang? He knew they were both alike. I know you're the type who only believes what you see with your own eyes, because I'm just like you. He was about to reveal his plan. About that. Just then, the phone rang. He quickly gestured, wait a moment. Cho-min looked at him standing to one side, listening to the phone, and thought in surprise, if so, what you're giving me right now. Sang-di nodded and announced, taken care of. Right after that, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Perhaps all of this was within Min's calculations. This is the opportunity. Min Do-sang was extremely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He anxiously announced, I don't know why they know, but they're heading here now. Simultaneously, cars sped forward as if waiting for news. A long procession of different motorcycles endlessly rushed forward, preparing for the next battle. The Emperor crew. Huang MS Men, Emperor crew, quickly rushed forward shouting, Advance. Emperor crew, 2nd Division, mobile unit, rescue the captain. Min Do-sang's helpless, bewildered voice rang out. There are so damn many of them. Sang-di heard this and just remained silent. He immediately ordered, for now, defend and await orders. Hearing this, Do-sang became bewildered and quickly asked, What? Wait a minute. He was extremely confused, not understanding what was happening. He clearly hasn't pulled any tricks. How on earth? Elsewhere, Cho-min was also extremely surprised. Yeah, I didn't do anything. So why do J-Gang's men know the location? He slowly stood up and asked, What's wrong? Seeing this, Sang-di was startled. At this moment, he was a bit scared, quickly glancing behind him. Thoughts kept racing through his mind. Only Oh Juntik, Min Do-sang, and Cho-min knew about J-Gang's capture. And the only one who could issue the order to rescue J-Gang is Cho-min. But Cho-min didn't do anything. If so, he could both rescue J-Gang and eliminate suspicion. He seemed very pleased with his plan. I'm the fake commander. Cho-min asked him in surprise, Is something wrong? Sang-di, somewhat surprised, couldn't believe it. He's not the fake commander? He widened his eyes, not daring to believe what was happening. How did he? A smug smile faintly appeared on Cho-min's face. Men endlessly ran forward, attacking. Advance! The scene became incredibly chaotic. Block them. The two sides fought fiercely, neither yielding, determined to rescue their commander. Min Do-sang, witnessing the scene, became extremely angry. He shouted, You brought a whole pack of dogs? He was from the Daehan Alliance, Division Number 9, Min Do-sang. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered, looking at his phone screen. That chief of staff hung up on me like that. What am I supposed to do? The more he thought, the more it felt wrong. How the hell did they find out about this place? I clearly didn't tell anyone. The scene outside was incredibly chaotic with various fights. J-Gang on the side, with a smug and surprised look, taunted, You guys don't understand the commander at all. He turned his head with amusement and announced, The commander is someone who... The scene shifts to another place. Cho-min stood there in surprise, looking at Sang-di, with a bewildered expression. A very smug smile, as if pre-calculated, faintly appeared on his face. He knew everything all along. Elsewhere, Yu-Jitsu angrily landed multiple punches on his opponent, then shouted, Won't you piss off, you damn dog? He was extremely furious. He announced to everyone, No one retreat. Block them. He was from the Daehan Alliance, Min Do-sang's right-hand man, Yu-Jitsu. At this moment, he was relentlessly taking down members of Huang MS Gang with extreme ferocity. Damn it. The Chief of Staff's request is a bit strange. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Yu-Jitsu, somewhat confused and angry, stared intently ahead. What was he planning, telling us to wait like this? Things have come to this. Right after that, he quickly took down two opponents at once with an incredibly dominant display. There's no other way but to hold our ground. Just as he thought everything was over, a punch suddenly flew straight at his face. He reeled back in pain and confusion. Ha Du-won calmly stared ahead and coldly announced, You look like you can fight. Don't touch them, fight me. He was from the Emperor crew, 2nd Division, Ace, Ha Du-won. Yu-Jitsu, seeing him appear, was a bit scared and looked up at him. The Ace, the elite of the mobile unit. Right after that, he turned and retreated, preparing for the next move. So it's the Ace. He quickly lunged straight at Ha Du-won's face. He was probably incredibly angry. So what is the big deal? But Ha Du-won didn't react at all. He just stood there, taking the hit. Seeing this, Yu-Jitsu was a bit smug. He didn't forget to taunt. I'm also the right-hand man of Division 9 of the Alliance. So, since I'm also an ace, there's no need to freak out, right? Just as he thought that was all, Ha Du-won coldly opened his eyes wide and looked ahead, threatening. Is that all you've got? Yu-Jitsu's eyes widened in fear, not daring to believe it. Before he could react, Ha Du-won quickly landed a critical blow straight to his face. Finally, he felt an unprecedented pain. He stumbled back in confusion. The battle at this moment had become incredibly chaotic. He could only punch wildly into the air. Damn it! Feeling it wasn't enough, Ha Du-won gave him another kick, sending pain deep into his core. He dominantly wiped the blood trickling from his nose. You're like me? His voice was very calm and cold as he announced. Between someone who's the right hand of hundreds of main forces and someone who's one of the 4 recognized aces of a gang with thousands of members. He thought of the commanders on that side, facing his team's commanders with some disdain. How can we be on the same level, you dog? Saying this, he sighed, looking at everything gradually becoming chaotic. He also exclaimed in frustration, there are a few more aces like me here too. Everyone from Division 2 is here. Aces are never all present in a regular fight. They're usually split among different areas. His voice continued to ring out, teaching you a lesson. Got it. Yujitsu, after. Hearing this, became completely enraged. Ha-Duan sighed and stepped forward, declaring, it's because you all are too arrogant. His face became incredibly serious as he coldly announced, to the point where the commander had to do this. The scene shifts to another place, at Sang D's large villa. A voice suddenly rang out. It seems something has happened. The Emperor crew has come to rescue him. Hearing this, Chomin was a bit confused and quickly asked back, what? If so, isn't this a big deal? Sang D sighed and continued to voice his thoughts there. Let's say they found out J-Gang's whereabouts, but the place he's being held is kept absolutely secret. His face was incredibly suspicious as he turned back and asked Chomin once more, how did they find their way? Chomin feigned innocence, as if nothing had happened. He voiced his thoughts. Could it be that someone accidentally spotted them? Suddenly rushing to one place would also attract attention. Hearing this, Sang D chuckled in surprise. Could be. Then he looked at his phone screen, thinking Chomin. At this moment, he became incredibly hesitant. You haven't done anything. Chomin, standing in front of him, asked in surprise. You look busy, should I leave? Sang D couldn't believe these things and was lost in his own thoughts. Are you really just my fan? You're not the fake commander. Then he continued to ask Chomin, could you stay a little longer? His face smiled gently. I want you to meet someone. He sighed and quickly made a decision. For now, I'll just observe a bit more. Right after that, he continued to approach Chomin and announced, and I'm not that busy anyway, because I've already taken care of it. His face became incredibly calculating as he smiled at Chomin. Since things turned out this way, I've already reported to the general commander that I caught J-Gang. Elsewhere, Ha-Duan was extremely surprised by the situation ahead. At this moment, a group of reinforcement flags appeared, accompanied by a scolding voice. You're only arriving now? A group of motorcyclists endlessly rushed forward. Seeing this, they exclaimed in confusion. It's reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived. At this moment, the group endlessly carried flags and rushed forward to attack. They fought incredibly fiercely, showing no mercy, and even shouted loudly, hit them. This man was from the Daehan Alliance, number 8, Lee Yong. He loudly announced to everyone, it's the general commander's order. Capture J-Gang. His voice continued to ring out, Emperor Crew's 2nd Division captain for me. Min Du-sang, witnessing the scene from the side, was speechless. He became extremely angry, looking outside and cursing, that bastard Lee Yong, trying to steal my credit. At this moment, he had his own thoughts. I clearly could have achieved this on my own, though it's still better than losing him, but J-Gang, inside, chuckled in surprise and taunted. Your luck has arrived, huh? Nice. A thought immediately popped into Min Du-sang's head. Reinforcements arriving means that guy will definitely be dealt with. He slowly advanced toward J-Gang, coldly picking up a hammer. Come here, you dog. Let me stop your laughter. There was no fear on J-Gang's face. Instead, a smile of interest appeared. Tie me up in one place like this makes my body a bit stiff. Are you planning to let me dream? Hearing this made Min Du-sang extremely annoyed. He quickly raised the hammer high. Shut up, dog. At this moment, he thought angrily. At least I have to be the one to earn the title of taking down the 2nd Division captain. Right after that, an underling quickly fell backward. Ha-Duan, seeing the situation wasn't good, thought in confusion, the reinforcements are too many. He looked at them relentlessly attacking his men with clubs. He immediately made a decision. I have to go save the captain. But just then, an iron bar, from who knows where, flew straight at his head. Lee Yong angrily rode his motorcycle straight forward, shouting, move aside, move aside. His face wore a very smug smile. Du-sang. He sped straight towards the wide-open door. I'm here for you, buddy. Suddenly, at this moment, a pair of hands slowly opened the door. Following that, Kim Taexiong suddenly appeared. He coldly rushed towards Lee Yong with an incredibly angry face. Just like that, a loud noise rang out, making Ha-Duan turn his head in surprise to check the situation. He let Lee Yong's head drop from his hand. Elsewhere, Cho-min continued to stand before Sang Di, repeating his question. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. What came? The alliance? His face became incredibly serious, looking ahead. Or, his voice continued to ring out. The Emperor Crew? Kim Taexiong had arrived here to rescue him. Emperor Crew's 4th Division captain, the giraffe of MT Jungbeek, Kim Taexiong. Min Du-sang angrily charged forward with a hammer, cursing, die you damn dog. J-Gang, seeing this, stared at him with an incredibly terrifying look. Right after that, Min Du-sang's entire body instantly froze, unable to do anything. His hands quickly trembled strangely. He exclaimed in confusion. What's this? Why can't my hands move? His eyes darted to his hands with disbelief. Kim Taexiong had timely grabbed the large hammer in Min Dusang's hand, startling him. Taexiong quickly twisted his hand, preparing to strike Min Dusang. After just a few basic moves, Min Dusang was quickly knocked to the ground. Just like that, he flew backward with incredible pain. He gradually lost consciousness, his hammer broken in two. Very quickly, he regained his composure. He slowly stood up. Seeing Kim Taexiong's familiar face made him think in surprise. Kim Taexiong of Jungbeek. He really joined the Emperor crew. Taexiong spoke up. Beating an enemy is natural, but that method was a bit too much, Baldy. Min Dusang turned to look at the remaining door and said in surprise, he came in through the side door? He smirked smugly and taunted. The way you snuck in here doesn't match your physique at all. He thought with some anger and frustration. If I had dealt with him right when I caught him, the story would have been different. Taexiong approached Jae-gang. Are you okay? Jae-gang chuckled and replied, I'm so touched I could cry. Min Dusang became extremely regretful. Knowing this, I should have just killed him. I got too excited and reported to Juntik as soon as I caught him. What a disastrous mistake. Taexiong coldly announced. That's why I told you not to brag, Baldy. His voice boomed with laughter, incredibly pleased. Food served right to your mouth, and you didn't eat it? Who? Hearing this, Min Dusang became extremely angry and lunged towards him, preparing to attack. Damn you, son of a bitch. A punch appeared, but Taexiong quickly blocked it. He cleverly punched Min Dusang, but Min Dusang dodged down like lightning. The two attacked each other fiercely, neither yielding. Taexiong's footsteps gradually retreated. He seemed surprised by Min Dusang's level of attack, and had to exclaim, You're pretty fast for your size. Seeing this, Min Dusang was very smug, slowly attacking with his next move, not forgetting to curse. Of course, you think I became a core member of the alliance for nothing? Right after that, Taexiong gently blocked his punch. Time seemed to stop as the two stood there, sparring. Min Dusang felt an unprecedented pain spreading throughout his body. He raised his hands forward in confusion, screaming in fear. At this moment, he could only helplessly clutch his trembling hand. Broken hand. What the hell is this? Taexiong still held his fist tight, as if nothing had happened. He prepared to launch his next attack. Seeing this, Min Dusang thought helplessly, this monster. Jae-gang, witnessing it all, chuckled with delight. If you're gonna fight one-on-one with this guy, you at least need to be just below the general commander's level. Right after that, Min Dusang was continuously attacked by Taexiong without rest. Jae-gang didn't forget to taunt. Only then can you go head-to-head with him. After untying Jae-gang, Taexiong flexed his hand and said, Let's have a match someday. I'm curious too. Taexiong announced. There's no time to joke around. Taexiong looked very seriously outside where the fight was still raging fiercely. Our men are fighting outside, so let's join them quickly. Suddenly, Jae-gang became a bit curious and asked in surprise, How did you know? He continued to look at Taexiong. That I was here. Taexiong didn't answer. That matter. The time shifts back to earlier, in front of the Chief of Staff's house, a few hours ago. At that time, Taexiong was instructing Cho Min, and just in case, I'll wait for you here. At this moment, Cho Min immediately realized something. Oh, one more thing. He quickly tapped his phone screen. Right after that, a message notification rang on Taexiong's phone, making him look surprised. Cho Min very calmly placed his phone down, stepped forward, and continued to smile as he instructed Taexiong. This is how I used to eavesdrop in Taesung. I'll leave the phone in continuous call mode. It's a precaution. If there's an emergency, I'm counting on you. Right after that was their conversation, which made Taexiong, on the side, ponder in surprise. Coincidentally, the captain of Emperor Crew's 2nd Division, Jae-gang, has been caught. If it were you, how would you use him most effectively? Taexiong's face became extremely bewildered as he stared at the phone. This is real. He quickly tapped repeatedly on the phone screen with an expression of disbelief. In the messages he sent, he repeatedly urged, Jae-gang, Jae-gang, answer me. Right after that, Taexiong immediately fell into deep thought. No answer. He seemed to be thinking hard. He's someone who usually replies within a minute. He continued to call anxiously. Chomin didn't say anything either. It was clear he was in a difficult situation to give instructions. Taexiong's eyes became even more urgent as he thought of his friend in danger. Jae-gang is an indispensable force for the crew. He can't be in danger. I have to find him quickly. Suddenly, at this moment, 3 sounds came from the other end of the phone line. Following that, continuous sounds made Taexiong vaguely realize something. It sounded like something tapping on the phone. Elsewhere, Cho-min was continuously tapping his hand against the phone. Finger tapping, huh? Cho-min had put his hand in his pocket and tapped continuously on the phone, as if wanting to convey something. Cho-min's eyes were incredibly determined, staring straight ahead, wanting to say something. Taexiong became extremely bewildered. He's tapping 3 times, over and over. He quickly realized it was a signal code, but then he helplessly sank into thought. Morse code? I don't know a damn thing about this. No way. In this situation, he wouldn't send me such a difficult signal. Then he tried to reassure himself. Think simply. Tapping 3 times. After a long period of continuous thought, he finally thought of something. 3. He's trying to say the number 3. His eyes became incredibly bewildered. Finally, he understood the problem. If it's the number 3, he probably isn't referring to J-Gang's location. Could it be Division 3? He suddenly recalled a conversation between them. If it's Division 3. At that time, Kim Tae-seong had asked Cho-min in surprise, but Cho-min, I'm a Division 4, right? Cho-min had nodded in confirmation. Yes, is there a problem? Tae-seong continued to ask. Then who is the captain of Division 3? Hearing this, Cho-min explained, Division 3? Right after that, he immediately replied, making Tae-seong a bit surprised. I don't know either. Cho-min's face was very calm as he recounted everything. I know about Division 3 from looking at Division 1's financial statements. Looking at how Division 3 operates without participating in any battles. His voice continued to ring out, another strong presence, so it seems they are an independently operating unit, separate from Division 1 and Division 2. He continued to voice his thoughts and what he knew to Tae-seong. I searched and found Division 3's number. Since I don't know what relationship that person has with Hwang M, I haven't rushed to contact the captain of Division 3 yet. Just in case, I'll give you the number of Division 3's captain too. Thinking this, Tae-seong became extremely surprised and hesitant. Could it be that Division 3 knows J-Gang's whereabouts? Cho-min, he took out his phone and instructed, for now, we have no other choice but to call them. I'm hanging up Cho-min. Right after that, he quickly called the captain of Division 3. The phone immediately displayed connecting. Following that, a sound rang out. He thought with some joy. He picked up. Right after that, he hurriedly asked, is this the captain of Division 3? He became extremely anxious and announced, this is Kim Tae-seong, captain of Division 4. On the other end of the line, a voice quickly said, abandoned factory number 38, John Street. Right after that, the line immediately disconnected. Hung up. Witnessing this, Kim Tae-seong froze. Returning to the present, J-Gang was furiously fighting off the underlings. Get lost. He smiled in surprise, thinking, Division 3 gave the location? He chuckled and continued to say to everyone, even if I'm battered like this, dealing with your level is still a piece of cake, you know? At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Could it be said that guy observes everything from satellite? There's nothing on this Daehan land that he doesn't know. His face became incredibly hesitant. It's just us who don't know a damn thing about that guy. Kim Tae-seong quickly announced to his underlings. It's alright, just like that, take them down. On a strange phone number, a message was sent to the other end. For now, just wait. 7:20. Following there was Sang D's reply message. Report current situation. Jungbeek's Kim Tae-seong has entered the battle. The situation has been reversed. 7:40. Sang D was still staring intently at the phone in his hand. Remembering something, he asked Cho-min, who was sitting right in front of him, in surprise, where were we? Cho-min was extremely joyful, thinking, luckily, Tae-seong understood what I meant. He immediately asked Sang D, but who was the person you wanted me to meet? At this moment, he was incredibly smug internally. The chief of staff is still pretending he's fine. Huh? Sang D, scrutinizing Cho-min, found his attitude a bit strange and was surprised. It seems he doesn't know about the existence of Division 3 at all. That person, Sang D smiled and announced, is about to arrive. At this moment, he became incredibly smug. If so, then this is my victory. He was lost in his own thoughts. How could he know? And Division 3 isn't targeting the Alliance because of that person either. At this moment, a strange person slowly approached. He quickly observed everything around. The internal observer of the Emperor crew. Sang D continued his line of thought. To put it bluntly, this is a gamble. Cho-min at this moment became extremely anxious, concentrating his thoughts. What now? What should I do to save J-Gang? He didn't know what to do next in this situation. Just then, a thought suddenly struck him. He recalled Mahari D's every word. It's because I believed Mahari D's words. At that time, Mahari D had turned her head in surprise and asked him, Division 3? Cho-min had nodded and continued to voice all his suspicions to her. I looked through the financial statements that Baek Siak has sent, and it recorded Division 3's operating expenses. I haven't received any calls from that guy, so I don't know what he's doing. Hearing this, she smiled with great amusement. Then she continued to ask him, do you know how Hwang M managed to have such a solid system of authority? Her voice continued to ring out. It's because he controlled the internal affairs thoroughly. She fondly recalled Hwang M's strongback. That man didn't trust people that much. He was always wary of the challenging spirit of men. Mahari D continued to recount everything she knew about this Division 3. Although he told me that Division 3 is responsible for gathering internal information for the Emperor crew, in reality, they are responsible for monitoring every move within the Emperor crew and hunting down traitors. Right after that, she continued to voice her thoughts. The truth is, he made a mistake by underestimating a girl like me. But now that Hwang M is dead, they are just useless people. Thinking this, Cho-min quickly fell into his own thoughts. If they're internal monitors of the Emperor crew, they might be the ones who know the most about the whereabouts of people in the crew. Returning to the present, he sat in front of Sang D, pondering deeply. So, I sent a signal targeting Division 3 to Kim Tae-seong. Thinking this, He became quite joyful and thought, luckily, he understood exactly what I wanted to say. In the end, I won this gamble. He was still lost in his own thoughts. Even though I haven't issued any instructions, J-Gang's rescue force managed to find him. Right after that, he immediately asked, "Are you okay?" He continued to look at Sang Di's face, who was sitting still. "You don't look too good." Hearing this, Sang Di was startled and looked at him. His face at this moment became incredibly bewildered. He sank into his own thoughts. Only Oh Juntik, Min Du-sang, and Cho Min knew the location of the capture. Min Du-sang also reported that no one saw anything. However, the Alliance's number 9, Min Du-sang, is not a sloppy worker. Cho Min, on the side, was also lost in calculations. The situation was completely controlled enough to confirm that my luck is pretty good. He continued to look at Sang Di's increasingly suspicious face. "If so, Chief of Staff, if so, I will." He understood that Sang Di had no sympathy for him and would start suspecting that there was a spy within the Alliance. Sang Di slowly put the teacup down on the table and replied, "I'm fine." After hearing this, Cho Min sank into his own calculations. "I just escaped the suspicion of being the fake commander and helped the Emperor crew avoid a loss." He smiled in surprise and asked Sang Di, "Does the Emperor crew keep frustrating you?" And he had his own calculations and forced the Chief of Staff to change his view of the Alliance and cause internal division. Suddenly, at this moment, Cho Min was startled, realizing something. He was bewildered when he saw Sang Di's incredibly terrifying gaze. That's what Cho Min intended to do. Seeing this terrifying gaze, he hurriedly apologized, even though he had done nothing wrong. "Sorry, I said something wrong." Hearing this, Sang Di was startled. Right after that, a faint smile appeared on his face. No, nothing is certain yet." He immediately replied, No, I will believe in what I believe." He continued to stare at Cho Min. Cho Min continuously proves he's not the fake commander. It's really suspicious. Then he asked Cho Min again, "You're curious who I'm about to introduce you to, right?" Cho Min nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, who is it?" Sang Di was a bit confused. Why did I think Cho Min was the fake commander? He slowly picked up his phone. Why? Receiving news made him seem joyful. Just in time, that person has arrived. He was very pleased with his next plan. The fake commander, Cho Min and Sang Di. Sang Di stood up smiling. "Shall we go downstairs?" He thought smugly. "You want to win this bet, don't you?" The scene shifted to Lee Yong. He was angrily shouting loudly. At this moment, he looked at the battle right in front of him and thought deeply, "What? Did I just pass out?" I was clearly rushing towards the warehouse. He continued to look at his phone lying on the ground. My phone. His face became incredibly pensive as he looked at the news on his phone. Simultaneously, several underlings quickly ran towards him, calling for help. Lee Yong. Right after that, one quickly reminded him, beside him. Hearing that, Lee Yong quickly bowed his head. Right after that, he furiously punched back, cursing, "This dog." Feeling the situation was not good, he quickly turned his head to assess the situation. At this moment, everything became even more chaotic as the Allied forces were gradually running out of strength. Since when did the battle? He continued to look towards J-Gang. J-Gang, Ha-Du-Wan, while supporting J-Gang, asked in surprise, "Captain, why are you fighting in this condition?" J-Gang chuckled and explained, "How could I miss such an interesting event?" Witnessing all this made Lee Yong extremely furious. Damn it, he was rescued. At this moment, another huge punch landed on several underlings. Kim Taexiong alone could quickly take down others, causing them to charge forward in unison, cursing, "Hey, take this opportunity." An underling rushed forward to sneak attack, but Taexiong quickly dodged. He didn't forget to retaliate with a critical blow to the man's face. The surrounding underlings were frightened by this aura, speechless, and looked ahead in confusion. Kim Taexiong, how can we beat him? It's crazy, truly deceptive. They couldn't believe the scene before them, as he single-handedly dealt with all of them easily. How could just one person turn an entire battle like this? Suddenly, at this moment, Taexiong was startled, realizing something. He continued to look towards Lee Yong, who was relentlessly trying to escape on his motorcycle. That guy's awake? Lee Yong was still struggling with his motorcycle, preparing to escape. But Taexiong wasn't about to let him escape like that. He angrily rushed forward, cursing, "That guy." Right after that, Lee Yong managed to get on his bike, leaving Taexiong to helplessly chase after him. "Are you planning to abandon your soldiers and run?" Suddenly, a very strange smile appeared on Lee Yong's face. Witnessing this smile made Taexiong freeze, wondering if he had done something wrong. Taking the opportunity, Lee Yong quickly rode his motorcycle, speeding away as if wanting to escape this place. Taexiong was extremely helpless as he saw him escape right in front of him. This guy, he was a bit confused by Lee Yong's strange smile. What? He's smiling? Ha-Du-Wan, at this moment, slowly approached the captain. He quickly introduced himself. "I am Ha-Du-Wan of Division 2. We have successfully rescued Captain J-Gang." Hearing that, J-Gang nodded in confirmation. "Is that so? Well done." Then he continued to look down at the underlings who were relentlessly trembling, lying still. "We've also dealt with the Alliance guys. Some were stubborn and going crazy. The defeated men could only tremble and curse. Damn it, bastards," an underling quickly suggested. or let us finish them off thoroughly. Kim Taeseong, hearing this, just remained silent, pensively looking at these men. They seemed incredibly resentful towards all of them. This guy's about to die, but still curses loudly. What the hell are you looking at, you trash Emperor crew scum? Taeseong still didn't understand what was happening. It's the first time I've met him. Where does his resentment come from? The alliance and the gang. This guy, tired of living, continued to speak. It's not over yet, you dogs. Ha Do-won, seeing this, was extremely angry. That guy, Taeseong, was still lost in his own thoughts. Why do I have to participate in such a meaningless fight? He sighed and ordered, enough. Then he quickly decided, I have to clean up the aftermath quickly. Suddenly, at this moment, a foot stomped hard on this man, grinding his face into the ground. Come over here. The three people witnessing this scene immediately froze. This person continued to look at the loudmouth man, who was now motionless on the ground. Loudmouth flies. Right after that, the red-haired guy decisively kicked him. An underling hurriedly said, wait. Right after that, the underling continued to approach this red-haired guy and explained, it's the captain's order, we have to withdraw quickly, so don't fight anyone anymore. Hearing that, the red-haired guy was surprised. What? Then he asked again, the captain's order? Luckily, at this moment, Ha Do-won quickly ran forward. He was about to raise his hand to discipline this guy when he promptly pushed his friend's head down. His face became extremely anxious and stammered, long time no see. Finally, he shouted clearly, Captain. Hearing that, the captain, Yo Jaehyun, smiled in surprise and asked back, you know me? When did we meet? He was the captain of Division 3, Yo Jaehyun. Ha Do-won hurriedly explained, I met the captain about a few months ago. Kim Taeseong thought in surprise, Captain? If so, that guy's the captain of Division 3. Then he immediately asked back, I heard your captain is heartbroken? Hearing this, Yo Jaehyun seemed curious and quickly said, yes, but why are you here? He suddenly glanced back as if he wanted to say something. Kim Taeseong slowly walked towards him. Thank you for your cooperation. He suddenly remembered something and dominantly explained, well, it seemed like you needed it, and frankly, I thought you'd come here anyway. Hearing this, Kim Taeseong was a bit confused and asked back, you mean you wanted to see me? Yo Jaehyun smiled faintly in surprise and continued to voice his thoughts. It's because I'm curious. Kim Taeseong, the giraffe of Jungbeek, someone who never cared about anything, why did you change your mind and join the Emperor crew? His face became incredibly dangerous as he moved closer to Taeseong and questioned, tell me, what is the real reason you joined the Emperor crew? Elsewhere, Cho Min and Sang-di were standing downstairs. Cho Min's eyes widened as he looked ahead at the person Sang-di wanted him to meet. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered, thinking, this person, huh? Cho Min stood still, his eyes wide with confusion. He still didn't understand what was happening. This person is... He looked at the stern face standing right in front of him. Who on earth is this? Sang-di hurriedly announced him, greet him, Cho Min. He introduced, this is the CEO of Guguk Group. Right after that, he didn't forget to show off, and my older brother. This handsome man was the CEO of Guguk Group, El Sang-jin, 34 years old. Sang-di smiled and introduced, this is my friend. Cho Min quickly regained his composure and bowed his head to greet him. Hello, sir. He still didn't understand what was happening. Guguk Group. Sang-jin suddenly stared at him, making Cho Min a bit uncomfortable. He became extremely bewildered, not quite understanding what it meant. The pressure is insane. So there are people even scarier than the chief of staff. Sang-jin looked at him with utter disdain. Right after that, a very strange smile appeared on his lips. He turned and walked away, not forgetting taunt. Nonsense. Cho Min, a bit confused, turned to look at Sang-di. Why did you? Sang-di looked straight ahead and explained, I wanted to let you know, his face became incredibly terrifying, that I also have blood ties I want to sever. Right after that, he didn't forget to tell Cho Min, get home safely. Elsewhere, Yo Jaehyun stood before Kim Taeseong and continued to announce, speak. The real reason you joined the Emperor crew. A strange smile faintly appeared on his face. Taeseong didn't reply to these words, just remained silent. Ha Do-won and the underlings behind him at this moment became extremely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The real reason? What does that mean? He bewilderedly recalled that day. Captain Jae-gang had clearly smiled and asked, have you finally realized your true worth? Then he had quickly picked up the microphone and loudly declared to everyone the true value of the commander, that if you're a real man, you definitely want to become someone like the commander. Just as the real man song started playing too. Seeing this, the underling beside him hurriedly explained, yes, Captain, this is the song I chose. Thinking about this made Ha Do-won incredibly hesitant and contemplative. Could it be that he has another reason besides wanting to follow the commander? Kim Taeseong asked Yo Jaehyun again in surprise. I'm curious about the intention behind your question. Hearing that, Yo Jaehyun, surprised, held a cigarette in his hand. Intention? Then he gently lit the cigarette in his hand, smiling. I just suddenly felt like it. He continued to look at the small flame burning the cigarette in his hand. Your joining the Emperor crew might just be a small flame that burns down everything in the gang. Hearing this, Taeseong just sighed and explained, I understand you're trying to bully the newbie, but at least. Taexiong stood there and continued to voice his thoughts, which also surprised Yo Jae-in. I don't think you have the right to say those things. While you're the one who knew Jae-gang was in danger, but sat still and did nothing. Ha Do-won thought in confusion, he knew. After hearing this, Yo Jae-in just chuckled and praised. Well spoken. I'm just doing my job. Okay. Then he would shake his head vaguely with the cigarette and say cryptically, if I had that intention, I wouldn't give a damn if Jae-gang lived or died. I'd just stay silent. Anyway, those delinquents, one day they'll pull some dirty tricks and leave the gang. His eyes widened as he looked ahead as if declaring something. Let's see. But aren't you exaggerating? Bullying. He continued to bring the cigarette to his lips, taking a careful drag. In the next second, the cigarette quickly flew forward. Standing in front of Taexiong, Yo Jae-in became incredibly strange, holding the cigarette close to Taexiong's eye. The two underlings, seeing this, were immediately startled. Yo Jae-in had a very pleased smile on his face. This is what bullying is. At this moment, the cigarette was only a few centimeters from Taexiong's eye. He continued to instruct, it has to be like this. Right after that, he moved closer to Taexiong's eyes, not forgetting to tease, to poke or not to poke like this. Ha Do-won, witnessing it all from the side, let out a sigh. Damn, my balls shriveled up. He thought with some hesitation, but Yo Jae-in, seeing Taexiong had no reaction, was a bit disappointed. Boring as hell. He, witnessing it all, thought in surprise, he's doing those tricks with Kim Taexiong of Jungbeek. Right after that, Yo Jae-in quickly placed his hand on Taexiong's shoulder and said some very cryptic words. I'm good at reading people's minds through their eyes. And your eyes look like you're determined to do something. He slowly walked past Taexiong, not forgetting to warn. You can fool Baek-seaka or Jae-gang, but not me. Behave yourself. At this moment, his eyes became incredibly cold. He didn't forget to threaten. Researching you. I found out you have a very adorable younger brother, and you hate to let him see bloody scenes. Hearing this, Taexiong became extremely angry. Taexiong gripped Yo Jae-in's hand tightly. Yo Jae-in's face became surprised as he looked at Taexiong. Taexiong slowly said, it would be better if you... It seemed Taexiong was very sensitive to these kind of jokes. Watch your words. Hearing this made Yo Jae-in completely interested in Taexiong. That's more like it. He quickly threw a punch. Just like that, he punched Taexiong straight, making Taexiong also have to defend himself. Clearly, behaving like that is more interesting. Taexiong quickly and forcefully stepped back. Taking the opportunity, when Yo Jae-in wasn't paying attention, Taexiong landed another punch on him, leaving him no time to react. The underlings on the side, seeing this, immediately became scared, not knowing what to do in this situation. Damn it, this is getting serious, what now? Yo Jae-in's foot swept forward quickly. At this moment, the two were fiercely preparing to clash. It seemed both had similar techniques, so they were quite in sync with each other's rhythms. Taking the opportunity, when Taexiong wasn't paying attention, Yo Jae-in quickly jumped high, preparing to deliver a kick. Taexiong touched the wound on his face. That guy, he continued to look at Yo Jae-in, standing still, is faster than me. Yo Jae-in, at this moment, became extremely angry and questioned, damn it, because I'm in the internal information department. You guys look down on me, huh? Yo Jae-in rushed forward very quickly. I'm pissed now. Seeing this made Taexiong also have to admit a lot. Right after that, he immediately threw a punch forward. But in terms of physical strength, suddenly at this moment, Ha Do-won appeared between the two, constantly saying, please stop. Yo Jae-in, seeing this, immediately became enraged. Hey you dog, are you crazy? Ha Do-won helplessly and hurriedly turned his head and explained, I'm sorry, but I need to verify something urgently. Then he continued to look ahead. Currently, in Jungbeek, Kim Taexiong, hearing this, just listened silently. Ha Do-won helplessly recounted another fierce battle. Is being attacked by the Alliance. On the other end of the phone line, someone reported to Sang D. I've given the order to arrest all those wearing Jungbeek school uniforms. Hearing that, Sang D coldly announced, whoever you meet, take them all out. He has to pay the price for leaving his house undefended. Then he continued to instruct Oh Juntik, who was walking outside on the street. And also, his voice continued to ring out, it's possible that one of the Alliance members who participated in today's battle might be an internal spy. We need to review our internal members. Hearing this, Oh Juntik was also surprised and asked back, what? Sang Dia's face became incredibly cold as he continued to look ahead. Please check each one for me. And if there are no internal spies, his voice continued to ring out, then he is 100% the fake commander. Elsewhere, Chomin was slowly walking forward. Very quickly, the scene here became incredibly tragic, with everyone exhausted and lying scattered on the ground. Kim Taexiong, witnessing this entire scene, became so angry that he clenched his teeth. He helplessly remembered when Ha Do-won had stopped the fight between Yo Jae-in and him. Currently, Jungbeek is being attacked by the Alliance. His voice continued to ring out. The Alliance knew I wasn't here. This made him extremely angry. At this moment, an underling cried out in pain, surprising him. Taexiong hurriedly supported this underling and asked, are you okay? The underling, seeing him appear, was moved. Taexiong Hyung. Taexiong calmly asked again. It was the alliance, right? At this moment, he became extremely angry. Which one? The underling hesitated for a moment. That. Time shifts back to a moment ago. A foot stomped hard on the faces of the subordinates. Taexiong's subordinates were continuously beaten, unable to react. Li Yong coldly announced, if you want to blame someone, blame your commander, who abandoned you all. His face wore an incredibly vicious smile. To join the Emperor crew. This underling quickly described Li Yong's appearance to Taexiong. A guy who looked like a leader with a mohawk. Taexiong immediately remembered his face and his vicious smile and became extremely furious. It's him. At this moment, he was completely filled with hatred. No wonder he was smiling while running away. He quickly asked his underling again, and then, where did he go? He understood their plan clearly. Take advantage of my absence and attack Jungbeek Mountain. Kim Taexiong, startled and bewildered, turned his head to look behind him. Could it be? He helplessly remembered his innocent younger brother, who knew nothing. He went to Taeyang's place? Elsewhere, Taeyang looked at the person outside the door in surprise. Who is it? Taexiong was still running as fast as he could, looking utterly helpless. He was startled when he saw the room door was wide open. At this moment, he became extremely anxious, running quickly into the room and shouting loudly, Taeyang. The next scene made him freeze instantly. He asked in confusion, Beck Siaka? Siaka, surprised, looked up at him. You're late. Taeyang also didn't understand what was happening. Hyung. Taexiong, somewhat confused, hurriedly asked, how did? Siaka explained. The commander gave the order. Siaka continued to recount everything. Because Jungbeek Mountain was left undefended and the alliance was coming to attack Jungbeek, Kim Taeyang had to be protected at all costs. It turned out all of this had been calculated by Cho Min. Siaka's voice continued to ring out. Although I don't know why I have to protect this kid when no one is coming here. Hearing this, Taexiong, something about the young master, and thought in surprise, Dong Taesung, likely referring to Sang Di, or a similar figure. He hasn't told anyone about my younger brother? Luckily, he's someone who doesn't like others taking credit over him. Right after going outside, Taexiong asked in confusion, I heard about J-Gang's incident. He's being so careless. Something must have happened. Siaka nodded slightly and explained, well, anyway, just wait here. Then Siaka quickly turned and left. There's no time to worry about that. Taexiong was still a bit worried, but no matter what, Siaka suddenly turned back and said some very cryptic words. You really cherish your younger brother, don't you? You didn't even answer your phone and ran straight here. Then Siaka continued to announce, if we follow the commander's instructions, they are in Jisindong, a hideout. That's right, it's a place where Alliance Number 8, Li Yong, often hangs out. After hearing these words, Taexiong was speechless. What? Seeing he didn't seem to understand, Siaka became very patient and recounted everything. Until now, even if the gang and the alliance have had minor conflicts, it only went that far. To avoid a war, we had to deal with it passively. The image of an unbalanced scale gradually appeared before the two. The balance of power is something that, once lost the advantage, will completely shift to one side, so both sides have to be extremely cautious. Siaka didn't forget to think of the terrifying image of the chief of staff, Sang Di, with his incredibly calculating mind. However, this time, the alliance even started a war from J-Gang's incident to the Jungbeek incident. Cho Min, in this narration, was portrayed as a commander. So, the commander also gave orders to return everything the alliance did. The minds of a chief of staff and a fake commander are battling to see who wins. But I somehow feel like the two sides are determining victory or defeat. Saying this, Siaka glanced at him and announced, the battle is now starting to brew. Taexiong, hearing this, nodded in confirmation. Yes, if it goes this way. Elsewhere, incredibly chaotic scenes of different battles were constantly occurring. It could be said this was the beginning of the war. Siaka slowly walked forward and continued to announce to him. You said you wanted to see the path the commander wants to take, right? Now you can witness it with your own eyes, because after this war, only one force will remain. Siaka's voice continued to ring out, instructing, it won't simply end in a day or two. So, prepare yourself. There are also many things that Division 4 needs to handle. Taexiong still stood there, not daring to believe these things. Right after that, his phone suddenly rang. He went inside the room and called out in surprise, Cho Min. Cho Min helplessly explained to him, I'm sorry, Hyung. I didn't think the chief of staff would attack Jungbeek School immediately. Then he announced, so, just in case, order back Siaka to go protect Taeyong. I know. Hearing this, Taexiong nodded slightly in understanding. Thank you. But I heard he's going to retaliate again. His voice continued to ring out over the phone. If this continues, this war will get even bigger. He's determined to start a war to decide victory or defeat. Cho Min walked forward, listening silently. Taexiong continued to instruct him over the phone. Are you ready, Cho Min? Cho Min's face at this moment became incredibly serious. Right after that, he declared, I'm not ready. Taexiong was a bit curious, remembering earlier when Cho Min was at Sang Dia's house. Then why? Did something happen when you were at the chief of staff's house? Cho Min, hearing this side, he glanced ahead and continued to report. There was something, but it's not too important. I gathered some more things. He recalled all the information he had researched about the Guguk group appearing on the map. That guy seems to be painting a bigger picture. He didn't forget to tell Taexiong over the phone. As for the specifics, let me make sure first, then I'll tell you later. Standing on a long, bustling street, Cho Min continued to lay out his plan. Division 4's manpower hasn't been fully replenished yet. Although I'm not prepared to guarantee a 100% victory, I feel like I should speed things up. His face became incredibly determined as he declared, if things go according to my calculations, within about 5 months, we can reach a verdict. His voice continued to ring out. So please trust and follow me, because I will definitely eliminate these damn wars. Elsewhere, ambulances had arrived to provide emergency care for those brutally beaten here. The story gradually unfolded. Cho Min had been the commander for a month, and during that month, in the Emperor crew, Jae Gang sat on a hospital bed, deeply pondering. Some suspect internal members. His face became incredibly serious, staring intently ahead. Elsewhere, Yo Jaehyun was riding his luxurious motorcycle on the road. He smiled cryptically. Interesting, huh? He had his own suspicions. Some suspect external members. Indispensable, Baek Seika was still standing pensively to one side. He looked up in surprise and felt something was wrong. Clearly, something is different. And some suspect the king. Everyone looked towards the beautiful, vast, but somewhat gloomy city. And countless seeds of suspicion sprouted. Elsewhere, Baek Nakshin's image immediately appeared. But at that moment, he was quickly running along the riverbank, training. He ran and kept muttering, stamina, someone engrossed in chasing nothingness. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was glittering by the riverbank, which made him look surprised. He quickly approached the river and pulled this object up to examine it. His eyes widened in disbelief. That person! Water droplets continuously fell to the riverbed below. In his hand was Hwang MS helmet. He still didn't understand what was happening. He was the first to know this truth. Baek Nakshin stared intently at the helmet placed in front of him, which had a familiar dragon pattern. He was extremely surprised, sitting in front of this helmet, bewildered and hesitant. His eyes became even more suspicious with a look of confusion. This custom-designed helmet. Why do I feel it's so detestable? He gradually moved towards the helmet to examine it. Damn it, it looks so familiar. Where have I seen it before? The strange patterns on the helmet caught his eye. This golden dragon pattern. He was immediately startled, suddenly realizing something important. That's right. Baek Nakshin quickly gripped the helmet tightly with a look of disbelief. It's Hwang M. He remembered Hwang M's image when he brutally beat up his friend. No wonder I felt like I'd seen it somewhere before. He recalled when Hwang M turned and left. At that time, he had become extremely angry, watching Hwang M's back as he gradually walked towards his motorcycle, when he was secretly following him and searching for information to take revenge. Hwang M had quickly put on the helmet, then got on his bike and sped away, leaving only Baek Nakshin there. This is the helmet I saw before. Thinking this, he became incredibly hesitant. He continued to look at this helmet. It's not a mass-produced item, but custom designed by a helmet company. His eyes widened in disbelief. This is the only one in the world. It's Hwang M's helmet. The more Baek Nakshin thought, the more it didn't feel right. He still didn't understand what was happening. Hwang M's helmet. Why is it so close to Gapchill Bridge? Did he throw it away? His eyes became incredibly suspicious, still not understanding anything. But this is something he cherished so much he even had it custom designed. The sky was gradually turning towards evening. He still held the helmet in his hand, thinking. Very quickly, time shifted to a week later. On a deserted road, a tired panting sound appeared. Lee Young ran forward with all his might, panting as if fearfully fleeing something. He was from the Daeon Alliance, Division 8, Lee Young. He ran while cursing, damn it. In front of him now was a group of people waiting, as if wanting to purge him for something. Seeing this, he turned his head to look in another direction with extreme anger, but behind him now was Kim Taexiong, leading his underlings, preparing to purge him. Lee Young, seeing this, angrily shouted, damn it, really? Kim Taexiong slowly reached his hand towards him, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Lee Young screamed with an incredibly bewildered expression, wait. Standing between the two groups relentlessly advancing, he helplessly held his hands forward, constantly begging, wait, I know. He fearfully glanced at Taexiong and hurriedly explained everything. I'm sorry for messing with your underlings. But you know too, this is a war. I was just following orders and acting. Kim Taexiong looked surprised, not understanding what he was talking about. He continued to announce, war? What nonsense are you talking about? Clearly, Kim Taexiong was someone who held grudges. He remembered the sight of Lee Young smirking at him during their previous battle. You clearly realized I wasn't in Jungbeek. You smiled and came up with the idea of crushing this place. The more he thought, the angrier he became. The image of Lee Young single-handedly defeating all his underlings appeared before him. This isn't the beginning of an endless war, but a war of high schools, a gathering place for savage bastards. At that time, an incredibly pleased smile had appeared on Lee Young's face at the cruel and savage things he had done, and he had enjoyed tormenting his opponents. Lee Young, after hearing this, became completely enraged. He quickly swung his fist, slowly lunging forward. If you're satisfied, now you pay the price. Damn it. But before he could even touch a hair on Taexiong's head, he was punched back in the face by Taexiong. Leong's face at this moment became incredibly bewildered. It was the first time he had felt such pain. Because his endurance was too weak, he quickly fell hard to the ground. Right after he fell, all the underlings now became extremely angry, staring intently at him. The group relentlessly beat him with extreme ferocity, as if venting all their anger. Kim Taexiong, holding his phone, approached and announced, "It's me." He recounted everything. "I caught Leong. Just like you said, he ran to that place." Cho Min, hearing this, chuckled in surprise. He didn't forget to praise, "Good." He continued to look at the map he had drawn beforehand to calculate. If so, he'll have a hard time returning to the front lines for a while. "We blocked Jisindong, right?" Right after that, he slowly said, "If so, next is..." Suddenly at this moment, he was startled, remembering something. He quickly said to Taexiong, "Wait a moment." A message was sent to Bexiaka. A new message. This message was from Bexiaka. He had messaged Chomin a line, "Commander, isn't it time for you to return?" Chomin, surprised, looked at his phone and then remembered something. That's right. It's time." Elsewhere, Bexiaka was still pensively looking at his phone with a confused expression. "It's strange, right?" He sat down on a chair. Beside him were his underlings. He was lost in his own thoughts. The beginning of the war. The commander's request is a request for victory or defeat. But why now? He became incredibly hesitant as he looked at the phone in his hand. For the past month, he's only been texting, not calling at all. He remembered Huang M's fighting style and majestic appearance, and immediately became bewildered. Moreover, he was someone who never started a war during his absence. Bexiaka slowly brought his hands forward, thinking intently. Even if he was psychologically affected by that incident, it's still rare. At this moment, he gradually began to suspect everything. This strange feeling, I clearly received a message from the commander, but I feel something else, not the commander. Elsewhere, oil drums were being relentlessly thrown hard onto the ground. This was Huang M's gang, angrily searching around and cursing. "Damn it! Find him and kill him." "Are you crazy?" Bexiaka approached and asked in surprise, "What's all the noise?" Seeing this, an underling hurriedly pointed forward and explained everything. Yes, he got tricked. Hearing that, Siaka was a bit surprised. Tricked? This underling continued to look ahead and then recounted the underling situation. His girlfriend texted asking to borrow money, so he lent it to her. But now he just found out the person who texted was his girlfriend's side piece. After finishing, the underling didn't forget to curse loudly. He transferred money to her, so now she's run off with the money. "That's why I told you to call your girlfriend to check before sending it." Bexiaka, after hearing this, immediately hesitated, realizing something. The scene shifts to evening at a familiar location inside the city. Yo Jihan walked slowly forward with an air of composure. At this moment, a voice spoke up. "You're quite composed, huh?" Jihan looked surprised, not understanding what was happening. Jae-gang gradually walked towards him from the shadows, greeting him. Jae-gang smiled in surprise and continued to look intently at Yo Jihan. In the midst of such a storm, Jihan looked surprised, then stared at Jae-gang and asked back, "Oh, Jae-gang, are you feeling better? How did you know I was here?" Suddenly, at this moment, Jae-gang rushed forward very quickly. Elsewhere, Bexiaka was still lost in his own thoughts. That's it. I can't stop thinking. What if the commander isn't the one who sent the message? He was trying to piece everything together. There's no way the commander would have his phone stolen by someone. Just suppose. At that time, Huang M's girlfriend had asked in surprise. Huang M. Went on a cross-Korea trip? He had just coldly nodded in confirmation. She hadn't forgotten to praise. "That brother of yours really likes to drive, huh?" Her face wore a vicious smile as she asked again. "But what if he had an accident? Then would you become the commander of the Emperor crew?" Remembering this, Bexiaka became even more desperate, bowing his head towards the table. Huang M is dead, and someone is impersonating Huang M. If so, suddenly, at this moment, a hand grabbed Jae-gang's collar tightly. Jae-gang angrily questioned Yo Jian. "You bastard. You knew, didn't you?" His face became incredibly serious as he relentlessly questioned Jian. The incident where the commander almost got caught for beating an alliance member and turning him into a vegetable. He remembered the scene when Bomi whispered in his ear about the person who had provoked the commander and lured him into beating Mahasung to death. Elsewhere, a very vicious, calculating smile now appeared on Bexiaka's face. "It's Siaka. If Mahari succeeded in that." Yo Jihan still didn't understand what was happening. He questioned Jae-gang. "What the hell are you talking about? Mahasung? Who the hell is Mahasung?" Hearing this, Jae-gang's face immediately became enraged. Jae-gang recounted everything. "You forgot. Not long ago, the incident where the commander almost got caught for beating an alliance member and turning him into a vegetable." Hearing this, Yo Jihan then remembered something and exclaimed, "Speaking of which, I just remembered." At that time, he remembered Huang M's incredibly furious, crazed appearance. The commander went berserk and said he would kill that guy. At this moment, he became extremely surprised and asked back, But that incident was because Beck Siaka provoked the commander, right? He had thought of the scenario where Siaka ordered Huang M. J. Gang, after hearing the sentence, suddenly grabbed his collar tightly. J. Gang was gradually losing his composure. J. Gang shouted, questioning, "Don't pretend anymore. You always know everything." Hearing that, Jihan was speechless. Then he coldly announced, "This bastard, now that I notice it." J. Gang was suddenly startled, realizing something. Jihan quickly punched him, making him hurriedly retreat. Jihan, at this moment, became extremely angry and questioned, "You absolutely refuse to call me Hyung, older brother/senior, huh?" Jihan's face became incredibly enraged. "And I don't need you to call me Hyung. Shouldn't you call me bro or something, you arrogant dog?" It seemed J. Gang was not at all afraid of these things. He just coldly asked back, "Is that important, you monster?" Then Jihan was a bit confused. "What do you call Kim Taexiong?" J. Gang acted as if nothing was wrong and replied, "Hyung." Hearing this, Jihan became completely enraged. Jihan lunged straight at him, rushing and shouting, "That's why it's important, you dog." Suddenly, at this moment, J. Gang's next sentence made Jihan freeze in bewilderment. Ma-sung's biological younger sister is Mahari. Jihan couldn't believe these things. What? His face became incredibly serious, a strange smile faintly appearing. Freaking weird, right? J. Gang continued to approach Jihan and then voiced a suspicion. "Think about it. Could you date someone who almost killed your own flesh and blood?" Jihan, after hearing this, just remained silent, not replying. Then he quickly looked ahead, voicing all his thoughts. Many confusing points. Why did Siaka Hyung have to provoke the commander? His voice continued to ring out. And why did Mahari become the enemy's lover? Immediately, Jihan quickly asked J. Gang, "Are you sure?" Hearing that, J. Gang just thought silently. He's not one to talk nonsense. Right after that, he nodded firmly. "Sure." Jihan calmly picked up his phone, lit a cigarette, and then asked, "How long has the commander been on his cross-Korea trip?" J. Gang thought for a moment and then replied, "A month." Hearing this, Jihan was extremely surprised and voiced a suspicion. Is it true that the commander only texts and doesn't call? J. Gang, hearing that, nodded in confirmation and continued to recount. Yeah, beating around the bush again. First of all, Siaka Hyung. Jihan was very cold, acting as if nothing had happened. Jihan didn't forget to instruct. "No, the most important thing is to ensure the commander's safety." Right after that, Jihan sighed and recounted, "Actually, I already knew that Beck Siaka provoked the commander." He immediately became enraged. "Damn dog, I knew it." Then Jihan continued to explain to him, "But don't you find that provocation a bit unusual? Isn't it natural to report things that cause losses to the commander?" Hearing that, J. Gang also had to nod in agreement. Well, that's true. Jihan continued to think of Ma-sung's pitiful older brother, who had been beaten brain dead and was lying still in a hospital. The problem is that provocation messed with the commander's thoughts, and because of that, Ma-sung ended up like this. Jihan's face became incredibly calm when he mentioned Siaka. Although he escaped jail time, what if those weren't tricks done by Beck Siaka? Following, there were coincidental scenes where Mahari and Huang M met and fell in love. What if he's turning others into enemies and using them to play dirty behind their backs? J. Gang, after hearing these words, was a bit speechless and hurriedly asked back, "What are you trying to say?" Jihan continued to voice his thoughts. "Although I have Daehan in the palm of my hand, when it comes to the commander, I'm at a loss." Jihan's face at this moment became incredibly serious as he declared, "It's possible the commander is dead by now." He stood in front of J. Gang, relentlessly voicing all his speculations. Beck Siaka is a close friend of the commander. Maybe he wants to escape the label of standing behind his commander. J. Gang, after hearing this, just remained silent, not replying. J. Gang quickly took out his phone and anxiously said, "No way. Oh, there's a message. See? I also received a message from the commander yesterday." Jihan also continued to look at his phone and then sighed, replying, "The commander usually doesn't contact me much, but like this, it probably means we haven't lost contact." Suddenly, his eyes became incredibly dangerous. He didn't forget to announce, "But we still have to verify it directly, right?" J. Gang, at this moment, was extremely angry and stood up, hurriedly asking back, "Hey, do you really think so?" Beck Siaka Hyung is playing the commander. Suddenly, he blurted out some very cryptic sentences. "No relationship is 100% trustworthy." His voice continued to ring out. "Those who trust 100% will one day be played by those who don't believe in it." J. Gang, hearing this, froze. Standing in front of J. Gang, Jihan didn't forget to declare, "For now, let's not tell anyone about this suspicion. Lam Dang Huang is involved. This is a matter of the Emperor crew's safety." Very quickly, the scene shifted to the large school within the city. Cho Min was continuously typing lines of messages on his phone. The message was sent from J. Gang. "Commander, are we attacking Siak today?" He quickly nodded in confirmation. I'll send a specific plan later." After receiving this message, J. Gang quickly replied, "Yes, I acknowledge the order." Cho Min, after reading these lines of messages, let out a worried sigh. Inside the restroom, he sat there tiredly, thinking, "I wish the others were like J. Gang. it would be so much better. He sighed in frustration. So obedient. Then he continued to look at Bexica's phone number on his phone screen. Contacting this guy is gradually becoming restricted now. At this moment, he became incredibly hesitant, constantly lost in his own thoughts. Communicating only by text for a whole month is really suspicious. But I have to use the Emperor crew to write an end for the alliance. Then he continued to move forward. I have to hurry. He encountered Beck Nakshan, who seemed strange. He suddenly called out to him, Beck Nakshan. Seeing him, Nakshan was startled and turned his head. Cho Min, a bit surprised, approached him. You look so tense lately. Is something wrong? Nakshan suddenly called out to him, Cho Min. A forced smile faintly appeared on his face. He hurriedly said, Me? What's wrong? Hearing this, Cho Min let out a sigh. That's good then. Then he turned his head to go into the classroom, not forgetting to tell him, next class is math, right? Have you done the homework? You probably haven't, right? I'll let you see mine. Suddenly, at this moment, Nakshan looked at him with an incredibly strange expression. Right after Cho Min was about to enter the classroom, Nakshan suddenly said cryptically, Cho Min, be careful. Cho Min, after hearing these words, immediately became stunned, not understanding what was happening. What? Nakshan continued to look at him with a confused expression. Well, about that. Suddenly, at this moment, his phone rang, startling him. He quickly ran forward and then announced in action, Wait a bit, we'll talk later. Very quickly, time shifted to the rooftop. Cho Min ran up to the rooftop, tired and panting. He still didn't understand what was happening and looked anxiously at his phone. What is it? What's going on? He continued to look at the new message being sent. This guy. This time, the message was from J-Gang. But Hyung. He became extremely bewildered. This guy. Messages were continuously sent from J-Gang. On the message line were new notifications. I want the commander. Is it the commander? On it was the word check. Cho Min became extremely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Why suddenly like this? J-Gang continued to announce. I want to check if the commander is really the commander. J-Gang stood to one side, looking at the message being sent to him. Although this is a rather insolent request, in 3 days, I hope you can come to Gapcheo Bridge. Yo Jaihin, on the side, silently observed everything. His face became incredibly serious. If he's not the commander, Bexica also seemed very suspicious of these things. His terrifying voice rang out. Then finishing him off still isn't enough. Cho Min, on the side, was surprised, not knowing what to do in this situation. The scene shifts to the large school where Cho Min was studying. The teacher was lecturing, then suddenly saw all the students sleeping inside. So, the speaker's mood here is, these brats are sleeping even at the front desks. He didn't forget to remind them, the exam is coming soon. Focus on studying. Cho Min sat on the side, very serious. He focused on studying while bewilderedly looking at the phone underneath. Damn it, he was a bit confused about what was happening to him. I don't know about the others, but I never thought J-Gang would say this. He recalled the message sent from J-Gang. I want to check if the commander is really the commander. Thinking this, he became extremely bewildered, staring intently at the phone. The most loyal person in the Emperor crew. If even he suspects me, I won't be able to do anything anymore. His eyes widened as he remembered J-Gang's terrifying appearance. What happened to that guy to make him start suspecting? Damn it. The thought made him even more scared. He didn't know what was the right thing to do in this situation. What now? What should I do to make him believe I'm Huang Em? All of this was being observed by Beck Nakshan, who was sitting on the side. His face became incredibly serious as he looked at Cho Min with a confused expression. Very quickly, time shifted to lunchtime in the cafeteria. A spoonful of rice was brought to Minwook, who was eating and looking at Cho Min in surprise. Seeing Cho Min still sitting there dazed, Minwook called out in surprise, Hey, Cho Min. Then he continued to look at the pieces of meat on Cho Min's tray. If you're not eating the fried pork cutlet, I'll eat it. Cho Min didn't think much and nodded in agreement. Yeah, go ahead. Hearing this, Minwook became extremely surprised. He still didn't understand what was happening to Cho Min. What? You're not eating fried pork cutlet? That means something serious is going on. Cho Min, hearing this, just remained silent, not saying a word. After some time, he finally called out Song Minwook. His face at this moment became incredibly serious. He looked up and asked him, How do you make a dead person look like a living person? Minwook became extremely surprised, not understanding what was happening. What the hell are you talking about? Cho Min continued to sigh and then announced, It's true, there's no way. Minwook looked at him, a bit confused. Suddenly, right after that, while eating fried pork, he shook his head. Not sure. He continued to suggest, Or make a straw dummy? Cho Min became extremely angry and shouted loudly, Don't joke around. Minwook then chuckled, remembering all the skills he had seen in movies. I watched Romance of the Three Kingdoms and saw someone do that. Make a dummy and pretend Zhuge Liang was still alive. Cho Min, after hearing this, could only sigh in frustration. That's something that only happens in novels. Seeing this, Minwook was a bit curious. But why are you suddenly curious? At this moment, a hand slapped hard on Cho Min's shoulder, startling him. Beck Nakshan stood right beside him. He called out to Cho Min with a very scary face. His face became incredibly serious. After you finish eating, meet me for a bit. Very quickly, time passed. The scene shifted to the rooftop. Cho Min stood before Beck Nakshin in extreme surprise and asked, "Why did you call me like something serious happened?" Nakshin continued to call his name, Cho Min. His face became very sad. He asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were Huang Ms' biological younger brother?" Hearing this, Cho Min was startled and bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He stammered, about to say something that Nakshin continued to recount. "The chief of staff told me." Hearing this, Cho Min remembered something and then sank into his own calculations. "Yeah, why didn't I tell him? If so," Nakshin suddenly placed his hand on Cho Min's shoulder and said joyfully, "I heard everything. You hate him to death, right?" At this moment, Nakshin became extremely angry, clenching his fists and relentlessly cursing. "That bastard. He even treats his own bloodline like trash." And Cho Min realized something. Yeah, he didn't mention that Huang M is dead. Thinking this, he had his own calculations as he remembered the chief of staff, Sang Di. So, he still wants to use Kim Nakshin to scout the internal situation of Y in school. Although he revealed that I am Huang Ms' biological younger brother, I'm sure he hasn't mentioned that Huang M is dead. The more he thought, the more serious he became, staring intently ahead. Currently, I have the upper hand. Only if he wants to hinder the scouting of Y in school would he not need to reveal Huang Ms' death. Thinking this, he remembered Sang Di's calculating smile. The chief of staff still suspects me and is waiting for me to make a mistake. Elsewhere, Beck Nakshin was furiously cursing. As expected, I have to teach him a proper lesson. Cho Min sighed, a bit frustrated with the current situation. Even in school, I have to be so stressed. Then he quickly decided, for now I just have to go along with his rhythm. He told Nakshin everything. "Yes, that's right. I'm sorry for hiding it from you. It was because I was afraid you'd hate me too." Nakshin's face became incredibly moved. He declared loudly, "It's not your fault. Of course it's okay. I mean, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Right after that, he burst out laughing with great delight. "My first friend in Daehan is Huang Ms' biological younger brother. Who knows? Maybe this is a prediction of a successful revenge." Cho Min then remembered something and asked back, "Alright, what?" Cho Min's face became incredibly serious. "Earlier, you told me to be careful." "What?" Beck Nakshin, hearing that, then vividly remembered something important. That. He stood before Cho Min and announced, "Huang M seems to be in Daehan." Very quickly, the scene shifted to another place, Jae Gang's room. Yo Jaehin stood behind him, still not understanding why he was acting so strangely. Jaehin slowly approached and called out, "Hey Jae Gang." Jaehin was a bit confused. "Why are you trembling like that?" Jae Gang's whole body was trembling strangely. He quickly grabbed Jaehin's collar and pulled him close. At this moment, he became completely enraged. He shouted loudly, "You dog, you clearly know what I did, and you still ask." His face became incredibly angry as he shouted, "How dare you suspect the top man in Daehan?" His voice continued to announce, "If that really is the commander, I've made a super terrible mistake. Maybe even death wouldn't be enough to atone for my sin then." Yo Jaehin just listened calmly to these words. Right after that, Jaehin quickly removed Jae Gang's hand from his collar. Jaehin coldly announced, "You grabbed my collar at the slightest provocation, huh?" Then went against me in rock, paper, scissors. Jae Gang became extremely angry, preparing to climb up to the next floor and jump down. "Then I'll just jump off the building and die." "This is only the second floor." Yo Jaehin sighed and replied, "Ain't nobody like you can't die." A surprised smile faintly appeared on Yo Jaehin's face as he relentlessly taunted. "So, if the commander is fake, wouldn't he feel very resentful up in heaven?" Jae Gang, hearing that, was extremely angry and turned his head. Then he quickly grabbed his uniform jacket and approached. "So, if he's not fake before I die, I'll definitely drag you with me." Yo Jaehin chuckled, not forgetting to taunt. "Can you kill me?" Suddenly remembering something, Jaehin asked in surprise, "You haven't told Bexiaka, right?" Jae Gang immediately nodded loudly in confirmation. "Of course not. Stop asking." So, Jaehin was a bit worried, thinking of different scenarios. What if the commander is dead? Then, this is probably Bexiaka's scheme. Jae Gang hurriedly waved his hand and voiced his thoughts. "I told you I don't want to believe that." Yo Jaehin's face suddenly became strangely unsightly. What if it's true? Jae Gang, after hearing these words, just calmly nodded in understanding. Just like that. He was very determined, walking slowly forward with an angry expression. "Then, whether it's the fake or Siaka Hyung, I'll kill them all." His voice continued to ring out 3 days later. Gapchill Bridge. If the commander doesn't come to that place. Yo Jaehin suddenly smiled cryptically. He continued to walk forward. Then at that time, elsewhere, the scene shifted to Bexiaka. It will be a bloody day. Very quickly, Siaka was standing on the riverbank, looking down with an incredibly confused expression. A strange smile appeared on his lips. Time very quickly shifted to 3 days later by the riverbank in the city. Cho Min looked intently ahead with great seriousness. "Come on, if today doesn't go smoothly." He stood on the riverbank, observing the two people waiting. He became extremely anxious. "Then I'm screwed," Yo Jaehin announced to Jae Gang. "He'll probably be here soon." Mahari slowly walked towards Cho-min. Kim Tae-seong also looked down with extreme anxiety. Is this plan okay? Cho-min looked at his phone and then announced to everyone, let's begin. The scene shifts to late evening a few days ago. Mahari asked Cho-min in surprise. Jae-gang asked to meet you? Kim Tae-seong also became extremely anxious, not understanding what was happening. What's going on that he asked to meet? Mahari hurriedly asked back. So, what are you planning to do now? At this moment, Cho-min calmly replied to the two, I've thought of a way. Hearing that, Mahari was a bit curious. What is it? At this moment, the moon had gradually risen higher. The two, after hearing his plan, widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't forget to question him. Are you sane? Cho-min still looked ahead with an incredibly calm gaze. Returning to the present, both Jae-gang and Yo Jae-hin were smoking, waiting for something to happen. On the ground now were two finished cigarette butts. Yo Jae-hin continued to take out a new cigarette. He sighed and complained, I've smoked 3 already. His face became incredibly annoyed as he glanced ahead. If I finish this one and he still hasn't arrived, you know what happens, right? Jae-gang, hearing that, became extremely angry and clenched his teeth, questioning, shut up. I know. Jae-gang himself, at this moment, had also become so agitated that he was trembling. Commander, it's not like that, right? Jae-gang looked with great anticipation towards the dark space right in front of him. You'll come out from there and scold me, right? The more he thought, the more enraged he became, shouting loudly. Damn it. Cho-min, observing everything from above, felt the opportunity was gradually approaching. Come on now, then. He prepared to execute the next plan, preparing to appear. Right after that, Jae-gang was startled, realizing something. He hurriedly shouted, over there! Yo Jae-hin looked up ahead with an expression of disbelief. At this moment, a group of people slowly walked forward, step by step. This group was very numerous, advancing out of the darkness. Right after that, in front of the group was a gang of thugs blocking their way. Tae-sung had appeared this time. He smiled with great delight and asked in surprise. He really came? Jae-gang, is the guy next to him the commander? He belonged to the alliance, no? In Tae-sung. Right after that, a strange smile would appear on his face. Delicious. Just like the message said. This is really interesting. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. You guys. Seeing this, they were startled and surprised. Tae-sung still didn't understand what was happening and continued to speak. Today. Right after that, all of them lunged straight at the two. Is instant promotion. Jae-gang, seeing this side a bit angry. What is this again? Yo Jae-hin beside him, shook his head and replied, don't know. For now. Right after that, he lunged forward to attack these guys, cursing, deal with them, then we'll talk. Jae-gang, hearing that, just sighed in frustration, a bit annoyed. At this moment, Jae-gang quickly punched straight into the face of an underling who was preparing a sneak attack, sending him flying out of the doorway. The faces of everyone around, seeing Jae-gang strike so decisively, were a bit stunned. He became completely enraged and shouted, questioning, then don't interfere, you bastards. Right after that, he relentlessly shouted, come over here. Cho-min, on the side, observed this entire battle. His face was very calm, as if everything had been calculated beforehand. Time shifts back to yesterday evening. Both Kim Tae-seong looked at Cho-min in extreme surprise. Jae-gang and Yo Jae-hin were beaten. Cho-min continued to recount everything. In Jungbeek, someone knows Dong Tae-sung's number, right? Please get the number for me. Hearing this, Tae-seong hesitated, then anxiously voiced his thoughts. Dealing with Jae-gang and Yo Jae-hin, who suspect you, is also a simple method, but it will cause a huge loss for the Emperor crew. You know that, right? Cho-min nodded with extreme certainty. Yes, I know. But then he continued to explain. I never thought about dealing with those two. At this moment, both commanders were furiously fighting with extreme ferocity. Jae-gang used his headbutt to relentlessly knock down these underlings. He quickly kicked them a few times in the face, cursing, get lost. Those who were hit were relentlessly sent flying into the air by his powerful attacks. The commander is coming here soon. Yo Jae-hin on the side, very calmly, didn't forget to taunt. You still have hope? He quickly dodged each attack. Clearly, the commander. Right after that, he punched these guys straight in the face. Yo Jae-hin's face at this moment became incredibly dominant as he declared, not anymore. Jae-gang, after hearing this, was extremely angry and shouted loudly, this dog. I remember telling you not to say those things anymore. Yo Jae-hin, not to be outdone, stood up and questioned loudly. You saw it, and still don't understand? He's not coming. Tae-sung on the side, clenched his teeth in frustration. What are they doing? He led his men straight towards the two. Kill them. At that time, Tae-seong, surprised, asked Cho-min in the base, but if you're not planning to deal with them, why did you call the alliance? Cho-min calmly explained his calculations. First of all, those two are very strong, so if it's Dong Tae-sung's group, it'll be a piece of cake. Mahari was a bit confused by this method of his, but she still asked in surprise, then what are you planning to do to come up with that method? Cho-min's face became incredibly determined, staring intently ahead as he declared, because I need a small fight. Jae-gang was still being relentlessly attacked by these brats, but he still dodged them gently. It seemed Tae-sung was not letting him off. He landed a punch on Jae-gang. A very vicious smile accompanied by some delight, appeared on his face. Yo Jihin, seeing the situation wasn't good, sighed in frustration and announced, "It's a bit crowded." Cho Min, observing everything from above, knew everything was within his predictions. No matter how strong those two are, it's still hard for them to hold out against a whole pack. The two still fought fiercely against this group, not yielding, until they were cornered. Right after that, a large figure slowly approached. Jae-gang, seeing this, was startled, surprised, and bewildered, turning his head to look at Kim Tae-seong's face standing still there, which made him extremely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Only Yo Jihin, surprised, turned his head confused. What is it? It's Division 4. These guys, seeing him appear, immediately became scared. Right after that, they suddenly fell to the ground, bewilderedly exclaiming, "Over there!" Yo Jihin still didn't understand what was happening. What? Jihin, surprised, turned his head to look ahead with an expression of disbelief. Are they so scared of Kim Tae-seong that they fell over backward? Jae-gang also became very ready, looking ahead. Tae-sung on the side, seeing this, was angry. What? It's Kim Tae-seong. An underling hurriedly said, "Tae-sung-hyung." Right after that, the underling pointed forward. "Tae-sung-hyung, look over there." Everyone quickly froze. High above, at this moment, a large, angry figure stared intently down. Cho Min's face was very calm, having calculated these things. When the time came, Jae-gang, with a smug smile, glanced at his friend. "I was right, wasn't I, bastard?" He shouted loudly with joy. "Commander!" He was extremely pleased with this plan. Then he will appear. Everyone looked up at the bridge. Hwang M. was wearing a helmet, standing still, looking at the fight below. Jae-gang, seeing everything gradually returning to its course, smiled smugly. They joyfully called out to the commander. Cho Min stood at one side, observing everything. His face became incredibly serious. Now is just the beginning. Time flashes back to 3 days ago. At that time, on the rooftop, Baek Nakshin spoke to Cho Min. Hwang M. seems to be in Daeon. Hearing this, Cho Min was a bit confused and hurriedly asked for clarification. "What do you mean?" Nakshin sighed and decided to tell him everything. "It's true. Who knows? He might try to beat me up again." Hearing this, Cho Min was a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. Kim Nakshin, why is he suddenly misunderstanding something like this? After hearing it, Cho Min was a bit speechless, not understanding what the hell this guy was talking about. So much to do. I'll just give a perfunctory answer. He sighed, nodded, and announced, "Yes, I'll be careful." Although he was incredibly helpless, he thought, now I'm busy trying to figure out how to prove Hwang M is still alive. Suddenly, Nakshin's face became incredibly serious. He coldly announced, "I found Hwang M's helmet." Cho Min, hearing this, froze at what Nakshin had just said. He hurriedly turned back and asked, "What?" Nakshin explained everything he had encountered. "Well, I just happened to find that helmet at Gapchil Bridge. I don't know why he threw it away, but he clearly just got here." Cho Min, after hearing this, also suddenly understood something. Could it be the helmet with the golden dragon design? Baek Nakshin quickly nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's it." Hearing this, Cho Min also understood everything. He remembered when his brother's belongings were being cremated, Han Jang-hee had thrown them into the river to destroy them. If it's that helmet, then Han Jang-hee threw it. It was swept away by the water, and now it has resurfaced. Thinking this, he finally understood everything. As expected, suddenly, he announced to Nakshin some very cryptic words. "Who knows? Your chance for revenge might have come." His face became incredibly serious as he continued to look ahead and announce, "Nothing should make me risk my life." Right after that, he regained his serious expression and asked Nakshin, "Hey, Baek Nakshin, can you show me that helmet?" Very quickly, time shifted to late afternoon at a small, modest house. Baek Nakshin presented Cho Min with a helmet with a dragon pattern and announced, "Here." Cho Min asked in surprise, "Is this Hwang M's helmet?" He took the helmet with a surprised expression. "It's real." He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, it is." A terrifying thought suddenly popped into his head. "If I use this helmet..." Baek Nakshin suddenly handed the helmet to him and instructed, "Here you go. I don't need it anyway." Seeing this, Cho Min pensively hesitated. Right after that, he slowly turned to leave. Why would I have to bring it back? Seeing this, Nakshin also understood his reasoning. That's right, there's no reason why he'd want to bring this burden back. After a period of silence, Cho Min, surprised, turned his head back and asked Nakshin, "But Baek Nakshin, if Hwang M is really in Daeon, will you take revenge?" Hearing that, Nakshin nodded in firm confirmation. "Of course, you don't even need to ask." Cho Min continued to ask again how. Hearing this, Nakshin was a bit startled, not understanding what was happening. Cho Min continued to recount the formidable underlings under his brother's command. Under Hwang M, there are thousands of subordinates, with a total of 4 captains who have extraordinary fighting abilities, including the thug you met last time. His face at this moment became incredibly determined as he advanced. "Can you defeat those 4 to get to Hwang M?" Cho Min, after hearing this, seemed to be pondering something. Very quickly, Nakshin, with a determined look, continued to declare, "Of course, even if their numbers are greater, as long as I have spirit and..." Before he could finish his sentence, Cho Min immediately cut him off. With just those things, you can't do it. Hearing that, Nakshin was a bit confused. What? Cho Min continued to coldly announce. If that's the case, you won't be able to take revenge. An individual cannot defeat a collective. His eyes suddenly became as sharp as bullets. Even if you die. Hearing this, Baek Nakshin, somewhat confused by what Cho Min was saying, approached and placed his hand on Cho Min's shoulder, questioning. What's this? Suddenly picking a fight with me? You're underestimating me. With willpower, anything can be done, you devil. It seemed everything was within Cho Min's predictions. He quickly turned his head back and announced everything to Nakshin. If willpower alone made everything possible, then no one in this world would feel unfair, right? On the TV screen, a boxer appeared with a message. If you are bullied, you must stand up and fight for yourself. Just by showing that, the bullies will be surprised and stop their bullying actions. Cho Min, at that time, small and weak, looked with extreme resentment at the video playing on the phone. Become the one who turns the tide. So, the technique I'm about to teach you. He also knew something important. Even if an individual is determined and stands up to resist, and that was the first time he dared to resist those who bullied him and show his inner anger. Although the bully at that time became extremely angry. Hey, you dog, what did you just do? Cho Min, extremely angry, shouted. How are you going to take responsibility? Because of you, I missed my science exam. He had become completely enraged, preparing for a fight. Now I want to sit still and take it anymore. But he also knew that wasn't a good ending. We can't change them like in the movies. The bully brought several others and smirked with a wicked, smug smile. This damn dog, and these things he had completely miscalculated. This reality will only change according to what those bad guys want. In a small room, the sound of continuous, brutal beatings echoed. An individual, absolutely. Only then did Cho Min understand an important thing. Cannot defeat a collective. He was beaten black and blue, panting and looking tiredly at the ceiling. Because no human can become Superman. Returning to the present, Cho Min continued to recount his experiences to Baek Nakshin. Overthrowing a dynasty with just one person. It only appears in comics or movies. Do you understand? His voice continued to ring out, instructing Nakshin. To this day, wars are still dominated by numbers. Even a country with many advanced weapons like the United States still has to invest a large and powerful force when going to war. Only after hearing this did Nakshin understand everything. He couldn't believe these things and just quietly asked back, does that mean I'll get beaten up by his subordinates? He clenched his fist with extreme anger. So, you're telling me to give up? Give up on revenge. Baek Nakshin's face was immersed in his own hatred. He couldn't hide the despair on his face. The bastard who ruined my friend's dreams and ambitions. I have to ignore it and let him go. Cho Min, hearing this, just looked at him silently. Then he sighed and recounted his thoughts about Nakshin. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, an individual cannot defeat a collective. But if it's a collective, the story will be different. Nakshin sat down, looking at the dragon pattern helmet in his hand. Wait, you mean I have to form a faction? What can I do now in Daehan? Cho Min, very determined, continued to look at Nakshin and voice his thoughts. You can. A faction slightly larger in scale than the Emperor crew, and the only faction with forces on par with the Emperor crew. These words made Nakshin extremely surprised. Elsewhere, Sang-di quickly received a notification from his phone. Reading this notification made him so surprised his eyes widened. He looked at his phone in confusion and thought, Daehan Alliance. The message was sent from Kim Nakshin. In it, Kim Nakshin hurriedly sent a photo and said, Chief of Staff, Hwang M, is currently at Gapcheol Bridge. Sang-di quickly issued an announcement. Chief of Staff, spread the word. He relentlessly mobilized different people. Concentrate forces near Gapcheol Bridge to Gapcheol Bridge immediately. Hearing this, they seemed surprised, not understanding what was happening. He continued to order them. Get there and take off Hwang M's helmet. Seeing this, they whispered among themselves. Take off his helmet? Don't know for now, just run. They ran forward quickly with terrifying speed. Run faster. Run. All of them had one goal, to get Hwang M's helmet and go to Gapcheol Bridge. Elsewhere, Hwang M was wearing the helmet, standing tall on the bridge. Kim Taexiong, while fighting, turned back and asked his two teammates. I came here on the commander's orders. Are you two okay? Jae-gang joyfully exclaimed with great delight. Commander, I knew it. Only Yo Giant didn't quite believe these things and coldly asked back. Is it really the commander? Seeing this, Jae-gang was very certain because of the helmet on this person's head. Of course. Look at that helmet. That's the helmet I personally designed and gave to him. Elsewhere, Baek Nakshin was wearing the helmet and staring down. So if I do it this way, he became very determined, looking intently below. Does that mean I can deal with those core members, right, Cho Min? I'm wearing so many layers of clothes I can barely move. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered. Standing still like this, unable to move, is it really okay? All the bewildered people looked at the message sent. Concentrate forces near Gapcheol Bridge to Gapcheol Bridge immediately. Everyone was wide-eyed, not understanding what was happening. The commander continued to send messages. Get there and quickly take off Hwang M's helmet. The group immediately became bewildered, not knowing what was happening, and chaotically ran forward. Take off his helmet? Don't know for now, just run. They looked extremely rushed, running very fast as if waiting for an opportunity. Run faster. Run. All of them rushed in one direction, determined to go to Gapchiel Bridge. Elsewhere, Baek Nakshin still stood still, without any movement. He became very pensive while disguised as Hwang M. Jae-gang, at this moment, was moved to tears. He shouted loudly with emotion, "Commander!" Right after that, he quickly pushed aside the surrounding people and cursed loudly. "Get out of the way, you dogs!" Yo Jae-hin, witnessing this scene from the side, also became extremely bewildered. He widened his eyes in disbelief. That's clearly the commander's helmet. There's no way the commander's helmet would be stolen by someone else. Just then, Jae-gang suddenly realized something. He quickly turned his head and announced, "Hey, Division 3. His voice continued to ring out, "Beside you." Yo Jae-hin, hearing that, was startled and turned his head to react. At this moment, a master had jumped down and joined the battle, attacking Jae-hin. Jae-hin, seeing the situation wasn't good, hurriedly retreated to regain his composure. He angrily looked up and pointed forward, questioning, "What the hell is this? Our intimate date with the commander." His angry voice rang out. "How did you bastards know and bring a whole pack?" Taesung, seeing Cho Mo, likely Chomo, a character name, appear, froze with a bewildered expression. "Jo Mo Hi Cho Mo coldly looked ahead and declared, "Usually, when I'm exercising, I don't stop. But I heard there's a very interesting event nearby, so I came to check it out." Then he continued to look at Baek Nakshin, who was disguised as the commander, standing high above. "Hwang M, long time no see, huh?" A very smug smile appeared on his face. "It makes my hands and feet itchy." He quickly rushed forward and then crazily announced, "I'll kill you, Hwang M." Taesung, on the side, bewilderedly witnessing this scene, was so scared his jaw dropped. He still couldn't believe what was happening. Alliance number 5, Chomo. He trained incredibly hard to surpass Hwang M. Just then, a foot quickly appeared and then lunged forward. Luckily, at this moment, Jae-gang timely used his leg to attack him, making him hurriedly stop. He quickly jumped down to the ground. His face became completely angry as he turned his head and questioned, "This dog, where the hell did you crawl out from again?" Seeing Cho Mo so determined made him also surprised. Cho Mo asked, "You still haven't given up your delusional dream of defeating the commander, Jae-gang?" The kid raised by Hwang M. He quickly rushed forward, preparing to attack. "Get the hell out of here." The two sides lunged at each other with extreme ferocity, neither yielding. Cho Mo quickly landed a critical blow straight to Jae-gang's face, making Jae-gang a bit surprised. Following that, the two engaged in battle, seemingly unwilling to be the loser. Seeing Cho Mo's incredibly fast speed made Jae-gang quite surprised. Cho Mo was very cold, not caring about anything, and lunged straight forward. His punch appeared, but was timely blocked by Jae-gang. Jae-gang announced, "The commander is watching." Right after that, he used his leg to kick Cho Mo straight in the face. "So how could I let you punch me?" Cho Mo felt the pain and bewilderedly retreated. This punch from Jae-gang was incredibly powerful. Very quickly, he managed to punch Cho Mo, making him retreat. This made Cho Mo extremely angry. He quickly retaliated. "Damn you!" The two fought, neither yielding, seemingly an even match in this fight. Taesung, on the side, was extremely surprised as he looked at the fight right in front of him. Just number 5, and he can go head-to-head with an Emperor crew captain? Is this possible? While he was lost in thought, a punch from nowhere flew straight at his face. Kim Taeseong quickly knocked him down with just one punch. He continued to use powerful punches to quickly attack the others. Feeling something was not right, Taeseong immediately turned his head to assess the situation. At this moment, the battle here had become extremely fierce because the two sides were fighting, neither yielding. Where are all these people coming from? Their numbers keep increasing. Someone high above was also silently observing everything quickly and clearly. There are a total of 3 Emperor crew corps members here. At this rate, it will turn into a major war. Never mind reducing the suspicion of the corps members. One wrong step and the entire Emperor crew could be gone. Thinking this, he was a bit curious and glanced towards Cho Min, who was standing high above, observing everything. "What on earth are you planning, Cho Min?" Cho Min, seeing the situation, wasn't good to silently look down intently, as if calculating something. The Alliance members relentlessly ran forward. "The Alliance people are coming here. Over there, the Chief of Staff is taking action." Cho Min immediately remembered saying DS face, and then calculated his own plans. He can't possibly sit still when he hears the commander has appeared. He'll definitely want to come and verify it. Cho Min's face became incredibly serious, looking intently below. "Oh no, to be more precise, it's that thing, right?" After a very fierce fight, Jae-gang angrily punched Cho Mo straight in the face. Feeling it wasn't enough, he quickly punched Cho Mo again in the face, sending him flying into the air. Cho Mo was extremely angry, preparing to turn back and retaliate. Just as he was preparing to attack, Yo Jae-hin suddenly appeared and attacked him, making him fall to one side in pain. It seemed Jae-hin was extremely angry about these things. "This dog playing dirty." Jae-gang hurriedly approached and scolded Yo Jae-hin for stealing his fight. "I was fighting here. Why did you interfere?" If you do that, that dog will cause trouble for me later. Yo Jihan seemed not to care much. He continued to point forward and then said, now is not the time to decide those things. Look over there. While Baeknakshin was standing high above, observing, a group of people from nowhere was rushing towards him. Jae-gang, seeing this scene, became extremely angry. He furiously rushed straight forward. Hey, you dogs, who do you dare touch? With his terrifying speed, he quickly climbed high up the stairs, shouting. Cho Mo, seeing this scene, immediately became enraged. He absolutely would not let himself lose. He quickly climbed the stairs and then shouted, ordering, move aside, move aside. Elsewhere, the alliance members relentlessly ran forward, announcing to each other, over there, go strip his helmet off. Baeknakshin, seeing this scene, just silently stared at them. Seeing he made no move, they were a bit scared and hurriedly talked among themselves. Is that really Hwang Im? Is it okay? Don't know. It's the chief of staff's order. If we do it, we'll definitely be rewarded. Right after that, Nakshin quickly kicked forward, hitting several of them. Feeling it wasn't enough, he quickly threw them to one side and then shouted, come on. Suddenly, at this moment, two people from nowhere rushed forward and grabbed him tightly, making him look bewildered. Only then did he realize he was surrounded. He thought with some helplessness, damn, my body is too stiff. I can't move. Right after that, he remembered Cho Min's instructions and hugged the helmet tightly. He told himself, the helmet cannot be taken off. These guys still relentlessly grabbed his helmet, preparing to snatch it away. Jae-gang at this moment also quickly ran over, extremely furious. Commander! Suddenly, the next scene made him freeze in surprise. He saw them relentlessly pushing Nakshin down into the river below. Before falling into the river, Nakshin didn't forget to look back at him once. Seeing this, Jae-gang became extremely angry and relentlessly screamed, Commander! As Jae-gang gradually ran towards the commander, he was startled when he saw all the alliance members relentlessly surrounding his commander and pushing him down below. Before falling, Baeknakshin, disguised as Hwang Im, just calmly turned his head and looked at him once. Seeing this, Jae-gang worriedly shouted very loudly, Commander! Right after that, he hurriedly ran forward, intending to pull his commander back, but it was too late. Seeing his commander fall into the cold river made him only able to helplessly scream, Commander! He was extremely angry, turning his head to look at the alliance members. The alliance members, seeing this scene, became extremely bewildered and hurriedly retreated. He was so enraged that he shouted loudly, cursing, you damn dogs! Right after that, he hurriedly ran in another direction, angrily announcing loudly, move aside. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-seong was relentlessly tormenting his opponents with continuous punches. Yo Giant's footsteps also became incredibly powerful, taking down these underlings. Seeing the strange commotion, he hurriedly turned his head to look behind him to assess the situation. Witnessing the strange scene made him a bit confused as he continued to look below. The commander fell into the river, while only being pushed by few alliance members. Elsewhere, Cho Min stood high above, observing everything. His face became very worried. He continued to look ahead and then sighed. Baeknakshin, are you okay? It's almost time. On the riverbank at this moment, there was still no strange movement. The river surface was still calm and quiet, as if nothing had happened. A small foot slowly approached. Sang-di quickly arrived, observing the entire situation. And of course, this was also within Cho Min's calculations. Chief of Staff. The silent river at this moment was still flowing calmly in a strange way. Suddenly, at this moment, a hand emerged from the water. Baeknakshin, while stepping onto the bank, trembled and said angrily, so damn heavy. The river water wasn't too deep, but because of these heavy clothes, he looked bewilderedly at the heavy helmet in his hand and remembered everything. I almost drowned. It was true. The event unfolded exactly as Cho Min had said. At that time, Baeknakshin had become extremely bewildered and asked Cho Min, use the Daehan Alliance? Cho Min had nodded in confirmation. That's right. Hearing that, Nakshin was a bit curious. Ow! Cho Min smiled calculatingly and continued to declare, it's simple. Just pretend to be Hwang Im. Right after that, he looked at the helmet placed on the cold floor. Use that helmet. His face became incredibly calculating. He didn't forget to explain his plan to Nakshin. After you put on that helmet and appear before the Emperor Crew's core members, then you message the Chief of Staff saying Hwang Im has appeared, and that's it. I'll take a picture and send it to you. That way, the Chief of Staff will immediately deploy manpower to that location. Cho Min's face at this moment became incredibly serious. He didn't forget to instruct, and then the Alliance forces will automatically fight with the gang's core members. In Baeknakshin's small room, Cho Min's voice echoed relentlessly. Thanks to that incident, the core members will easily suffer considerable damage. And even if that's not the case, just them being slightly injured is already beneficial for you, isn't it? Hearing that, Nakshin nodded slightly in agreement. Well, maybe. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered. He still didn't quite understand and continued to voice a suspicion. But this helmet, if those guys find out Hwang Im was the one who threw it away, what are you going to do? What if he simply lost it, and then the real Hwang Im appears, and all I have to do is take off the helmet? and I'll be discovered immediately. Cho Min, after hearing these words, suddenly became strangely silent. He sighed and turned to leave. You also think deeply, huh? Then forget it. Hearing that, Nakshin immediately became bewildered. What? What? Cho Min quickly switched to his acting mode. He then told Nakshin everything he had just made up. I've also thought about those variables. If you want to deal with the soldiers, first to be able to confront Huang M. As of now, that's the only way. Hearing this, he continued to turn and leave, not forgetting to show some disdain. But you worry about so many things, yet you still know to choose Huang M as your opponent. Baek Nakshin, after hearing these words, immediately clenched his teeth in frustration. He quickly declared loudly, all right, let's try it once and see. My plan has been achieved. A very strange smile appeared on Cho Min's face. Returning to the present, Baek Nakshin was extremely bewildered, glancing around and saying, if it's not a direct confrontation, this is a method that never suits me. But if it's for revenge, he quickly sank into his own thoughts. Sang-di, tricking this guy makes me feel very uneasy. But just as he was still thinking, Sang-di was already standing right behind him. Nakshin, extremely bewildered, turned his head. After confirming it was him standing still there, he hurriedly and fearfully retreated, then shouted, is it really you? It's not a script, is it? The helmet quickly rolled on the ground from his hand. He didn't know what else to say in this situation and just stammered, Sang-di, 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 glanced at the helmet with extreme anger. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-seong was relentlessly fighting the alliance members. He kept hitting one person after another. He seemed tireless. Even so, fighting continuously for a long time also made him a bit tired. He panted, looking ahead. Is there no end to this? Right after that, he angrily looked towards Cho Min, who was standing and observing everything from the top of the bridge. Cho Min, Kim Tae-seong quickly used his eyes to urgently signal him. The fake Huang M has fallen off the bridge. Now, being discovered is only a matter of time. Seeing Cho Min still standing still there made him extremely angry. Ultimately, I still don't understand your plan. How on earth are you planning to prove the commander is still alive? Just with a figure wearing Huang M's helmet and standing there for a while doesn't prove anything. He continued to look at Jae Gang, who was relentlessly fighting fiercely. Anyway, Jae Gang plus Yo Jae-hin are not giving up in this battle, and also the captain of Division 3. He suddenly understood everything. They're not that stupid. Just as he thought, Yo Jae-hin, extremely angry, glanced ahead. There's still something very strange. I have to go verify it. Myself. Jae-hin quickly ran towards the riverbank to verify. You probably fell to the other side, right? Seeing him run so fast, the group hurriedly signaled each other, stop him. His face became incredibly serious, accompanied by some anticipation, as he looked ahead. Right after that, his eyes suddenly became stunned to the point of bewilderment, widening. His footsteps hurriedly stopped before the scene. In front of him was Oh Juntaek's group, leading their troops. This made him chuckle in surprised bewilderment. Damn it, what is this? He continued to look at Oh Juntaek's face. A group fight. Oh Juntaek coldly said, you all. Elsewhere, Cho Min's face became incredibly calculating, staring intently ahead. Tae-seong Hyung, I know very well that this method alone can't prove anything. But, he silently told Tae-seong, don't worry. Oh Juntaek coldly said, disperse. Cho Min had also calculated these scenarios, proving it is not our job. Even Baek Nakshin meeting Sang-di here was calculated by me. Can you prove Huang M in this situation? Not me, not you, and certainly not Baek Nakshin. It turned out our protagonist had an incredibly calculating mind, and the only one who can prove it. Baek Nakshin hurriedly called out, Jae Gang. Simultaneously, at this moment, Oh Juntaek withdrew his troops, not forgetting to announce, it's the Chief of Staff's order. The entire army currently cannot be defeated. Cho Min also understood everything. The person who wants to eliminate Huang M more than anyone else. And Oh Juntaek's voice continued to ring out, the three captains and the commander, including Huang M. Hearing these words made Yo Jae-hin also freeze in bewilderment. A total of 4 people? He said, this is a useless fight with no benefit to us, including the commander, a total of 4 people. If so, then a very smug smile now appeared on Cho Min's face. The person who doesn't want to reveal the truth about the death of the Emperor Crew's commander. The image of Sang-di, coldly holding his phone and advancing, is none other than the Chief of Staff. Sang-di quickly reported everything. I've seen their commander with my own eyes, General Commander. The battle here finally reached a point of stopping. The commander, likely a directive, relentlessly announced, disperse. Everyone disperse. This is the Chief of Staff's order. Kim Tae-seong immediately became bewildered, still not understanding what was happening. Seeing everything had unfolded as planned, made Cho Min quickly smile happily. Baek Nakshin, looking curious, held Huang M's helmet in his hand, and then said in surprise, Yo, Sang-di, what's this guy doing? He didn't say anything and just left like that? That's even scarier. He became extremely bewildered and continued to walk forward. Damn it, what do I do now? If I'm discovered, I'm dead. All of this was being observed by Cho Mo from behind. He exclaimed in confusion, still not understanding what was happening. Damn it. What on earth is going on? Solving one problem creates another suspicion. The sky was gradually turning towards evening. The group relentlessly waved and called out, Commander! Commander! J-Gang became more anxious than ever. He ran forward, relentlessly calling the commander's name. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered, trying to find Hwang MS figure. Damn it, where did he go? Kim Taexiong quickly approached and called out, J-Gang. Taexiong sighed and announced, It seems he has left. Hearing this, J-Gang was a bit angry and frustrated, saying, You didn't even let me see his face, and already left? Kim Taexiong, seeing this, thought in surprise, J-Gang, could it be that he still hasn't realized? Right after that, J-Gang turned his head, tears of despair falling as he relentlessly cried and begged, It's over. I'm done for. Clearly, the commander is disappointed in me. He quickly approached Kim Taexiong and relentlessly recounted everything. I asked to meet him because I was suspicious since I hadn't seen him lately. My life ends here. Hearing this, Kim Taexiong was also speechless at this guy's level of worship. J-Gang, his faith in the commander is no joke. I was worried for nothing. Taexiong continued to look towards Yo Jian, who was standing still behind. If so, then what remains? Contrary to J-Gang's attitude, Yo Jian became very cold and announced, What are you doing? Acting like a psycho? Isn't it enough to know the commander is still alive? Hearing this, J-Gang angrily shouted, cursing, It's all because of your lies, you bastard. Kim Taexiong, hearing these words, was speechless. Yo Jian. Jian continued to complain. How could the commander be so easily pushed down like that? Taexiong sighed, turned his head to look at Yo Jian, and then voiced his suspicion. Are you suspecting the commander? Yo Jian acted as if nothing had happened, walked past the two, and then continued to voice his thoughts. Yes. Isn't it very strange? He went on a nationwide trip, so he didn't appear for a whole month and only gave orders through text messages. That's enough reason to make me suspicious. Hearing this, Kim Taexiong became extremely angry and questioned loudly. Suspecting, and then what can you resolve? Yo Jian still maintained his cold expression. He continued to walk forward and then sighed. Resolve what? The chief of staff has verified the commander and ordered the entire army to withdraw. Then he remembered Sang Dia's appearance, and clearly, he understood Sang Dia's personality better than ever. That guy has no reason to be so scared when seeing an impersonator. It's also impossible for him to meet an impersonator and pretend he met the real person. He said to J-Gang, or maybe we guessed wrong? J-Gang, extremely angry, turned back and questioned him loudly. Who allowed you to casually group us together? A moment later, Kim Taexiong quickly recounted everything to Cho Min. He said that. Taexiong also had to smile and praise. Your strategy succeeded. Only then did a smile appear on Cho Min's lips. He joyfully picked up the milk carton, drank it all in one go, and then continued to voice his thoughts. Instead of calling a strategy, it should be called the only remaining choice. If you want to bring a dead person back to life in the current situation, there's no other way. Then came his next calculations with everything here. While there's suspicion within the Emperor crew, on the contrary, an outsider like the chief of staff has the most influence. Hearing this, Taexiong was a bit curious and hurriedly asked back, Why do you think the chief of staff wouldn't reveal Hwang MS death? Cho Min's face became calmer than ever. He continued to announce, I've already told him about Hwang MS death. The images of Sang Di and Oh Junti quickly appeared. Cho Min's voice continued to ring out. However, the chief of staff has never told anyone about that death. On the contrary, he even wants to take advantage of it. Oh Junti spoke to his chief of staff. As you requested, I said what you wrote in front of Division 3's captain, Yo Jian. Cho Min, on the side, had also calculated Sang Di's personality, because he wants to get Hwang MS phone so he can play with the Emperor crew. Sang Di quickly nodded in understanding and then smiled, praising, Yes, you did well. Saying this, Cho Min's face became incredibly serious. He looked straight ahead and then relentlessly announced, Because the chief of staff doesn't want to reveal Hwang MS death, I'm sure of one thing. If this happens, it will make the Emperor crew's core members believe Hwang M is still alive. Seeing Taexiong's stunned face made Cho Min ask in surprise, Why do you ask that? Only then did Kim Taexiong regain his composure. He hurriedly shook his head and said, nothing, although he had his own thoughts. He looked at Cho Min's small, weak appearance right in front of him with great surprise. Now, he's even planning to use the chief of staff? What a daring kid. His eyes widened in disbelief. In terms of physical strength, he's miles behind, but inside this kid. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Hwang M's appearance within Cho Min's form. His heart is beating in the same rhythm as Hwang M. Remembering something, Kim Taexiong quickly announced, right, I still have a question. Hearing that, Cho Min was a bit surprised. What? Taexiong continued to recount. Those two said something very suspicious. The image of the three gathering earlier appeared. Yo Jian also remembered something. And also, Yo Jian's face became incredibly serious as he turned his head back and instructed, Don't tell Bexica about today's incident. Hearing this, Taexiong was surprised and hurriedly asked the two, Are you hiding the fact that you called the commander from Bexica? Yo Jihan immediately nodded in confirmation and then announced, After the specifics, you don't need to know. Jae Gang at this moment also became very serious, turned his head back, and instructed, just know this is for the Emperor crew. I'm counting on you. Cho Min, after hearing these words, suddenly understood something. Keep it a secret from Division 1's Captain, Bexiaka. He seemed to sit there, pondering, and then continue to speak. I thought Bexiaka ordered them to do this. On the contrary, they are keeping it a secret from him. He had his own thoughts. They called the commander because they suspected someone was impersonating the commander. But if they are hiding this from Bexiaka, right after that, his eyes widened as if he realized something. Could it be? Kim Taexiong continued to stand there, voicing his thoughts. It's not clear what's going on, but the fact that the core members are keeping secret from each other is a sign of internal division. This is not a good thing in the war with the alliance. He seemed to be an upright person, relentlessly advising. Only the stability of a group brings victory in war. Resolving problems within the group is also the role of the leader. Cho Min, after hearing this, sighed and complained, so much work, huh? He nodded in understanding and then slowly stood up, instructing, yes, I'll pay attention to this. You've worked hard today. His face became incredibly serious as he announced, since you mentioned stability, I'll also talk about S. A very strange smile appeared on his lips. He quickly thought of his foolish friend, Baek Nakshin. I have a very suitable candidate. Elsewhere, Baek Nakshin was extremely surprised. Now when he looked at the message sent to Sang Di, with this content, asleep yet? Still no reply, which made him a bit frustrated. He's not even replying, that Sang Di guy. He sighed, scratched his head in confusion, and wondered aloud. Why the hell did he find me out? Wasn't this guy here at first? Why did he suddenly appear to verify things? Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, remembering something. At that time, Baek Nakshin had said to Cho Min, okay, that's fine. But tricking Sang Di makes me a bit uncomfortable. Hearing these words, Cho Min immediately became silent, speechless. His face became incredibly serious as he instructed Nakshin, you came here to catch Wang Im, not to play friendship games with El Sang Di. He sighed and continued to walk forward, announcing with frustration, I don't know if saying this will be helpful, but the Daehan alliance that Sang Di is running is also notoriously cruel. In fact, our school was also beaten up by the alliance once and had to endure humiliation. Saying this, his eyes suddenly changed. He continued to stare intently at Nakshin and to Sang Di. Everyone is Wang Im. Standing in front of Baek Nakshin, Cho Min relentlessly voiced his thoughts. Sang Di sees you as a tool to be used, not as his trusted companion. You just showed a little goodwill towards you, and you're already planning to submit to him? Remembering everything up to this point, Baek Nakshin sighed in confusion, thinking Cho Min is really good with words, but what he says isn't wrong. He was still lost in his own thoughts. And things have come to this, and now I'm all alone. Suddenly, at this moment his phone rang. He quickly answered and announced, hello, Sang Di. Well, it's like this. A voice suddenly rang out. Are you at home? Hearing that, he was startled and bewildered. A very strange smile now appeared on Sang Di's face. If you're at home, can you come out for a bit? He continued to look at the small apartment right in front of him. I'm in front of your house. The scene shifts to another place, inside the vast city. Inside Mahasung's hospital room, conversation quickly erupted. So, I can assume the matter has been resolved smoothly, right? Really? Wasn't that too reckless a strategy? Mahari continued to talk to Cho Min on the other end of the phone. Alright. I'll choose the next spot and let you know later. Prepare the next strategy. Right after hanging up, everything fell into a pensive silence. She turned her head to look at her brother, who was still lying motionless there. Her face became incredibly sad, seeing her brother in such danger. Suddenly, at this moment, a large figure slowly appeared in the small hospital room. Hey, Mahari. After seeing this person's face clearly, Mahari became extremely bewildered, her eyes wide. He chuckled. What's with the panic? Jae Gang smiled, slowly walked in, and asked Mahari in surprise. She was a bit surprised and scared, hurriedly retreating. Why are you? He smiled and continued to taunt. Lately, I've been a bit worried about my Emperor crew, so I'm very sensitive. Right after that, his face became incredibly angry as he approached her brother and threatened. From now on, you have to answer properly. The scene is still the hospital where Mahasung is receiving treatment. Jae Gang's voice slowly rang out. Mahari, I know you're a cunning woman. He was sitting right beside the hospital bed, a calculating smile on his face as he announced, sometimes saying incomprehensible things. And inside, you're plotting something a bit ridiculous because I'm just saying this now. But you probably have your own reasons, right? Anyway, although at this moment his face became incredibly angry, staring intently ahead, you're still the girl the commander chose, so I have to stop suspecting you. His eyes suddenly changed, and he questioned loudly, but you're dating a man who turned your own flesh and blood into a vegetable? Even if I rack my brains, I still can't understand it. He continued to extend his hand towards Mahasung, who was lying still. You only appeared after the commander turned this guy into a vegetable. Jae Gang stood before Mahari, relentlessly questioning loudly. Why did you approach the commander, huh? His voice continued to ring out. Answer me, Mahari. Her eyes became incredibly pensive, strangely so. Suddenly, he was startled when he looked at her face. A very strange smile appeared on her face. Why else? Right after that, Mahari stood before Jae-gang, smiled, and declared everything. Because I love him, that's why. Because I love him, that's why I'm by his side. Jae-gang, hearing his unwanted answer, was so angry he clenched his teeth. He approached and grabbed her hair tightly, cursing, "Stop clowning around, you crazy bitch." He relentlessly questioned, "You went around with that guy who spoke ill of the commander." He remembered seeing Mahari with Beck Nakshin inside the karaoke bar. At that time, Nakshin had loudly cursed both the commander and all his lowly soldiers, calling them a bunch of good-for-nothings. Jae-gang continued, "I thought it was strange then, but now I understand." Right after that, he approached her ear and whispered a few announcements. "You in here plotting the same plan, right? A plan to take revenge on the commander." Mahari, after hearing these words, just remained silent, speechless. She quickly pushed his hand away. Right after that, she shouted loudly with extreme anger, "Let go." She continued to stand before Jae-gang and declare, "Hwang M knows about this." Hearing that, Jae-gang was startled and surprised. She continued to look at her brother, who was still lying still on the hospital bed. "Hwang M already knows I'm this person's younger sister." His eyes at this moment became incredibly stunned, not daring to believe these things. He hurriedly approached, angrily questioning, as if unwilling to believe what she said, "What nonsense is this? The commander would let a woman who might stab him in the back stay by his side." She acted as if nothing had happened. Well, there you have it. Her eyes suddenly became incredibly strange. She continued to look up ahead and then declared, "Love is something that cannot be explained, right? That's right. Loving a man who put her brother in a coma. Loving a woman who might stab him in the back." Her voice continued to ring out with extreme determination. "Our relationship is not as simple as you think. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself." Saying this, she became extremely angry. "If you're not satisfied with me, then go listen to Hwang M's explanation yourself. Don't go snooping around behind people's backs like that." Just then, the doctor, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, entered and shouted loudly, "It's that person." Seeing this, two large bodyguards quickly grabbed Jae-gang and dragged him out. "Hey, only guardians are allowed in here." Mahari remembered something and instructed, "You have to speak carefully." A very smug and amused smile appeared on her face as she taunted, "Otherwise, you'll have done something that greatly disappoints Hwang M." Hearing these words, he was extremely angry, clenching his teeth. Seeing him seem to give up on everything made her extremely happy. Thanks to Cho Min resolving things smoothly. He quickly pulled his arm away and stepped outside. "Let go. I can walk myself." She also had her own luck, so Jae-gang still thought Hwang M was alive. She continued to look at Jae-gang's back as he slowly left. "If I've laid this groundwork here, he probably has nothing more to say, right?" He still relentlessly cursed, "Sly old fox." And she also understood everything. There was no way for him to verify it. Before Jae-gang left the hospital, Mahari suddenly called out again, "But Jae-hyung." Her face became incredibly serious as she looked up ahead and then asked back, "How did you know?" She became extremely bewildered and continued to look at him. "You probably won't tell me." Then she continued to announce, "But it's because I'm a bit curious." Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in extreme anger. He turned his head back and shouted, "Mahari, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." The surrounding guards, seeing this, hurriedly approached to intervene. It seemed he was not at all afraid of these people and continued to stare intently ahead, declaring, "I don't know a damn thing about love. I only let you off because you're the person the commander loves. But I'm telling you." He was extremely angry and suddenly said some very harsh words. "If you're planning to take revenge on the commander, you got the wrong person." What made the commander turn your brother into someone like that was because he was provoked by someone. Jae-gang's angry face stared intently ahead, relentlessly announcing, "The commander is being used. So, get rid of those ridiculous thoughts, okay?" Right after that, he didn't forget to threaten her and then turn to leave. "Got it. Don't do any more pointless things." Jae-gang, angrily walking forward, was lost in his own thoughts. The commander is the most amazing man, and the only one who can pose a danger to the commander. He immediately remembered her incredibly cunning face. Is none other than Mahari. Inside the room, she became extremely bewildered. What? Very quickly, the scene shifted to the large school within the city. The male students, surprised, gathered by the window and asked each other in surprise, Hey, look over there. What is it?" They still didn't understand what was happening and relentlessly discussed among themselves. "Do you know that guy? Who is he?" Baek Seika angrily shouted. "Damn it. Why that guy again?" Han Jang he hurriedly interjected. "First of all, stop glaring." Kim Taexiong's figure quickly appeared inside the school, making everyone extremely surprised. "It's the giraffe of Jungbeek." As he walked past, everyone was extremely angry but only dared to glare at him angrily. Minwook, hiding behind a wall on the side, asked in surprise, "So the rumors spreading all over town that the giraffe of Jungbeek joined the Emperor crew is true? Is he here for an inspection?" Cho Min, a bit confused, hurriedly asked him back, "Where exactly is this town you're talking about?" Minwook anxiously glanced ahead and then sighed in frustration, saying, he looks really scary. Just Jian looking at him would probably pee his pants. He continued to look at Taexiong's incredibly terrifying eyes as he walked forward. He's full of killing intent like this. He didn't forget to sigh and complain, maybe not just pee, but he'd shit his pants. Just then, Kim Taexiong opened the door and glared at the two. Minwook suddenly became scared and hurriedly said, sorry. He quickly glanced towards Cho Min. Cho Min nodded slightly at him, signaling. Remembering something, Taexiong asked Minwook, where is Kim Nakshan? Hearing this, Baek Seika, behind them, smiled smugly and said, damn it, did you hear that? Kim Taexiong is looking for Kim Nakshan. Han Jang-hee was extremely happy to hear these things. He joyfully announced, that guy must have been targeted. Serve him right. Simultaneously, at this moment, Baek Nakshan also slowly appeared and then asked loudly, what is it? Emperor Crew Division. A smug smile faintly appeared on his face. What an honor. He remembered Cho Min's words from yesterday, instructing him. If he invites you to join the Emperor Crew, Kim Nakshan will definitely be openly ostracized, you'll see. Cho Min's voice continued to ring in his head. Just leave the explanation to me. Taexiong Hyung just needs to make the offer. Kim Taexiong approached and asked, are you Kim Nakshan? Nakshan suddenly said, I'll be brief. In front of everyone, he loudly declared, please let me join the Emperor Crew. Minwook and Cho Min stood to one side. Their jaws dropped, unable to believe it. Baek Seika and Han Jang, he couldn't believe these things and widened their eyes in surprise. Is this guy crazy? Kim Taexiong, a bit confused, stared intently at him. He's not the first one to make such an offer. He still didn't understand what was happening with this young man. Ultimately, he was extremely bewildered. What happened? It turns out all of this was predicted by Sang-di. What did Kim Nakshan say to the chief of staff? Time shifts back to 2 days ago, in a bustling big city. Sang-di smiled and explained, at Gapcheo Bridge, I wasn't very clear-headed. You fell into the river because of my soldiers, right? Are you okay? Hearing this, Baek Nakshan felt a warmth in his stomach, unable to speak. Yes, I'm fine. Sang-di smiled, remembered something, and then recounted. If you feel sorry for me, you don't have to. His eyes became incredibly sharp, like bullets, staring intently ahead. In your position, you probably had a refined strategy. You didn't forget to reiterate Nakshan's original purpose. You came down to catch Wang M, right? Returning to the present, Kim Taexiong, a bit confused, asked Baek Nakshan right in front of him, you want me to help you join the Emperor Crew? Nakshan smiled joyfully and confirmed, that's right. Hearing this, Taexiong's face suddenly became strangely serious. Baek Seika, witnessing this scene, chuckled with amusement. He's gonna get punched, watch. Han Jang-hee, beside him, also nodded joyfully. Punched like a dog for sure. Kim Taexiong's eyes suddenly looked towards Cho Min with confusion. Cho Min, very determined, looked at him and nodded slightly, signaling. Immediately, Taexiong understood his meaning. He quickly nodded in agreement with Nakshan. All right. The crowd, hearing this, immediately became bewildered. Their jaws dropped, unable to believe it. Kim Taexiong continued to stare intently ahead and announced, after school, come to Hadding Park. Right after that, he immediately and dominantly left. Baek Seika, witnessing it all, was so shocked he couldn't believe it. Holy crap, does that make any sense? Han Jang-hee, on the side, also became extremely angry. If that dog becomes a member of the Emperor Crew, our market, which is controlled by the Emperor Crew, will be lorded over by him. Damn it, I can't let this happen. He stared intently ahead and then cursed. Suddenly, at this moment, Jae-hin coldly said, stop. He was extremely angry, slowly advancing forward and standing still. You bastards. Cho Min, elsewhere, was lost in his own thoughts. Kim Nakshan must have discussed something with the chief of staff. Jae-hin, seeing Kim Taexiong appear, chuckled and taunted. Oh, isn't this the giraffe of Jungbeek? He didn't forget to taunt smugly. Watching you recruit personnel yourself like this is quite a sight. Taexiong, a bit angry, stared intently ahead. Do you have a complaint? Hearing this, Jae-hin smiled smugly. Not all. Cho Min, on the side, also understood everything. This is definitely the chief of staff's plan. After hearing these things, Kim Taexiong also coldly turned and left. If so, I hope you contribute fully to the Emperor Crew this month. He was also gradually understanding everything. He's inserting an internal spy into the Emperor Crew. If the Alliance can gain the upper hand against the Emperor Crew, because of this, who knows, Yang in school might not have to be managed by a bunch of damn Emperor Crew dogs anymore. Then he continued to turn his head back, calculating. If so, at this moment, Jae-hin's face became incredibly pleased as he looked at the bewildered faces that didn't understand what was happening. I will once again rule those losing bastards. I can get back all the tribute money I had to give you. I can give you pain worthy of the joy you've enjoyed until now. The more he thought, the happier he became. Is that what Gaminjo, likely a character or phrase, would say? He burst out laughing with unrestrained delight. Baek Seika, witnessing it from the side, was utterly speechless. Han Jang-hee also asked in confusion, what the hell? Jae-hin, very smugly, thought, well, now it's time for me to use my head. Right after that, Baek Nakshin slowly walked forward under everyone's surprised gaze. He still didn't know what was happening and didn't forget to praise with amusement. Easier than I thought. Chomin also anxiously walked towards him. Nakshin, Min Wook on the side, thought in confusion. Joining the Emperor crew? Is it that easy? Seeing Chomin appear, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you were standing next to me all this time? Elsewhere, at a vending machine, Chomin asked in surprise. Chief of Staff? Baek Nakshin, while eating a hamburger, smiled and recounted everything. That's right. He told me to start from the bottom, then find and grasp Huang M's weakness. He became very smug and continued to announce everything to Chomin. So now, I'll also use my brain and act more realistically. Hearing this, Chomin also understood. It really was the chief of staff who asked him. His face became incredibly serious. He finally understood Sang D's intentions. Kim Nakshin is being used, but contrary to that suggestion, he was a bit confused and continued to look at Nakshin. What scheme is this now? At this moment, Nakshin, while eating his hamburger, complained, this really annoys me, but that guy's also freaking amazing. He sighed and continued to clearly recount everything to Chomin. He even made a suggestion, telling me to be a double agent. He told me to join and gather information about the Emperor crew. At that time, I'd definitely find a chance to defeat the commander. Saying this, he was startled when he saw Chomin's attitude become incredibly strange. Seeing Chomin's face change to a frightening degree made him also ask in surprise. Chomin? Chomin suddenly understood something. So that's it. Thinking this, he quickly returned to reality. He smiled and voiced his thoughts. Sorry. This method is good. If you find and provide information beneficial to the Alliance, the chances of catching the Emperor crew's core members will increase. Just as the bell rang, Chomin hurriedly stood up and instructed Nakshin. The bell rang. Next class is P, right? Let's go to class. Very quickly, during P class, a ball quickly flew high into the air. Baek Nakshin was dribbling the ball towards another direction, making the other students relentlessly cheer, Kim Nakshin. Min Wook on the side, witnessing these scenes, joyfully cheered, shoot, shoot. Chomin was still lost in his own thoughts. Chief of Staff. His face became incredibly serious. He had thought of unpleasant things happening. If he thinks I'm a fake commander, he'll probably know that the suggestion to make Kim Nakshin an internal spy will reach my ears. He remembered Sang D's incredibly calculating face and sly smile, and was a bit hesitant. Can I assume he no longer suspects me? His eyes became more hesitant than ever. If not, then on the contrary, could it be he's planning to play tricks with the internal spy Kim Nakshin to verify it again? The more he thought, the more tired he became. What the hell is this world? He helplessly sighed. Just as he bowed his head, a very strange smile appeared on his face. Going exactly as I want like this. Simultaneously, at this moment, Baek Nakshin also quickly kicked the ball into the net, scoring for his team. Chomin was still lost in his own thoughts. Putting myself in the chief of staff's position. If I'm not the fake commander, he'll have an advantage through the internal spy Kim Nakshin. Nakshin joyfully cheered, goal, and Chomin was still pondering. And if I'm the fake commander? He was a bit confused, then quickly calculated the next scenario. I have to pretend to let Kim Nakshin provide information to avoid suspicion. Baek Nakshin was extremely happy seeing he had scored. Thinking this made Chomin even more certain. In other words, either way, it's beneficial for the Alliance. Chomin remembered the fierce battle between the two sides, the gang and the Alliance, which made him quite hesitant. From J-Gang's rescue incident, the Chief of Staff started suspecting the Alliance had an internal spy. Then the image of J-Gang being captured by the Alliance flashed in his mind. And in this incident where Huang M appeared, he realized Kim Nakshin truly wants revenge in a more practical way. Not only that, the image of Nakshin at that time appeared before his eyes, and finally, the image of Sang D, encountering him but having no reaction. Thinking this, Chomin became incredibly smug with the plan he had set, combining the experience from those two times. I was hoping it would be great if he made a suggestion that Kim Nakshin would be an internal spy in the Emperor crew, and this actually happened. He continued to look at Nakshin, who was relentlessly kicking the ball in the air. And it's also not necessary to suggest to him to join the Emperor crew to provide information to the Chief of Staff anymore. So why am I trying to create such a disadvantageous situation? He became extremely joyful. It seemed his plan was reaching new heights. That's because this will create a basis for the Chief of Staff to lower his guard. He thought with certainty, Chief of Staff, you will be forced to remember this. Elsewhere, Sang D, surprised, looked at his phone. Chomin had silently resolved in his heart. You will pay a very heavy price. At this moment, on Sang D's phone was the message from Kim Nakshin. It seems I got into the Emperor crew. Simultaneously, at this moment, a strange smile would appear on both their faces. Everyone had their own calculations for the advantage they received. In the end, who will be more cunning? The sky was gradually turning towards evening at Chomin's school. Baek Nakshin stood there in surprise, bewilderedly asking. You agreed so cheerfully. I thought you'd throw me a warm welcome party. He was a bit confused as he looked at Kim Tae-seon's incredibly serious face. But what is this? He was a bit confused as he looked at all the people full of killing intent relentlessly scrutinizing him. this gloomy atmosphere. After a period of silence, Kim Tae-seong slowly announced, I'm very interested in your offer to join the crew. However, you also need to pass a test. Hearing this, Nakshin immediately became hesitant, then slowly said, well, it's not something I haven't thought of. A smile of interest now appeared on his face as he asked back, so, what do I have to do now? An entrance test. Right after that, Kim Tae-seong's underlings quickly rushed forward and surrounded him, making him a bit surprised. He looked at the crowd around him and then seemed to understand something. I just need to beat these guys, huh? Tae-seong, hearing that, very calmly looked intently ahead. A strange smile appeared on his lips. No way. Baek Nakshin, startled, felt something bad was about to happen to him. Tae-seong slowly walked towards him. Standing in front of him, Tae-seong smiled and announced, your opponent is me. The two were standing inside the circle of people. His voice continued to ring out, from now on, you'll have to fight within the radius these guys are surrounding. Following that were his conditions, quickly laid out, I'll give you 10 minutes. As long as you don't step out of the range, his face became incredibly serious as he pointed to his own face, and land one hit on me. You're accepted. Kim Tae-seong continued to explain the rules to Baek Nakshin, relentlessly instructing. Conversely, if your foot steps out and you can't touch me within those 10 minutes, you fail. Nakshin, after hearing these things, chuckled in surprise. You're underestimating me way too much. Right after that, he quickly rushed forward. Or you'll be ashamed if I finish too quickly. He started with a punch. Will you be okay? But unfortunately for him, this punch missed. The surrounding underlings, seeing the wind-like speed, were a bit startled and bewildered. Nakshin, seeing Tae-seong dodge so easily, chuckled in surprise. Knew he'd dodge. Then he continued to swing his knee towards Tae-seong's face, preparing to attack. At this moment, Tae-seong remembered something else. He quickly said and also, right after that, he leaned back, dodging this attack, which also made Nakshin startled and bewildered. Nakshin's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe it. This guy, Tae-seong, at this moment, became incredibly dominant as he gently dodged every blow Nakshin threw. How is he so flexible? Simultaneously, at this moment, a punch quickly flew forward. Tae-seong punched Nakshin straight, leaving him no time to dodge. This surprise attack made Nakshin extremely bewildered. He hadn't even reacted to this punch. Kim Tae-seong, very serious, looked up ahead and declared loudly, if you pass out, you also fail. Elsewhere, Min Wook became extremely surprised, walking forward while discussing with Cho Min. Kim Nakshin, is he a well-known guy? How could he become a member of the Emperor crew so easily? Suddenly remembering something, he smiled and continued to say to Cho Min, it seems you're close with Kim Nakshin, right? Our school life is bright now, damn it. Hearing that, Cho Min sighed and announced, it's not that easy. Hearing this, Min Wook was a bit confused. What? And Cho Min's face became incredibly hard to read. He involuntarily remembered last night. Kim Tae-seong's voice rang out. Kim Nakshin? There's such a guy. He turned his back and continued to voice his thoughts to Cho Min. Just try letting him join. However, I'll be a bit stricter with the test. Hearing that, Cho Min immediately understood and didn't forget to instruct. Just go easy on him. Anyway, I'm also using external forces to build a strategy. Tae-seong's eyes were very cold as he turned his head back and announced, not strict. Cho Min, after hearing this, was a bit confused and asked back what? Tae-seong became very serious. He didn't forget to announce to Cho Min, I appreciate your strategy, Cho Min. However, don't mistake this war for a chess game. His voice continued to ring out as he remembered the terrifying people who appeared within the crew. The members of the Emperor crew are completely different from the pieces on a chessboard. They are people who think through every little detail. Saying this, Kim Tae-seong, with his trustworthy face, turned his head back and instructed Cho Min, and that will make them lose faith in the captains and also affect my leadership ability. That will only make our strategy harder to implement. Hearing that, Cho Min became even more confused. Strategy? Tae-seong immediately nodded and announced, that's right. At this moment, he became incredibly certain, thinking of different lands being planted with flags. Our current goal is to make the alliance disband. If your strategy is to plant stakes to mark the places you've been. Following that was the image of Kim Tae-seong's group, leading their underlings, running quickly forward. Then figuring out how to overcome and realize it is called tactics. Saying this, he became incredibly certain and declared, the victory of a war is composed of strategy and tactics. No matter how perfectly a strategy is built, without tactics, everything becomes meaningless. Cho Min, after hearing this, just remained silent in surprise. Contrary to his appearance, Kim Tae-seong seemed incredibly quick-witted. He was very skilled in using his mind for these things. He voiced everything, although I don't know what strategy you're brewing to use Kim Nakshin. In short, if he's not someone worthy of the members' recognition, it means you'll have to abandon that strategy. I don't know if you'll feel sad. Cho Min, after hearing these words, also understood something. But then he slowly announced to Tae-seong, no, it's truly right to be accompanied by you. You're right. His face became incredibly serious as he praised, the entrance test, I'm counting on you. Remembering this, Cho Min became incredibly serious, lost in his own thoughts. Although the way to hit the chief of staff's weak point by using Kim Nakshin is always on my mind. Although he was also a bit worried, thinking, but just as Taeseong-hyung said, if Kim Nakshin doesn't join the Emperor crew legitimately, it's meaningless. Min-wook beside him, seeing he looked strange, asked in surprise, "Hey, why are you sweating so much?" Cho-min still didn't care about these things and was lost in his own thoughts. At that time, he couldn't even beat Jae-gang. The powerful image of Baek Nakshin flashed in his memory. He thought with some confidence, let alone a Kim Taeseong who is even stronger than Jae-gang. If Kim Nakshin hasn't improved at all since that incident. The fight between the two was still relentlessly ongoing with great ferocity. But it seemed Taeseong was gradually overpowering Nakshin with his strength. Nakshin was relentlessly being beaten by him. Then he definitely can't pass Taeseong-hyung's test. At this moment, Nakshin felt the pain and hurriedly clutched his stomach, retreating. Kim Taeseong coldly asked his underlings, "How many minutes left?" The underlings hurriedly explained, 5 more minutes. Hearing that, he chuckled in surprise. Is that so? Baek Nakshin did not give up. He continued to stare intently at his formidable opponent and sank into his own thoughts. Kim Taeseong, what kind of person is both strong and fast, and now also flexible? How does he have all of that? He quickly remembered Jae-gang's name. With his overwhelming strength, just that guy alone was already freaking strong. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered, looking ahead. The Emperor crew is full of monsters like this, huh? Kim Taeseong quickly lunged with a punch straight at him, preparing to strike. A loud sound rang out. He quickly punched hard down onto the ground. Luckily, Nakshin timely dodged it, hurriedly moving to one side. He quickly retreated, as if nothing had happened. Taeseong, with his serious face, looked up at him. Baek Nakshin, very slyly, leaned his hand on these guys and smiled, asking Taeseong, "There's no rule forbidding me from touching these guys, right?" Hearing that, Taeseong just remained silent, not replying. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I acknowledge that." Kim Taeseong's underling, holding his phone, checked the time and then announced, 3 more minutes. Taeseong, seeing Baek Nakshin relentlessly counterattacking, sighed, "If you keep this up, I'll acknowledge you as someone who only talks." Hearing that, Nakshin chuckled in surprise. "No way. I hate guys like that too." Then he continued to announce, "If you give me an hour to chop a tree, I'll spend 45 minutes sharpening the axe." Hearing this, Taeseong was a bit confused. Nakshin quickly clenched his fist and slowly launched an attack. Well then, from this moment on, Baek Nakshin's face became incredibly determined as he declared loudly, "I'm chopping." Elsewhere, Min-wook, while walking forward, anxiously said, "Hey, Cho-min, I'm dying of curiosity. Shouldn't we go to Haedong Park?" Cho-min calmly walked beside him and then sighed, "Enough. Why do you care so much about those things?" Hearing this, Min-wook was a bit confused and hurriedly explained, "It's because if I spread news the fastest in town." Right after that, he seemed startled by something. He looked at Mahari's stunningly beautiful face and had to exclaim in surprise, "Damn, so beautiful." At this moment, he suddenly became very strange. He said some very incomprehensible words. "Probably never in my life will a beautiful woman suddenly appear, run up, grab my hand, and pull me away, right?" Mahari, at this moment, seemed to be looking for someone. Min-wook continued to ask Cho-min, right? Right after seeing the two, she immediately ran quickly towards Cho-min. She quickly grabbed his hand tightly. Before Min-wook's incredibly surprised eyes, she pulled Cho-min away, not forgetting to instruct, "Hurry, follow me. Something urgent has come up." What is Mahari's urgent matter? The sky was gradually turning towards late afternoon in the city. The fight between Baek Nakshin and Kim Taeseong was still ongoing with extreme ferocity. Nakshin's foot jumped high into the air. He turned, preparing to launch another attack. His face became incredibly determined. He quickly rushed forward and then launched his attack. Kim Taeseong's underlings on the side, witnessing everything, became extremely bewildered, thinking, "He's attacking the captain." However, Baek Nakshin was gradually becoming tired after a period of continuous struggle. Everyone was very worried as they looked at this scene. No effect. Kim Taeseong had completely blocked his attack. He quickly counterattacked and then slowly attacked Nakshin again, leaving him no time to react. Just like that, a punch was gradually flying towards Nakshin's face, making him startled and bewildered. He then took another punch from Taeseong, making him helplessly fall backward. It seemed this fight was gradually becoming unbalanced. He just fell hard backward like that. Kim Taeseong, very coldly, looked up at him. "Did I hear wrong?" There was a bit of mockery in his words. "It seemed you said you're going to chop." Baek Nakshin, at this moment, slowly sat up. The underling holding the phone loudly announced, "1 last minute." Seeing this, Nakshin sighed loudly for Cho-min. A very strange smile appeared on his face. "Just this much?" Kim Taeseong, seeing this smile, was a bit bewildered, staring intently ahead. Smiling. Right after that, Nakshin quickly rushed forward very fast in the air. He lunged straight at Taeseong, preparing to attack with an incredibly determined face. Kim Soo-hyun continuously raised his fist, preparing to attack him. Gu Ha-jun saw this and was a bit surprised but still spoke up with a comment. "If you only keep using one move, Suddenly, at that moment, a handful of sand appeared before Gu Hajuan's eyes. Just like that, Gu Hajuan completely ate this handful of sand and hurriedly shut his eyes tightly. Immediately after, he quickly shook his head, blowing away the sand grains right in front of his face. This guy, Gu Hajuan, was startled, remembering that earlier, while being beaten, Kim Soo-hyun had quickly sat down on the ground. Gu Hajuan suddenly understood why he had sat on the ground. Did he pick up a handful of sand then? Gu Hajuan sighed, somewhat disdainfully. A petty trick. Suddenly, at that moment, Kim Soo-hyun appeared in front of Gu Hajuan, slowly winding up a punch. Seeing this situation, Gu Hajuan hurriedly jumped up, preparing to dodge. Immediately after, he completely dodged Kim Soo-hyun's punch. Gu Hajuan's foot quickly kicked out hard towards Kim Soo-hyun, making him unable to react, dodging his own punch while also delivering a follow-up kick. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun became extremely bewildered, looking at Gu Hajuan's face and questioning, "Isn't that too much, you monster?" Gu Hajuan's eyes didn't change, staring straight ahead, but Kim Soo-hyun immediately grabbed Gu Hajuan's leg with this move. Right after, Kim Soo-hyun used all his strength, spun around, preparing to throw Gu Hajuan into the air, which would make him lose balance. Just like that, Gu Hajuan lost his footing and fell painfully to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Kim Soo-hyun pinned Gu Hajuan down, not giving him a chance to react. Kim Soo-hyun's shout rang out. He tightly hugged Gu Hajuan, preparing to spin and attack. The underlings on one side, seeing this scene, were somewhat bewildered, frozen. That guy. They continued to look at the battle between the two with astonishment. He pushed the captain down in that position. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun quickly dragged Gu Hajuan gradually towards the outside of the circle, making everyone immediately understand his intention. He intends to pull him out of the circle. Right after, Gu Hajuan luckily used the strength of his hands to hold his body firmly in place. He angrily turned his head back and shouted, "You talk about principles, but your hands and feet play dirty tricks, huh?" Hearing these words, Kim Soo-hyun clenched his teeth and announced, "I don't like dirty tricks either." At the same time, an underling quickly announced to the two, 15 seconds. Suddenly, at this moment, an image of Daniel Smith struggling to climb large mountains appeared. Acknowledge what deserves to be acknowledged. For me now, the king is still very far away. No matter if there's a snowstorm or danger, he never gives up. My thought of righteously marching to take revenge and make that guy kneel is too arrogant. Kim Soo-hyun continued to use his own way, crawling and dragging Gu Hajuan forward. The underling then announced the time remaining, only 5. Thinking this, Kim Soo-hyun became extremely angry. The way to beat him, the time was now even more pressing. 4. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes became incredibly determined. He raised his head and shouted, "Is there any other way than this?" He knew he was no match for Gu Hajuan if they fought directly. He was just looking for a way to win. The time was now only 3. He was even closer to the finish line. A determined shout from him echoed continuously in this place. The time was now only 2. Immediately after, the entire place resounded with a loud noise, causing all the trees to tremble. The underling, surprised by the scene before him, announced, "Time's up." As the underling's voice rang out, Kim Soo-hyun had completely used his strength to push Gu Hajuan outside the circle. He panted, extremely tired for what he had just done. Gu Hajuan suddenly spoke up, "Kim Soo-hyun." He informed him. Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun just panted and asked back in surprise, "Just using the lower body?" Immediately after, he tiredly fell backward and helplessly asked, "But why am I seeing stars all over the place?" Gu Hajuan said to the underling, "Bring it here." The underling quickly held out the jacket. Yes. Gu Hajuan handed this uniform jacket to Kim Soo-hyun, not forgetting to praise, "Kim Soo-hyun, excellent tactics." Just like that, Kim Soo-hyun lay tiredly on the ground. The jacket was thrown onto him, along with congratulations on joining North Gangbuk High. Seeing this, the underlings angrily started talking among themselves. Didn't that guy throw sand in the captain's face? So cowardly. But he's seriously injured. But soon after, they also had to discuss and deliberate. But in a moment of fighting, he managed to beat Captain Gu Hajuan. A schemer is no ordinary person. Kim Soo-hyun was still lying there, tired and panting. These two walked away, talking to each other with great confusion. If we mess with guys like him, we'll be eating shit. Well, if we want peace, it's best not to touch him. Gu Hajuan, on one side, listened to everything. He let out a soft, very puzzled sigh and thought, Kim Soo-hyun is truly an interesting kid. Right at this moment, a phone call came. Gu Hajuan quickly answered and announced, "Yeah, Cho-yun, I was just about to call you." Kim Soo-hyun passed the test. Hearing this, Cho-yun hurriedly replied through the phone screen, "That's a relief, but there's something even more urgent than that." Gu Hajuan's face suddenly became serious. Cho-yun, not understanding why he was beaten black and blue, recounted everything. "What happened?" "Well, it's like this." Cho-yun looked at Yang Sona's helpless face as she was gradually dragged away by them. He helplessly reported everything. The Alliance kidnapped Yang Sona. Earlier, returning to that moment, Yang Sona anxiously pulled Cho-yun's hand, running quickly ahead. He ran and asked her in surprise, "What's so urgent? What's wrong?" What is it? This was a few minutes ago. He ran forward, surprised, and asked her again. If it's urgent, you should have called me, right? Seeing this, she angrily scolded. Stop blabbering and just follow me. Her face had become extremely serious, running quickly forward, declaring, there's something I want to show you. Hearing this, Cho-Yun was a bit curious, not understanding what was happening. What is it? She continued to announce. Suddenly, he pulled his hand away from hers and loudly reprimanded. All right, I'll follow you. Let go of my hand first. Immediately after, Yang Sona quickly clutched her shoulder and cried out. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked again, what's wrong? At this moment, he was startled by the scene right in front of him. A group of gangsters was already waiting there with extremely smug expressions. Oh no, the man even wore a calculating smile on his face. Sorry, I think I pulled a muscle. He chuckled gleefully, slowly walking towards the two of them and proposing. Hey psycho, beautiful. This is also fate. How about we go on a date? Cho-Yun hurriedly said to her. Yang Sona, let's go somewhere else. Hearing this, she sighed angrily and scolded. Can you people get lost? Cho-Yun, seeing her strange reaction, froze, not understanding what was happening. His face now looked extremely puzzled. He hurriedly asked her, hey, what's wrong? We could just go somewhere else. He was a bit confused, accompanied by a little fear. If it were a normal day, Yang Sona would have let it go gently, right? But it seemed Yang Sona's face was unwilling to back down from this group, and continued to look forward. What's wrong with her? The gang leader, seeing this, immediately became enraged. He turned around and signaled his cronies. Damn it, I'm being disrespected. The ones behind burst out laughing and immediately started discussing. The alliance is being looked down upon. That's not right. I have what's called the pride of the alliance. Immediately after, he swung his hand forward, preparing to strike her. This won't do. Right at this moment, a hand quickly blocked this slap. He, seeing Cho-Yun had intervened, was a bit confused and hurriedly asked, Cho-Yun forced a strained smile and hurriedly announced to these guys, sorry sirs, why are you so sensitive? We'll continue on our way. Hearing this, these guys immediately froze, not understanding what was happening with him. Immediately after, all of them looked up at the sky and burst out laughing with great amusement. Not only did they not back down, but they also continued to advance, their faces full of ridicule. Holy crap, I think I've seen this scene once before. Isn't it like that? Those bookworm heroes trying to resolve everything peacefully. Cho-Yun, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly stepped back and explained, no, I'm not like that. I don't do those things. He quickly turned his head and warned Yang Sona. Yang Sona, run. At the same time, the leader slowly approached, scolding, let me see. While he was preparing to strike, at that moment, she pulled out a strange spray bottle from her person and sprayed it directly into his face, making him unable to react. He angrily shouted in despair. What the hell is this? He hurriedly backed away, extremely angry, continuously questioning loudly. What did that girl spray? Cho-Yun, on the side, didn't know what else to say in this situation. He became even more desperate. Damn. He continued to look at the spray bottle in her hand, thinking in confusion. Pepper spray? When did she start carrying this? At this moment, worried thoughts arose in his mind. This is not good. If we're just one guy, it might be okay. The group of them quickly rushed forward, ordering each other, damn it, catch her. Seeing this, Cho-Yun became even more helpless. But doing that will only make them angrier. Cho-Yun quickly turned around, pulled Yang Sona's hand to leave, not forgetting to quickly say, Yang Sona, run. Suddenly, at this moment, the leader grabbed her hair, making her cry out in pain. All of them were extremely angry, tightly gripping her hair, not giving her a chance to react. Seeing this scene, Cho-Yun was extremely angry, turned his head, and looked back. Damn it, he rushed forward, loudly scolding the group. Let go. Very quickly, the scene returned to the present, beside the small alley. After a struggle, Cho-Yun's face was swollen all over. Gu Hajuan asked in surprise, Yang Sona was captured? Cho-Yun nodded painfully and replied, yes, they belong to the alliance. Hearing this, Gu Hajuan was a bit worried. Where? Cho-Yun hurriedly explained that. He quickly remembered the words the leader had said to him. If you want to find a girl, then come to Gosu Vocational School. Does he dare to come? He quickly informed Gu Hajuan, Gosu Vocational School. On the other end of the phone, Gu Hajuan remained silent, listening to everything. On both flanks, there are two schools, Dunjong and Dalip, affiliated with the alliance. If we make one wrong move, we'll be caught in a pincer. Cho-Yun continued to voice his calculations to him with great certainty. We also have no reason to call North Gangbuk High to a place not under the gang's control. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered and continued to propose an idea. The situation is a bit tense. What should we do? Or should we just advance from? After a period of silence, Gu Hajuan finally spoke up. I will infiltrate. Hearing this, Cho-Yun was startled and worried. He hurriedly tried to say something, but before he could finish, Gu Hajuan continued to voice his thoughts. The moment Yang Sona said she would take down the Alliance and North Gangbuk High, and affirmed she would make the battles in this Daoan land disappear, as well as disband North Gangbuk High. His voice echoed continuously as he remembered that weak girl who still tried to act strong. Although she is a woman, she is still our ally, someone fighting to eliminate these battles. His words became even more determined as he thought of this pitiful girl. And we cannot abandon our people. Cho-Yun knew that, but he understood that the current situation had become extremely dangerous. But these times are very disadvantageous for us. Gu Hajuan continued to speak to him. I told you already. Something as important as strategy is tactics. His voice was extremely serious, continuously speaking over the phone. I always appreciate your strategies. So this time, please trust and entrust it to my tactics. Hearing this, Cho-Yun quickly nodded in understanding. I understand. Then I'll count on you. I'll also find a way to support you. Immediately after hanging up, Cho-Yun became extremely worried, glancing around. We'll be okay. He sighed, not knowing what else to do in this situation. I don't doubt Kim Soo-hyun's abilities. Kim Soo-hyun, on his end, announced to his underlings, everyone, gather. Just like that, no one said another word. Everyone tacitly understood that a fierce battle was about to erupt. The current situation was no different from sticking one's head into a tiger's den. Time gradually shifted towards the evening at a large, bustling school. This place was vast, but also sparsely populated. The leader of the kidnapping group from earlier angrily approached and informed his comrades, damn it, my eyes still sting. Where's that crazy girl? His comrade chuckled and replied, she's inside. Then he laughed and recounted, she's still glaring at us. Hearing this, he was somewhat pleased and continued to mock. She's not scared of anything. Huh? Does she have Kim Soo-hyun as a boyfriend? They continuously discussed among themselves. If that's true, I'll admit it. I probably pissed my pants then. Right at this moment, a guy hurriedly ran out and said, hey, that girl. This guy's voice immediately became anxious. Her boyfriend really is Kim Soo-hyun. These two, upon hearing this, immediately froze in bewilderment. Young Sona, with a very smug smile, announced, it's true. She stood inside, continuously provoking the crowd. You guys try to touch me, and you'll get beaten to a pulp. Come on. Hearing this, the crowd continuously discussed animatedly. Kim Soo-hyun has a girlfriend? I've never heard of that. She's probably just bluffing, right? But what if it's true? Seeing they didn't seem to believe her made her even angrier. She let out a faint smile and continuously mocked. This place is just a gathering of short-brained idiots who get scared to death just hearing the name Kim Soo-hyun. Huh. Standing right in front of this crowd of bullies, she even continued to challenge them. Come on, I told you to come on, you idiots. Hearing this, the leader seemed unable to bear it anymore and angrily rushed forward. Move aside. He tightly gripped her collar. He had completely lost his temper. He didn't forget to scold and mock her. What nonsense are you spouting? Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend, huh? Immediately after, he moved closer to her. So what if you're Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend? A very wicked smile appeared on his face. Then call Kim Soo-hyun out here, so I can deal with him too. Seeing this, she calmly announced, you're scared. He was startled and surprised by this. A very interested smile appeared on her face as she praised. Your mouth talks big, but your eyes are trembling. Immediately after, she continued to voice her thoughts to him. If you were really confident enough to face Kim Soo-hyun, you have dealt with me already. Instead, you're just grabbing my collar. Her voice echoed continuously, making him even angrier to the point of rage. First, I have to show off in front of this girl. But what if she really is Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? You're pathetic. You tremble like a leaf just hearing Kim Soo-hyun's name. He immediately asked again, what? His face had completely contorted with rage. Are you done talking? Young Sona didn't back down, a very scary smile on her face. She declared to him, you were already targeted by Kim Soo-hyun, you dog. He became extremely enraged, preparing to attack her. This crazy bitch. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud noise from outside startled him, making him freeze. The people around him, surprised, turned their heads and whispered among themselves. What's that? What's that noise? A comrade quickly ran from outside, anxiously exclaiming, outside. Damn it. Their terrified screams rang out. North Gangbuk High. Kim Soo-hyun is quickly leading his comrades on motorcycles, gradually approaching this place to rescue Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend. Inside the school, a small voice was heard, brother, brother. Then this voice became louder. Brother, wake up. Hyo Jin-tae, hearing this, suddenly startled awake from his dream. He seemed surprised, his arms around two girls, his head pillowed, and asked in surprise, ah, yes, what is it? The short-haired girl anxiously announced, brother, I think something's happened. Seeing this, he seemed surprised and hurriedly questioned, why is it so noisy? She shook her head and explained everything. I don't know. Suddenly, I heard the sound of motorcycles from downstairs, a rumbling sound. Immediately after, an underling hurriedly ran over, anxiously reporting to him, Captain, big trouble. Seeing this, he was a bit flustered and questioned, ugh, what now? The underling anxiously recounted everything. The North Gangbuk High gang is here. They attacked suddenly. Hyo Jin-tae, hearing these words, quickly stood up and slowly walked forward with an expression of disbelief. What the hell? Looking at the chaotic scene below made him even angrier. Damn it, I was sleeping. He shouted furiously. Looks like something happened. Kim Soo-hyun's gang quickly rushed to this place with determination. The story gradually unfolded amidst the chaotic scene here. What is the most important virtue of school life? Images of money continuously falling to the ground, causing a crowd to scramble to pick it up. The next image was a chaotic fight between different men. All of this was observed by Na Yugyeom from above. No, it's not those things. He was amused watching these events. The most important virtue is, he announced, the blue team wins its connections. Seeing Hyo Jintae's interested face, he laughed in surprise and asked him, well, Hyo Jintae, isn't it fun? From a young age, he had understood something very important. Yes, backing is extremely important. He happily nodded in agreement. Yes, I realized that early on. Next, an image of a large school here was shown. Although I tried to study, I decided to study at Gosu Vocational School, where my close older brother, whom I considered my real brother from the orphanage, Senior Yugyeom, was. Because his older brother was attacking, Hyo Jintae was extremely dominant, not afraid of these things at all. My strategy hit the mark. Receiving the affection of brother Na Yugyeom at Gosu Vocational School, I naturally became untouchable by all students. He even continuously fought fiercely inside the school. Not only that, he openly bullied other students before the surprised eyes and excitement of those around him. I don't know if it's because of brother Na Yugyeom's aura, but none of the kids in my year were a match for me. Na Yugyeom smiled, approached, and praised. Wow, you fight well, huh? Seeing this, he was somewhat smug, and so I automatically became the leader ruling over the students in my grade. Immediately after, he decided to grow long hair. Then the hairstyle, the characteristic beard of Na Yugyeom couldn't be missing. The beard from the small things for my brother, I turned it into my own image. Immediately after, many different underlings quickly appeared behind him. As a result, the top position at Gosu Vocational School naturally became mine. His face was extremely smug as he enjoyed all of this, moving forward. The taste of this rule is sweeter than I imagined. Money, honor. In addition, beautiful, fresh, and vibrant young women constantly surrounded him, especially women. Thinking of this, he became so interested that he smiled until his eyes crinkled. I have tasted the full flavor of a man who has achieved success in this society. And it didn't stop there. He quickly joined the alliance and became a well-known commander there. To maintain my position, I chose to join the alliance. Due to the geographical advantage of my school being behind the front lines, I planned to enjoy myself comfortably for a year and then graduate. But why? Returning to reality, Hyo Jintae quickly ran downstairs with a confused expression. Why suddenly? He ran forward, shouting loudly. What the hell is this? If you guys are playing tricks, just say so. The underling hurriedly explained, no sir. He angrily shouted back, then damn it. What the hell is North Gangbuk High doing here? He sensed something dangerous was approaching. The moment to test my leadership ability suddenly arrived. The underling hurriedly and anxiously explained everything again. About that. Earlier we brought a girl here to mess with her. The underling's voice became even more bewildered. But somehow that girl seems to be Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend. Hearing this name made Hyo Jintae even more speechless, to the point of despair. What the heck? He shouted loudly. Which idiot was it? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait. His face was strangely pensive. He hurriedly asked again, is that confirmed? The underling nodded in confirmation and announced, yes, as soon as we brought that girl here and the fact that North Gangbuk High came, it seems to be true. Immediately after, the underling hurriedly whispered into his ear, voicing his thoughts. Hey, this is just my opinion, but maybe if we just send that girl off first and then resolve the situation, it would be better. If we cause trouble, we'll be judged by the alliance. He suddenly interrupted. No. Then he muttered to himself incomprehensibly, no this? Yes, this is an opportunity. The underling, seeing this, was a bit surprised. What was that? A bold thought возникла in Hyo Jintae's mind. He wore a very pleased smile. An opportunity to advance to a higher position. Immediately after, he hurriedly questioned, where is that girl? The underling anxiously explained, in the gym building. He was somewhat joyful and ordered, bring her here. Seeing this, the underling was a bit curious. What are you planning to do, sir? His eyes had become angry as he continuously announced, I told you to bring her, so bring her. The sky had now gradually turned to evening at the school. Kim Soo-hyun sat quietly in one place, bored, and said, real discrimination. Why didn't they take me along? He continued to look at the dragon pattern jacket and pondered. At this moment, he became very surprised, not yet understanding what was happening to them. He was still lost in his own thoughts. Why is it that this jumper gang is always summoned for fights like this, and no one complains? Just how big of a deal is Kim Soo-hyun? Right after, a new message arrived on his phone. He sat there, surprised, looking at the phone screen. A message. After reading the message on the phone screen, he looked surprised. On another side, the chaotic battle was still raging. The alliance members continuously rushed forward, more numerous and attacking. Right at this moment, Kim Soo-hyun and his dominant underlings rode motorcycles, rushing to attack these underlings. He quickly performed an incredibly classy and dominant motorcycle spin. Kim Soo-hyun shouted loudly, informing all the underlings, alliance reinforcements will arrive soon. Stop dawdling and speed up. The underlings, hearing this, quickly got on their motorcycles and rushed forward, understanding. Yes. Immediately after, the alliance members, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly retreated, back to each other, preparing to counterattack. But it seemed useless at this moment. The motorcycle riders continuously surrounded all of them, making it impossible for them to react. Heard all of them together. Kim Soo-hyun, seeing the opportunity had come, immediately shouted loudly, informing his underlings to attack. Immediately after, the underlings simultaneously rushed towards them, using motorcycles to attack, causing each one to be easily defeated. The remaining few who were lucky enough to escape, bewildered, started cursing each other. Damn it! Are we fighting the Battle of Red Cliffs or something? Does someone who plays that kind of trick really exist? Their desperate voices echoed continuously. Moreover, it succeeded too. In just a few simple minutes, Kim Soo-hyun's group had quickly defeated dozens of them, leaving them lying scattered on the ground. After witnessing his comrades cooperate so well, he was somewhat smug, thinking, the kids did as well as I instructed. He seemed very hesitant, thinking, Kim Soo-hyun, if he could learn, it would be great. He remembered the message Cho-yin had sent, warning him, don't bring Kim Soo-hyun along. He knows Yang Sona, so it'll be awkward. He sighed, puzzled. Too bad. His eyes became incredibly determined, staring straight ahead, seemingly planning something. The fact that Yang Sona is Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend, apart from those in the gang, is still a secret to outsiders. This means this operation is a guerrilla attack on Gosu Vocational School. He was still lost in his own thoughts. And Yang Sona, I'll handle her myself. On another side, some underlings quickly ran forward and informed each other. She really is Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend. Kim Soo-hyun turned his head with a puzzled expression. The scene shifted to classroom 1-7. Yang Sona was locked up here. Hyo Jin-tae coldly asked, what did you just say? She very calmly replied to him, weren't you planning to do that? So you dragged me here? Her face had become extremely angry as she ordered, call the chief of staff. Immediately, on another side, Cho-yun ran quickly through the streets, extremely anxious. He looked up ahead with a desperate expression, panting, Yang Sona. He recalled everything Yang Sona had done and fell into deep, hesitant thought. She's not the type of person to carry self-defense tools like that. At this moment, he became extremely bewildered, not understanding what had happened to her. Whereas she recently felt her identity was threatened. What is it? He remembered her words as she pulled him forward. There's something I want to show you. The more he thought, the more bewildered Cho-yun became, somewhat confused. What did Yang Sona want to show me? She looked so rushed. He had become extremely determined. No matter what, I have to rescue Yang Sona quickly. On another side, Yang Sona was tied up tightly and brought before Hyo Jin-tae. He coldly questioned her. You want me to call the chief of staff? She quickly nodded in confirmation and continued to voice her thoughts. Either way, you want to use me. Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend, right? Hearing this, he found it somewhat amusing. He immediately mocked. Because you're Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend, you also have some thoughts, huh? Damn, but it seems you misunderstood something. Immediately after saying these words, he quickly slapped her hard across the face, making her unable to react. His angry voice echoed continuously, questioning, you said you're Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend, so my soldiers are scared to death, and you're happy about that, huh? He shouted loudly, sorry, I'm different from those guys. I'm much better at seeing the bigger picture than them. Saying this, Hyo Jin-tae became extremely smug. He continued to announce, this place is in the rear area of the Alliance in North Gangbuk High, a place where if you make one wrong move, you'll be ambushed, and it's hard to call for reinforcements to rescue you. The calculation in his voice was becoming clearer as he looked out at the fierce battle outside. But seeing North Gangbuk High rushing here, just because you were captured, doesn't that mean Kim Soo-hyun cherishes you like a treasure? A very smug, amused smile spread across his face as he declared, meaning, the one who should be scared is you. It seemed Hyo Jin-tae was extremely pleased with his own plan. So, right at this moment, an underling quickly ran in and announced, Captain, I brought it. Then the underling brought him a megaphone. He suddenly grabbed her hair tightly, making her bewildered. He dragged her to the window, a wicked smile on his face. You are an extremely valuable hostage. Immediately after, he took a deep breath, preparing to make an announcement. He didn't forget to shout loudly around the school, everyone gather! His voice echoed continuously. Hello, you North Gangbuk High bastards. I am the captain of Gosu Vocational School, Hyo Jin-tae. Everyone, hearing these words, immediately stopped and looked up ahead. He stood there with great interest, loudly announcing to everyone below, though I don't know what the hell you all swarmed here for, but let's see. Look at this girl. The North Gangbuk High members, hearing these words, were startled and somewhat bewildered. He quickly announced loudly, yes, this is your queen, Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend. She, hearing these words, was also startled and surprised. She looked helplessly at the idiot right in front of her. This fool, he caught a hostage and is showing her off like this. Hyo Jin-tae joyfully announced, from this moment on, if any of you move a finger, then he loudly threatened those below, then this girl will fall from this height. His voice echoed continuously. Although this is only the 3rd floor, if this girl falls, she will definitely break a few bones somewhere. A very perverted smile appeared on his face as he continued to think of evil things. Yeah, or maybe she'll die, for example. At this moment, like a madman, he continuously announced, if that happens, your commander will be heartbroken, right? If you don't listen, things won't stop here. Seeing this, even his underlings were surprised and whispered in admiration, he's really going all out, even with a girl. He quickly ordered everyone, if you understand, then obediently line up in 2 rows and kneel down. You damn bastards. Oh, right, if you want to find this girl, tell Kim Soo-hyun to come here himself and kneel before me. His underlings, hearing this, discussed among themselves in great confusion. Damn, she really is Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend? Choi Do-sik really did something crazy. The commander quickly waved his hand, looked at the North Gangbuk High members and ordered, hey, if you understood, then quickly come over here and kneel. The North Gangbuk High members immediately glanced at each other with great confusion. Seeing they seemed to obey him, the commander laughed gleefully, pleased, and praised, good, come over here quickly, come over here. Hyo Jin-tae, observing everything from above, laughed in surprise, looked at Yang Sona, and asked with amusement, hey, what do you think? Because you kept shouting you're Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend, they're all. You put your head out alarmed. Suddenly, at this moment, an underling startlingly realized something was coming. Immediately after, a punch quickly appeared right there, sending him flying backward. They angrily cursed, what the hell are you barking about? Hyo Jin-tae, hearing this, was speechless and asked back, don't believe me? Yang Sona wore a very smug smile on her face, and continued to say very confusing words. Well, that man used to be someone who, apart from fighting, didn't care about anything else. Hearing this, he became completely enraged. He shouted loudly, damn it, then what are you doing here? She laughed, shook her head as if nothing had happened. Who knows? I'm not too sure either, but maybe I came to spread a rumor? Gosu Vocational School is the Alliance's loophole because a good-for-nothing is ruling this place. Hearing this, he became so enraged that he clenched his teeth. You bitch! He quickly pushed her heart outside. Alright, if that's the case, okay. Just like that, a cruel plan was forming in his mind. A worthless hostage. A very smug smile appeared on Hyo Jinny's face as he announced, then I'll discard her. He coldly pushed Yang Sona hard down from the 3rd floor, making her extremely helpless. He loudly cursed her smugly, die you bitch. She was extremely helpless, not knowing what else to do in this situation. She could only clench her teeth. After finishing everything, Hyo Jin-tae took his phone and slowly turned back inside. Yang Sona became extremely desperate, clenching her teeth in fear and confusion. Brother, right at this moment, a foot ran quickly forward with a worried expression. Kim Soo-hyun quickly raised both hands, trying to catch her as she was falling. Immediately after, he gently caught her body in his hands. With his lightning speed, he had completely caught her in his hands, keeping her safe. Time seemed to stop. Finally, he caught up to her. Yang Sona opened her eyes wide, looking at him with an unbelieving, surprised expression. He became extremely worried and asked her, are you okay, Yang Sona? She was moved and called out, Kim Soo-hyun. Immediately after, she wore a very smug smile and announced, thank you. He, seeing the smile, was immediately startled. Immediately after untying her, she, surprised, walked behind him. Did Choyun ask you? It's all my fault, I'm sorry. He slowly turned to leave, then shook his head and announced, no, it's nothing. For now, take advantage of their chaos and get out of here. Hearing this, she was a bit curious and hurriedly asked again, what about you? He very calmly explained, I will mobilize the kids from Team 4 and leave with them. Alliance reinforcements are coming soon. His voice echoed continuously. Safely escaping this place is the main goal of the game. On another side, Hyo Jin-tae was calling someone on the phone and announced, this is Hyo Jin-tae. Currently, North Gangbuk High is raiding this place. Send reinforcements to help. Hearing this, the person on the other end angrily scolded. What the hell? Is North Gangbuk High crazy to attack here? He helplessly explained, it's true. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun's girlfriend is here. Suddenly, he was startled, looking at the scene before him. Kim Soo-hyun had quickly stood in front of him, making him surprised and exclaim. Earlier, an extremely wicked smile had appeared on Kim Soo-hyun's face as he stared at him and declared, then I have to go straighten out the trash who pushes girls from high places. This scene immediately made him freeze in bewilderment. Hyo Jin-tae immediately understood. Unlike himself, who imitated others to climb to this position, that man, Kim Soo-hyun, was destined to be a ruler from birth. Kim Soo-hyun's face had become extremely angry. Born a predator, he announced, from now on, I'll teach you a lesson. In a luxurious supercar, Ryu Sikyoung's voice was heard. Gosu Vocational School, huh? The other end of the line nodded and announced, yes, they said they're currently being attacked by Kim Soo-hyun's team. He seemed surprised and continued to ask about the scale. How is it? The other team quickly replied, confirmed, there's only one team. Hearing this, he sighed, a bit helpless. Words fail me. Jumping straight into the enemy's den like that. Then he continued speaking over the phone. Kim Tae-sung, Were you always such a hasty person? Oh, Yoon takes side and announced about that. Well, he quickly recounted everything over the phone. I heard there's a girl claiming to be Hwang Moo-jin's girlfriend, but I'm not sure if it's true. Hearing this, he immediately fell silent. Inside the luxurious supercar, he continued to give instructions. For now, use the manpower from Yunkong High and Daelim High to control all of them. His voice rang out. At all costs, don't let them escape. The scene shifted to the fierce battle taking place. Sang-jin had a very joyful smile on his face as he said, "This is the best chance to make Team 4, led by Kim Tae-sung, suffer losses. He didn't forget to order, swallow up those arrogant enemies." Soon after, the allied group quickly climbed onto their motorcycles, preparing to leave. "Let's go. Yunkong High, assemble." Byong-ju's underlings quickly shouted to each other. "Daelim High, gather quickly. We're heading to Gosu Vocational High." All of this was meticulously calculated by Sang-jin. They're trapping themselves in that cage. Both sides were extremely determined, neither willing to yield, rushing forward. "Let's go and wipe them all out." Very quickly, both Yunkong High and Daelim High shared the same goal as they advanced towards Gosu Vocational High. Elsewhere, an enraged Kim Tae-sung slowly advanced towards Byong-ju, shouting, "From now on, I'll teach you a lesson." His eyes were filled with fury, glaring at him. Knowing the situation was bad, Byong-ju hastily retreated in fear. This is not good. He was now extremely panicked. Looking at Kim Tae-sung's strong physique and angry eyes, he immediately became terrified. "Just looking at him, I know my fate. If I fight him, I'll get my ass kicked no matter what." The more he thought, the more scared he became, and he decided he had to lure him to a place where they couldn't fight. He tentatively taunted, "You guys are all a bunch who don't know how to grasp the situation, huh? Now is not the time for you to be doing this." Right after that, he quickly made a decision. "Reinforcements are coming soon. We won't have time." Before he could finish, Kim Tae-sung lunged forward. He angrily attacked Byong-ju, who didn't even have time to react. A single blow made him feel such pain that his mouth fell open in surprise. A series of different continuous hits landed. Byong-ju, only good at putting on a show, slowly retreated with a terrified expression. His eyes widened in disbelief after just one punch from Kim Tae-sung. At the same time, Kim Tae-sung quickly used his knee, then gently used a leg sweep to completely knock him into the air. Byong-ju fell hard to the ground, helpless and desperate. After just a few basic moves, he was quickly on the ground, trembling and coughing. He hurriedly pleaded, "I get it. Wait." Suddenly, a wicked idea popped into his head. He quickly glanced in another direction. "No one's here, huh?" Right after that, Byong-ju on the ground kept suggesting something important to him. "All right, let's decide like this. Reinforcements are about to arrive. If you keep hitting me here, your soldiers will be wiped out. You'll panic then, right?" So, a very smug smile appeared on his face, and he didn't forget to announce, "I'll open a retreat path for you." Byong-ju's demeanor had become utterly despicable. He told himself, "I can't let them see me in this pathetic state." He knelt before Kim Tae-sung, continuously begging in desperation, "Let's not cause more damage to each other. Let's in here, okay?" Although he had his own thoughts, a commander's charisma is his life. At this moment, his expression quickly changed. You have to think about your men, because he already had different thoughts in his head. The alliance? Screw the alliance. What I have now is much more important. Kim Tae-sung, after hearing these words, remained silent. He turned his head back, somewhat disappointed, and said scornfully, "Truly disappointing." He continued to look at the fierce battle below and sighed. "A retreat path, huh?" At this moment, Byong-ju's underlings suddenly realized something. Less than a second later, Kim Tae-sung grabbed Byong-ju's head and threw him straight down below, stunning everyone. Byong-ju landed painfully on his underling, screaming in fear. The dominant Kim Tae-sung slowly stepped forward and announced, "I can make my own." Seeing this, the underling fearfully rushed over, anxiously asking, "Captain, are you okay?" He shook his head and calmly explained, "I'm fine." Hearing this, the underling quickly voiced his thoughts. "At this rate, their reinforcements will arrive. We need to leave here. First, what should we do, sir?" Then, the underling immediately recounted what he had just scouted. "I looked around. There's a small path behind the school." Kim Tae-sung, after a period of careful observation, pointed forward and announced, "We'll head that way." At the same time, the alliance members were gradually approaching, smugly saying, "They're here." They flashed a very pleased and amused smile, asking, "Real gutsy, huh? Daring to show your faces here? All of you advance." Just then, another delinquent riding a motorcycle rushed over, announcing, "Good Jin-sung, wait." Seeing this, the guy questioned, a bit angrily, "What is it?" Hong Cheon very calmly explained everything. "You guys go to the dog hole and wait there." The guy continued to look at the small alley right in front of him and instructed, "On the side of Gosu High, there's a small alley." Hong Cheon, sitting on his motorcycle, kept lecturing the others, "At the main gate, it's so big. It's better to let those of us with bikes stay here and guard. Entering from the inside, while blocking the outside, will be more secure." After hearing what he said, Jin-sung couldn't help but laugh in surprise, and then praised, "So you want to block all escape routes? Good idea." Jin-sung quickly led his underlings towards the back. You guys follow me, run to the back gate. The guy sighed. In his mind, he already had his own calculations. The chief of staff has given you full authority to handle this. You just need to swallow up those bastards who walked right into the tiger's den. Simple as that. Thinking this, he became very happy and slowly turned his head to look back. Oh, Yoon-tae clearly said that the chief of staff has given us full authority. This means Sang Jin's image immediately appeared before his eyes. The chief of staff trusts me. The more he thought, the more joyful and excited he became. With Dong Tae-jung taken care of by Kim Tae-sung, it means the number 10 position is vacant. He quickly thought of Dong Tae-jung, whom he had always hated. The alliance's culture only ranks up to 10. From number 11 onwards, there are no rankings. However, based on the alliance's comprehensive evaluation, number 11 definitely belongs to me. Hong Cheon continued to look at Gosu Vocational High with great interest. It means if I can just swallow Kim Tae-sung. A very pleased smile appeared on his face. I'll become number 10 of the alliance. He shouted to everyone focus. Right after, his subordinates quickly sped forward on their motorcycles. Whoever sticks their head out, catch them all. They nodded in understanding. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, the alliance members were waiting at the gate. Jin Sung laughed in surprise, looking ahead with great interest. Guarding like this makes us feel like cops, huh? Come on, show your faces, you dogs. One side of the gate was blocked by the alliance, and another path was also completely guarded by them. A map of the area gradually formed in their calculations. All escape routes have been blocked. Hong Cheon smiled very smugly, waiting for his opponent to appear. Well. Jin Sung also smiled joyfully, looking up. Which way will it be, huh? Very quickly, time passed, and it became evening, then even later into the night. Hearing a strange sound from the front, these two perked up with interest, waiting for an opportunity. Where's that sound coming from? Next, right before Jin Sung's eyes, was the dominant Kim Tae-sung, riding a motorcycle, flying through the air. The guy's eyes widened in disbelief, and he didn't forget to fly right over Hong Cheon's head, leaving Hong Cheon standing there, stunned. After landing on the ground, he masterfully rode his motorcycle away. Both of them were stunned by this sight, frozen in place. That crazy bastard. Elsewhere, an underling kept reporting to the others, Go. Follow the captain. The group was extremely confused, looking at the map. He escaped. Right after, Kim Tae-sung's underlings quickly rode their motorcycles away from the place. From the middle, seeing the situation wasn't good, he hurriedly shouted along with Jin Sung. Block him over there. Kim Tae-sung shouted to his underlings. All troops, jump the fence. Time flashback. Kim Tae-sung pointed forward and informed his underlings. We'll escape that way. His underlings heard this and were a bit surprised and confused. What, sir? They looked in surprise at the low wall right in front of them. That's a wall, sir. At this moment, the two sides fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. An alliance member angrily cursed. You damn dog. You dare look down on us? Die, you mother of ****. Suddenly, a kick appeared above his head, leaving him wondering what was happening. Next, the dominant Kim Tae-sung stomped hard on his head, knocking him out cold. The underling, seeing he had appeared, greeted him in surprise. Captain. He heard this and just thought silently. Then he continued to look at the mesh fence on the ground below and announced, We'll use this. Hearing this, the underlings looked surprised at the chain link fence. They remembered the scene from before when they rammed through the gate to enter. The barriers we knocked down earlier, sir. Very quickly, the underlings had set up a barrier that could be easily ridden up. Next, a ramp made from the fence was quickly and sturdily set up. The underlings looked at each other, confused, and asked, He's telling us to ride up this thing to get out? Can we even do that, man? Suddenly, an underling anxiously reported, Big trouble. What is it? Alliance reinforcements have arrived. They exclaimed in panic. From the main gate. Outside, Alliance members were waiting, furious and ready to fight. To the back gate, they've all been ambushed by them. Seeing this, the underlings hesitated, looking ahead. If so, the only way is... At this moment, a loud engine revving sound was heard. Kim Tae-sung rode his motorcycle first and announced to the others, Follow me. His eyes were filled with determination, staring straight ahead. His wheels firmly gripped the newly set up ramp. Right after, he performed a spectacular maneuver, launching high into the air. The remaining underlings saw this, and their mouths fell open in disbelief. It worked. What are you waiting for? They quickly shouted to each other. Get on your bikes. Follow the captain. Following, that was the sight of everyone on expensive motorcycles launching straight into the air. Let's fly. Elsewhere, a very confused Byung-ju woke up on the floor. He slowly stood up, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is this? I was clearly in the hallway. He quickly turned his head and realized something. In front of him were various underlings lying scattered on the ground. He then understood what had happened. Shit. He wiped this place clean. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something important that he hadn't reacted to. Wait a minute. He quickly looked around, searching for Hari's figure. That bitch, that slut, where the hell did she go? He remembered the scene earlier when she was helpless as he pushed her down. I'll push her down here. The more he thought, the more desperate he became. Keep looking around. She must be nearby. Did someone catch her, damn it? Byong-ju stood to one side, angrily clenching his teeth, lost in his own desperate thoughts. In this situation of a surprise attack, my position at Gosu High will definitely be shaken. I might even become the laughingstock of the alliance. You remember the earlier scene? Damn it. She pissed me off so much. That's why I pushed her. At that time, Hari kept taunting him. See? That man, aside from fighting, doesn't care about anything else. Seeing that, he became furious and thought, but the way that bitch talks proves she really is Huang Mujin's girlfriend. Thinking this, he tried to console himself, then fell into self-blame. Am I crazy? Pushing a girl like that? My life is over. I should have just caught her and handed her over to the chief of staff. He quickly ran forward. I have to find her right away. At this moment, he used his lightning speed, flying. Just hand that bitch over to the chief of staff. He could only try to reassure himself. Damn it, suppress the anger and find a way to survive. The more he thought, the more desperate he became. Finishing this not only lessens my humiliation, but also earns great merit for the alliance. The scene shifted to the bustling city. A young man walking on the street suddenly realized something was wrong up ahead. A crowd on motorcycles was rushing forward, causing panic among the pedestrians. Hong Qion shouted orders to the others, catch them. Seeing the motorcyclists splitting off in different directions made him even angrier. Over there, he shouted to his underlings. Split up. Half follow me, the other half go to the side, quickly. The other underlings quickly understood. Yes, sir. Hong Qion had a very surprised smile. They run fast, he praised. We just need to stick to their tail. Although he had his own calculations, sorry, but I've seen a lot of chase movies like this. Right after, he quickly calculated the next scenario clearly. If they go this way, they can only turn right. The rest are dead ends. Split up and wipe them out, and it's over. At this moment, Kim Tae-sung's underling quickly reported, Captain on the side. Kim Tae-sung heard this and was startled, looking intently ahead. At this moment, Jin Sung's group, carrying clubs, rushed forward, shouting, advance. Suddenly, the leader was startled, realizing something was wrong. Looking at the few people in front of them made them immediately confused. It seems like their numbers are smaller than expected. A very happy smile appeared on Kim Tae-sung's face, as if he was calculating something. They've fallen into the trap. Both sides immediately clashed fiercely. It's you bastards. The leader, seeing this, was startled and confused, quickly asking, there are some behind too? If so, at this moment, the Emperor gang members quickly raised their wooden clubs and rushed forward, striking. Now all of them were extremely confused, understanding everything. Damn it, we've walked into a trap. Right after, they were quickly attacked fiercely, with not many survivors left. Elsewhere, Hong Qion quickly rode his motorcycle forward. Now, a very pleased smile was on his face. Die, you mother. The next scene left him completely stunned and surprised. His eyes widened in disbelief. In front of him was a group of people lying scattered on the ground, and he still didn't understand what the hell was happening. What the F***CK is this? An underling, trembling with fear, stood up and reported, Kim Tae-sung split his team in two and attacked us from behind. Hearing this, he asked angrily what? He clenched his teeth, furious that his plan had failed. I planned to split into two teams and attack from two sides. This made him even more desperate, and he was one step ahead of me. A motorcycle sped forward. Kim Tae-sung. Kim Tae-sung had a smug smile on his face, intently riding his bike down the long road. He taunted, keep chasing. Elsewhere, Hari was running fast, terrified. Suddenly, from behind, a familiar figure appeared, startling her. Ma Hari. She turned her head in surprise and asked, what is it? Have you been following me all this time? This strange person slowly walked forward, then calmly lit a cigarette and took a puff. She continued to criticize. You just stood by and did nothing when you saw me get caught. At this moment, she didn't forget to mock. Then you must be Huang Mujin's enemy, right? Park Seo-ha calmly held the cigarette in front of her. His eyes had become incredibly frightening, staring straight ahead. Enemy, huh? Very quickly, the scene shifted to Daejin Pedestrian Street. Jo Min-jun anxiously opened the taxi door and stepped out. A message from Devil Girl, Monayo, arrived for him. Min-jun and I escaped. Seeing this, he immediately became joyful and quickly replied to her. Huh? Really? Where are you now? She sent a message instructing him. Come to the pedestrian street. He ran quickly forward while pulling out his phone, thinking anxiously. Did Mr. Tae-sung manage to save Hari? What about Mr. Tae-sung then? At this moment, he was trying to connect with Kim Tae-sung by phone. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-sung was relentlessly leading his underlings forward. Charge! He was incredibly strong, easily taking down enemies one by one. He shouted to his underlings, we'll head out to the main road. His underlings quickly nodded in understanding and shouted, yes, sir. Jo Min-jun looked anxiously at his phone screen, hesitating. He's escaping? He's not picking up. If he's escaping, maybe the Alliance's reinforcements have arrived. Thinking this, he ignored it and continued to run quickly forward. Damn it, I need to understand the situation to deploy troops. He quickly recognized Hari's familiar figure standing in an alley. He immediately recognized her. There she is. He hurriedly called out, Ma Hari. Suddenly, he was startled, realizing something. Wait a minute. He quickly ducked to one side, quietly observing opposite Mahari. Looking at the cold face right in front of him made him somewhat understand. Is that Park Seo-ha? Park Seo-ha calmly held the cigarette in his hand. He looked at the cigarette and asked, Hwang Mu-jin's enemy. Huh. Then he continued to advance towards her, smiling and explaining, if I hadn't saved you, do you think you'd be safe and sound? It seems you're misunderstanding something. His face had become incredibly cold as he announced. I have no obligation to go all out just to save someone who has no connection to the Emperor gang like you. Park Seo-ha didn't forget to taunt. You're merely his woman, that's all. She looked up at him, but it seemed she wouldn't back down. She coldly replied, if you say so, then let's consider it that way. But if Mu-jin were to hear what you just said, he'd be sad. She continued to ask him again. After all, I'm your friend's girlfriend, right? Her voice kept ringing out. Moreover, Mu-jin loves me very much, so if anything happens to me, at this point, she smugly continued to taunt. He'll surely be heartbroken. Isn't obeying the commander's orders the duty of the second-in-command? Just now, you even said my situation had nothing to do with the Emperor gang. Park Seo-ha seemed surprised to hear this. He immediately brought the cigarette to his lips. You're good with words. Hwang Mu-jin is easily fooled. She smiled as if nothing had happened. Sorry, I won him over with my looks. Jo Min-jun, observing from the side, was surprised. The atmosphere is so tense. What's going on between them? After some conversation, Park Seo-ha looked up and sighed. But anyway, you managed to escape. Mu-jin would have sent Kim Tae-sung to save you anyway. She heard this and quickly nodded in confirmation. Well, that's true. His eyes suddenly became incredibly frightening. His face turned cold as he asked, Are you sure? Are you sure Hwang Mu-jin was the one who saved you? His voice kept ringing out. Why aren't you saying anything? Hari was also lost in her own thoughts. All right, I'm sure. Her fist clenched so tightly it trembled. Park Seo-ha. She remembered what Ji Kong had once told her. If you're planning to take revenge on the commander, you've got the wrong person. What made the commander turn your brother into that was because he was provoked by someone. At that time, Ji Kong's face had become very serious as he announced, the commander is being used. Thinking about this made her even more helpless. I started to suspect from the moment Ji Kong told me those things. She had realized something she had missed. She remembered all the times she had gone to gather information. You want to know the situation when the Emperor gang chased us? Yes. Hearing this, the group became furious and questioned. What? Why are you digging up that shitty memory? Who are you? Just then, someone stepped forward. Hey, wait a minute. He asked her in surprise. Could she be Ma Ha-sung's sister? She heard this and laughed as if nothing had happened. Then she smiled and explained, Oh, you're very sharp. That's right. She continued to get closer to him. So, Hari, using her beautiful face and perfect body, quickly informed these two. Tell me about it, okay? Let's sit somewhere and talk for a bit. Very quickly, the scene shifted again to a large cafe in the city. The young man in front of Hari recounted everything. Actually, something unbelievable happened. At that time, our school was outside the Emperor gang's front line. The person next to him quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, right, I was scared shitless then. They kept recounting with a very cheerful demeanor before her surprised eyes. After finding and asking various classmates at my older brother's school, thinking this, she became very hesitant, remembering all of this. She couldn't forget that night, how terrifying Mu-jin's image was. Myeongan-high, which my brother brought at that time, was in an area far behind the Emperor gang's battle lines. At that time, Mu-jin's eyes were filled with rage, staring straight ahead. But Hwang Mu-jin suddenly appeared there looking like a demon. This made Ha-sung a bit confused about what was happening with this guy, and made her brother extremely panicked. The next image was when Ha-sung was helpless in a hospital. Sitting beside his hospital bed was a very helpless Hari. My brother had no acquaintance or connection with Hwang Mu-jin at all. Her eyes had become filled with despair and hatred. And yet, Hwang Mu-jin, just for hitting someone he didn't know, directly sought him out. She remembered the image of the large man who had attacked her brother to the point of brain death. From what I know, this method is too different from Hwang Mu-jin's usual incidents. She had become filled with hatred for the man who had tormented her brother. Hwang Mu-jin is a man of steel. He's a dictator who doesn't yield to anything and only follows his own beliefs. He throws himself into battles with only the thought of devouring the place whole. Thinking this, she became very hesitant, thinking about everything that was happening. So who was it that used a man like him and controlled his actions? She gradually understood everything. Only two people could do that. That was Hari, sitting behind, hugging Mu-jin's back. Then, her eyes glanced in another direction. And Hwang Mu-jin's only friend, a man with incredibly cold eyes, staring intently forward, Park Seo-ha. Returning to the present, Hari continued to stare at Park Seo-ha. He asked her, why so quiet? She tried to suppress her anger, so furious. This damn bastard provoked Hwang Mu-jin and attacked my brother. He flashed a very smug smile. So what if? Hari suddenly moved closer to him. That smile. Then she continued, this is the second time you've smiled like that. Jo Min-jun, eavesdropping from the side, also felt scared by this. She continued to look at his face, voicing her thoughts. Someone as stiff as a robot like you can actually smile like that. The first time I saw it was that day. She remembered the first day they met. Park Seo-ha's face was incredibly surprised then. The day Hwang Moo-jin introduced me to you guys. He didn't know what else to say in this situation because he had recognized her. At that time, a very smug smile was on his lips. You smiled exactly like that. At this point, Hari seriously asked him, haven't you never smiled like that since that day? Suddenly, her eyes became strangely frightening. She continued to ask again, are you feeling like I've realized something, right? Park Seo-ha was gradually losing his composure after hearing these words. He coldly asked, what are you trying to say? His eyes widened, staring at her. Right after, he asked, so it's true, huh? She heard this, and her eyes widened in surprise. This time, a very pleased smile was on his lips. He burst out laughing maniacally, shouting excitedly, it was you who killed Hwang Moo-jin. Jo Min-jun, eavesdropping from the side, was confused, not understanding what was happening. Huh, wait. Hari, standing before him, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I killed him. He still didn't understand everything. What on earth is Hari talking about? She quickly pulled her hand away from his. Let go of my hand. At this moment, her whole body was trembling with anger. If the reason you followed me was to check if I'd been released, her whole body was filled with such hatred that desperate tears were about to fall. And if it's true that I was released, you were planning to deal with Hari. Hari was completely enraged, standing before him, not forgetting to curse. Who knew about Hwang Moo-jin's death? You son of a bitch. He suddenly raised his hand forward. Jo Min-jun, standing to one side, widened his eyes, unable to believe the scene. He finally understood why she had pulled out the pepper spray earlier. The reason Hari felt she was in danger. A look of keen interest appeared on Park Seo-ha's face as he burst out laughing. Is because of Park Seo-ha. Jo Min-jun, observing from behind the wall, was surprised. The reason Hari felt she was in danger. Her eyes were filled with hatred for the one who killed her brother, right in front of her. Park Seo-ha slowly moved his hands behind his back, preparing to act. Is because of Park Seo-ha. She suddenly smirked knowingly. She announced, you should have run here faster. Right after, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. At this moment, a motorcycle quickly sped towards the front. She didn't forget to taunt, you coward. Park Seo-ha was startled, not understanding what was happening. He turned his head to look confused. What is it? In front of him now was Byung-ju. He was also very confused, not understanding what was happening. Park Seo-ha, captain of Emperor Gang's 1st Division. He continued to stare at him. Why is that guy here? This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment. The moment Byung-ju realized Hari was indeed Hwang Moo-jin's girlfriend. Park Seo-ha continued to stare at him, confused, while also sensing a threat from the Emperor Gang's 1st Division captain. Park Seo-ha. Right after, he quickly tried to slow down, braking. And then the bike, due to inertia, slid along the ground. In just a short time, Byung-ju lost his composure and lunged straight at Park Seo-ha, who couldn't react in time. The bike, traveling at 50 kilometers per hour, belonged to Byung-ju. Jo Min-jun, seeing the situation was bad, quickly rushed out to shield her. Hari. Park Seo-ha alone couldn't possibly stop this huge motorcycle. It crashed straight into Park Seo-ha, sending him flying backward. The motorcycle kept rolling forward. Both of them looked extremely battered. Jo Min-jun, seeing the scene, panted in fear. Hari glanced at him and called out in surprise, Jo Min-jun. She was now very worried about him. What are you doing here? That's Park Seo-ha. He looked at her moved. Hari. Then he continued to look at Park Seo-ha, who was sitting still. Park Seo, his helpless voice trailed off. He's not moving anymore. Park Seo-ha was now completely unresponsive. She heard this and quickly glanced at him, calling out, Jo Min-jun. Byung-ju suddenly, trembling, sat up, cursing in pain, motherfucker. He quickly turned his head to look at Park Seo-ha, who was lying motionless on the ground, then fell into a thoughtful silence. He quickly walked slowly forward, a very forced smile on his face. He asked anxiously, he's not dead, right? Right after, his eyes widened in fear. Still breathing. The same smile remained on his face. As Byung-ju's heart pounded, he cursed angrily, damn it this. Right after, he stood up, not out of fear for almost killing someone. He felt lucky today. Damn, so lucky, huh? But it was because Byung-ju continued to look towards Hari, who was standing still, and asked, hey, Commander's girl, what do you think? Perhaps things weren't that simple. He was excited. He smugly asked the two of them, I just took that guy down, right? Once Park Seo-ha is eliminated, his voice kept ringing out like a madman's, I just need to grab you by the neck. Seeing the situation was bad, Jo Min-jun quickly called out to her, hey, Hari. He laughed excitedly, rushing forward, thrilled by the prospect of immense fame. At this moment, he was completely consumed by his ambition. I've just written my name into the great annals of history, haven't I? Jo Min-jun quickly urged her, run. Then he turned to block him. Byung-ju angrily shouted, who the hell is this guy? Then slowly threw a punch forward. Her boy toy. Right after, he punched Jo Min-jun straight in the face. And of course, Jo Min-jun had no chance to react. Hari was panicked and about to stop and help him up, but he used all his strength to hold Byung-ju back, continuously urging her, go, go. Byung-ju, furious, slowly aimed a punch at him. What the hell is this? Not moving aside, you dog. Seeing this, she became completely enraged. Damn it, she jumped into the air. Right after, she lunged straight at Byung-ju, startling him. He still didn't understand why she was doing that. Why you? One of Byung-ju's hands quickly covered his mouth. He threw him backward and advanced towards Hari. Get the hell out of here, you idiot! A very pleased smile was on his face. What now? Seeing her charging with clenched fists made him laugh smugly and announce, since you're Huang Mujin's girlfriend, I won't hold back. But his strength was no joke. He quickly grabbed her hand, giving her no time to react. He didn't forget to praise, so cute, damn it. Right after, he said in a very perverted tone, I don't give a damn why you're unharmed after falling from that height. At this moment, he smiled with satisfaction and slowly made a decision, but you have to pay the price for your big mouth. Luckily, at this moment, Hari slowly pulled out a can of pepper spray from her bag. She sprayed it hard into his face, giving him no time to react. He clutched his eyes, screaming helplessly in despair. What the FCK is this again? He felt the stinging pain of the pepper spray. At this moment, he was completely enraged. He quickly lunged forward with a fist aimed straight at Hari's face and punched her. You crazy bitch. Right after, he immediately reintroduced himself. I'm Byung-ju from Gosu Vocational High. You think you can? He raised his foot, intending to kick her, and cursed, take me down with that. Just then, Jo Min-jun managed to kick the throttle of his motorcycle. Right after, the motorcycle sped straight towards him, giving him no time to react. He fell hard on the ground, rolling in pain. He looked at the awkward motorcycle and complained in frustration. I just rev it a little, and it shot off so fast. Right after, he quickly helped Hari sit up and called out, Mahari, are you okay? He quickly pulled her along, running forward. Let's get out of here. After running continuously for a while, the two were extremely tired when they reached the city center. Jo Min-jun stood there, panting heavily. We're far from him now, right? Hari, a bit curious, looked up at him. Jo Min-jun, when did you get there? Park Seo. He sighed, remembering their conversation, and then continued to voice his thoughts. Basically, I heard everything. I had a feeling too. Then, as if remembering something important, he quickly asked her, but where are you taking me? She heard this and seemed to be pondering something. Right after, she looked in another direction and sighed, announcing, it's nearby. Let's go to Huang Mujin's house. The scene shifted to Kim Tae-sung, who was tired from continuous fighting. A foot stomped hard on his underlings, and a dominant voice announced, long time no see, Kim Tae-sung. All the underlings, seeing this strange person appear, were a bit scared, not knowing what to do. Kim Tae-sung seemed to know this person. He asked in surprise, Commander-in-Chief? A few minutes earlier, the roar of motorcycles sped down the deserted road. Kim Tae-sung, with a determined expression, shouted his orders. We'll go straight and head out to the main avenue. Suddenly, he paused, as if seeing something. In front of him, a group of people, also on motorcycles, emerged from an alley, blocking their way. Han Cheon, leading the group, looked at him contemptuously. Where do you think you're going, kid? Kim Tae-sung frowned in annoyance. Their remaining forces took a detour and are continuously chasing us. Then he quickly led his underlings to turn their bikes around and veered left. Han Cheon seemed to have anticipated this and smirked. Knew you'd turn that way. But the direction Kim Tae-sung was heading was also blocked. So, I had troops waiting there already. At this moment, Jin Sung's group, armed with clubs, menacingly lined up on the road. He scowled and ordered, absolutely stop them. On the other side is Han Cheon. It would be great if I could control the situation myself. And over here is Jin Sung. Even though he's reluctant, I have no choice but to team up with that idiot. Can't be helped, there's no other way. Kim Tae-sung gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue in annoyance. However, he still revved the engine, popped a wheelie, and decided, all troops straight ahead. The whole group accelerated without hesitation, rushing forward. Jin Sung, unafraid, stood his ground, lining up to block them. Right after, like grasshoppers kicking a cart, they were all sent flying. Kim Tae-sung, leading the charge, slammed his large front wheel into a blocker. He rode while kicking wildly. His underlings behind him also gritted their teeth, following the path he opened. Follow the captain, quickly. However, right after, he was punched by Jin Sung, who was standing on the side, and knocked off his bike. Kim Tae-sung's underlings' formation broke, and they crashed into each other. Jin Sung growled furiously, you motherfuckers. His underlings also regained their composure and wildly swung their clubs at those who had just fallen, knocked them all down. Because of this, 3 or 4 bikes at the back were left behind. They quickly rushed over, punching and kicking them. Kim Tae-sung glanced back, so angry he gritted his teeth. What the? Just then a guy rushed out in front of his bike, screaming. Kim Tae-sung didn't stop but jumped with both feet onto the seat. He gathered momentum and leaped high, delivering a kick straight to the guy's face. The big guy instantly fell, sprawling to the ground. Suddenly, Kim Tae-sung quickly turned his head. From afar, another group was rushing over. Han Cheon triumphantly led his men on motorcycles, charging through. Nice and easy. At this moment, Kim Tae-sung's group was completely surrounded in the small alley. We can't just ram them and escape. If so, he suddenly gained momentum and shot past Jin Sung's underlings. Meanwhile, Jin Sung was currently wildly punching and kicking Kim Tae-sung's men. Die, you motherfucker! Suddenly, Jin Sung sensed danger and quickly turned his head. Greeting him was a very familiar fist swinging towards him. Kim Tae-sung, with a dark expression, punched hard. Jin Sung had no way to defend himself and immediately hit the ground. The force was so strong that his face was almost caved in and red blood spurted from his mouth. The surrounding underlings saw this and froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Kim Tae-sung looked up, his eyes glaring with an incredibly dangerous aura. Then he bent down and picked up an iron rod. Hong Cheon, seeing this from afar, was confused and bewildered. Kim Tae-sung raised the rod to shoulder height, his whole body tensing. He swung and threw the long, thick iron rod forward. Hong Cheon quickly swerved his bike to the side, causing the group behind him to start wobbling. They couldn't control themselves anymore and crashed into each other chaotically. Painful screams echoed through the alley. Kim Tae-sung maintained his throwing posture, panting heavily, looking at the group that had all fallen to the ground after just one of his attacks. Kim Tae-sung's entire face was covered in sweat, the tension in his muscles now slowly releasing as he gasped for breath. Suddenly, one of his underlings from behind flew towards him. All right, Kim Tae-sung quickly turned his head. The underlings behind him were being beaten by someone, crying out for their parents. Captain! He rushed over there. Kim Tae-sung stood in front of his underlings. The person opposite him spoke at the same time. It's been a while, hasn't it, Kim Tae-sung? White 3-centimeter short hair, a thick, strong neck. One look, and you knew he wasn't someone to mess with. Kim Tae-sung's eyes suddenly flashed as if he recognized something. He warily stared at the man's large, imposing body approaching. Kim Tae-sung looked at the familiar face and called out, Commander-in-Chief. This is Moon Kwan of the Dawn Alliance. The man put both hands in his pockets and took a step forward, coldly questioning. As it happens, I was just passing by. I heard there was a fight, so I dropped by to take a look. You ignore my recruitment offer. Did Hwang Mu-jin give you something, huh? Kim Tae-sung said nothing, listening silently. Money? Women? Moon Kwan smirked and continued. I bet he gave you double, right? Think about it again. At this moment, one of Kim Tae-sung's underlings beside him whispered, Captain, the opponent is only one person. We'll attack. However, he cut him off, calling out, Commander-in-Chief. He seriously affirmed, what I want, you can absolutely never give. Moon Kwan narrowed his eyes dangerously and replied, Is that so? Then I give up. His words made Kim Tae-sung's entire group's faces darken. There was no other way but to break his wings. He didn't even bother to hear the rest and coldly called out, All troops. Kim Tae-sung, his face covered in injuries, looked up and loudly ordered, All troops, full retreat. The whole group heard the order and started to flee in all directions, trying to find an escape route by any means. Moon Kwan didn't even pay attention, just casually picked up his phone. It's me. He spoke into the phone. They're starting to withdraw. On the other side, Sang-jin smiled faintly and remarked, I entrusted it to you, but it seems it wasn't effective. I'll take direct command then. The battle of the high schools in DON. He hung up and sat silently. In the tense confrontation between the Emperor Division and the Dej Alliance, a major event changed the situation. At the same time, outside a building, a man and a woman appeared. Jo Min-jun and Ma-ha-ri, their faces full of vigilance, stepped inside. It was about to begin. Kim Tae-sung shouted loudly, signaling his underlings, All troops. He loudly announced, Retreat quickly. The scene had become incredibly chaotic. An underling ran quickly forward and voiced his thoughts to him. Captain, even if he's the commander-in-chief, he's still only one person. Why do we have to run? The underling's voice kept ringing in his ears. You're a new recruit, so you probably don't understand. He panted tiredly, looking ahead. With our manpower. Right after, he spoke with some helplessness. It's still no use. Confronting the commander-in-chief of the Dagon Alliance will only lead to our destruction. At this moment, he caught sight of Moon Kwan's large figure. Seeing him waiting there, everyone stopped in panic, staring ahead in disbelief. This is the reaction of Captain Kim Tae-sung, someone who always goes into battle confidently. The man turned his head, a very satisfied smile on his face at what was happening. So the commander-in-chief. Elsewhere, Sang-jin was still waiting for an upcoming phone call. Right after, the phone rang. Hello, I'm listening. He just coldly announced, Yes, it's me. The voice on the other end of the line kept ringing, Kim Tae-sung. He escaped from Gosu Vocational High and is currently on the run. Hearing this good news, an enigmatic smile appeared on his face. Yes, so the raid by Daelim and Yunkong High failed, right? He continued to speak to Cheon Anju over the phone. I was planning to ask you for a favor. As far as I know, it's near your place. He continued to lay out his plan. Divide into 3 groups and deploy forces as I say. He quickly nodded in response. I understand. Sang-jin didn't forget to instruct. I'll give the next order in 10 minutes. Right after, he hung up the phone. At the same time, he was also calling Oh Yoon-taek. Right after, the other end picked up. I was just about to call you. He smiled and asked, so? The man laughed, a bit anxiously, and recounted, I checked. His face had become extremely panicked as he continued to report. It's true. Just as you said, none of them are moles. He looked at the cell phones of the gangsters being collected on the ground. I suddenly checked everyone who was present on the day we caught G-Kong, but their call histories have nothing. Oh Yoon-taek's voice had become extremely panicked. On that day, no one was a mole. Contrary to his anxious attitude, Sang-jin also had an enigmatic smile. His eyes widened, looking ahead, and he continued to announce, now I understand why those guys sometimes conduct investigations based on personal intuition without any evidence. An image of a man with his hands tied tightly, beaten black and blue, appeared before his eyes the day they caught G-Kong. Along with him were the gangsters present there. That incident, only Oh Yoon-taek, Min Do-sang, and Jo Min-jun knew about it. Thinking this, he became a bit suspicious, remembering a group that had come to the rescue. But the Emperor gang came and saved G-Kong. He immediately got lost in thought again. It wasn't me, it wasn't Oh Yoon-taek, and it certainly wasn't that cowardly Min Do-sang. Thinking this, he immediately remembered the image of one person. Sure enough, only one person remains. This person was none other than Jo Min-jun, walking in the school. Jo Min-jun is a bullied kid, not only by the Emperor gang, but he also resents Hwang Mu-jin. And because of this, he was gradually drawing a conclusion. The reason I suspect him without any evidence is because if we assume Jo Min-jun is the fake commander, then everything that happened is exactly as I predicted. Sang-jin's eyes widened, staring straight ahead. Remembering all his gazes and gestures, he immediately became certain. The fake commander is 99.9% Jo Min-jun. On the other end of the phone, Sang-jin said something very enigmatic. Mr. Yoon-taek, we have to go catch someone. The man heard this, a bit confused. Huh? Where? He continued to announce over the phone. I'll send you the address later. All of this was clearly heard by the blonde-haired young man. The name of that place, his voice had become incredibly certain, is the fake commander. Elsewhere, Jo Min-jun and Ma Ha-ri were listening to everything. After hanging up the phone, Sang-jin had a very smug smile. Kim Tae-sung is still being pursued. He must be holding onto the thing that's maintaining the current situation. He had calculated everything. The thing that can manipulate the Emperor gang. Elsewhere, Jo Min-jun had become extremely worried. At this moment, two gangsters slowly sped forward. One of the three angrily asked, what? Why are we the only ones left? At this moment, the black-haired one among them recounted, it seems the others have moved in a different direction. For now, let's go through the... Suddenly, from out of nowhere, someone rushed out and kicked one of them straight in the face. Sang-jin was still lost in his own calculations. If we divide groups to block the exits from the Commander-in-Chief's direction, then all three escape routes will be controlled. He picked up a chess piece placed on the table. Elsewhere, the scene had become incredibly chaotic with fierce battles. Catch them. The Villa Complex. He placed his chess piece in a new move. The two sides clashed without many words. Get him. He was still lost in thought. The intersection next to the park. His face suddenly turned sinister as he slowly picked up a chess piece from the table. Right after, he placed a knight next to a pawn. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-sung had become extremely tired from the continuous fighting. In front of him was a formidable opponent, Cheon Onju. The way to the main avenue, the alley behind the market. His face became incredibly cold. He glanced forward and asked, did you think you could just waltz into enemy territory, cause a ruckus, and then retreat safely? His voice didn't forget to mock. You're a bit too confident. Kim Tae-sung, after hearing these words, became furious. Sang-jin's thoughts kept appearing. The strength of a motorcycle is its speed, but its weakness is that it can't escape from an alley this small. Thinking this, he laughed smugly at his plans. And when they don't abandon their bikes, they will definitely head for the main avenue. He continued to speak enigmatically. I didn't send people to chase them without a plan. In this war, many innocent people have been injured, beaten black and blue, with broken noses. But I will have troops block all escape routes, and everything will come to an end. He had made his decision. Kim Tae-sung is too much trouble. So, take this opportunity. Cheon Onju suddenly spoke. Let me see how strong the giraffe of BX is. Let's make him unable to stand. Without many words, he quickly led his underlings, rushing straight forward. How strong, huh? The scene shifted to another place, a peaceful spot in the city. G-Kong seemed speechless at the sight before him. His face was a bit annoyed, and he frowned. This Park Seo-ha guy. Why isn't he answering his phone? He continued to look at the phone, resting quietly on the table. I was determined to meet him and discuss things properly. Right after, the phone immediately rang, making him seem joyful. He quickly answered the phone and angrily cursed. What the hell is this? What the F*** are you calling me, you monster, Ji-hoon? On the other side, Ji-hoon was equally angry. This damn dog. Then Ji-hoon continued to announce over the phone. Forget it. Something's happened. Hearing this, he seemed confused. What happened? Ji-hoon continued to look at Park Seo-ha, who was lying still in the ambulance in front. Park Seo-ha, right after Ji-hoon announced, is in a coma. Hearing this, Ji-kong immediately froze on the spot. Elsewhere, in a luxurious wooden house, Jo Min-jun's voice rang out. Ma-ha-ri, are you kidding me? She sighed, glanced at him, and recounted everything. Actually, at first, I didn't dare to believe it either, but this is the truth. After hearing this, he immediately started trembling. So, you mean? He continued to look at the notebook placed neatly in front of him. His eyes had become incredibly panicked as he questioned. You expect me to believe this thing? Jo Min-jun continued to question Mahari while looking at the notebook in front of him. What is this thing? The notebook lay still as if nothing had happened. His eyes had become incredibly panicked, staring at the notebook. It seemed she was a bit hesitant. Right after, she recounted everything. Currently, I deeply hate Huang Mu-jin and see him as the person I want to take revenge on. Mu-jin's image appeared on a cliff as he completely abandoned her. He's a bastard like the final boss of game. Mu-jin's eyes had become incredibly cold, staring down. I never thought about reading his inner thoughts. At this point, she immediately became sad and continued to report. Because of Huang Mu-jin, whom I was beside and observed, frankly, he is a tyrannical emperor. I thought my brother was simply caught up in his cruelty. Once again, Park Seo-ha's image gradually appeared. But all of that was Park Seo-ha's scheme. Just like that, these two had fought, and of course, Park Seo-ha was no match for Huang Mu-jin. Huang Mu-jin went crazy just because of something Park Seo-ha said. Because of that, he beat someone to the point of brain death. Mahari became incredibly sad, recounting everything. I didn't want to try to think about why it was like that from that man's perspective. Honestly, I still feel that way now. But then she continued to pick up the notebook on the table. She handed it to Jo Min-jun, not forgetting to announce, I think you need to know. He slowly opened the notebook, reading the first few pages. His eyes widened in disbelief, stunned. Mahari had become very calm, staring straight ahead. Ridiculous, right? A guy no different from a beast. At this moment, she had become very serious. Actually writes a diary. His face had also changed a bit. She sighed, and then continued to pull out a pile more diaries. Actually, I just found out now that there are plenty of diaries here too. Her face was very serious as she declared. If you read all these diaries, you'll understand. Her voice kept ringing out what kind of person Huang Mu-jin is. Jo Min-jun was stunned by this sight. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a peaceful countryside. A fierce battle was taking place. Cheon Anju rushed forward to attack. He threw solid punches at Kim Tae-sung. His continuous punches kept landing on him, giving him no time to react. Seeing that he didn't seem to care, he was a bit annoyed. Exhausted, huh? Then he continued to taunt. What's the fun in just defending? Cheon Anju continued to jump high into the air, attacking. What I want to see. He decisively delivered a kick straight to his face. Is the giraffe. Just like that, he fell painfully to the ground, too exhausted. His underlings, seeing the situation was bad, shouted desperately. The captain's down. Captain. The opponent's underlings also quickly overwhelmed them more. Where are you looking, you dog? Kim Tae-sung slowly tried to get up, cursing, damn it. He remembered earlier, during the phone call, Jo Min-jun had said very anxiously, the situation is too tense. What should we do now? Right after, he immediately decided, I'll charge in. Hearing this, he seemed startled and confused. Returning to the present, Cheon Anju continuously attacked his face, gradually exhausting him. I told you to let me handle this. He quickly struggled, placing his hands firmly on the ground. Right after, he lunged straight at him to try to regain control of the situation. At this moment, elsewhere, Sang-jin was still lost in his own calculations. Kim Tae-sung, you were excellent in entering the alliance's front line and defeating Go Soo-hai. An enigmatic smile appeared on his face. But it's too late now. He continued to calculate. Speed is the core of guerrilla warfare. The situation is mine. The fierce battle between the two sides was still unfolding. But it seemed Kim Tae-sung was gradually losing strength against this power. You have to get out of there before I directly take the wheel. Taking the opportunity when Cheon Anju wasn't paying attention, he rushed forward to attack. Then he jumped high into the air, kicking him hard into his underlings. You know it well, right? However, his underlings also didn't give up and immediately rushed forward to attack. Noah's forces are not inferior. Suddenly, Cheon Anju ordered his underlings, leave it. It seems he's about to show me something interesting. The story wasn't told to the extent that one person could change the tide of battle. Cheon Anju rushed to attack Kim Tae-sung and cursed, you come here. Thinking this, Sang-jin hesitated a bit. The remaining matter is the woman who calls herself Huang Mu-jin's girlfriend at Go Soo-hai. Suddenly, his phone rang. He quickly answered, yes. The voice on the other end called out, Sang-jin, there's something urgent to report to you. He seemed confused. What is it? The voice on the other end kept ringing. This is news from Go Byung-ju of Go Soo-hai. Go Byung-ju. Byung-ju's image immediately appeared behind a large wall. Has defeated the captain of Emperor Gang's first division, Park Seo-ha. Hearing this, he looked at the phone disbelievingly. What? Go Byung-ju? How is that possible? The other end continued to recount everything. Someone saw the captain of the second division, Ji Kong, on his way to the hospital. He's not lying. Right after, this person continued to report. It seems Byung-ju is seizing a good opportunity. Sang-jin heard this and frowned. He sighed and started to feel bored. Yoon-taek, seeing this, seems to be having a hard time. He continued to ask, Mr. Yoon-taek, where are you? The man seemed surprised. Me? He continued to look at Jo Min-jun and Ma Ha-ri standing there and reported, I'm inside the house you mentioned. Looking at the youthful faces of the two in front of him, he continued to recount, there's a kid and a girl here. Hearing this, he seemed joyful. He's the fake commander. The man was surprised, unable to believe it. This guy, Sang-jin had a very wicked smile and continued to order, catch him and take the thing that controls the Emperor Division. His voice kept ringing out, the Alliance's victory is right before our eyes. He continued to look at the chessboard in front of him. The game is over. Jo Min-jun, at this moment, had become extremely panicked, looking ahead. Jo Min-jun, Yoon-taek, without many words, immediately delivered a fatal blow. He felt an unprecedented pain and coughed repeatedly. While he wasn't paying attention, Ma Ha-ri quickly grabbed something and tried to attack him. Seeing this, he angrily hit her. What, you bitch? Jo Min-jun shouted in panic. Ma Ha-ri. He was helpless as he saw her gradually collapse, losing consciousness from the blow. Yoon-taek didn't care about this at all. He just coldly ordered, hand it over. I already know everything. Hearing this, he seemed not to understand. What? The man laughed and taunted. You damn dog, still pretending? Enough. Just your leg is enough. Right after, he quickly threw a punch straight forward. A good-for-nothing like you controls an entire gang. He used all his strength to hit him while angrily cursing. The Emperor gang must be deeply insulted. The voice in his ear kept ringing. Are you happy? Are you happy enough? He felt an unprecedented pain. He thought helplessly. Again, Yoon-taek had become wicked at this scene. A past image appeared. Kidnappers relentlessly beat Jo Min-jun brutally. The dog like he was too bold, huh? They continued to kick him hard, sending him falling backward painfully. Right after, they immediately closed the door, locking him inside the room. Sit quietly in here and repent until tomorrow morning. Okay, you bastard. He helplessly pleaded, wait, I have a chemistry test tomorrow. No. Right after, he screamed in despair, don't. Returning to the present, Yoon-taek looked surprised, staring at Jo Min-jun, who was lying still. He asked, a bit surprised, what are you doing? At this moment, he was just muttering incomprehensible words. Don't give, absolutely don't give. His eyes had become incredibly determined as he shouted, don't you dare take anything from me again, you damn, despicable dogs. The man raised his leg high, deciding to give him good. Kick, you crazy bastard, have you lost your mind? He shouted loudly, die. Before he could finish, a punch quickly flew straight at him. Luckily, at this moment, Nak-jun appeared in time and punched him hard, sending him flying into the wall. Jo Min-jun was extremely surprised to see him. He asked in panic, Kim, Nak-jun? He just kept saying incomprehensible words. Damn it, what the hell is this? Nak-jun punched Yoon-taek with a fatal blow, sending him flying backward. Jo Min-jun witnessed this scene and immediately stood there, panicked. He then helplessly called out, Kim, Nak-jun. He stared straight ahead, not understanding what the hell was happening. Damn it, what the hell is this? He had become extremely panicked and slowly stood up. How did you know this place? He shook his head and said, Hari called me. Hearing this, he glanced panically at Hari and called out loudly, Hari. At this moment, Yoon-taek was completely enraged. He slowly approached. Hey, then he angrily questioned, who the hell are you? His face also didn't show any sign of backing down, staring at him. I should be asking you that question. Who the hell are you to hit my friend? Hearing this, the man laughed smugly, preparing to jump into the fight. The chief of staff said he didn't want to reveal the tool used to control the Emperor gang, right? Looking at Jo Min-jun standing still, he seemed surprised. My friend, you sure have a treacherous friend by your side, huh? Hearing this, he became completely enraged. Treacherous? What are you talking about? Taking the opportunity, the man quickly approached, preparing to attack. Then an uppercut appeared. Nak-jun took a punch from him. He became furious, not forgetting to curse loudly. Damn it, I was talking. Right after, he immediately turned around, preparing to counterattack. But it seemed the man was no pushover. He quickly punched him again. A series of continuous punches were thrown by him. He smugly taunted. You're making me not understand what the hell is going on, and then you get beaten black and blue by the Alliance's no. 4. Seeing his friend being beaten so much, Jo Min-jun showed clear worry and shouted, Kim, Nak-jun. But he also seemed to enjoy these fights. He had an enigmatic smile. Alliance's no. 4. No wonder he seems okay. Right after, he immediately made a decision. Then, Yoon-taek was startled and confused by the punch that quickly flew toward his face. Just like that, he took a full punch to the face. Then he fell hard backward in pain. His face had become very smug. He had a pleased smile. I have to fight seriously too, right? As a member of the Emperor gang. At this moment, drops of blood continuously dripped onto the ground below. Yoon-taek wiped the blood from his nose and asked in surprise, Emperor, you belong to the Emperor gang? Suddenly, he burst out laughing, not forgetting taunt. He doesn't even know the guy next to him is the fake commander. What a comedy, huh? Hearing this, he immediately froze. Then the man continued to rush into the fight. Damn, my mouth is itching to death. A decisive punch quickly flew forward. Suddenly, at this moment, he realized something was wrong and abruptly stopped. Right after, he punched again with his other hand, catching him off guard. Seeing this, he immediately defended himself with an angry expression. Right after, the two of them clashed fiercely. One attacked, the other defended. His mocking voice kept ringing out. A piece of trash from the Emperor gang isn't even clear-headed. The man rushed forward quickly, slowly throwing a punch. I'm in a hurry, so get out of the way. Right after, he was completely overwhelmed by his aura and fell hard backward. Jo Min-jun, witnessing the entire scene, had become extremely panicked. The alliance members followed me to take Huang Mujin's phone. This means the chief of staff knows I'm the fake commander. It seemed all of this was meticulously calculated by Sang Jin. Even if I luckily escape from here, I'll still be continuously targeted. He remembered all his friends who were constantly in danger because of him. This made him helpless as he thought, and I'm putting my friends in danger too. And if I deceive someone who considers me a friend, what's the point of continuing to do these things? Elsewhere, he was gradually losing strength against his continuous attacks. Seeing the situation wasn't good, he immediately glanced in another direction. Hari was now gradually losing strength, lying still there. He remembered what she had once told him. Her eyes had become incredibly certain as she declared, "You can refuse, but you'll have to prepare yourself eventually." Thinking this, he suddenly fell silent. Elsewhere, the two were still fighting fiercely, neither willing to yield. Oh Yoon-taek, seeing Ine-Kijun lying on the ground, sighed angrily. Damn it. Then he slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket and asked in surprise, "But you, I have a question." His voice kept ringing out. "You just stick your face out for me to punch, so why are you so aggressive, huh?" He just had an enigmatic smile. His eyes had become incredibly joyful as he looked at his opponent. This old guy is as strong as his reputation as a core member of the alliance. You said you're a core member, right? He continued to explain. I'm smiling because I'm too happy, because I think I can beat you. Hearing this, the man seemed surprised. But I've already calculated everything. He continued to raise his leg, preparing to stomp straight on his face, cursing, "You bastard, try being tough again." An arm firmly grabbed his leg. Right after, everything on the table was gradually breaking. A huge table was thrown straight at him. The way to defeat this old man. While he wasn't paying attention, the huge table was thrown straight at him. Following that, objects continuously fell to the ground below. Oh Yoon-taek had become completely enraged and cursed. "You despicable dog." Taking this opportunity, he immediately sat up. Right after, he quickly used his long legs to kick him hard multiple times. Finally, he also felt the pain. Right after, he collapsed to the ground. He then turned back to him and shouted, "Jo Min-jun." His voice kept ringing out, announcing, "I'll stop this guy by any means, so you take Hari and escape from here." Thinking this, he hesitated a bit, but then he clenched the phone in his hand and made a decision. "I just need to hand this over, and everything will end." Seeing him hesitating like that, he angrily turned back and shouted, "You don't need to hand over that phone, you idiot." He still stood there, not understanding what was happening. "How did you?" At this moment, a large fire was gradually blazing inside the wooden house. Oh Yoon-taek had become completely enraged. "What the hell? You knew." Ine-Kijun kept announcing, "Go Jo Min-jun." The man's face was completely furious as he loudly reprimanded. "Who allowed it? If I lose it, I'll be criticized." Right after, he lunged straight at him, shouting, "Hand it over." But it seemed he had no intention of forgiving him. He kicked him hard. Just like that, he fell straight down in front of him, making him seem confused. At the same time, his leg quickly reacted. He carried Hari on his back and slowly left the place. Behind them, Aejun held Yoon-taek tightly, not forgetting to announce, "Go. Go quickly and save." Elsewhere, Cheon Anju was furious, staring at Kim Tae-sung with incredibly angry eyes. His face didn't forget to flash a wicked smile. Suddenly at this moment, a voice shouted, "Kim Tae-sung, go." He was gradually becoming tired, losing consciousness. Elsewhere, large flames were continuously spreading in the room. Oh Yoon-taek had become so enraged, he gritted his teeth. He struggled and thrashed to pin Ine-Kijun down to the ground. Right after, he pinned him down, preparing to punch him. This damn son of a bitch. Right after, a punch landed squarely on his face. He continued to use his legs to continuously attack him, making him also curse angrily, "Motherfucker." Taking the opportunity, he grabbed his leg tightly. Right after, he threw him hard in another direction. Won't f***ing leave. He had become very smug about what he had done. He didn't forget to taunt. "You're arching your back to stand up, huh?" Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, noticing a strange smell in the room. Right after, he thrashed around because of the heat and shouted in panic, "Fire! When did it start? Damn it, this is serious." Oh Yoon-taek, standing to one side, also didn't understand what was happening. Damn it, what the hell? At this moment, the flames had completely engulfed the room, leaving only two people. Since when did the fire? He immediately remembered dropping his cigarette on the floor earlier. Did the fire spread from then? He didn't seem to care about this, not forgetting to prepare to fight him. "My ass almost got roasted. Isn't this your fault for smoking indoors?" Seeing this, the man got angry. At this rate, things will only get more troublesome. Right after, he shouted loudly, "Hey, if you don't want to burn to death, then scram." Hearing this, the kid laughed, unafraid, and announced, "How can I? Because if I do, You'll chase after him. Elsewhere, Jo Min-jun was still carrying Mahari on his back, running quickly forward. Him. His face was very serious, clenching his teeth, trying to run as fast as possible. There's something that needs to be done. And Jun, at this point, suddenly became very contemplative, looking at the invincible flames in front of him. Well, it's good too. With a fire this big, if you inhale more smoke, you'll definitely suffocate and won't be able to escape. Then he didn't forget to announce, if you pass out, I'll report you to the police for arson. Oyun-taek was furiously enraged. This damn son of a bitch. He quickly ran towards him to attack. Burn in hell, you mother of asterisk cur. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a luxurious house in the city. Sang-jin was continuously calling Oyun-taek, but no one answered. He was slightly annoyed, staring intently at the phone. He continued to look at the clock. It was 7:37 p.m. He's had his phone off for an hour. He should have called me. His eyes had become incredibly suspicious, looking at the clock. There's no way Jo Min-jun could resist Oyun-taek for an entire hour. At this moment, a voice was heard. Yes, young master. He asked, Butler gone, where are you? He was driving while recounting everything. I had some business nearby, so I stopped by for a bit. Am I on my way back now? Hearing this, he immediately ordered, then that's fortunate. Please turn back to the house from before and check the situation there for me. I think something has happened. He heard this and quickly nodded in agreement. I understand. Right after, the car quickly turned around, heading back the way it came. Suddenly, sensing something was wrong, he turned his head in surprise to look. At the same time, fire trucks were quickly approaching, driving right next to his car. Elsewhere, in a small apartment in a modest house, delicious dishes and food were placed on the table. The bowl of rice was gradually getting cold. Tang was sitting quietly at the table, waiting for his older brother to return to eat with him. He subconsciously looked at his phone. A message to his older brother sent at 5:30 p.m. appeared. I'll be back before dark. His message at 7:30 p.m. was sent. Where are you? He looked a bit sad, staring intently at his phone. Big brother is late and didn't tell me anything. Then he tried to console himself. It's not because something happened to him, right? Elsewhere, Kim Tae-sung was gradually losing consciousness, kneeling on the ground. At this moment, a stream of water quickly shot straight at his head, startling him. Cheon Anju stood before him, shouting angrily, Wake up, you dog. Right after, he quickly turned his head to look at the situation around him. Just then, he asked with some concern, What did you do to the others? Hearing this, he laughed cruelly in response. Your soldiers, huh? If you're asking what I did to your soldiers. His voice rang out, I wiped them all out. For now, no one can save you. His underlings were lying on the ground below. Seeing his fearful face, he didn't forget to taunt. And you're about to be just like them. Right after, he didn't forget to recount everything. By order of the commander-in-chief, at this regular meeting of the alliance, you'll be executed. Following that was a frightening image. Execution, with the presence of surrounding underlings cheering. Can this be considered a public lynching to boost morale? Cheon Anju's face had a wicked smile as he announced, so I plan to make a suggestion at the meeting. His voice kept ringing out, also asking, By the way, I'll take over your school, BX. What do you think? Kim Tae-sung, hearing these words, became so enraged he gritted his teeth. You saddened the commander-in-chief when you joined the Emperor gang. But that's okay, because we can still take over BX High. This group kept taunting him. Is there any despair like watching the boss they revere like a god being trampled right before their eyes? His voice kept ringing out along with strange laughter. Until then, be good and stay quiet in the warehouse. Seeing him hang his head to the ground, he asked a bit curiously, What's wrong? I already feel like the world is collapsing. He just said some very incomprehensible words. Let me ask you a question. His voice kept ringing out, asking again, You guys, why do you have to do these things? Why do you have to beat each other up? His face had become very certain as he remembered the wicked face of Jang. Alliance or Emperor gang, whatever, a bunch of them gathered together. Following that was the image of innocent people continuously being harmed by these fights, enjoying belonging to some group, trampling and hurting them. Ji-Kong was standing by a hospital bed. Perhaps he had some evil plan that put them in this situation. At this moment, Butler Gong had become extremely panicked while holding the phone. He looked in panic at the large fire right in front of him, hanging by a thread. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-sung shouted in despair. What? He kept struggling helplessly. Cheon Anju felt quite annoyed and kicked him straight in the face. At the same time, a 16-seater van was gradually approaching. His voice kept ringing out tauntingly. Still have the strength to bark nonsense, huh? While you yourself belong to the Emperor gang. You're asking me the reason? He had a very perverted smile as he recounted his feelings. Because it's fun. It gets me high too, understand, you idiot? An underling approached and announced, The car is here, sir. He nodded in confirmation and ordered, Yeah, throw him in the car. Right after, Kim Tae-sung was painfully thrown into the vehicle. Cheon Anju turned his head and ordered, Let's go. But do these errand-running businesses nearby also provide shuttle services now? Right after, the driver's next sentence immediately made him turn his head in surprise. Yes, as long as the money is transferred. We'll do anything. He continued to announce. Anyway, can you wait for me at the place I mentioned earlier? The driver nodded and said, Yes, of course. Then the driver, a bit worried, started driving. Then I'll be going, although this person was a bit anxious. I'm here to save you. It turned out this driver was none other than Jo Min-jun. He tried his best to drive quickly. Mr. Taesung. Jo Min-jun, returning to a short while ago, did his best to carry Mahari on his back and run quickly outside. His face had become incredibly determined, rushing forward. His steps gradually quickened. After running continuously for a while, he stood there tiredly, panting. At this moment, he had become extremely panicked, glancing behind him. Back then, Jun had loudly instructed him, "You don't need to give him that phone, you idiot." Thinking this, he bit his lips sadly, thinking Kim Ae-jun knew about the phone, but he never showed that he knew about it. He had used all his strength to hold Oh-yoon take back, so he could leave. Go save him. His eyes at that time had become incredibly panicked. Mr. Kim Tae-sung. Returning to the present, he knew clearly what he needed to do, but first he decided to put Hari down and then look for a plan on his phone. I have to save Mr. Taesung. He continuously called his phone, thinking anxiously, I haven't been able to reach him all this time. I thought the plan had succeeded because Hari was safe. His face now had become extremely panicked and worried. But according to what Kim In-ae-jun said, something definitely happened while he was trying to escape. Feeling the situation wasn't right, he quickly opened the map to assess the situation. Mr. Taesung is very good at directing, so the person who could do this to him can only be someone very good at using their brain. Thinking this, he tried to reassure himself. Let's try to think backward. The motorcycle team tried to escape from Gosu Vocational High. He continued to make a decision. Gosu High is this way. His eyes had become incredibly certain. If it were me, what would I do to catch them? He continued to calculate the nearest routes. The roads to the main avenue. There are a total of... Right after, Jo Min-jun continued to carry Mahari on his back, running quickly forward, past the underlings being beaten on the ground, 3 directions. Seeing such familiar people, he panted tiredly and then thought happily, this is it. They must have blocked the end of the road. Then he continued to glance in another direction. There are too few people here. Did they split up to escape? Looking at their serious injuries made him a bit hesitant. Their condition, he became even more worried for his senior. Mr. Taesung. He quickly looked around and then slowly approached. Although I don't understand how Kim In-ae-jun knew, he told me to go save Mr. Taesung. Although he was extremely tired, he kept calculating his next plan. Was he caught? Where did they go? Is there any evidence here? After searching for a while, Jo Min-jun shook his head helplessly, thinking, nothing. I have to go somewhere else besides these 3 escape routes. Suddenly, a cough was heard, startling him. Luckily, at this moment, one of Kim Taesung's underlings was trying to get up after being exhausted. He quickly approached his comrades and called out, Hey, wake up. The captain's been captured. Jo Min-jun stood to one side, listening anxiously to everything. At this moment, he shouted loudly, announcing to everyone lying. Still there, I heard clearly, they've captured Captain Taesung and will execute him publicly at the Alliance's regular meeting. He didn't forget to scream, we have to. Suddenly, a guy appeared from nowhere and kicked him hard in the head. He was incredibly helpless witnessing this scene. This man angrily glanced around and then sighed. What the hell? Why is no one here? Then he continued to report to someone and then cursed in panic. They said to pick them up. Damn these high school dogs. Yes, customer. Where are you, customer? Right after, he immediately became joyful and quickly informed the person on the other end of the phone. Ah, the parking lot. No problem. The customer changed the location, sir. Yes, no problem. It's nearby, so I'll be there right away. Right after, he slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket and sighed, complaining, Motherfucker, I don't even know their faces, but I have to speak politely to these high school dogs. This errant service life is like a chess piece. This life is like a chess piece. He continued to glance at the people lying still on the ground. Still wearing group uniforms these days? Huh? The more society develops, the more like shit it becomes. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, shouting, Damn it, just a few years ago my life was so interesting, torturing soldiers and going out with girls. He didn't forget to complain. You have to go to work, man. But at this moment, Jo Min-jun from behind had raised his weapon forward, preparing to take him down. Next, he was hit with a club and painfully slammed into the car wash. Before he passed out, he didn't forget to curse, F***ing girls. He sighed in relief on the side. At this moment, he had become extremely panicked about his plans. This is the only way to save Mr. Taesung. He looked at the red hat lying on the ground. Returning to the present, he was driving the car, trembling, clenching his teeth, looking forward. At this moment, the 2 underlings in the back kept talking and laughing with each other in the car. That's why I hit that damn dog in the head with the whole hall bench. Damn you, you crazy dog. He bit his lip anxiously, glanced forward, and then thought hesitantly, even though I've learned a bit about driving this thing isn't easy at all. Then he continued to choose roads with fewer and fewer people. It will be very dangerous. So, I have to choose the road with the fewest people. Suddenly, the car made a strange noise, making everyone in the car freeze instantly. Seeing this, the 2 underlings angrily shouted, Damn it, what are you doing? Hey, they kept cursing. Can't you drive properly? Seeing this, he tried to stay calm. Right is gas. Left is brake. He tried to tell himself, I can't mix up these 2 pedals. Then he announced to them, "I'm sorry." Kim Tae-sung glanced at him and immediately recognized the problem. Jo Min-jun. Then he continued to glance at Anju, who was sleeping soundly, which surprised him. "This guy's asleep?" He silently thanked heavens. "Thank goodness." Then he continued, "Hey, errand boy." Hearing this, he was a bit startled and confused, looking up. "Yes." At this moment, he had become furious and questioned, "I've been suspicious for a while now. Your voice sounds different." Hearing this, the two underlings in the back also immediately realized something. He very coldly announced before Kim Tae-sung's surprised eyes, "Stop the car." Jo Min-jun still tried to calm down, glancing back with a confused expression. At the same time, he also quickly moved forward, raising his hand and shouting, "I told you to stop the car, you dog." Feeling the situation wasn't right, he quickly stepped on the gas, accelerating forward. Next, the car sped off at a terrifying speed. At this moment, on the deserted road, the car was almost reaching 200 kilometers per hour. Cheon Anju couldn't react in time and fell hard backward. Not just him, but the people in the back also quickly fell backward. At this moment, he and his underlings had become furious and cursed. FCK. He loudly grabbed Jo Min-jun's head, shouting, "Stop the car now, you dog." At the same time, the car immediately braked and then crashed into the wall. The situation in the basement here had become incredibly silent. Cheon Anju slowly got out of the car and approached the car door. Right after, he immediately opened the driver's door. At this moment, he had become furious, grabbing his collar and cursing, "You damn bastard, who sent you?" His voice kept ringing out. "Emperor Gang." He just coldly replied, "No." Hearing this, he laughed and taunted, "You idiot, did you think I wouldn't find out or something?" He didn't forget to curse. "You prepare to die too." He suddenly said some very incomprehensible words. "Because I put on a heat-insulating film, you didn't notice." Hearing this, he immediately became panicked, his eyes wide. "What did you say?" His trembling hands slowly reached forward, sending to the Emperor Gang. Currently, Captain Kim Tae-sung of the 4th Division is being held by the Alliance and taken away. Next, Cheon Anju was slowly getting into the driver's seat. Anyone who reads this message, the car window slowly rolled down, startling him. Immediately gather at the Gosu underground parking lot. In front of him now was a crowd of people waiting there and destroy the Emperor Gang's opponent. Jo Min-jun smiled smugly and taunted, "You're too slow, you idiot." Ji Kong angrily ran over, frantically announcing to all his underlings, "Beat them to death." Cheon Anju was stunned by the sight of the crowd in front of him. Jo Min-jun smiled smugly and taunted, "You're too slow, you idiot." The entire group, led by Ji Kong, rushed forward, cursing, "Beat them to death." Cheon Anju's group was quickly surrounded. Kim Tae-sung, inside, witnessed the entire scene and was stunned with surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking in confusion. Did he lure them to a place surrounded by the Emperor Gang? Then he continued to look at him, sitting quietly there. Jo Min-jun. At this moment, he became furious and shouted, "You damn son of a bitch." Right after, he quickly turned his head to look behind him. A plan had formed in his head. "First, I'll run to the back." While he thought he could escape smoothly, suddenly Ji-hoon, hands coolly in his pockets, walked over. His face had become furious, staring at him. He didn't know what to do in a situation like this. At this moment, the crowd was also gradually becoming more chaotic, preparing for the next battle. He shouted curses, "This is so fed up." Feeling there was no other way, Cheon Anju quickly rushed forward and then cursed, "Come at me if you dare, motherfuckers. You think I'm scared?" Next, many people rushed to attack him at the same time, giving him no time to react. He continuously took blows from their punches, but this didn't make him give up. He kept fighting fiercely. But it seemed Cheon Anju alone was having a hard time against all these people. He was gradually surrounded and continuously beaten, making it impossible for him to react. These damn persistent leeches. Seizing this opportunity, the guy with the two-toned hair jumped up and punched him in the middle of the face. He gradually fell, cursing in panic, "Your f***ing family, you piece of shit. I'll kill all of you." Jo Min-jun, witnessing everything from the side, was arrogant. He remained very calm, seeing him continuously being beaten fiercely. You thought you could defeat Mr. Tae-sung with your own strength, but that was simply an advantage in numbers on your side. Finally, he understood a truth, because this wasn't an individual playground. The most important thing in battles between high schools is that the side with more people wins. He turned his head towards Kim Tae-sung. "I'll untie you." Outside, Ji Kong ran quickly towards Cheon Anju, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He jumped high into the air, kicking him with a fatal blow. "Die, you motherfucker." He fell painfully hard to the ground, looking exhausted. At this moment, he had become incredibly desperate. He slowly touched his body. He stepped forward and demanded of him with furious words, "You harm Park Seo, huh? And in the same day, you even touch Kim Tae-sung? Hey, you Alliance bastards are too ambitious." His voice kept ringing out, cursing, "Even if you have strength, there's a limit." Feeling his anger wasn't satisfied, he continued to hit him repeatedly, making him unable to react from the pain. "You look down on the Emperor Gang that much, huh? You damn despicable dog." Suddenly, at this moment, Kim Tae-sung got out of the car and advised, "That's enough. Seeing this, he finally stopped. Mr. Taesung. Kim Taesung slowly walked forward. Kim Taesung's eyes glanced at him lying still there. At this moment, he looked incredibly pathetic with his injuries. Kim Taesung announced, "If you hit him again, you might kill him." Hearing this, Ji Kong could only curse helplessly, "Motherfucker." Right after, he continued to approach him, preparing to deal with him. "I don't care. This damn dog caused Mr. Seoha. Caused Park Seoha to fall into a coma." His feet quickly moved toward his face. At this crucial moment, Ji-hoon suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Why are you so angry?" Ji-hoon's face had become very serious as he declared, "Frankly, that guy is a traitor." Hearing these incomprehensible words, Kim Taesung asked with some concern, "Park Seoha got into trouble? And what's this about a traitor? What on earth happened?" Ji-hoon continued to voice his thoughts. "Either way, he's someone we have to eliminate." At this point, his voice was a bit sad. "Maybe this is even better." Ji Kong couldn't stand it anymore. Jang stepped forward, grabbing his collar tightly, and questioned, "Good? This is good." At this moment, he was trembling with rage. The captain of Emperor Gang's first division was harmed by the alliance. They'll see us as nothing but dogs. But it seemed Ji-hoon didn't care about this. "We also captured their core members. This bastard is the alliance's no." 3. He immediately shouted, "That's not the issue." His eyes clearly showed anger. "It's that I can't accept it." Elsewhere, everyone was riding motorcycles quickly forward. At this moment, a man seemed silent about the current situation. Park Seoha seemed surprised by this scene, speechless. Suddenly, at that moment, Ji Kong turned his head, an enigmatic smile on his face. Returning to the present, Ji Kong grabbed Ji-hoon's collar tightly and said helplessly, "I can't accept this situation." He gritted his teeth in despair. Why, in the end, Kim Taesung, at this moment, was also extremely stunned seeing this scene. At the same time, cars were continuously arriving from somewhere. An underling loudly announced, "Captain, we're here to escort you." Finally, everything was almost over. The entire place had become incredibly chaotic. The Gosu Vocational High battle, a battle ignited by the captain of Gosu Vocational High, Byongju, because he provoked Hari. Ji Kong, seeing things were gradually being resolved, immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to announce, "It's settled. Second division, withdraw." Ji-hoon also calmly left the place. This had caused injuries to 1/3 of the Emperor Gang's 4th division. The entire force of Gosu High, belonging to the Alliance block, and half the numbers of Daelim and Yunkong High suffered heavy losses. The story was gradually recounted. Captain of the 1st division, Park Seoha, fell into a coma, and the Alliance's no. 3. Cheonanju was seriously injured. That battle finally ended, leaving behind significant damage. At this moment, footsteps slowly approached. Jo Min-jun walked helplessly on the road in a very pathetic state. He sighed and said some very incomprehensible words to himself. "I kept playing dead, so she scolded me." On the phone he was holding, Devil Girl, Monio, continuously scolded him with different messages. "You're good at abandoning me." Hwang Mujin's house burned down. Kim Nak-jun and the guy from the Alliance inhaled too much smoke and passed out. But luckily, their lives aren't in danger. "Where are you?" He immediately messaged her back. "I'm near Gapcho Bridge." She quickly replied, "I'll be there. Stay put, okay?" He remembered his friend and subconsciously became worried, praying. Kim Nak-jun almost got into big trouble. Luckily, he's okay. In his head, different calculations and plans kept forming. "The chief of staff has identified me, and captain of the 1st division, Park Seoha, is in a coma. Now the Emperor Gang doesn't have Hwang Mujin anymore, so they're in a very disadvantageous situation." He continued to look at the phone screen, which was gradually shattering in his hand. "Because I picked up this damn thing, now I'm living like a dog." Thinking this, Jo Min-jun sighed very helplessly. "I just wanted those bullying bastards to experience what I went through." He continued to look at the clear blue water below the riverbank. "Maybe I'll feel more comfortable if I give up everything and pay for what I've done, whether Ji-Kong kills me or not. Gangs, what the hell? If I just throw this phone away, everything will end." Suddenly remembering something, he hesitated with some regret. Wait a minute. If so, Hwang Mujin's diaries were all burned. Thinking this, his eyes suddenly changed. So, besides me, no one has read all the contents inside. The moment returned to earlier, when Jo Min-jun was calmly reading each diary. He looked up at the dark sky and got lost in his own thoughts. As the situation becomes more and more chaotic, the moment I want to give up everything, I can't bring myself to abandon it. Why? Because he subconsciously stood on the bridge, looking at the calm, clear blue water below. At this moment, Mujin was walking on the street and suddenly bumped into a fierce-looking young man. Seeing this, he immediately became enraged and cursed. "Hey, you dog. You bumped into me and don't even know how to apologize." Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. It was because he turned his head and glanced with extreme anger, as if warning, "Don't mess with me." 3 years ago, Hwang Mujin, 17 years old. The contents inside that diary. Elsewhere, Mujin at that time was furious, looking at all the troublemakers in front of him. Strength, also known as violence. These guys loudly cursed in front of him. This dog is provocative. They, relying on their numbers, didn't forget to recognize him and curse. Motherfucker, so it's you? The dog who picked a fight with No. One of Hakion High Kong-hoon and dropped out. Right after, they prepared to deal with him. Good timing. You come. Here. Seeing this, the guy next to him quickly intervened. Hey, look at his muscles. You think you can beat him? This man angrily still shouted. Muscles, my ass. I bet all my assets that's all just fat. He immediately approached him, taunting. At your level, you have to be my soldier to build muscle. Less than a second later, Mujin quickly entered a fighting stance, taking him down in just a single blow. Seeing this, the two guys next to him were stunned by the sight, frozen in panic. Not just the two of them, but everyone on the street at that time had also become extremely surprised. This young man had fainted after just one blow from him. He, with a very calm expression, announced, What did you say? You spoke too softly, so I couldn't hear clearly. Right after, the remaining guys were scared by this scene and turned to run away. The story in the diary gradually unfolded. I don't have parents. My only family member now is my grandmother, a frail person. She was very gentle with him. At that time, he approached his grandmother. Grandma, a blonde-haired boy appeared, anxiously saying, Oh my God, and a pathetic younger brother. He anxiously put away the vegetables and then instructed his grandmother. I told you, you don't need to sell things here. We still have aid money. But suddenly, right after, he was startled, noticing another direction. He saw a large figure lurking at the alley entrance and was a bit surprised. He immediately ran over and called out, Mujin, big brother. Just like that, everything was gradually revealed in his diary. The people called parents. They abandoned me and my younger brother and disappeared. At this moment, two students at school didn't forget to chat with each other. Damn it, I hate going to school. Skip class. No, my mom will kill me. All of this was observed by him from the side. Also, a dejected young man said, Maybe I should just die. He glanced in the direction of these two students and thought, The existence of parents is nothing but a curse. Something that prevents me from living my life as myself. I'm not bound by any standards of this world. A fist was thrown straight and decisively forward. In front of him was a battle between two different groups of students causing trouble. There are many like them. They continuously attacked each other fiercely. Those who are not bound by standards will do anything to prove the path they have chosen. All of this was witnessed by Mujin, sitting quietly. After defeating the opposing side, the three remaining victors smugly announced, These losers should know their own limits. The leader didn't forget to taunt. You think the Dan Alliance is some bullshit? His voice kept ringing out, Beat that dog to death for me. Hearing this, Mujin, sitting on the side, seemed surprised and asked the Dagon Alliance? He learned something quite interesting. Lately, many guys have been mentioning the name Dawn Alliance. I'm sorry. At this moment, the loser was relentlessly begging in desperation. Please stop. Seeing this, the leader seemed angry. Sorry? You think sorry is enough? Right after, he slowly took off his pants, preparing to do something significant. Today, I will specially baptize you. Next, he peed straight onto the heads of these losers. Go to heaven, you dogs. Right after, these three smugly left. Mujin also had to sigh helplessly. These little brats. He immediately called out to them. Hey, standing before them. He had become very serious and questioned. You just mentioned the Dan Alliance, right? Who are they? Seeing him appear made the leader seem angry and curse. Who's this big guy? You think you're tough or something? He didn't forget to threaten. Or, do you want to be baptized too? Before he could finish, a punch quickly flew forward. In an instant, he fell hard backward before the surprised eyes of his two comrades. One punch from him knocked out several of his teeth, and he gradually lost consciousness. Just like that, he fell hard backward. The two couldn't believe this scene. Mujin immediately repeated his words. Don't make me say it again. The remaining two, seeing this scene, were frozen in fear. Motherfucker! His face had become enraged as he questioned. What the hell is the Dan Alliance? They were a bit confused, staring at him. Who is this dog? Right after, one of them continued to ask him. You look like you know how to fight, yet you don't know about the Alliance? Oh no, you don't know them. This guy continued to recount everything with a fearful face. This is a force established by the current king of Dagon. His name is Yun. Currently, all strong schools are under it. Mujin immediately memorized this impressive name. UW. His eyes had become incredibly certain. It's not because I pity those who are bullied, nor is it because I'm outraged that they are bullied by them. He ordered, quickly tell me his location. Standing before them, his face had become furious. Don't make me repeat myself. It's just that I find them annoying, that's all. He looked up at the sky and silently decided in his heart, that title of king. Elsewhere, bloodstains were constantly flying through the air. Mujin stood there, relentlessly taking down underlings one by one with ease, in just a few punches. The place they showed me was the end of the end. I had to pass through so many gates to get to that Yumungon guy. He continued to take down a few more. School king. Not only that, he continued to take down more. Area boss. Then he got money again, and he was treated to a meal by him, and then to the core members of the Alliance. My fists had to be covered in blood for a whole week. a man, beaten to the point of injury, painfully recounted. 3 days later, there will be a regular meeting at O Park. The commander-in-chief will be there. Hearing this, a pleased smile finally appeared on Mujin's face. Then I could finally meet Yun. But he didn't notice that someone was witnessing everything from behind. This man remained silent, watching him do everything. Mujin still didn't notice this, and just had a smug smile. The title of king is only for one person. I thought only when I defeat him can I prove my existence. He slowly turned to leave. Once born a man, everyone carries something called desire. At this moment, someone quickly approached. It seemed things weren't as dreamy. You poured a bucket of cold water on my burning mood. The man behind him taunted. You're dumber than I thought. This strange person's voice kept ringing out. Do you think you're invincible? Hearing this, Mujin turned his head in surprise to look at this man, not forgetting to taunt. Aren't you too pathetic? His voice kept ringing out as he voiced his thoughts. At the regular meeting, there will be 100,000 members of the alliance gathered. You think you could defeat Yumun and escape from there alive? It seemed he wasn't afraid of his formidable opponent, him. Humans are very weak. One hit from a car and they're off to see God. But what's scarier than a car rushing towards you? At this point, he angrily lunged forward to attack. He kicked this strange person hard, giving the strange person no time to react. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. It turned out this strange person was none other than Park Seo-ha. He coldly announced, is a pack. Let me tell you something interesting. His voice had become incredibly certain as he declared, Huang Mujin is the one named Perik. Park Seo-ha continued his story with Mujin. Let me tell you an interesting story, Huang Mujin. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. Mujin continued to jump high into the air, preparing to spin and strike. Mujin spun, creating a very beautiful kick, attacking him straight on. Right after, Mujin had someone kick him with a fatal blow. He felt quite a bit of pain from this holy attack. Mujin slowly praised. You're the first one to trip me up. Interesting. Mujin's face had become incredibly certain as he challenged him. If you want a lecture. My ass almost got roasted. Isn't this your fault for smoking indoors? Seeing this, the man got angry. At this rate, things will only get more troublesome. Right after, he shouted loudly, hey, if you don't want to burn to death, then scram. Hearing this, the kid laughed, unafraid, and announced, how can I? Because if I do, you'll chase after him. Elsewhere, Jo Min-jun was still carrying Mahari on his back, running quickly forward. His face was very serious, clenching his teeth, trying to run as fast as possible. There's something that needs to be done. And AK Jun, at this point, suddenly became very contemplative, looking at the invincible flames in front of him. Well, it's good too. With a fire this big, if you inhale more smoke, you'll definitely suffocate and won't be able to escape. Then he didn't forget to announce, if you pass out, I'll report you to the police for arson. Oyuntake was furiously enraged. This damn son of a bitch. He quickly ran towards him to attack. Burn in hell, you mother of asterisk cur. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a luxurious house in the city. Sang-jin was continuously calling Oyuntake, but no one answered. He was slightly annoyed, staring intently at the phone. He continued to look at the clock. It was 7:37 p.m. He's had his phone off for an hour. He should have called me. His eyes had become incredibly suspicious, looking at the clock. There's no way Jo Min-jun could resist Oyuntake for an entire hour. At this moment, a voice was heard. Yes, young master. He asked, Butler Gong, where are you? He was driving while recounting everything. I had some business nearby, so I stopped by for a bit. Am I on my way back now? Hearing this, he immediately ordered, then that's fortunate. Please turn back to the house from before and check the situation there for me. I think something has happened. He heard this and quickly nodded in agreement. I understand. Right after, the car quickly turned around, heading back the way it came. Suddenly, sensing something was wrong, he turned his head in surprise to look. At the same time, fire trucks were quickly approaching, driving right next to his car. Elsewhere, in a small apartment in a modest house, delicious dishes and food were placed on the table. The bowl of rice was gradually getting cold. Tang was sitting quietly at the table, waiting for his older brother to return to eat with him. He subconsciously looked at his phone. A message to his older brother sent at 5:30 p.m. appeared. I'll be back before dark. His message at 7:30 p.m. was sent. Where are you? He looked a bit sad, staring intently at his phone. Big brother is late and didn't tell me anything. Then he tried to console himself. It's not because something happened to him, right? Elsewhere, Kim Tae-sung was gradually losing consciousness, kneeling on the ground. At this moment, a stream of water quickly shot straight at his head, startling him. Cheon Anju stood before him, shouting angrily, Wake up, you dog. Right after, he quickly turned his head to look at the situation around him. Just then, he asked with some concern, What did you do to the others? Hearing this, he laughed cruelly in response. Your soldiers? Huh? If you're asking what I did to your soldiers. His voice rang out. I wiped them all out. For now, no one can save you. His underlings were lying on the ground below. Seeing his fearful face, he didn't forget to taunt. And you're about to be just like them. Right after, he didn't forget to recount everything. By order of the commander-in-chief, at this regular meeting of the alliance, you'll be executed. Following that was a frightening image. Execution, with the presence of surrounding underlings cheering. Can this be considered a public lynching to boost morale? Shion Anju's face had a wicked smile as he announced, so I plan to make a suggestion at the meeting. His voice kept ringing out, also asking, by the way, I'll take over your school, BX. What do you think? Kim Tae-sung, hearing these words, became so enraged he gritted his teeth. You saddened the commander-in-chief when you joined the Emperor gang. But that's okay, because we can still take over BX High. This group kept taunting him. Is there any despair like watching the boss they revere like a god being trampled right before their eyes? His voice kept ringing out along with strange laughter. Until then, be good and stay quiet in the warehouse. Seeing him hang his head to the ground, he asked a bit curiously, what's wrong? I already feel like the world is collapsing. He just said some very incomprehensible words. Let me ask you a question. His voice kept ringing out, asking again, you guys, why do you have to do these things? Why do you have to beat each other up? His face had become very certain as he remembered the wicked face of Jang. Alliance or Emperor gang, whatever, a bunch of them gathered together. Following that was the image of innocent people continuously being harmed by these fights, enjoying belonging to some group, trampling and hurting them. Ji-Kong was standing by a hospital bed. Perhaps he had some evil plan that put them in this situation. At this moment, Butler Gong had become extremely panicked while holding the phone. He looked in panic at the large fire right in front of him, hanging by a thread. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-sung shouted in despair. What? He kept struggling helplessly. Shion Anju felt quite annoyed and kicked him straight in the face. At the same time, a 16-seater van was gradually approaching. His voice kept ringing out tauntingly. Still have the strength to bark nonsense, huh? While you yourself belong to the Emperor gang. You're asking me the reason? He had a very perverted smile as he recounted his feelings. Because it's fun. It gets me high too, understand, you idiot? An underling approached and announced, the car is here, sir. He nodded in confirmation and ordered, yeah, throw him in the car. Right after, Kim Tae-sung was painfully thrown into the vehicle. Shion Anju turned his head and ordered, let's go. But do these errand-running businesses nearby also provide shuttle services now? Right after, the driver's next sentence immediately made him turn his head in surprise. Yes, as long as the money is transferred. We'll do anything. He continued to announce. Anyway, can you wait for me at the place I mentioned earlier? The driver nodded and said, yes, of course. Then the driver, a bit worried, started driving. Then I'll be going. Although this person was a bit anxious. I'm here to save you. It turned out this driver was none other than Jo Min-jun. He tried his best to drive quickly. Mr. Tae-sung, Jo Min-jun, returning to a short while ago, did his best to carry Ma-huri on his back and run quickly outside. His face had become incredibly determined, rushing forward. His steps gradually quickened. After running continuously for a while, he stood there tiredly, panting. At this moment, he had become extremely panicked, glancing behind him. Back then, N.A.K. had loudly instructed him, you don't need to give him that phone, you idiot. Thinking this, he bit his lips sadly, thinking Kim Ae-jun knew about the phone, but he never showed that he knew about it. He had used all his strength to hold Oh Yoon take back, so he could leave. Go save him. His eyes at that time had become incredibly panicked. Mr. Kim Tae-sung. Returning to the present, he knew clearly what he needed to do, but first he decided to put Hari down and then look for a plan on his phone. I have to save Mr. Tae-sung. He continuously called his phone, thinking anxiously. I haven't been able to reach him all this time. I thought the plan had succeeded because Hari was safe. His face now had become extremely panicked and worried. But according to what Kim In-ae said, something definitely happened while he was trying to escape. Feeling the situation wasn't right, he quickly opened the map to assess the situation. Mr. Tae-sung is very good at directing, so the person who could do this to him can only be someone very good at using their brain. Thinking this, he tried to reassure himself. Let's try to think backward. The motorcycle team tried to escape from Gosu Vocational High. He continued to make a decision. Gosu High is this way. His eyes had become incredibly certain. If it were me, what would I do to catch them? He continued to calculate the nearest routes. The roads to the main avenue. There are a total of... Right after, Jo Min-jun continued to carry Ma-huri on his back, running quickly forward, past the underlings being beaten on the ground, 3 directions. Seeing such familiar people, he panted tiredly and then thought happily, this is it. They must have blocked the end of the road. Then he continued to glance in another direction. There are too few people here. Did they split up to escape? Looking at their serious injuries made him a bit hesitant. Their condition. He became even more worried for his senior. Mr. Tae-sung. He quickly looked around and then slowly approached. Although I don't understand how Kim In-ae knew, he told me to go save Mr. Tae-sung. Although he was extremely tired, he kept calculating his next plan. Was he caught? Where did they go? Is there any evidence here? After searching for a while, Jo Min-jun shook his head helplessly, thinking, nothing. I have to go somewhere else besides these 3 escape routes. Suddenly, a cough was heard, startling him. Luckily, at this moment, one of Kim Tae-sung's underlings was trying to get up after being exhausted. He quickly approached his comrades and called out, hey, wake up. The captain's been captured. Jo Min-jun stood to one side, listening anxiously to everything. At this moment, he shouted loudly, announcing to everyone lying. Still there. I heard clearly. They've captured Captain Taesung and will execute him publicly at the Alliance's regular meeting. He didn't forget to scream, we have to. Suddenly, a guy appeared from nowhere and kicked him hard in the head. He was incredibly helpless witnessing this scene. This man angrily glanced around and then sighed. What the hell? Why is no one here? Then he continued to report to someone and then cursed in panic. They said to pick them up. Damn these high school dogs. Yes, customer. Where are you, customer? Right after, he immediately became joyful and quickly informed the person on the other end of the phone. Ah, the parking lot. No problem. The customer changed the location, sir. Yes, no problem. It's nearby, so I'll be there right away. Right after, he slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket and sighed, complaining, Motherfucker, I don't even know their faces, but I have to speak politely to these high school dogs. This errant service life is like a chess piece. This life is like a chess piece. He continued to glance at the people lying still on the ground. Still wearing group uniforms these days? Huh? The more society develops, the more like shit it becomes. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, shouting, Damn it, just a few years ago my life was so interesting, torturing soldiers and going out with girls. He didn't forget to complain. You have to go to work, man. But at this moment, Jo Min-jun from behind had raised his weapon forward, preparing to take him down. Next, he was hit with a club and painfully slammed into the car wash. Before he passed out, he didn't forget to curse, F***ing girls. He sighed in relief on the side. At this moment, he had become extremely panicked about his plans. This is the only way to save Mr. Taesung. He looked at the red hat lying on the ground. Returning to the present, he was driving the car, trembling, clenching his teeth, looking forward. At this moment, the two underlings in the back kept talking and laughing with each other in the car. That's why I hit that damn dog in the head with the whole hall bench. Damn you, you crazy dog. He bit his lip anxiously, glanced forward, and then thought hesitantly, even though I've learned a bit about driving this thing isn't easy at all. Then he continued to choose roads with fewer and fewer people. It will be very dangerous. So, I have to choose the road with the fewest people. Suddenly, the car made a strange noise, making everyone in the car freeze instantly. Seeing this, the two underlings angrily shouted, Damn it, what are you doing? Hey, they kept cursing. Can't you drive properly? Seeing this, he tried to stay calm. Right as gas. Left is brake. He tried to tell himself, I can't mix up these two pedals. Then he announced to them, I'm sorry. Kim Taesung glanced at him and immediately recognized the problem. Jo Min-jun. Then he continued to glance at Anju, who was sleeping soundly, which surprised him. This guy's asleep? He silently thanked heavens. Thank goodness. Then he continued, Hey, errant boy. Hearing this, he was a bit startled and confused, looking up. Yes. At this moment, he had become furious and questioned. I've been suspicious for a while now. Your voice sounds different. Hearing this, the two underlings in the back also immediately realized something. He very coldly announced before Kim Taesung's surprised eyes, Stop the car. Jo Min-jun still tried to calm down, glancing back with a confused expression. At the same time, he also quickly moved forward, raising his hand and shouting, I told you to stop the car, you dog. Feeling the situation wasn't right, he quickly stepped on the gas, accelerating forward. Next, the car sped off at a terrifying speed. At this moment, on the deserted road, the car was almost reaching 200 kilometers per hour. Cheon Anju couldn't react in time and fell hard backward. Not just him, but the people in the back also quickly fell backward. At this moment, he and his underlings had become furious and cursed. FCK. He loudly grabbed Jo Min-jun's head, shouting, Stop the car now, you dog. At the same time, the car immediately braked and then crashed into the wall. The situation in the basement here had become incredibly silent. Cheon Anju slowly got out of the car and approached the car door. Right after, he immediately opened the driver's door. At this moment, he had become furious, grabbing his collar and cursing, You damn bastard. Who sent you? His voice kept ringing out. Emperor gang. He just coldly replied, No. Hearing this, he laughed and taunted. You idiot. Did you think I wouldn't find out or something? He didn't forget to curse. You prepare to die too. He suddenly said some very incomprehensible words. Because I put on a heat-insulating film, you didn't notice. Hearing this, he immediately became panicked, his eyes wide. What did you say? His trembling hands slowly reached forward, sending to the Emperor gang. Currently, Captain Kim Taesung of the 4th Division is being held by the Alliance and taken away. Next, Cheon Anju was slowly getting into the driver's seat. Anyone who reads this message, the car window slowly rolled down, startling him. Immediately gather at the Gosu underground parking lot. In front of him now was a crowd of people waiting there and destroy the Emperor gang's opponent. Jo Min-jun smiled smugly and taunted. You're too slow, you idiot. Ji Kong angrily ran over, frantically announcing to all his underlings, Beat them to death. Cheon Anju was stunned by the sight of the crowd in front of him. Jo Min-jun smiled smugly and taunted. You're too slow, you idiot. The entire group, led by Ji Kong, rushed forward, cursing, Beat them to death. Cheon Anju's group was quickly surrounded. Kim Taesung, inside, witnessed the entire scene and was stunned with surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking in confusion. Did he lure them to a place surrounded by the Emperor gang? Then he continued to look at him, sitting quietly there. Jo Min-jun. At this moment, he became furious and shouted, "You damn son of a bitch!" Right after, he quickly turned his head to look behind him. A plan had formed in his head. First, I'll run to the back. While he thought he could escape smoothly, suddenly Ji-hoon, hands coolly in his pockets, walked over. His face had become furious, staring at him. He didn't know what to do in a situation like this. At this moment, the crowd was also gradually becoming more chaotic, preparing for the next battle. He shouted curses, "This is so fed up." Feeling there was no other way, Cheon Anju quickly rushed forward and then cursed, "Come at me if you dare, motherfuckers. You think I'm scared?" Next, many people rushed to attack him at the same time, giving him no time to react. He continuously took blows from their punches, but this didn't make him give up. He kept fighting fiercely. But it seemed Cheon Anju alone was having a hard time against all these people. He was gradually surrounded and continuously beaten, making it impossible for him to react. These damn persistent leeches. Seizing this opportunity, the guy with the two-toned hair jumped up and punched him in the middle of the face. He gradually fell, cursing in panic. "Your f***ing family, you piece of shit. I'll kill all of you." Jo Min-jun, witnessing everything from the side, was arrogant. He remained very calm, seeing him continuously being beaten fiercely. You thought you could defeat Mr. Taesung with your own strength, but that was simply an advantage in numbers on your side. Finally, he understood a truth, because this wasn't an individual playground. The most important thing in battles between high schools is that the side with more people wins. He turned his head towards Kim Taesung. "I'll untie you." Outside, Ji Kong ran quickly towards Cheon Anju, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He jumped high into the air, kicking him with a fatal blow. "Die, you motherfucker." He fell painfully hard to the ground, looking exhausted. At this moment, he had become incredibly desperate. He slowly touched his body. He stepped forward and demanded of him with furious words, "You harm Park Seo, huh? And in the same day, you even touch Kim Taesung? Hey, you alliance bastards are too ambitious." His voice kept ringing out, cursing, "Even if you have strength, there's a limit." Feeling his anger wasn't satisfied, he continued to hit him repeatedly, making him unable to react from the pain. "You look down on the Emperor gang that much? Huh, you damn despicable dog." Suddenly, at this moment, Kim Taesung got out of the car and advised, "That's enough." Seeing this, he finally stopped. "Mr. Taesung." Kim Taesung slowly walked forward. Kim Taesung's eyes glanced at him lying still there. At this moment, he looked incredibly pathetic with his injuries. Kim Taesung announced, "If you hit him again, you might kill him." Hearing this, Ji Kong could only curse helplessly, "Motherfucker." Right after, he continued to approach him, preparing to deal with him. "I don't care. This damn dog caused Mr. Seoha, caused Park Seoha to fall into a coma." His feet quickly moved toward his face. At this crucial moment, Ji-hoon suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Why are you so angry?" Ji-hoon's face had become very serious as he declared, "Frankly, that guy is a traitor." Hearing these incomprehensible words, Kim Taesung asked with some concern, "Park Seo-ha got into trouble? And what's this about a traitor? What on earth happened?" Ji-hoon continued to voice his thoughts. "Either way, he's someone we have to eliminate." At this point, his voice was a bit sad. "Maybe this is even better." Ji-kong couldn't stand it anymore. Jang stepped forward, grabbing his collar tightly, and questioned, "Good? This is good." At this moment, he was trembling with rage. The captain of Emperor Gang's first division was harmed by the alliance. They'll see us as nothing but dogs. But it seemed Ji-hoon didn't care about this. "We also captured their core members. This bastard is the alliance's no." 3. He immediately shouted, "That's not the issue." His eyes clearly showed anger. "It's that I can't accept it." Elsewhere, everyone was riding motorcycles quickly forward. At this moment, a man seemed silent about the current situation. Park Seo-ha seemed surprised by this scene, speechless. Suddenly, at that moment, Ji Kong turned his head, an enigmatic smile on his face. Returning to the present, Ji Kong grabbed Ji-hoon's collar tightly and said helplessly, "I can't accept this situation." He gritted his teeth in despair. Why, in the end, Kim Taesung, at this moment, was also extremely stunned seeing this scene. At the same time, cars were continuously arriving from somewhere. An underling loudly announced, "Captain, we're here to escort you." Finally, everything was almost over. The entire place had become incredibly chaotic. The Gosu Vocational High battle, a battle ignited by the captain of Gosu Vocational High, Byongju, because he provoked Hari. Ji Kong, seeing things were gradually being resolved, immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to announce, "It's settled. Second division, withdraw." Ji-hoon also calmly left the place. This had caused injuries to 1/3 of the Emperor Gang's 4th division. The entire force of Gosu High, belonging to the Alliance block, and half the numbers of Daelim and Yunkong High suffered heavy losses. The story was gradually recounted. Captain of the 1st division, Park Seo-ha, fell into a coma, and the Alliance's no. 3. Cheon Anju was seriously injured. That battle finally ended, leaving behind significant damage. At this moment, footsteps slowly approached. Zhou Minjun walked helplessly on the road in a very pathetic state. He sighed and said some very incomprehensible words to himself. I kept playing dead, so she scolded me. On the phone he was holding, Devil Girl, Manhwa, continuously scolded him with different messages. You're good at abandoning me. Huang Mujin's house burned down. Him, Nak Jun, and the guy from the Alliance inhaled too much smoke and passed out. But luckily, their lives aren't in danger. Where are you? He immediately messaged her back. I'm near Gapcho Bridge. She quickly replied, I'll be there. Stay put, okay? He remembered his friend and subconsciously became worried, praying. Kim Ekajun almost got into big trouble. Luckily, he's okay. In his head, different calculations and plans kept forming. The chief of staff has identified me, and captain of the 1st Division, Park Seoha, is in a coma. Now the Emperor gang doesn't have Huang Mujin anymore, so they're in a very disadvantageous situation. He continued to look at the phone screen, which was gradually shattering in his hand. Because I picked up this damn thing, now I'm living like a dog. Thinking this, Zhou Minjun sighed very helplessly. I just wanted those bullying bastards to experience what I went through. He continued to look at the clear blue water below the riverbank. Maybe I'll feel more comfortable if I give up everything and pay for what I've done, whether G-Kong kills me or not. Gangs, what the hell? If I just throw this phone away, everything will end. Suddenly remembering something, he hesitated with some regret. Wait a minute. If so, Huang Mujin's diaries were all burned. Thinking this, his eyes suddenly changed. So, besides me, no one has read all the contents inside. The moment returned to earlier, when Zhou Minjun was calmly reading each diary. He looked up at the dark sky and got lost in his own thoughts. As the situation becomes more and more chaotic, the moment I want to give up everything, I can't bring myself to abandon it. Why? Because he subconsciously stood on the bridge, looking at the calm, clear blue water below. At this moment, Mujin was walking on the street and suddenly bumped into a fierce-looking young man. Seeing this, he immediately became enraged and cursed. Hey, you dog. You bumped into me and don't even know how to apologize. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. It was because he turned his head and glanced with extreme anger, as if warning, don't mess with me. 3 years ago, Huang Mujin, 17 years old. The contents inside that diary. Elsewhere, Mujin at that time was furious, looking at all the troublemakers in front of him. Strength, also known as violence. These guys loudly cursed in front of him. This dog is provocative. They, relying on their numbers, didn't forget to recognize him and curse. Motherfucker, so it's you? The dog who picked a fight with No. One of Akian Hai Kong-hoon and dropped out. Right after, they prepared to deal with him. Good timing. You come. Here. Seeing this, the guy next to him quickly intervened. Hey, look at his muscles. You think you can beat him? This man angrily still shouted. Muscles, my ass. I bet all my assets that's all just fat. He immediately approached him, taunting. At your level, you have to be my soldier to build muscle. Less than a second later, Mujin quickly entered a fighting stance, taking him down in just a single blow. Seeing this, the two guys next to him were stunned by the sight, frozen in panic. Not just the two of them, but everyone on the street at that time had also become extremely surprised. This young man had fainted after just one blow from him. He, with a very calm expression, announced, What did you say? You spoke too softly, so I couldn't hear clearly. Right after, the remaining guys were scared by this scene and turned to run away. The story in the diary gradually unfolded. I don't have parents. My only family member now is my grandmother, a frail person. She was very gentle with him. At that time, he approached his grandmother. Grandma, a blonde-haired boy appeared, anxiously saying, Oh my God, and a pathetic younger brother. He anxiously put away the vegetables and then instructed his grandmother. I told you, you don't need to sell things here. We still have aid money. But suddenly, right after, he was startled, noticing another direction. He saw a large figure lurking at the alley entrance and was a bit surprised. He immediately ran over and called out, Mujin, big brother. Just like that, everything was gradually revealed in his diary. The people called parents. They abandoned me and my younger brother and disappeared. At this moment, two students at school didn't forget to chat with each other. Damn it, I hate going to school. Skip class. No, my mom will kill me. All of this was observed by him from the side. Also, a dejected young man said, Maybe I should just die. He glanced in the direction of these two students and thought, The existence of parents is nothing but a curse. Something that prevents me from living my life as myself. I'm not bound by any standards of this world. A fist was thrown straight and decisively forward. In front of him was a battle between two different groups of students causing trouble. There are many like them. They continuously attacked each other fiercely. Those who are not bound by standards will do anything to prove the path they have chosen. All of this was witnessed by Mujin, sitting quietly. After defeating the opposing side, the three remaining victors smugly announced, These losers should know their own limits. The leader didn't forget to taunt. You think the Dan Alliance is some bullshit? His voice kept ringing out, Beat that dog to death for me. Hearing this, Mujin, sitting on the side, seemed surprised and asked the D-Gon Alliance? He learned something quite interesting. Lately, many guys have been mentioning the name Dawn Alliance. I'm sorry. At this moment, the loser was relentlessly begging in desperation. Please stop. Seeing this, the leader seemed angry. Sorry? You think sorry is enough? Right after, he slowly took off his pants, preparing to do something significant. Today, I will specially baptize you. Next, he peeped straight onto the heads of these losers. Go to heaven, you dogs. Right after, these three smugly left. Mujin also had to sigh helplessly. These little brats. He immediately called out to them. Hey, standing before them. He had become very serious and questioned. You just mentioned the Dane Alliance, right? Who are they? Seeing him appear made the leader seem angry and curse. Who's this big guy? You think you're tough or something? He didn't forget to threaten. Or, do you want to be baptized too? Before he could finish, a punch quickly flew forward. In an instant, he fell hard backward before the surprised eyes of his two comrades. One punch from him knocked out several of his teeth, and he gradually lost consciousness. Just like that, he fell hard backward. The two couldn't believe this scene. Mujin immediately repeated his words. Don't make me say it again. The remaining two, seeing this scene, were frozen in fear. Motherfucker! His face had become enraged as he questioned. What the hell is the Dane Alliance? They were a bit confused, staring at him. Who is this dog? Right after, one of them continued to ask him. You look like you know how to fight, yet you don't know about the Alliance? Oh no, you don't know them. This guy continued to recount everything with a fearful face. This is a force established by the current king of Dagon. His name is Yun. Currently, all strong schools are under it. Mujin immediately memorized this impressive name. UW. His eyes had become incredibly certain. It's not because I pity those who are bullied, nor is it because I'm outraged that they are bullied by them. He ordered, quickly tell me his location. Standing before them, his face had become furious. Don't make me repeat myself. It's just that I find them annoying, that's all. He looked up at the sky and silently decided in his heart, that title of king. Elsewhere, bloodstains were constantly flying through the air. Mujin stood there, relentlessly taking down underlings one by one with ease, in just a few punches. The place they showed me was the end of the end. I had to pass through so many gates to get to that Yumongon guy. He continued to take down a few more. School king. Not only that, he continued to take down more. Area boss. Then he got money again, and he was treated to a meal by him. And then to the core members of the alliance. My fist had to be covered in blood for a whole week. A man, beaten to the point of injury, painfully recounted. 3 days later, there will be a regular meeting at O.O. Park. The commander-in-chief will be there. Hearing this, a pleased smile finally appeared on Mujin's face. Then I could finally meet Yun. But he didn't notice that someone was witnessing everything from behind. This man remained silent, watching him do everything. Mujin still didn't notice this, and just had a smug smile. The title of king is only for one person. I thought only when I defeat him can I prove my existence. He slowly turned to leave. Once born a man, everyone carries something called desire. At this moment, someone quickly approached. It seemed things weren't as dreamy. You poured a bucket of cold water on my burning mood. The man behind him taunted. You're dumber than I thought. This strange person's voice kept ringing out. Do you think you're invincible? Hearing this, Mujin turned his head in surprise to look at this man, not forgetting to taunt. Aren't you too pathetic? His voice kept ringing out as he voiced his thoughts. At the regular meeting, there will be 100,000 members of the alliance gathered. You think you can defeat Yumun and escape from there alive? It seemed he wasn't afraid of his formidable opponent, him. Humans are very weak. One hit from Car, and they're off to see God. But what's scarier than a car rushing towards you? At this point, he angrily lunged forward to attack. He kicked this strange person hard, giving the strange person no time to react. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. It turned out this strange person was none other than Park Seo-ha. He coldly announced, is a pack. Let me tell you something interesting. His voice had become incredibly certain as he declared, Huang Mujin is the one named Perik. Park Seo-ha continued his story with Mujin. Let me tell you an interesting story, Huang Mujin. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. Mujin continued to jump high into the air, preparing to spin and strike. Mujin spun, creating a very beautiful kick, attacking him straight on. Right after, Mujin had someone kick him with a fatal blow. He felt quite a bit of pain from his holy attack. Mujin slowly praised. You're the first one to trip me up. Interesting. Mujin's face had become incredibly certain as he challenged him. If you want to lecture me, you have to fight me first. You insolent brat. Hearing this, he just sighed and continued to voice his thoughts. Truly a beast. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I didn't come here to fight you. He didn't forget to announce what I want. Before he could finish, Mujin continued to rush into the fight. Mujin continued to attack him, making him feel the pain. At this moment, he had completely switched from patience to anger and cursed. When someone else is talking, without hesitation, he landed a blow on Mujin's head and shouted, Listen, damn it! Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. Mujin had a frightening smile on his face and taunted, Is that all your fist has got? Next, a fist quickly and decisively flew forward. Mujin's punch landed straight on Park Seo-ha's face, giving him no time to react. Finally, he also felt the pain, his mouth agape in disbelief. Seeing his face made Mujin a bit smug, showing off, "Mine is this strong." Next, the two of them continuously clashed fiercely. Park Seo-ha seemed to be gradually losing ground to Mujin's strength. He was beaten back on the defensive. His voice kept ringing out, "I came." Mujin at this moment also threw a huge punch, but luckily he managed to dodge it in time. He didn't forget to remind him, "To help you become king, Huang Mujin." Right after, a strong punch immediately landed on Mujin's chin. Mujin still stood there, thinking about something, which made him a bit speechless. Finally, at this moment, Mujin reacted. Mujin looked up in surprise and asked, "King?" He nodded in confirmation and continued to explain, "That's right. I can help you become king in this war." Elsewhere, an old man gradually led two policemen, hurriedly approaching and saying, this way, sir." Seeing the two apparently arguing there, the policeman shouted loudly, "You kids, stop." Mujin just walked past, laughing, "You help me? What a ridiculous thing to say." Seeing him leave, Park Seo-ha anxiously tried to stop him. "Wait." He very coldly turned his head and declared, "I don't need anyone's help." Then he just left, disappearing. Park Seo-ha just stood silently, watching his retreating figure. Time shifted to a few days later. The flag of the Alliance organization was fluttering in the wind. Cheers continuously rang out, praising the man called Boss Yin Gun. "Yin Gun! Yin Gun!" Below, they kept praising, "Yin Mun Gon! Yin Mun Gon!" Moon Quan seemed very pleased by this. Regular meeting. Moon Quan subtly signaled his underlings and then slowly announced, "So a quarter of the high schools in DA are now under the Alliance block. The road is still long. The goal we're aiming for is even greater." Suddenly, at this moment, there was a big commotion outside, accompanied by a shout, "Who are you? You crazy bastard!" He seemed surprised by this. Mujin slowly charged in and shouted, "You Mun Gon!" He decisively took down 100 men at once with his strength. The man didn't seem scared by this at all, looking forward in surprise. "Oh, the guy who said he wanted to see me." Then he continued to look at Mujin. "Is it him?" He looked smugly at him. "So you're here." Alone, he had become incredibly dominant, continuously taking down underlings. "I single-handedly punched my way through about 300 men, including the core members of the Alliance." Seeing this, other underlings angrily signaled each other. "Who is this madman? Stop him." But it seemed he didn't care about them at all. He just charged straight towards the commander. "Come here, you Mun Gon." Seeing him approaching his commander like that, his men kept shouting and signaling each other, "That madman is heading for the commander-in-chief." Oh Yoon Take, seeing this, immediately became enraged and rushed forward. "This insolent bastard dares." But it seemed he was no match for his strength. He quickly flew high into the air, looking incredulous. The underlings, seeing this, shouted in panic and disbelief. He punched Oh Yoon Take and sent him flying. Seeing Mujin advancing madly made them all scream helplessly, "He's here!" From above, witnessing the entire scene, Moon Quan was utterly stunned. Even if anyone says this is a foolish, impulsive act, I'm confident that even others wouldn't dare believe their own eyes. With just a few basic moves, he could easily take them all down. "I can crush them all." Red blood kept splattering into the air. The feeling was incredibly real. At this moment, the underlings were completely helpless, not knowing what was happening. Just then, an underling, trembling helplessly, said, "Impossible. We called him to the regular meeting to teach him a lesson for life." Mujin continued to recount in his diary, "Me on that day." Their helpless voices rang out. Is he a monster? Alone, he could take down many different opponents, displaying his peak skills. Seeing this, someone slowly approached, not forgetting to praise. Defeated 300 men? Truly a madman. Just like that, Moon Quan was now standing right in front of him. "What's your name?" He was a bit joyful. "I'm standing before the king." A pleased smile appeared on his face as he recounted, "Huang Mujin." Seeing this, the man immediately questioned, "Why are you targeting me? Did I do something to offend you?" Hearing this, his eyes had become incredibly frightening. He slowly began to explain, "It's nothing like that. It's simply because you call yourself king." Seeing the situation wasn't good, an underling shouted loudly, "Commander-in-chief, get out of the way. Is that guy out of his mind?" Mujin slowly raised his hand forward, clenching his fist. A punch flew straight towards the man's face. Suddenly, something was wrong, making him immediately widen his eyes. In the next second, he had completely stopped attacking and paused. A voice was heard, "You beast." Moon Quan stepped forward with a calm expression, smiling as if nothing had happened, and asked, "What do I have to do to satisfy you?" Moon Quan didn't seem scared at all by Mujin's previous action. He himself didn't understand what he was doing, his eyes wide with surprise. "What am I supposed to do with a childish idiot like you? What is this?" At this moment, he had become extremely panicked, unable to act according to his will. "Why can't I move?" Seeing his face made the man also laugh smugly and taunt. "Really? Looking at your expression, it seems you've never tried it before, huh?" He continued to announce, "Limit." At this moment, drops of blood from his hand also slowly dripped down. Taking this opportunity, a punch flew straight towards his Face. The man standing there decisively landed a blow on his face. Just like that, he collapsed backward, unable to react. Moon Quan also had to praise him pretty tough. Right after, his next action was to turn and leave, saying some incomprehensible words. No one runs at full speed in a marathon. Obviously, it's because no one can. He picked up the iron rod in his hand. The body has done its job, but the brain hasn't received the information yet. His voice kept ringing out, praising, so combative that he doesn't even realize he's exhausted. I admit, you truly are a monster. The first time I've met someone like you. He slowly walked forward to where he was lying. No wonder you're not afraid of anything. Moon Quan found Mujin's action a bit amusing. Someone like you, even the top gangsters aren't worthy opponents. He kept taunting and then stepped towards him. You think you can take down everyone with just a few sissies, right? But what now? The flag in his hand fluttered in the wind. His voice rang out, because if these guys gather, they can still do this to you. Mujin continued to look at the symbol on the flag in his hand. This is the terror of the alliance. At this point, a very strange smile appeared on his face. We're not afraid of monsters like solitary, unrivaled beasts. He immediately stuck the flag firmly into the ground. Anyway, for the days to come, Moon Quan slowly lifted Mujin's arm and then asked with a smug smile, "Then it's best if I break one of your arms, right?" Then he slowly moved the flagpole toward his arm. "If you promise to become my servant now, I can overlook this." He didn't forget to taunt. Well, suddenly at this moment he spoke so talkative. He didn't forget to urge him, "Stop talking nonsense. If you like it, then do it quickly." His eyes had become filled with rage, mixed with his own hatred. "If you let me rest like this, who knows, I might beat you like a dog." Moon Quan, seeing this, also seemed surprised, unable to believe it. Right after, he slowly reacted, "Pretty good." His face had a very wicked smile, preparing for his next action. "Yeah, well, actually, I had no intention of letting you go." Right after, he grabbed his hand tightly, preparing to strike. "I was taught that strong people." His voice kept ringing out, accompanied by strange noises, instead of luring them. Next, something seemed to be shattering. It's better to eliminate them completely. At the same time, the police had arrived in time, shouting loudly, "What are you doing over there?" The police chief shouted reprimands and then announced, "These brats are fighting? Arrest them all for me." An underling approached and announced, "I think we should stop and go. Yin Gun." He cursed angrily, "Motherfucker, why did the police suddenly come here?" This man instructed his subordinates, "Those of you who can still stand, listen carefully." His voice kept ringing out, "Use your bodies and block the cops." Immediately, these guys quickly agreed, "Yes, sir." Then they very loyally ran quickly forward, preparing to block the police officers. The police, seeing this, immediately became panicked. These crazy kids. Then this man continued to instruct Moon Quan, "Take this opportunity and run. Getting cuffed by the cops is troublesome." He said, frustrated and annoyed, "How can I not watch Mujin's match?" Right after, he continued to turn his head to look at Mujin. Seeing his contemplative face made him also exclaim in surprise, "He just passed out now? You clueless bastard, you're pretty lucky." In his diary, he wrote, "That day was the first time I lost consciousness." A moment later, Mujin also opened his eyes wide, waking up. He looked around and then asked in surprise, "Damn it, what happened? Where is this?" At this moment, someone slowly approached. Park Seo-ha slowly walked in front of him and taunted, "Finally decided to wake up, huh?" His voice became helpless as he announced, "I thought you had some brilliant strategy. I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to walk right into death like that." He didn't forget to recount, "It's truly a headache with kids who have to try things to learn. Now, are you willing to listen to me?" Inside the room here, his voice rang out. "Bringing you here was a real pain." Mujin woke up, looked around in surprise, and then asked, "Is this Shang Mountain?" Mujin was very surprised when he looked towards Park Seo-ha. "You saved me." He turned his head and recounted everything he had witnessed. "Those gangsters gave the cops a lot of trouble. Thanks to that, I was able to make a final decision." Right after, Mujin immediately grabbed his collar. Mujin's face had become furious as he questioned, "You're good at playing the fool, huh?" It seemed he wasn't scared by this at all. He just calmly replied, "I'll take that as a thank you. So what are you going to do now?" His voice kept ringing out, "The trouble you caused this time, whether you like it or not, it has become a legend in the battles of Dayan." Hearing this, Mujin remembered everything, from him single-handedly charging into their territory to Moon Quan being able to defeat him alone. You alone against 300 men at the Alliance's regular meeting. The man with sharp eyes walked straight up to the commander-in-chief. At this point, he didn't forget to conclude, but he was the man who failed to stab the commander-in-chief in the neck. After hearing these words, Mujin immediately became enraged. "This damn son of a bitch." Mujin threw a punch towards him. "Ah, you motherfucker." He continued to question loudly, "You're not satisfied, are you?" His face had become very clear. He continued to ask again, "Because you're only that much a battle-crazed fool with nothing but ambition." It seemed Park Seo-ha's next words moved Mujin. "I guarantee you, if you continue to act alone like this, you will never wash away today's shame. Because you don't have strength." Mujin immediately asked, "What?" Park Seo-ha turned his head to look behind and then announced, "Look." He looked in the direction Park Seo-ha pointed and was a bit surprised. Do you see those lights? Next, he focused on listening. The electric lights from different apartments inside. Those are the lights that you just need to open the door, rush in, and smash them, and they will be extinguished. They're just useless lights. Park Seo-ha's voice kept ringing out, announcing, but when you gather those lights, you will create a great city like Dagon. Park Seo-ha, with a confident face, continued to voice his thoughts. No matter how strong that person is, they can't extinguish Dian. Even if one or two lights are broken, it still arrogantly displays its strength. At this point, Mu Jin turned his head to look at him. Seeing he was still dazed and didn't understand, Park Seo-ha didn't forget to explain further. Do you understand, Huang Mu Jin? If you want to become king, you need strength. The kind of strength that Yun has today, and you don't. The two stood silently on high, looking at the entire vast city before them. Is power. Thinking this, Mu Jin slowly let go of Park Seo-ha's collar. Then, finally, he understood everything. So, in short, you mean you want me to create a force like the Dan Alliance? Park Seo-ha nodded in confirmation. I see great potential in you. If you join forces with me, you can become king. Park Seo-ha slowly extended his hand forward to shake his. There are many cases where a king achieves greater results when cooperating with officials rather than doing things his own way. Park Seo-ha's voice kept ringing out, proposing, I want to be friends with you. That's why I came here. What do you think? Interesting, right? He seemed hesitant looking at this hand. The day I lost consciousness for the first time in my life. After a period of thought and decision, he quickly shook hands with Park Seo-ha. It was also the first time I shook hands with someone else. As the two were leaving, Mu Jin voiced his thoughts. But with two people, how do we create a force? Where do we recruit people? I don't really care about guys who like to fight, so I'm not good at this. Park Seo-ha heard this and sighed in reply. All the high schools that participate in fights are on the Alliance's side now. Finding manpower is very difficult now. He nodded in confirmation and then said, what's wrong? It seemed Park Seo-ha was very calm about this. Don't worry, I know a promising kid. At this moment, a person with strange strength appeared in Park Seo-ha's mind. Although he's 1 year younger than us. At that time, all the students fearfully ran quickly forward. A loud noise was heard. A giant liquor bottle instantly shattered. But he once defeated many third-rate gangsters. A voice in a karaoke room shouted loudly, you motherfucker, you bastard, you dare sing the song I'm singing right next to my room? It is known as the wild horse of this area. None other than this man was Ji Kong. At that time, he was only 16 years old and questioned, do you like to fight, you dog? Park Seo-ha also continued his story, we will tame him. At this moment, a boy was going to school as usual. Hey, a student approached and called out. He seemed surprised and turned his head, confused. The other student continued to ask cheerfully and anxiously, are you planning to go that way? He nodded in confirmation and then recounted, yeah, why? My house is in that direction. Seeing this guy seemed worried, looking ahead. You probably just moved here, so you don't know. But that road, this guy's voice kept warning, is where the mad dog often roams. Hearing this, the student wasn't scared but a bit interested. Mad dog? So what? I'm called the Hyunguk dog of Jindu in this world. There are no bad dogs. Not seeing that, he seemed helpless. I'm not talking about a real dog. At this moment, Ji Kong's image slowly appeared. But a person, he was still lying there asleep, as if nothing had happened. The voices of these two young men kept chatting. A person? Yeah, he's a terrifying executioner. Elsewhere, students were walking and talking. So I beat him up badly. I don't know what school that guy goes to. I think it's YN. They didn't forget to taunt with amusement. No wonder we have to deal with all the kids from YN. Weren't you scared shitless when you met Joe Jianhu? FCKU, tell Joe Jian who to come meet me. Suddenly, at this moment, Ji Kong appeared, kicked the guy in the middle, and then cursed, look at you guys. He was furious and questioned, barking this and that on the street. Seeing this, the remaining two immediately became scared. His face seemed interested looking at these students. Then you guys must be pretty good at fighting, huh? Seeing this, these two immediately rushed towards him to attack. You damn dogs. And the story was also told. His name was Ji Kong. They continuously punched him, but he easily dodged them, becoming famous after. To counterattack, he quickly punched each of them back. A first-grade elementary school student when he was still in kindergarten, and punched second-grade middle school students when he just entered first grade. At this moment, he had become incredibly dominant, slowly taking them down one by one. Feeling it wasn't enough, he immediately grabbed another one's leg. Right after, he continued to wrestle these students forward. Currently, he's in middle school and slaughtering high school kids, known by the name. A loud noise was heard. These students finally felt the danger he brought. Demon King. Slaughtering them, they gradually lost consciousness and fell into a stupor. The remaining one, seeing this scene, immediately froze in fear. Once you mess with him, Ji Kong slowly raised his fist, smiled, and raised it forward. Where do you think you're running? Seeing this guy kept pleading, wait, I haven't run anywhere. That mad dog can only vent its anger when they're torn to pieces. Right after, this guy quickly flew into the air. So this market is also called the torture market. And the story was gradually unfolding. Those who know this wouldn't be stupid enough to go through there. After taking down these three brats, the dominant Ji-Kong walked forward. Wow, I'm wide awake now. At this moment, two students whispered to each other, "You should be grateful I saved your life." Is that so? At this moment, someone slowly approached from behind. Mujin appeared and then sighed in frustration. So annoying. He glanced forward with a thoughtful expression. Elsewhere, Ji-Kong was walking by the shop in front of him. He immediately noticed the pawn shop signs outside. Right after, he stepped into the shop. "Uncle." The shop owner seemed surprised and greeted. "Oh, Ji-Kong, is that you?" He smiled and announced, "Just in time, I just finished it." Hearing this, his face immediately lit up with joy and excitement. At this moment, a shirt with a strange dragon pattern was printed on it. The shop owner happily asked, "What do you think?" It seemed he was very interested, not forgetting to praise, "Damn, it's beautiful, uncle." Men go with the image of a dragon. The shop owner smiled and asked, "You like it a lot, right?" After putting on the shirt, he didn't forget to ask the owner again, "What do you think, uncle?" The owner's face had become very certain as he praised, "You look more like a gangster now." Then he approached the owner. "How much, uncle?" The owner calmly explained, 10 million. Hearing this, he was a bit speechless. "Uncle, you're overcharging me." Suddenly, he was surprised, realizing something. He looked at the picture in front of him and asked again, "Who is that? I've never seen this picture before." He just smiled calmly and explained, "My son." Right after, he immediately put the picture face down. "So that's it." Hearing this, Ji-Kong didn't forget to laugh and tease. "What's this? I thought you were single your whole life, uncle. You have a son too." Hearing this, he just remained silent, speechless. Right after, he grabbed his neck, not forgetting to introduce, "Single my whole life, what? You kid. I may look like this, but I'm much more famous than you, okay?" Seeing this, he was speechless. "What the FCK?" His face smiled as he recounted, "Although you want to live like a gangster, that's your decision." He didn't forget to announce, "But you can't be alone." Hearing this, he was a bit confused. Elsewhere, the shop door slowly opened. A man slowly stepped inside. Seeing this person appear, the shop owner said in surprise, "Come in." In front of the two was a group of gangsters approaching with angry faces. He sighed a bit tired. It seems it wasn't worth inviting them in after all. Once again, the scene shifted to another place on the street. Ji-Kong was walking and shouting angrily, "Damn it!" He glanced around the city, not forgetting to say dejectedly, "Where the hell is he? That bastard Ji-Kong." At that time, he had asked Park Seo-ha in surprise, "You told me to go?" Park Seo-ha nodded firmly in confirmation. "Yes." Hearing this, he immediately left and then said angrily, "Forget it, I won't do it. I've never said sweet words to anyone. It's too troublesome." Seeing this, Park Seo-ha didn't forget to tease, "If so, then you'll live forever with the memory of being crushed by Yun." After hearing these words, he became even more determined. He quickly turned his head and shouted angrily at his friend, "You dog, if you use this to tease me, you better watch out, or I'll tear you apart." But it seemed Park Seo-ha's face was very calm as he explained to him again, "I have no intention of dragging you into this or anything. A strong organization all depends on its leader." Park Seo-ha's voice kept ringing out, announcing, "No matter what you do, only a beast can tame a beast. If that person is you, then you will definitely leave a strong impression on him." Thinking this, he sighed tiredly, dejected. Thinking back, that dog called me a beast. Then he walked past the clothing store that was gradually being destroyed. Park Seo-ha, wait until I come back and fix you. Looking at the shattered things inside made him a bit surprised. Just then, Ji-Kong trembled angrily and said, "Damn it." Seeing Ji-Kong made Mujin a bit happy, and he asked, Looking at his face, it seems he's the one, right? He quickly approached Ji-Kong and asked, "You're Ji-Kong, right?" Park Seo-ha's voice kept ringing out, "You can't recruit him without planning ahead." Ji-Kong looked at him with eyes like an enemy. Park Seo-ha at that time didn't forget to instruct him carefully, "Don't provoke him. To be able to recruit him, you definitely." Thinking this, he told himself he had to smile. He smiled and announced, "I've really wanted to meet you." His voice kept ringing out. Before he could finish, Ji-Kong angrily cursed, "Don't talk to me. Get lost, you dog, before I tear you apart." Right after, Ji-Kong immediately ran quickly to the back, leaving him alone where he was, not knowing what to say in this situation. Ji-Kong. And so, this was the first meeting with Ji-Kong. He continued to look at everything gradually falling apart in the clothing store right in front of him. I didn't expect that because of that incident, I would encounter a guy who would turn my life upside down. On the table was the picture of the sun, placed upside down. At this moment, in his diary, he also simply wrote, he was furious, staring intently forward. "I'll kill you. He's driving me crazy." Ji-Kong rode his motorcycle, speeding forward with extreme anger. He gritted his teeth, looking forward with hateful eyes. Damn these big guys in Fking uniforms. Who the hell are they? At that time, after beating the clothing store owner black and blue, this leader ordered, "Clean this place up. We're going to the abandoned warehouse in Daewoo-dong." Thinking this, he became furious, speeding off. His eyes were filled with despair, trying to rush there as fast as possible. "Uncle, you can't die." He used all his strength to chase to the final destination. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to an abandoned house. The voice of the clothing store owner. Why? He was tired, with wounds on his head. He asked angrily. Alright, I gave you everything you asked for. Why do you have to do this? Suddenly, at this moment, another punch landed on his face. A gangster angrily punched him in the face, not forgetting to reprimand. Uncle's face is thicker than socks, huh? He clenched his fist and approached him. Didn't you leave while there was still one thing you hadn't said? Right after, he slowly pulled out a hidden weapon from his pocket. You have to say that, right? Weren't we capable enough to arrange it perfectly? Approaching the clothing store owner, he raised the knife, threatening. I'm talking about your existence, uncle. His voice kept ringing out. I received orders to stab you until you confess. So don't hate me too much, okay? The knife quickly pointed straight at the uncle. Luckily, at this moment, the motorcycle wheel arrived in time. Ji-Kong jumped off the bike and quickly took down these big guys. You disrespectful bastard. The clothing store owner was very surprised, looked up, and hurriedly asked, Ji-Kong, why are you here? You troublesome kid. Seeing this, the other gangsters were furious and chatted with each other. Who's this? Isn't he that crazy bastard from before? You got hit in the mouth a few times and still haven't woken up? We spared you because you're still a kid, and yet, damn it. Then this time, let's send you on your way. At this moment, he turned his head and shouted curses at these gangsters, motherfuckers. Just now, I had to take on 5 of you old guys in that cramped store. Now, you little shits, don't even think about touching me. Seeing this, the other gangster immediately became enraged. You little shits. Motherfucker, who are you calling little shits, you brat? He still didn't care about these words, and continued. And if I ride my war horse in a space wide enough like this? Hearing this, the gangster rushed forward quickly. Who do you think you are? Come at me, you dog. He glanced behind him. Win or lose. Right after, he spun his wheel with his wheelie skill, hitting this guy straight in the face. Just like that, this guy lost consciousness and fainted on the spot. His voice rang out. You have to try to know. The guys behind were surprised and chatted with each other. What's this madman doing with his motorcycle? Nothing to be scared of. Right after, they approached and surrounded Ji-Kong. To surround him, and that crazy dog won't be able to dance anymore. Hearing this, he laughed and taunted. Oh, these rich brats know how to use their brains too, huh? Seeing this, the leader seemed angry and shouted, You're laughing, you insolent bastard. Let me see if you still have teeth to laugh with later. Feeling the situation wasn't good, the clothing store owner shouted reprimands. Ji-Kong, run kid. They're not joking. You could lose your life. His voice had become incredibly helpless. Behind these bastards is someone even more terrifying. He didn't seem to care much about these words. Uncle, don't make me laugh. If I run from here, he immediately decided to fight. I'll be very ashamed and won't dare to wear the shirt anywhere anymore. A mischievous smile appeared on Ji-Kong's face. So, he quickly revved his motorcycle hard, speeding forward. Right after, the motorcycle emitted a plume of black smoke, accompanied by his firm statement, Won't go anywhere. The place gradually became hazy with smoke from the revving motorcycle. The leader, seeing this, asked in angry confusion, What the hell? Is he making smoke from his tires? Another one also cursed, looking into the smoke and dust. Tricky bastard. You guys be careful. He didn't forget to announce. We don't know where he'll jump out from. But unfortunately, at this moment, he was already behind him. His eyes had become incredibly certain. Loud noises continuously echoed amidst the smoke and dust. We'll tear you apart. After just a short time, the shop owner's eyes widened in disbelief. A firm footstep slowly emerged from the smoke. Ji-Kong stepped out of the smoke with a smug expression. He called out, Hey, uncle. Then he sat down, looking at his clothing store uncle. What's wrong with you, uncle? I can smell the glorious past emanating from you. Did I win? But wait, this place is... Suddenly, at this moment, an iron rod came from somewhere. He helplessly shouted, Ji-Kong, dodge! Hearing this, he turned his head in surprise. Dodge what? It seemed it was too late. He was quickly hit on the head with a rod by a gangster, causing him to fall hard backward. The leader angrily held the iron rod in front of him and shouted, You damn troublemaker. You're really annoying. Ji-Kong looked at them in confusion and then asked in surprise, Motherfucker, still more? Taking this opportunity, they rushed to hit him, shouting curses. Yeah, still more, so what? Our organization is right next door. The guy you just hit is my colleague, you dog. Right after, they continuously attacked him at the same time. Kill this insolent bastard. Screams and blows continuously rained down on him, giving him no time to react. Die, you motherfucker, you fucking bastard. At this moment, he had become completely helpless, lost in his own thoughts. These guys are completely different from the ones I faced in the alleys. Even though it's a gang, the level is different. Damn, did I lose? Thinking this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Did I fail? Suddenly, at this moment, a voice was heard. Move. Mujin had appeared right there. A gangster took a punch and felt an unprecedented pain. Mujin's voice slowly rang out. It's not your turn. After just one punch, this underling completely fainted. Seeing this, the gangsters asked each other in confusion. What now? Is he that guy's friend? At this moment, Ji-Kong was also extremely dazed, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, all of them rushed towards him at the same time. Screw it, punch him too. Ji-Kong was still lost in thought. Isn't this the guy I bumped into at the market earlier? He didn't say much and continued to throw his punches forward. I clearly said. He rushed forward quickly, then took them down one by one, quickly and easily. This isn't your business anymore. Ji Kong, witnessing this scene, immediately froze in disbelief and asked, what the hell? A normal punch makes a sound like that. After just a few basic moves, Mujin had completely defeated all of them easily. The clothing store owner, seeing this scene, immediately froze. At this moment, he was gradually walking towards Ji Kong. Ji Kong slowly said to him, thank you for helping me, but sensing something was wrong, he widened his eyes in panic. Seeing him raise his fist forward, he shouted a warning. Ji Kong dodged. He's still angry. I'll kill you. Right after, the punch flew straight towards Ji Kong's face, making him also not understand what was happening. What the FCK, he on the side, could only scream helplessly, Ji Kong. Right after, Park Seo-ha appeared right there and asked about the situation. Took longer than I thought. Huang Mujin, Ji Kong, how is he? He sighed helplessly in reply, forget that guy. These middle schoolers are more pragmatic than I thought. Park Seo-ha seemed curious, glancing at Ji Kong behind him. Then why is he here? Hearing this, he was a little curious and turned his head back. Why is this dog following me? For revenge. Song-ma Park burst out laughing in surprise. I told you, didn't I? Song-ma Park's voice rang out. Only a beast can handle a beast. Ji-gun Lee stood before the two, tired and panting. Right after, standing before these two monsters, Ji-gun Lee shouted, pleading, please accept me as your subordinate. Hearing this, Wajin-na was a bit speechless and stepped forward. Hasn't he had enough of a beating yet? Song-ma Park hurriedly reached out to stop him. Hold on, Wajin-na, let's hear him out. He seemed remarkably calm before the two. He then asked, for what I can tell, your first encounter wasn't exactly smooth, was it? What's your reason for wanting us to accept you as a subordinate? Ji-gun Lee chuckled and spoke his mind. It's simple. Because this is the first time I've ever seen a punch like that. Ji-gun Lee continued to express his thoughts and feelings about the two. Isn't it natural for a man to crave strength? What more reason do you need? Ji-gun Lee's face became incredibly calm as he looked at Wajin-na. Because as I see it, if I team up with him, there will be some incredibly badass clashes. Seeing this, he immediately became joyful and slowly stepped forward. Then it's easy to talk. The reason we sought you out is because we want to build a force. His voice unceasingly revealed his plan. A force established to crush the Dian Alliance, along with Yikyung, and make Wajin-na the new emperor of this Dian land. With a serious face and a confident voice, he didn't forget to add, we are very serious. We will definitely crush that alliance. And every day, we will instigate battles together. His eyes became incredibly determined as he declared, but if you came to us thinking this is a game, that's not good. Ji-gun Lee also nodded in understanding, then said, I don't really get it, but I know you guys are very serious. But this is exciting, isn't it? Ji-gun Lee's face revealed an incredibly fearsome smile as he declared to the two, I'm afraid you'll be extremely satisfied with me. The scene shifted to another place. Wajin-na stood before the two and asked in surprise, are we starting with just the three of us? The faces of the three had become incredibly determined as they declared, my force, the force that will confront the Dian Alliance. Hearing this, Song-ma Park was a bit lost for words and asked again, Wajin-na, what do you think if we also give ourselves a name like that alliance? Ji-gun Lee seemed interested in this. He joyfully exclaimed, oh, actually I thought a name. The Emperor of Dian, Wajin-na's army, the King's army. How do you two like it? Song-ma Park quickly shook his head and expressed his thoughts. No way. Yikyung Moon of the Alliance is already called the King of Dian. Calling ourselves the King's army would make us his servants. Seeing that, Ji-gun Lee seemed to ponder. Then how about Wajin-na cool, the awesome army? Song-ma Park immediately became scornful. Nonsense. Right after that, Song-ma Park turned his head back and asked the two, what about F-Dragon? Ji-gun Lee laughed mockingly. That sounds even more ridiculous, Hyung. Wajin-na remained silent after hearing these words. Soon after, he slowly and addictively declared, Emperor. He spoke with utmost certainty to his two comrades. I'll choose the name Emperor Division. Hearing this, Ji-gun Lee immediately became joyful and praised. Emperor Division. Sound badass. As expected of Wajin Hyung. Song-ma Park on the side was speechless and commented, you'd even praise Wajin-na's shit until it stinks no more. Then, Song-ma Park didn't forget to voice his thoughts. If Yikyung Moon is the king, then you'll be the emperor? Are you really determined to defeat him? As things seemed to be settling down, Ji-gun Lee continued to speak to the two. The name has been decided. So now let's take the next step. I prepared something already. Please come with me, Hyungs. Very quickly, the scene shifted to a different clothing store. Ji-gun Lee's excited voice rang out. Here, what do you think, Commander? An image of shirt appeared. I designed it myself. Next were flattering compliments for the shirts of the three, hand-stitched by a top artisan in this Changi market. To put it bluntly, this is Ji-gun Lee's special edition. Ji-gun Lee's excited voice rang out. The uniform of Emperor Division. All three were wearing these shirts. Song-ma Park also had to praise. It's quite nice. The man selling clothes proudly crossed his arms and announced, what do you think? This is this old man's best masterpiece ever. I'll give you the design. Just hand it over to the workshop, and they'll mass produce it for you. Seeing this, Ji-Gun Lee turned his head in surprise and asked him, So, how much are you quoting this time? 10 million W? The old man held up 3 fingers and declared, 30 million, you brat. Then he continued, Actually, I was going to say that, but I'll do it for free for you, because I owe you one. Hearing that, the 3 turned to leave. That's great. Well then, we'll be going. The old man nodded in confirmation and saw the 3 off. Go, hurry up and go. With you here, no customers dared to come in. Feeling something was amiss, Ji-Gun Lee didn't forget to turn back and ask worriedly, Uncle, after that day, nothing bad happened, right? The old man nodded in confirmation and slowly recounted everything. Yeah, I've handled everything. It was just a small misunderstanding in my old workplace. Hearing him speak so confidently, Ji-Gun Lee turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Oh really? That's a relief then. Well, I'm really going now. The old man nodded slightly in confirmation. Get lost quickly, you little rascal. Right after that, Ji-Gun Lee quickly ran towards his 2 seniors. Wait for me. Witnessing the scene of the 3 getting along made the old man laugh and say, These kids, they'll probably have a hard time becoming good people. His eyes looked a bit sad. Please, child. He continued to look at Ji-Gun Lee's smile as he chatted with everyone. Live well. Suddenly, at this moment, Wajin-na turned his head back with a puzzled look. The story also slowly began. Starting from that day, my Emperor division, the 3 of us slowly but surely advanced. Following there were battles. The immense power of the 3 was revealed, and they continuously instigated wars. The 3 fought fiercely, with battle achievements all around. The more they fought, just like that, the 3 completely defeated others, and the gang's reputation grew louder. The eyes of the 3 had become incredibly determined, staring straight ahead. Emperor division, the gang formed by 3 people. Following that, many people joined their group. Since one had their influence gradually expanded, and they had gained a foothold. But it seemed the 3 still continuously clashed fiercely with other gangs. But even so, we didn't stop the fights. The logo on the 3's shirts was gradually appearing everywhere. Before long, the 3 had a super massive and powerful gang. It didn't take me much time. One thing remained unchanged, Wajin-na's cold gaze, until our power could rival the Dean Alliance. Right after that, on another side, a subordinate wearing glasses reported everything to Yik-Young-moon. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I've arrived. He walked around, inspecting the place, then reported in surprise, it's completely wrecked. By Emperor Division. Hearing this, Yik-Young-moon was a bit angry and questioned, Them again? I get it. You handle that place for me. Right after that, he quickly ended the call and sighed. In such a short time, he managed to build such a force. Sitting on the high chair representing the king, he smugly raised his wine glass. I thought he was just a lone beast. He learns fast, no joke. Thinking this, he clenched the glass in his hand. Wajin-na. At this moment, Yik-Young-moon was completely enraged and crushed the wine glass in his hand. Alright, I'll play along with you. On another side, Ji-Gun Lee held a mini beer can in his hand and loudly announced, Hey, listen carefully. He raised it high and announced to his subordinates, the victorious gang that will overthrow the alliance. Right after that, he joyfully ordered, Drink it all up for me. Suddenly, Ji-Gun Lee became a bit curious and asked, But why isn't Song Mak-hyung here again this time? Wajin-hyung. Wajin-na was very calm and said, After all, this is a party. It's his choice whether to come or not. Seeing this, he sighed, a bit disappointed, and continued, I don't even get a chance to get close to him. That Hyung never joins our parties. Hearing this, Wajin-na didn't seem to care much. Is that so? I didn't really notice. He turned to leave and voiced his thoughts. Think about it. Hyung, isn't Song Mak-hyung the one who created our gang? Since he's the founder, he should at least take responsibility and join the parties, right? Then he didn't forget to complain, he never comes any damn day. What's the point of founding it then? Wajin-na, protective of his friend, thought Song Mak-park probably has his own reasons. But this also made him a bit curious. Come to think of it, I've never heard about his purpose. Why did Song Mak-park want to create a force specifically for me? On the way back, he was constantly lost in his own thoughts. Even though that guy has been with me from the very beginning, I still don't understand what he's thinking. Ji-Gun Lee walked beside him, joyfully saying, I lit that torch so damn cool, right, Hyung? He helplessly announced, You talk too much. Shut up. Suddenly, Ji-Gun Lee was startled, realizing something was wrong. Ji-Gun Lee quickly stopped him. Wait a sec, Hyung. Stop for about 2 seconds. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised. What now? An ambush? Then he angrily shouted, Which bastard has the guts? Seeing this, Ji-Gun Lee quickly signaled to him. No, Hyung, it's not that. Look into this alley. He quickly glanced towards the alley. What now? And that was the reason he was startled. And that day, the day, I could understand. At this moment, he had become extremely bewildered, looking towards Wajin-na, standing there, talking with Song Mak-park. Why is Song Mak-park? He was still lost in different thoughts. Meeting Yik-Young-moon? The two looked at each other and smiled faintly, seeming to understand something. Song Mak-park's scheme. On another side, Song Mak-park spoke to Yik-Young-moon right in front of him. It's an honor for me, isn't it? To be personally recruited by Commander-in-Chief Yikyung-moon like this. The latter smiled and slowly voiced his thoughts. Songmak Park, in reality, you're the one who contributed the most to building the power of Emperor Division, right? I value you highly. Then he continued to ask, so, what has Waji Na given you? Money? Women? His voice kept ringing out. Jiguan Li and Waji Na, behind, also suddenly realized what was happening. Recruitment. He continued to mock, but it seems that Beast doesn't care about such things. At this point, his face had become incredibly determined as he declared, whatever it is, I can definitely pay you double. Songmak Park, after hearing these words, was a bit surprised and glanced forward. Whatever it is, you're sure you can give me double? His next words made even Waji Na jump in confusion. Sounds tempting. You'll probably put me in a core position, right? Waji Na couldn't believe it. Songmak Park, Yikyung-moon, on the side, quickly nodded in agreement. Of course. You might even be number 2. Waji Na became extremely angry. That bastard, Songmak Park just calmly replied. Is that so? Right after, he coldly refused Yikyung-moon's request, leaving him stunned on the spot. Too bad, but I don't want to be under you. His voice kept ringing out mockingly. You're too slow, you know? If you had conquered Dian sooner, I wouldn't have had to form a gang like this. His face was very calm as he stated his reason for joining Waji Na's gang. Sorry, but I'm looking forward to seeing the wars in Dian unified, because I want all the bees here to worship only one single man. He thought of Waji Na's immense form and strength, and I've determined that this can only become a reality if that person is Waji Na. After hearing these words, Yikyung-moon burst out laughing smugly, not forgetting to mock. Slow? The alliance was only formed half a year ago, kid. Unable to recruit him, he was a bit angry, put his hands in his pockets, and started to leave. Fine, let's just pretend I never met you today. I don't know why you're in such a hurry, but if you're that rushed. At this point, he turned his head and gave him a look. It's so obvious. You're damn gang. But it seemed he wasn't afraid of these things at all. Right after hearing the story, Jiguan Li and Waji Na slowly left. On the way back, Jiguan Li chatted with Waji Na. I knew it. There's no way Songmak Hyung would betray us. Suddenly, Jiguan Li remembered something and asked in surprise, but Commander, why didn't you punch Yikyung-moon once and just left like that? You wanted a one-on-one with him from the start, didn't you? Jiguan Li had even thought about the future scenario. Honestly, if you went one-on-one with him, I think you would. Before Jiguan Li could finish, Waji Na coldly announced, I don't like it that way. He continued forward and stated his purpose. What I want to crush isn't Yikyung-moon. His voice kept ringing out, thinking of Yikyung-moon holding the flag. But the king of Dian, the ruler of the force called the Alliance. His face had become incredibly determined with his future goal, to take over this entire land. True victory is when Emperor Division devastates the Alliance. I don't need a victory by luck. Jiguan Li, after hearing this, immediately became joyful and quickly agreed. That's our commander for you. So manly. As they walked, Jiguan Li joyfully spoke to his 2 seniors. I've been waiting for this day for so damn long. I'm so excited I could shit myself right now. What about you guys? Songmak Park also slowly walked forward, calmly holding a cigarette in his hand, and said, just yesterday, it was only the 3 of us, and now we've come this far. How about you, Waji Na? Waji Na was very calm during the conversation between the 2 and calmly explained. Me? Not sure. He continued to look down at the hundreds of loyal subordinates standing below. Not too bad. His voice rang out. Entire army of Emperor Division. Listen carefully. From this moment on. His next words made everyone below cheer unceasingly. We will officially engage the Alliance. He slowly led the way forward. We will take the initiative in the battle with the Alliance. Following that, his subordinates relentlessly defeated other gangs with ease, occupying areas belonging to the Alliance. At the same time, his faction grew even stronger, advancing step by step. That momentum was surging within our ranks. The position of Waji Na's gang was gradually gaining more territory, since when had Emperor Division successfully occupied 70% of this Dian area. And of course, nothing was easy. Of course, that flow wasn't easy at all. There were times of difficulty, causing some subordinates to shout orders to each other. Alliance reinforcements are here. Everyone, be careful not to get surrounded. Songmak Park, while fighting, angrily shouted, damn it, where did these reinforcements come from? There are quite a lot, about 60 of them. Jiguan Li, while fighting, couldn't stop shouting angrily. Mother of asterisk her, these damn cockroaches keep swarming in. Don't you have a plan, young? At the same time, more enemies advanced and loudly cursed. You've had your fun, you damn dogs. Seeing this scene, Songmak Park also had to frown slightly and voice his thoughts. We've been fighting continuously and are exhausted. Let's retreat for now. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from behind, stunning everyone. Jiguan Li laughed smugly and chatted with Songmak Park. Hyung, what retreat? Looks like you forgot, don't we? Jiguan Li's voice kept ringing out. Still have a commander by our side? Waji Na, alone, quickly dealt with them one by one. Seeing this, Songmak Park also had to exclaim in surprise. Thanks to Waji Na, the enemy is divided. He's not really one for planning. Looking at him crazily taking down subordinates one by one, easily and quickly, Songma Park also had a marvel. He simply follows his instincts and does his duty. At the same time, everyone witnessing this scene hurriedly announced to each other, "Commander! The commander has broken through the rear line. We can win. This is it. Advance." Right after, the opponent's side seemed quite surprised and hurriedly asked each other with puzzled expressions, "What the? We clearly outnumbered them. Why does it feel like we're being overwhelmed? Damn it to hell. Do whatever it takes to push them back." Songma Park, while fighting them all, marveled in disbelief. Wajina shows up and turns the tide, just like that, huh? Songma Park continued to look at him rampaging, unmatched brute force, and overwhelming pressure that changes the entire battlefield. An image of a jungle lord standing high, observing the entire battle, appeared, as if, thinking this, Songma Park also had a marvel. Yikyung Moon said I was rushing, didn't he? Sorry, but after only a short time, Wajina quickly and easily defeated them. All my calculations were spot on. Witnessing all this, Jiguan Li also had to marvel, wiping the blood from his face, and praised. As expected, the commander is on a whole different level. At this rate, by the time we wake up, Dian might be unified. Songma Park slowly stepped forward and said smugly, "Of course, it definitely will be." On another side, Yikyung Moon angrily questioned his subordinates. "Why isn't any damn one of you opening your mouth to speak?" He tried to suppress his rage and loudly asked his subordinates, "What's wrong with your mouths? Can you only open them to report defeat? Answer me." Huh? His subordinates, seeing this, hurriedly pleaded, "We're sorry, Commander-in-Chief." He asked in surprise at all these words. Sorry? Sorry. Right after that, he rushed forward, slowly raising his fist. "That's not the answer I want to hear." Just like that, one punch from him completely knocked out two subordinates. The subordinate felt unprecedented pain. His voice rang out, the subordinate gradually losing consciousness, though his ears still rang with Yikyung Moon's voice. "What I want to hear." His face had become extremely furious as he loudly reprimanded. "Is a plan to make Emperor Division disappear." The subordinates, seeing this, stood still in fear, swallowing hard. At this moment, the subordinate wearing glasses stepped forward to announce, "Commander-in-Chief, calm down. Our forces are currently at a disadvantage." Yikyung Moon could only curse, "Damn blockheads." Suddenly, someone raised their hand from behind. "Excuse me." He spoke with a strange smile and slowly asked, "Sorry for interrupting while you guys are busy, but may I say a word?" Seeing this, Yikyung Moon angrily questioned, "What the hell is this? Where did this guy come from?" He slowly walked up to this small figure. "Who the hell are you?" But it seemed the boy wasn't afraid at all and continued to voice all his thoughts. "Did you know that in war, there are many roles?" His voice kept ringing out. "War needs soldiers for raids." Seeing this, those around started to whisper, "Do you know who that guy is?" "No idea. I just know he's about to get whacked." Hearing his voice, I can guess this person is Sang Tae-yoon. But it also needs generals to command those soldiers. It seemed he wasn't afraid at all and continued to voice his thoughts. And most importantly, the king who leads that army. Following that were his persuasive words. So, what is the important role a king needs? Soldiers? Generals? At this point, he had become incredibly determined, thinking of the general holding the flag, attacking the position. It's the trusted aide who helps the king make the right judgments, the one who devises strategies and makes sound decisions. A strategist, Tamu. Sang Tae-yoon stepped forward, each step firm, and announced, "Personally, I think the role of strategist is to help the king become a king. But in your alliance, you're missing that role." His face had become incredibly determined as he declared, "So let me fill that position. I will help completely change the tide of this battle." And so, Sang Tae-yoon, 15 years old, became the chief strategist of the alliance. He didn't forget to announce, "From now on, listen carefully to what I say." After hearing this conversation, everyone around also had to whisper and discuss, "Strategist? Who does he think he is to turn the tide? This kid's crazy." Hearing this, Yikyung Moon couldn't hide his smile and mocked, "You're pretty ridiculous." Then he grabbed Sang Tae-yoon by the neck, startling him with fear. He quickly lifted him up and questioned, "Honestly, how did you sneak in here?" Sang Tae-yoon laughed in surprise and continued, "Does my sneaking in here bother you? If so," his voice kept ringing out, "knowing there's an Emperor Division spy here will probably bother you even more." Hearing this, Yikyung Moon's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" He glanced behind him at a man and continued to announce, "His name is Kim Chun-han, a 10th grader at Wonsan High, just joined the alliance about a month ago. He's quite capable in fighting and very loyal to the alliance." And that man immediately became frightened. "Is a subordinate of Emperor Division's 1st Squad Captain, Songma Park." He hurriedly announced, What the hell are you spouting?" Right after, he forced a strained smile and recounted, "Commander, he's framing you. How can he say such absurd things? I have nothing to do with Emperor Division." Hearing this, the vice commander slowly reached for him. "We just need to check. Give me your phone." He hesitated a bit. Seeing this, he slowly stepped forward and declared, "Hold him. You look very suspicious." He helplessly replied, "Wait, what are you doing?" Just like that, he took the phone from his pocket. After seeing the phone was in recording mode, He also had to turn his head in surprise and inform Yik Young Moon. It's true. It's recording. It also contacted Songmok Park. Yik Young Moon, after hearing these things, became completely furious and slowly lowered Sangtae Yoon to the ground. Songmok Park, this dog is more cunning than I thought. Take him away for further interrogation. I need to talk to this damn kid. Seeing this made Sangtae Yoon just wear a smug smile on his face. The scene shifted to Wajin Na's side. He couldn't help but marvel. Quite surprising. He asked the group right in front of him in surprise, "With just this many, you guys think you could defeat me?" Seeing this, they kept talking, looking down on them. The Alliance only knows defense every damn day. They must be frustrated. Even so, why would they dare venture into enemy territory like this? The one behind him angrily said, "I don't care. I just know they're pissing me off." Right after, he ordered, "Beat them all up for me." All the subordinates rushed forward. On another side, Yik Young Moon's voice slowly spoke, attacking Wajin Na with only 30 men? "You're talking nonsense, Sangtae Yoon." Sangtae Yoon just calmly looked at the map. He nodded slightly in agreement with this idea. Then he continued to move a chess piece forward. "Indeed, with that few personnel, we can't capture their king. But I'm aiming for a different target." On another side, Songmok Park, who was playing billiards, also had to turn around in surprise and ask, "The Alliance suddenly attacked Wajin Na? How many of them are there?" Hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly reported, "About 30, sir." After hearing it, he was a bit contemptuous. 30. The voices of the subordinates kept urging. "Currently, the first squad has assembled. Let's move out, sir." Hearing that, he just remained silent, thinking. He finally understood Sangtae Yoon's plan. Yik Young Moon said in surprise, "So that's it. You attacked Wajin not to lure Songmok Park out." Songmok Park shook his head, voicing his thoughts. No, Songmok Park is inherently suspicious. He continued to look at the chessboard in front of him. He tends to defend more than attack. Perhaps, just as Sangtae Yoon predicted, Songmok Park had ordered his subordinates. "No, you guys don't do anything. The Alliance is creating a smokescreen." He would definitely think that. Then he didn't forget to announce, "For now, just wait for the Alliance's move." Seeing this, the subordinate was a bit worried. "We'll be okay, sir." He remained calm, as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry." More importantly, then he decided to turn around and order, but call the second squad. "Hurry up." Jiguan Lee, extremely angry, rode his motorcycle, rushing forward. This crazy dog is different. Back to reality. Sangtae Yoon spoke with a smug smile on his face. That's right. The target of this raid. He slowly pointed to the chess piece representing Jiguan Lee. Is Emperor Division's second squad captain, Jiguan Lee. We'll capture him. At this moment, Jiguan Lee, while riding forward, became extremely furious and loudly cursed. "How dare these bastards attack the commander? Motherfucker, I'll kill all you dogs." Suddenly, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. He quickly braked hard, bewildered and cursing. "What the hell?" A group of people holding weapons slowly approached and announced with a smug smile, "Jiguan, what the hell? You sicko, you fell for it." Seeing this, he immediately became furious, staring intently ahead. Damn it, they brought so many. Sangtae Yoon had become very certain of his decision and announced, "Sending 1 or 2 core members isn't enough. We need at least 3 or more." Sangtae Yoon's voice kept ringing out, "We must ensure we capture him." The two sides fought fiercely. This side was gradually becoming overwhelmed. Jiguan Lee knelt on the ground, not forgetting to shout curses, "Motherfucker, damn it." Right after, an angry man holding a bat rushed straight forward and shouted, "You're dead, you damn dog, Jiguan Lee." Right after that, he was hit straight on the head with the bat. Just like that, he lay unconscious in a pool of blood below. That day, Jiguan Lee was provoked by the Alliance and fell into a trap. That was the first event where we learned of the existence of the Alliance's chief strategist. Right after looking at the news on his phone, Yik Young Moon also had to exclaim in praise, "It's true, they've captured Jiguan Lee." Then he continued to look at Sangtae Yoon. "But there's one thing I don't understand." Sangtae Yoon, with extreme calmness, asked back, "What is it?" "I've already explained the entire plan to you." Yik Young Moon immediately voiced his doubts. Jiguan Lee's second squad is a unit that acts based on the situation, without any plan. How did you know his location to deploy personnel like that? It seemed all of this had been predicted by him. "Oh, you're asking about that? This way is simple." He gave a cruel smile and slowly announced, "Even if Emperor Division is a loyal bunch, they're still just a collection of strangers. I threatened one of Jiguan Lee's subordinates." His voice kept ringing out that his younger sister was in danger and got information from him. At this point, he had become very smug. "We got accurate information at the right time. Just utilize it and send people to raid effectively, and victory will be ours." It's a bit despicable, but aren't we at war? Yik Young Moon, after hearing this, also quickly nodded in praise. "Good. This is enough for me to recognize your abilities. From now on, please help us out. Yoon Sang-ah, no?" Yik Young Moon continued to look at him, standing there. Strategist. On another side, Wajin Na was at the hospital visiting Jiguan Lee, who was injured and lying on hospital bed. Looking at Jiguan Lee, covered in injuries, lying still on the hospital bed, made him feel a bit pained. Songmok Park had realized the second squad was ambushed and had immediately gone to resolve the issue. However, 15 members of the second squad were seriously injured, and Jigwon Lee had to be hospitalized. He was lost in his own thoughts. This is Emperor Division's first crushing defeat since its formation. Suddenly, a sound was heard. "Commander, may I come in?" He coldly glanced behind him. "I told you, no one is allowed in." At this moment, the subordinate worriedly opened the door and reported everything. "It's because this person insisted on seeing you, so..." It turned out to be his grandmother. His grandmother slowly said, "What, Jean?" Seeing this, he seemed stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Grandmother?" His grandmother's face had become very sad. She slowly spoke to him. "Wajina, just for a little while. Can you listen to me?" Just like that, the grandmother and grandson stood there, slowly recounting. "That day, I heard a story from my grandmother that I had never even imagined." His eyes were so stunned, to the point of helplessness, shocked to the extent that I temporarily forgot the taste of defeat. Of course, things didn't end there. And at this moment, a man spoke up. "I have news to report to you." This cruel-looking man stared straight ahead and reported, "I had no idea that day was the last day Wajin Na would have his grandmother." All the regret in his heart was laid bare. "I gotta talk to my grandmother." Sang Tae-yoon continued to listen on the phone and asked in surprise, "Is that so?" Sang Tae-yoon's face showed a faint, cruel, amused smile. "This is indeed useful information." Sang Tae-yoon continued to give orders to his subordinate. "Blam, likely a placeholder name for the informant. Good job. For now on, please report more frequently. In return, I won't harm your family anymore." Right after hanging up, Sang Tae-yoon burst out laughing, not forgetting to mock. "That Wajin Na has a family? Should I play around a bit then?" His cruel voice kept ringing out. There's nothing that makes people more stressed than death. Looking at the phone with the old woman's picture, a voice slowly spoke. "You mean?" Chung Tak Kim burst out laughing in surprise, staring at the phone, and asked, "Just take care of this old lady and it's done? These old folks are really not my type." Then he continued to look at Sang Tae-yoon. "Why are you making me do this?" Sang Tae-yoon just calmly crossed his arms and replied, "To provoke Wajin Na." What else? His eyes had become incredibly cruel, with a smile appearing on his face. "This is the most basic method. Even if it's Wajin Na, if you touch his blood relatives, he'll definitely react." Seeing this, the thug laughed in surprise, not forgetting to mock. "I was curious how a brat like Ka, a nickname, became a strategist. Turns out he's an immoral bastard." So, all of this had been calculated by him. Chief Strategist Yoon Sang-tae, currently favored by the Commander-in-Chief. He smiled smugly, thinking, if I get closer to him, my position in the alliance will be promoted. Then he announced, "I'll do as I please, okay?" Seeing this, Sang Tae-yoon also showed a cruel smile on his face. "Since you're at it, go hard." He held up the photo of Wajin Na's grandmother and nodded joyfully in agreement. "Deal. I'll do my best." On another side, Wajin Na's grandmother was setting up her stall to sell goods in the market. Seeing this, a woman slowly approached and greeted, "Oh, my grandma." The grandmother looked up in surprise at her. "Mrs. Kim, you're here?" Mrs. Kim was surprised and didn't forget to voice her question. "Are you selling today too, Grandma? You receive support money. Why do you still sell every day?" The old woman smiled, shook her head, and announced, "Mrs. Kim, you know, my Chomin is very smart, but the support money isn't enough for his tutoring." At this point, she slowly placed her hand on herself and continued to introduce, "It's also my fault he has a father like that. I have to do my best." Hearing these words made Mrs. Kim so moved she was about to cry, not forgetting to advise, "Grandma, really, don't say that anymore. Sell me a bunch of green onions." Seeing this, the old woman was a bit embarrassed and asked in surprise, "You don't have to do that, Mrs. Kim. You don't cook often, do you?" Mrs. Kim quickly shook her head. "Now, hurry and give them to me before I change my mind." Right after, she waved goodbye. "Thank you, Mrs. Kim." Mrs. Kim didn't forget to greet, "Hope you have good sales." The old woman's face had become incredibly joyful. After a long, tiring day of work, she held the money in her hand and said in surprise, "Let's see. Sold quite a bit today. Soon I'll have enough for Min." Then she worried a bit, thinking about her older grandson. "And Wajin, what is he doing now? That boy should come home more often." At this moment, a voice rang out, "Grandma." Seeing this, she seemed surprised. "Huh?" Then she asked in confusion, "Cho-min, you're here?" Right after, the thuggish Chung Tak Kim and his crew appeared and destroyed everything there. Seeing this, her eyes widened in disbelief. He and his subordinates advanced, causing trouble, not forgetting to angrily question, "Hey Grandma, we bought white radishes from you yesterday, but why did we get stomach aches?" Right after, he didn't forget to sit down and threaten, "How are you going to take responsibility, you damn old hag?" Looking at his strange face, the grandmother helplessly tried to explain and asked back, I don't remember selling radishes to you. Are you mistaken about the place?" Hearing this, Chung Tak Kim's face became completely enraged as he questioned, "Don't remember? You old hag, we clearly bought it here. This old woman is not right." Right after, his voice kept ringing out, "Hey, ransack this place to help this old lady remember." Seeing this, the group quickly destroyed everything there. The old woman immediately became anxious, hurriedly reaching out her hands to explain, Don't. Stop. Why on earth are you? Hearing this, he gave a cruel smile and continued to announce. What, why? I told you I have a stomachache. If you're scared, call him. His voice kept ringing out, your grandson, Wajin Na. She was startled. Right after, she quickly hugged his leg, pleading, Wajin, do you know Wajin? Is Wajin in some kind of trouble? He immediately didn't understand what was happening. What the hell is this? Right after, he slowly raised his fist forward and questioned, old woman, who allowed you to grab my pants, huh? Seeing this, the people in the surrounding crowd immediately started whispering, damn, he dares to hit an old person? Shouldn't we call the police? Seeing this, he became a bit angry. At this moment, a man placed his hand on his shoulder and ordered, Chungtak, that's enough for today. Too many people are watching you. He angrily looked towards the old woman, who was elated, and cursed. Damn it. He didn't forget to warn. Listen carefully, old woman. Today it's just this. Until your grandson calls us. Just like that, he and his subordinates smugly turned and left, leaving behind a pitiful old woman with her crushed fruits. You'd be better off waiting to die. Her face had become utterly hopeless as she watched their retreating figures. Although this is the truth, I only learned about it much later. They relentlessly and repeatedly vandalized her property. She was continuously harassed by Chungtak Kim for over a week. Chungtak Kim would not let her go, constantly bothering her in her despair. Even if she changed her location, it was useless. That bastard stuck to her like a hungry leech. There were times they even poured water directly on her head and teased her. But she endured all of this, pretending nothing had happened. However, she never mentioned it to me. She bore this burden alone. The scene shifted to a small, cozy house. A voice called out, Grandma, please come eat. Cho Min slowly entered and announced, I've fried mackerel, Grandma. Come and eat. The grandmother lay sadly on her bed, worriedly recounting, I don't have an appetite today. I'm sorry, but please eat by yourself. Seeing this, he looked at her with some concern. Grandma, the grandmother turned her face to the wall, sighed, and said, I'm fine, child. Go ahead and eat. I'm really not hungry. Hearing that, he just closed the door and left. Then I'll leave your portion in the fridge, Grandma. Remember to eat later. At this moment, he had also become very worried, looking at the delicious pieces of fish on the plate and wondering, strange, Grandma hasn't said much these days. Is it really just that she doesn't have an appetite? Right after closing the door, he was somewhat pensive. He glanced confusedly in another direction and was surprised. I still feel something is very suspicious. On another side, Chungtak Kim continued to harass the old woman by hitting her on the forehead. Hey, you damn old hag. He and his subordinates relentlessly questioned. Why haven't you called Wajin Na yet? Aren't you tired of seeing our faces? At this moment, he had become extremely furious and loudly reprimanded. You think we're too soft on old folks, so you're looking down on us, right? Right after, he grabbed her head tightly. Right. Damn it. She could only scream helplessly. He threw her straight to the ground. Call Wajin Na out here. Unfortunately, at this moment, her head quickly hit the brick pavement behind her. Her whole body trembled in despair. Seeing this, they trembled and said, what's wrong? What happened to this old hag? At this moment, a subordinate was a bit worried. Hey, is she dead? He angrily cursed. Dead, my ass. Can't you see she's shaking? Right after, he ran away quickly, leaving her lying there alone. Screw it. Let's bail for now. Her whole body trembled in despair. On another side, Cho Min, covered in wounds, slowly walked forward, looking in surprise at her small figure. Where on earth are you, Grandma? You usually sell near home. He was a bit worried. Something's definitely strange lately. At the same time, 3 cruel-looking thugs ran out from somewhere, pushed him, and loudly cursed. Get out of the way, damn it. They relentlessly shouted at each other. What if that old hag really dies? I told you she didn't. Don't say such unlucky things. Mother asterisk her. He sighed a bit angry. What the? Then he quickly turned and left, saying, this neighborhood probably never has a peaceful day. Forget them. The next sight made him freeze on the spot. He quickly ran towards his grandmother, who was lying still. Grandma. He supported his grandmother, filled with despair. Are you okay? What happened? She just gently said, Cho Min. Her face tried hard not to shed tears. She calmly recounted, I'm fine. Nothing happened. I just tripped on something and fell. He became extremely furious and loudly questioned. Don't lie, Grandma. Who pushed you? Who was it? Which bastard was it? He immediately remembered the 3 thugs who had pushed him earlier. What if that old hag really dies? His eyes became utterly desperate as he suddenly understood what had happened. Those thugs from earlier. At this moment, the 3 subordinates, angry and panting heavily, talked amongst themselves. That scared the shit out of me. We ran far enough, right? Seeing this, one of them said in confusion, damn it, are we really screwed? The remaining one worriedly recounted, we're already in trouble. Chungtak Kim angrily voiced his thoughts. I told you she wasn't dead, you idiots. And even if the old hag did die, wouldn't that be better? The faces of his companions showed extremely cruel smiles as they voiced their thoughts. That bastard. He'll be on the defensive during the funeral, right? That Wajin Na something. Seeing this, the subordinate burst out laughing in surprise. Damn, He's on another level. His way of thinking is F***king insane. The other subordinate asked in surprise. Huh? Wait a minute. Right after, a voice rang out. Chung-tak Kim, watch out. Before he could understand what was happening, a powerful punch came flying. He fell heavily to the ground in pain. The subordinate asked in confusion. What the hell was that? They didn't understand what was happening to the one right in front of them. Who are you? Cho Min stood above, loudly declaring to them. You useless pieces of trash. From now on, his eyes had become extremely furious, staring straight ahead. You guys try getting beaten without knowing why. Chung-tak Kim fell heavily backward in pain. He loudly reprimanded. What the hell? Which bastard is this? Seeing this, the subordinate also worriedly recounted. Hey, who is he? At the same time, a tattooed man also slowly walked up to these three. This man angrily threatened. You damn worthless dogs, today will be your death anniversary. Seeing this, they became even more confused. Time rewound earlier. Cho Min, extremely desperate, supported his grandmother. Grandma, are you okay? Those damn bastards, why would they do this? She just calmly called out, Cho Min, you tried hard not to let tears fall. Grandma, don't worry, I'll deal with them. At this moment, he was startled, realizing something. He looked at the wallet lying on the ground and asked worriedly, is that wallet dropped by those guys? Mrs. Kim drove up and asked in surprise, oh, Cho Min, are you here to pick up your grandmother? He nodded and turned back to her. Yes, ma'am. Seeing this, she immediately became anxious and hurriedly asked, oh my goodness, Grandma. What happened? Cho Min, what happened, child? He quickly approached her and requested, ma'am, I'm sorry, but could you please take my grandmother to the hospital? Seeing this, she seemed surprised. What about you? He hurriedly replied, I'll be there in a bit. Right after, he ran quickly towards the three from earlier. Please, ma'am. His eyes had now become extremely furious. Those damn bastards, how dare they? After a long search, he couldn't find any trace of the three. Where are they? They were clearly nearby, but I'm not strong enough to get revenge on them. Suddenly, he was startled, remembering something. If so, he looked at the large store right in front of him. Found it. The only way is to use my brain. Right after, he quickly entered the seat inside. At this moment, a man was playing a game inside, alone. The very next second, a loud noise rang out. The chair had flown straight inside. The man inside immediately became furious. What the? A voice rang out, Uncle Hong. Uncle Hong, look over here. He couldn't contain his rage and loudly cursed. Damn it. Right after, he slowly stepped outside, looking extremely angry. Which crazy bastard is disrupting my business in the middle of the day, huh? Looking at Cho Min right in front of him made him seem furious. Hey kid, is it you? He hurriedly replied in confusion. No, of course not. I was just passing by, but some guys beat me up, so... Even though he was extremely worried, thinking, damn, this old man looks scary, he continued to recount everything. I saw those guys throw a chair into your shop and run away with my own eyes. Hearing this, he immediately became furious. What? Which dogs are they? Huh? Cho Min quickly held up the wallet with Chung-tak Kim's name on it and recounted. I don't know either, but one of those guys dropped his wallet, and his picture is in here. Hearing this, he became angry, stared at the photo, and asked, this bastard is a high school student? He looks like a piece of shit. Did you see which way he ran? Cho Min quickly smiled smugly, nodded, and recounted, yes, I saw them run towards the residential area right next to here, uncle. Maybe. He didn't forget to announce, they haven't gone far. These three angrily questioned, what nonsense are you talking about? We never even went to your place. Hearing this, he slowly approached them, not forgetting to lecture. You little brats, this old man is proof, you know. Lie again, and I'll beat you to a pulp. Witnessing all this, Chung-tak Kim slowly stepped forward and angrily stared at him. Get out of the way. Misunderstanding, or whatever, I don't give a damn, but I have to repay this old man for what I just received. Seeing him step forward, the old man seemed surprised and asked, so you're the owner of this wallet? Seeing you in person, you look even more like a piece of shit. Right after, Chung-tak Kim rushed straight at him, attacking. What the hell are you barking about? You damn old man. Hearing these words made the old man even angrier. Damn old man. He quickly punched him straight in the face, a staggering blow. This dog, just like that. He fell heavily backward before everyone's eyes. Why are you so rude, huh? His two comrades asked in confusion. Chung-tak, Cho Min, standing above, also observed everything and coldly said, that uncle is the most famous in this neighborhood. Once you mess with him, he'll make a big scene. His voice kept ringing out. Sangu is easily taking care of them one by one. Wannabe gangsters will die under his fists. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, realizing something was wrong. Wait a minute. Huh? A voice slowly rang out. Old man, why the hell did you stop? A group of people, appearing from nowhere, started causing trouble. They had become extremely angry, staring straight ahead, questioning, what kind of adult beats up young punks, huh? Are you a damn despicable old man? Seeing this, he was a bit surprised. These little brats. Chung-tak Kim stood up and questioned, why are you guys so late? He dropped his phone forward, smiling smugly. Just in time, I just finished chatting with him. Hey, walking dough boy. Right after, he asked, have you ever heard of the D Alliance? All the men, holding weapons, rushed towards the old man. Kill the old man. They didn't forget to mock. Damn it, old man. You think having tattoos makes you tough? Cho Min, witnessing this scene, immediately froze. An absolute individual. He looked at the side of the old man, being relentlessly attacked by these men. Cannot win against a group. At this moment, he bit his lip tightly, feeling utterly helpless. On another side, in the hospital, a voice rang out. We've completed first aid for your grandmother. The doctor stood before Cho Min and informed him of everything. She suffered a mild brain injury from the fall, but if it's not monitored, there could be problems. So, she needs treatment. Also, we checked for other issues for her. The doctor's voice was like a thunderbolt to him. The results show your grandmother has high blood pressure and a cerebral infarction. I think it's very likely she neglected her health and overworked herself. At this point, the doctor was also a bit hesitant, but decided to inform him of everything. To be frank, even if your grandmother receives treatment now, it's already too late. Cho Min stood silently before his grandmother's hospital bed. He helplessly bit his lip, looking extremely angry. I'm sorry. I'm a useless idiot. You didn't know what else to do in this situation. I watched helplessly as they harmed you like that. He was thinking of his older brother. At least if you were there. On another side, Wajin slowly walked forward. He entered the house, looking around. The next scene made him startle and freeze, unable to believe it. He looked in surprise at everything being turned upside down in the house, confused. Why the hell is no one here? Then he became so angry he clenched his teeth. The story was gradually recounted later. I later learned that Grandma had refused treatment. It might have been due to financial problems. Cho Min still sat and talked with her, but he knew this wouldn't last long because her condition was gradually worsening. Her health deteriorated day by day, and the after effect of the cerebral infarction lingered longer. At some point, she could only lie still in one place. And one fine day, what was bound to happen, happened. And then, one morning, she fell into an eternal sleep. Finally, she passed away in silence. My grandmother said goodbye to the world like that. At her funeral, Cho Min, seeing his older brother only now appearing, angrily questioned, "Where have you been all this time, huh?" Both when Grandma was bullied by those bastards, and when she was in the hospital, he had become extremely furious as he questioned his older brother. How hard did Grandma work to raise us? You should have treated her well, shouldn't you? He couldn't suppress his rage. When she was being bullied by them, where the hell were you? Wajin still stood there, extremely pensive, unable to say a word. Right after, he slowly turned to leave. You're overreacting. I'm leaving. Hearing this, he became utterly helpless. What? Where are you going now? He didn't forget to shout reproachfully. You're the eldest grandson. You should be the chief mourner. You should be the one to send Grandma off. He turned his head back and loudly declared, What's the point of doing that? She's dead. Hearing this, he became utterly desperate. Moreover, what? What did you say? Just like that, he slammed the door shut, leaving him alone in the room. The scene shifted to the vast cityscape outside. There's no such thing as family. From the beginning, that emotion never existed in me. However, Wajin alone, was driving fast on the road. There's still something I didn't get to ask Grandma. He remembered what happened earlier. Therefore, at that time, Cho Min, utterly helpless, asked him, What? What did you say? He just coldly announced, Forget it. Then he asked again, Is what you heard accurate? He looked confused. What? What are you talking about? His face had become extremely furious as he reprimanded. Those damn bastards. He also defensively asked him, Did they say they were the Dean Alliance? At this moment, he stood before the three, Chung Tak Kim and his gang, who had caused all of this. Thus, Chung Tak Kim's face showed an extremely smug smile. See? I told you he'd come. He still calmly looked at the bastards. The ones who took away my chance to find the answer. He had become extremely angry and loudly announced, I'll take every single one of your heads. Wajin slowly walked towards them. I really have to take every single one of your heads now. Chung Tak Kim, hearing this, laughed smugly, not forgetting to think. Look at his killing intent. Kill. How are you going to kill us? At the same time, some men also immediately approached from behind. Didn't you already figure it out yourself? They had completely surrounded him. That this is a trap. He still calmly glanced behind him and assessed. Your alliance plays dirty. It's as clear as day. Then he didn't forget to mock them. You guys are F*King weak. You think this many are enough to take me down? Hearing these words made Chung Tak Kim also ask back in surprised confusion. Damn it. You're a bit cocky, aren't you? Do you think there are only 100 of us here? Right after, all of them simultaneously rushed towards him to attack. Kill him. At this moment, a man holding a bat loudly shouted, Kill that damn dog Wajin. He just calmly said 100 guys. Right after, he grabbed the head of a subordinate. Because that's the problem. He continued to slam these subordinates to the ground. To catch a bear. But why set a rabbit trap? On another side, Chung Tak Kim surprisingly reported everything to Sang Tae-yoon. Chief strategist, we've successfully lured Wajin as planned. But this sounds F*King ridiculous. He became extremely confused looking at the 100 versus 1 battle. Why do I feel like 100 guys still aren't enough for this guy? Sang Tae-yoon's face showed a smile as if he had predicted everything and discussed. It's okay. Our target isn't him. You just need to hold Wajin there for about 2 hours. Hearing that, he also nodded in understanding. Understood, I'll do my best. Then he glanced at the uneven battle between Wajin Na and his men in front. This unbelievable monster. 2 hours? If I succeed, I'll definitely get promoted. At this moment, he became even more confused. But if I fail once, I'm done for. Sang Tae-yoon announced to Yik Young Moon, I've set everything up. All that's left. His eyes had become extremely cruel, looking towards the next plan. Is to capture Songmak Park, who is alone. Seeing this, Yik Young Moon also had to laugh in surprise, then praised, understood. I'll send soldiers to Songmak Park's place now. He didn't forget to remind him, you must deploy forces as quickly as possible. Because according to my intuition, Chung Tak Kim can only hold Wajin Na for about 2 hours. On another side, Songmak Park's group was gradually being surrounded by hundreds of large men. Within those 2 hours, we must capture Songmak Park. Songmak Park didn't seem afraid of these things at all and just coldly announced, the alliance has gathered a lot of people. This proves Yik Young Moon values me highly, huh? Chanho stepped forward and announced, Songmak Park, surrender. If you do, I'll let these guys go home. Hearing that, he looked at him in surprise and replied smugly, you're the alliance's number 2, right? Let me give you an answer. Hell no. Right after, Chanho rushed straight at him to attack. You're funnier than I thought. He coldly held Chanho's fist, not letting him do anything rash. The alliance's number 2 is only at this level. Then he took the opportunity to punch him straight in the face, giving him no time to react. But my men are here. Chanho shouted in pain, cursing this dog. Right after, these two loudly argued and punched each other. Let me shut this dog's mouth first. With just this, I think it's a bit difficult. The subordinates behind, seeing this, were confused and hurriedly discussed. Song Mak-young, is he going to fight in this situation? We can't just sit still either. At the same time, everyone rushed forward, attacking each other. Get rid of these annoying flies for Song Mak-young. On another side, Chanho and Songmak Park were still fighting fiercely. Chanho suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, but I wonder one thing. You're at a disadvantage, so why didn't you choose to retreat, but chose to fight instead? Songmak Park's face, as if nothing had happened, voiced his thoughts. It's simple. Even if I ran, you guys would have already set up to block me. His footsteps landed heavily on the ground. His voice kept ringing out. The moment you guys appeared with such a fierce aura, I knew we were forced into a difficult situation. Instead of running and getting caught in between, he continued to take them down one by one easily. It's better to deal with the flies here. Chanho coughed a few times in pain. Right after, he slowly stood up and praised. Your decision is firm, but you're mistaken. He suddenly said some very confusing words. We didn't send troops to block your retreat. Songmak Park seemed confused by these words. What? Chanho's smug voice kept ringing out, announcing, on the contrary, all our troops are gathered here. Jang Woo stepped forward, surprised, and chatted. Hey, Songmak Park, I heard today is your death anniversary? That's great. Damn it. Sang-soo also marveled in surprise. Damn, it's so chaotic. Jinshin didn't forget to laugh mockingly. Songmak Park, I thought Emperor Division's number 2 was so tough. Chien Woong also slowly appeared here. He seemed to be pondering something. Songmak Park seemed surprised by this situation. He asked in confusion, you guys knew I wouldn't run, so you brought the whole pack here, huh? On another side, Yik Young Moon reported everything to Sang Tae-yoon. Just as you predicted, Songmak Park didn't flee. How on earth did you predict that? Sang Tae-yoon laughed smugly and replied, calling it a prediction is a bit strange. His eyes had become very certain of his speculations. Songmak Park is someone who always acts after counting the enemy's numbers. That kind of action, using his brain so much, is very easy to predict. He continued to look at the chessboard and assessed, it's about deploying the minimum number of troops. Songmak Park won't guess that we'll go all out. His face had become very determined. Someone who thinks so much like him will be checkmated by this simplicity. On another side, Songmak Park, panting heavily, continued to look at the crowd in front of him. Damn it, it's rare to see the alliance using their brains. This is clearly an all-or-nothing strategy. If I chose to run and brought the entire core group here to play this fucking gamble. That damn so-called chief strategist. Chanho didn't forget to advise him. Surrender, Songmak Park. You can't do anything anymore. His voice kept ringing out. How many of your subordinates are left to stand up and fight? Hearing this, he gently wiped the blood from his head. You talk too much. Shut your mouth and come at me, you fuckers. Seeing this, all the formations rushed quickly towards him at the same time. If you want it, he, alone, fought against various core members, making everyone marvel. Fighting against core members and still standing. Chanho sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. Tough. Songmak Park, I admit, killing you this way is quite a pity. He continued to look at the image of Songmak Park being relentlessly beaten by the crowd, ignoring the alliance and swallowing Dian whole. Thinking this, he slowly turned to leave. It's been hard on you, for harboring such an unreasonable ambition until today. Suddenly, at this moment, he was startled, recognizing a frightening figure that made him confused. He stammered, not understanding what was happening. You, why are you here? At the same time, a fist slowly rushed forward. A subordinate worriedly ran into the room and announced to Yik-young Moon, "Big trouble. Waji Na has reached Songma Park's location." Seeing this, he became extremely confused and hurriedly asked, "What?" Waji Na was only held for a little over an hour. How did Waji Na already do it? Suddenly, at this moment, he realized something. Not right. He looked at this lopsided battle and diagnosed the problem. From beginning to end, every single one of them has been beaten. Finally, he understood everything. Someone who thinks too much will be checkmated. On another side, Waji Na coldly punched Chanho straight in the face, a heaven-sent blow. Even if it's impossible, by this simplicity. Right after Chanho fell, all the subordinates startlingly turned their heads. That was the day. He had completely lost his reason after just one punch. The name Waji Na became more famous than the Alliance's reputation. His hands were covered in blood, but it seemed he didn't care at all. That day was the day I used my fist to their fullest since I was born. Finally, Songma Park had waited for the moment he came to rescue him. Everyone was utterly stunned seeing this scene. That day was also the day that made one of them unable to use his fists anymore. His face had become extremely angry, advancing with a furious demeanor. From that day on, the strong one in this land of Dian is me. Jinshin asked back in stunned confusion. What the? I thought he was supposed to be held back for 2 hours. Their voices had become utterly desperate. So why is that guy here? Waji Na, extremely furious, slowly walked forward. Time rewound to 40 minutes earlier. Chung Tak Kim had become extremely confused, staring straight ahead. Unbelievable, he endured it. Waji Na. He looked a bit surprised at the demon who had completely defeated 100 men right in front of him. Are you even human? Waji Na just coldly glanced at him. It was you, wasn't it? The one who pulled these tricks. Right after, Waji Na was gradually walking towards him. You plan to catch me like this, huh? He helplessly tried to explain. Wait. First, listen to me. Then he relentlessly recounted. I was just following the chief strategist's orders. At the same time, Waji Na had rushed straight at him and thrown a punch. A punch straight to his face made him unable to feel anything anymore. Strategist. He quickly fell heavily backward, helpless. Waji Na continued to ask. Let me hear it. This was that chief strategist trick, right? His blood was continuously flowing down to the ground. He helplessly screamed. Damn it. What kind of F*** King punch was that? Right after, he fearfully glanced in another direction. What on earth? Waji Na continued to rush forward with a huge fist in his hand. He could only pray for himself. What kind of thing did I run into? The scene shifted to another place. Songma Park sighed and said, Waji Na has always been an extremist. He continued to look at Waji Na beautifully taking down their subordinates. But this is the first time I've seen him jump around like that. He looked a bit puzzled, staring straight ahead. What on earth is going on? Waji Na continuously used his strength to defeat them one by one with ease. Jinshin lay still on the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Seeing this, the surrounding lackeys fearfully retreated, asking in confusion, one punch and all the corps members are gone? Damn it, is he even human? Hearing this, they immediately became frightened. At this moment, Chanho stood up and loudly shouted, Damn it, you were beaten by Waji Na and temporarily collapsed? So shameful. He was a bit confused, not understanding, looking ahead. How did the battle turn out like this? All the subordinates have been defeated so quickly. All of them are down. Waji Na opened his mouth and continued to announce, Those of you still standing, prick up your ears and listen carefully. His voice kept ringing out, If you want to catch me, come find me directly and catch me. He didn't forget to shout reproachfully, Don't be a coward and hide behind like that. He continued to look at all the people he had beautifully dealt with, one by one. Even if you're hiding, I'll still find you and tear you to shreds. At this point, his face turned to look at all of them and ordered, Relay those words of mine to Yik-young Moon, okay? Chanho, after hearing these words, immediately froze. His face had become extremely cold, intently glancing in another direction. If you understand, then get lost. All the men froze at this scene. Right after, Chanho also had to clench his teeth, extremely angry. Entire Alliance army. His words rang out, Retreat. All the men shamefully left. Because of the battle that day, nearly 100 members of the Alliance, Waji Na, today, single-handedly took down nearly 200 men, but he didn't look tired at all, because he had a hidden sorrow, including 6 core members who were permanently physically damaged. But the storm after. This battle was more terrifying than I thought. Songma Park also quickly stood up and slowly walked towards him. After that incident, I formed Emperor Division's 3rd Squad. On another side, Yik-young Moon coldly reprimanded Sang Tae-yoon. Is this the first failure, strategist? Why did you say you were sure of victory, only to be played like this? Sang Tae-yoon sighed, glanced at him, and said sadly, I'm sorry, I didn't think Waji Na would get there so quickly. He continued to voice his thoughts. But this isn't entirely a meaningless failure. Hearing this, Yik-young Moon seemed surprised. We lost, so what did we gain? Sang Tae-yoon continued to voice his thoughts. Emperor Division also suffered quite a few casualties, especially Songma Park and his 1st Squad, who were most severely injured. His voice kept ringing out. More importantly, our biggest gain is that we've grasped Waji Na's entire pattern of action. His face showed a faint, extremely smug smile, as if everything was within his predictions. When we grasp that, when we confront him, we'll know what kind of weapon to use. He slowly brought his hands forward and announced, I will try to create a weapon that can confront him as soon as possible. Young-moon, seeing this, smiled smugly at his chess piece this time. You've contributed a lot, yet just because of one mistake, I should discard you? Alright, he turned to leave, not forgetting to remind, I'll trust you one more time. But if you disappoint me, at this point, he turned his head back angrily. You'll never be able to wear that contemptuous smile again. Seeing him look so frightening, Sang-tae-yoon also had a smile on his face. You don't need to worry. I will end this war. Young-moon didn't forget to announce, with the failure of Emperor Division. At this moment, the scene shifted to Wajin-na. He stood helplessly before his grandmother's memorial portrait with a sad expression. He slowly said, Grandma, I still don't understand. He remembered the words his grandmother said back then, the words she said that day. His voice had become hoarse with emotion. I think I have to meet you directly to understand those words. The day you came to find me. He clenched his teeth, extremely angry. That man, after that day, he continued to beat up hundreds of other bad guys. Besides trampling the Alliance, I've gained another goal. They could only shout loudly, cursing, damn bastards. A crowd of angry people looked up and loudly reprimanded. Are you Emperor Division? Why did the DN Alliance come all the way to Gongju to cause trouble? Huh? Jiguen Lee just calmly showed a cruel smile and declared, I don't know the reason either, L. If the commander orders it, I just do it. His face had become extremely excited as he continued to recount. Listen carefully. From this moment on, you will become Emperor Division's lackeys. We only have one demand. Songmok Park, on another side, also slowly stepped forward and announced, all of you must report to me. His face had become extremely cruel as he declared, everything that happens in this town entirely, especially when you detect any strange activity, you must report it to us. Another target. Hearing this, the beaten men seemed so confused they were angry. What the hell is strange activity, L? He just calmly replied to the LUC condo of the DN Alliance. Whatever you see, report it. And of course, the story doesn't end there. Because of that, Emperor Division acted. Although none of them were pleased, everyone had to agree due to the gang's power. Although all the forces didn't think much and just follow my instructions. It seems Songmok Park is more pensive than usual, but Songmok Park is different. Wajina stepped towards Songmok Park and asked in surprise, What's wrong, Songmok Park? Why did you call me out at this hour? Songmok Park turned his head back and looked at him. You're here. Songmok Park looked down at the vast city below and voiced his thoughts. When we swore brotherhood here in the Peach Garden, I knew we would soon conquer Dian. Seeing Songmok Park say such unpleasant words made him a bit confused. What are you talking about? Get to the main point.